Chen Fan, you haven't failed to pay the class fee again, have you? In a classroom at Jiangzhou University, a sophomore class of the finance department, the vice class leader, Liang Dongkai, slammed his notebook down and plopped onto a desk, casting a disdainful glance at the plainly dressed student. Out of our class of 56, 55 have paid. Is your family really that impoverished? You never participate in any class activities. Perhaps it would be best for you to just leave our class altogether. The affluent students around could not help but laugh at these words, many deriving a potent sense of superiority from Chen Fan's predicament. Chen Fan was indeed the poorest student in the class, supporting not only himself but also a younger sister who was still in school. Scraping together tuition fees was a challenge in itself, leaving little room for these miscellaneous expenses. The university life was relatively relaxed, yet Liang Dongkai, buoyed by his family's wealth, insisted on organizing events nearly every month. Although each event only cost a couple of hundred, for Chen Fan, it was a significant sum. Initially, he managed to cope, but soon grew weary and stopped participating altogether. He found it more worthwhile to work part-time and alleviate the burden on his family. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Liang Dongkai spat out his chewing gum and remarked, "I really don't understand you impoverished folks despite lacking the means. You insist on mingling in this circle. How can you pursue a finance degree when you can't even pay class fees? Wouldn't it be better for you to work on a construction site?" Chen Fan was well aware of Liang Dongkai's disdain for him. Anger surged within him as he stood up, pointing a finger at Liang Dongkai's nose. "Listen here, Liang Dongkai. I will not owe a single cent of the fees that are due, and I will not pay a dime for what is not owed. Your family may have a bit of money, but what's so remarkable about that? Oh, this impoverished fellow has some backbone." Liang Dongkai retorted sharply, "I may not be anything special, but let's see you muster the funds to pay up. What's the point of your empty bravado? Why don't you kneel and beg me? I could cover it for you." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Unable to endure such humiliation, Chen Fan turned and exited the room. Behind him, Liang Dongkai's mocking voice followed, "Fool, you deserve to be poor for life." Chen Fan paused, fists clenched, forcing himself to swallow his anger. "I refuse to believe I will remain poor forever." As he approached the school gate, a steady stream of pedestrians flowed by. Lost in thought, he did not notice a Maserati approaching Hedon. Bang! He collided directly with the vehicle, his head meeting the ground with a harsh impact. "Ah!" The girl in the car gasped in panic, covering her eyes instead of exiting the vehicle. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd. Only then did Zhao Linlin hastily exit her car, calling out to Chen Fan, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" The driver was none other than the renowned campus belle, Zhao Linlin, who came from a wealthy family with a company valued in the hundreds of billions. Raised with the utmost care, she was flustered and at a loss upon realizing she had struck someone. Chen Fan arose, feeling as if his head were splitting apart. He stumbled and fell once more. Hey, are you all right?" Seeing Chen Fan in such a state due to her accidental collision, Zhao Linlin was nearly in tears. "I truly didn't mean to." She supported Chen Fan, calling out, "Someone, please help me take him to the hospital." Chen Fan waved his hand. His mind was buzzing, his vision blurred, and something felt amiss with his eyes. He shook his head vigorously, but before he could utter a word, an unpleasant voice interrupted. "Oh, quite the act you have there. You play the part well. Zhao, the campus beauty, don't pay him any mind. He's just a scammer trying to milk money for his tuition. What choice of victim? He knows the campus beauty comes from wealth." Liang Dong appeared out of nowhere, dripping with sarcasm. Zhao Linlin frowned, yet seeing Chen Fan injured stirred her compassion. At that moment, her friend Zhou Yufei emerged from the car, exclaiming, "So, it's a scammer. I've seen plenty of his kind. Why bother being so kind?" With that, she pulled out a few bills from her bag, angrily tossing them at Chen Fan's feet. "Huh, stop the charade. You've achieved your goal." She had always despised such individuals and had no desire to glance at him again, pulling Zhao Linlin back to the car. "Yufei, don't be ridiculous. I don't think he's faking. I genuinely hit him." Zhao Linlin was about to turn back when, "Stop right there." Chen Fan had somehow gotten to his feet, grabbing the money from the ground, and shouted, "A leader can be dethroned, but a man's resolve cannot be shaken." He forcefully threw the money back at Zhou Yufei's face and limped away. Hey Zhao Linlin felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. Chen Fan lay in his dormitory for 3 days, feeling as if his entire body was falling apart. The headache had subsided, yet his vision remained perpetually foggy. Lacking the funds for medical attention, he endured in silence. Fortunately, his roommate Wang Hao brought him meals daily. "Chen Fan, are you all right? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Chen Fan shook his head as his mother called. "Son, how have you been lately? Is your allowance sufficient? Your father has slaughtered the pig at home and will send you some money tomorrow." "Mom, it's unnecessary. I've saved a few hundred for my part-time job. Save it for your sister's tuition. You haven't sent me living expenses in months. Don't push yourself." "Understood, Mom." After hanging up, Chen Fan felt he could no longer lie there. Rubbing his eyes, he instinctively looked out the window. Across the street, the girls' dormitory suddenly came into sharp focus, as if viewed through a telescope. Every detail within, even a stray hair on the floor, was crystal clear. Incredible. My eyes. Chen Fan could hardly believe it, rubbing them again and gazing back. Indeed, he could see everything with startling clarity. Moreover, it was precisely Zhao Linlin's dormitory across from him. She rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, still contemplating the incident from that day. Chen Fan turned his gaze and noticed a copper coin dangling from Wang Hao's keychain, catching his attention. This was a rare find from the year 1733, a treasured coin from the Bao Bureau of the Yongjing era. How astonishing! Had his collision with Zhao Linlin awakened some extraordinary ability within him? Chen Fan splashed water on his face and stretched his limbs. His gaze effortlessly pierced through the cabinet door, revealing its contents. Am I truly capable of seeing through objects? I can even discern the origins of these items. How did I suddenly acquire such an extraordinary ability? Chen Fan felt a surge of astonishment as he cast another casual glance. In the adjacent dormitory, Liang Dongkai and others were engrossed in stock trading. Limit up, limit up. Hooray! They were pursuing a stock named Tongsheng Real Estate, with Liang Dongkai, a man of considerable means, boldly investing 200,000. He mimicked others in chasing the limit up, believing only stocks at their peak were reliable, convinced that regardless of whether they opened high or hit the limit again the next day, profits were guaranteed. However, Chen Fan, through his newfound perception, clearly saw that in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, this stock would open down. Then it would plummet, hitting the limit down the following day. Observing Liang Dongkai and his companions celebrating, Chen Fan shook his head with a smirk. Yet, he could not ascertain whether what he witnessed would indeed come to pass. He was merely curious about how he had unexpectedly gained such potent X-ray vision, capable of penetrating walls. Just as he was about to instinctively glance towards the girls' dormitory opposite, a shout erupted from next door. Tongsheng Real Estate had suddenly breached its limit up. It plummeted dramatically, crashing down by 20 points. Damn it! A heavenly limit. Liang Dongkai's vision darkened. Hey, class monitor, class monitor. Several classmates hurriedly pinched his acupoint. Chapter 2. Do I have special abilities? It is often said that a poor investment can ruin 3 generations, while a brief misstep can destroy a lifetime. A single catastrophic loss nearly led to the downfall of the self-important Liang Dongkai. Chen Fan was astonished to discover that what he had witnessed was indeed prophetic. Ever since the financial practical course was introduced at school, many students fancy themselves as stock market wizards. In Chen Fan's dormitory, several of his roommates dabbled in trading stocks, with one even proclaiming himself the Prince of Finance, neglecting dates with his girlfriend to remain glued to his computer screen. However, none of them made any real profits. They all suffered losses akin to novices. Chen Fan had previously advised them against such ventures, cautioning that ordinary individuals could not outsmart the professionals. They dismissed his warnings, insisting that someone studying finance should be able to navigate the stock market better than those who knew nothing about it. They held firm in their misguided confidence. To ascertain whether he truly possessed the ability to perceive the future of stocks, Chen Fan casually opened his roommate, Liang Gao's notebook. He randomly selected a few stocks for verification and was astonished to find that he could indeed foresee their future trajectories. One stock, Tianfu Medical, was poised to hit its price ceiling imminently. Upon Liang Gao's return from the adjacent dormitory, he inquired, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much, just checking on the stock. It should be about to surge." "Surge? Nonsense." Liang Gao was scoffed, "Justing a dismissive. This stock has been stagnant for months, oscillating like an ECG monitor. It's a classic piece of junk. Lacking any extraordinary insight, he was naturally skeptical. Yet, Chen Fan was certain of the impending rise, anticipating a peak followed by a retreat the next day. Did you hear? Liang Donkai just suffered a catastrophic loss. 200,000. He went for the limit up, ha! Elang Gao laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, reveling in the bitter taste of losing 40,000 in mere moments. Wang Hao unfazed remarked, it's fine. His father's wealthy. Fine? P.S. furious enough to have a heart attack. As they exchanged their banter, suddenly Tianfu Medical surged dramatically. After a drop of over 3 points, it was swiftly capped at its ceiling price. Elang Gao and Wang Hao stood frozen, staring incredulously at Chen Fan. Good grief. Have you somehow struck gold with your predictions? At that moment, regret washed over him. Why hadn't he sold his stocks to invest in Tianfu Medical? Every trader likely harbored such thoughts, lamenting missed opportunities after a surge. Chen Fan's mind was in turmoil, grappling with the astonishing events of the day. If he could harness this information, would he not hold the key to untold wealth? Perhaps he should open an account at a brokerage firm? Meanwhile, a disheartened Elang Gao shook an empty cigarette pack. Chen Fan, let us go buy a pack of cigarettes. They made their way to the small shop at the dormitory entrance, where Elang Gao handed over 20 yuan. Just as he was about to grab a pack, Chen Fan casually glanced at a pile of betel nuts. Make it another pack. And another. Another pack, please. Huh. Snatching the money from Elang Gao's hands, he exclaimed to the boss, give me a pack of betel nut. Without waiting for Elang Gao to react, he tore open the package. Damn, that's my money for cigarettes. Boss. Another pack. To his delight, he had indeed one. Chen Fan joyfully grabbed another package and tore it open. Boss, another pack. Boss, another pack. Boss, another pack. By the 5th pack, Elang Gao stared at this fool in disbelief, thinking, what the hell? Just as he was about to intervene, Chen Fan ignored him and continued to tear open the betel nut packaging, shouting, Boss, another pack. Another pack. Another pack. This guy tore open 9 packs of betel nut in one go, and then he produced the winning tickets from inside. Boss, the boss, seeing that he had consecutively won 8 packs, grinned and said, young man, you have quite the luck. Haven to you. Chen Fan handed over the ticket, revealing a yellow prize. Holy crap, Elang Gao was completely stunned. He knew the odds of winning with betel nut were high, but winning a yellow prize was incredibly rare. How could he get so lucky? Spending 20 yuan won him 7 packs of betel nut and a pack of cigarettes. Ha ha! This is huge. The two of them cheerfully returned to their dormitory with the betel nut and cigarettes. Come on, let us have some betel nut. Everyone gets a share. Elang Gao tossed the bag onto the table, saying casually, help yourselves, don't be polite. After the earlier validation, Chen Fan felt even more confident in his eyesight, and his gaze fell once more on the copper coin attached to Wang Hao's key. Hey, are you willing to sell that copper coin? Wang Hao looked at him in confusion. Have you lost your mind? No, I'm serious. They were all classmates, and he had no intention of taking advantage of anyone. He merely wanted to validate his ability in the market and see if it was truly reliable. If you want it, take it. Wang Hao generously tossed the key aside. Chen Fan examined the copper coin closely. It was preserved so well that it must be worth something. Although he knew little about ancient coins, he was certain it was authentic. With his unique vision, he could instantly discern its origin and confirmed it was a Yangzheng Tongbao from the Baowu Bureau. Let us take a gamble. I only have 216 yuan. I'll give it all to you. Chen Fan shockingly handed over the money, and Elang Gao looked at him in bewilderment, thinking, no way. Could Zhao Linlin have knocked some sense out of him? Hey, buddy, we're classmates. We can't just stand by and watch you make a mistake. Let us call a psychiatric hospital. Damn. I hope this nonsense isn't contagious. What are you all doing? Guo Jianliang returned from his escapades, dressed in a floral shirt and with food all over his face. Among the group in the dormitory, he was living the most lavish life, enjoying the company of girls and indulging in their hospitality. Chen Fan couldn't fathom what those girls were thinking. Perhaps they were just drawn to a boastful type. Wang Hao chimed in. What is up? Did you come back empty-handed? Guo Jianli shook his newly purchased shirt, a gift from a young lady. How does it look? He inquired. Damn, once again relying on a girl. Came the derisive responses from the 3 of them. Guo Jianli, feeling their disdain, retrieved a cigarette from beneath the bed and headed to the restroom. Chen Fan, clutching a copper coin, contemplated visiting the antique market to see if he could part with it. Fortunately, Jiangzhou University was not far from the city center, and he rode a shared bicycle to the street renowned for antiques. The area was bustling with experts in antiquities, and he intentionally attached the coin to his keys, securing it prominently at his waist. While it is often said that fine wine needs no bush, the art of selling requires a different approach. One must not inquire too eagerly, but rather wait for buyers to approach. Otherwise, one risks devaluing their goods. He also meandered around the stalls, seeking similar coins and casually gauging the market. A brief glance revealed ordinary copper coins from unknown manufacturers. Clearly, these were mere replicas, artificially aged to appear vintage. Chen Fan deliberately picked out a Yongzheng Tongbao and asked, "How much for this?" The stall owner glanced at him, replying 2,000. Shocked, Chen Fan's hand trembled, causing the coin to tumble from his fingers onto the stall. "This can sell for 2,000? After wandering the antique market for a couple of rounds, surveying various stalls, a refined gentleman in his 50s approached him. "You there, young man, may I see the copper coin you have?" The man appeared cultured and dignified, likely a collector. Chen Fan scrutinized him, wary of his intentions. "What do you want it for?" he queried. "No misunderstanding intended. You don't seem to be part of this trade. Let me see the coin. If it's genuine, I would like to purchase it." Chen Fan removed the key, bemused by the notion of authenticity. "In my hometown, we have them hanging on our keys by the dozen." The middle-aged gentleman examined the coin closely, his excitement palpable as he proclaimed, "This quality, it is indeed authentic. I am certain of it. Young brother, how much would you part with it for?" Ah, the bait had been taken. Chen Fan blurted out for 1,000. Chapter 3. Discovering treasures at Antique Street, the other party laughed heartily, instantly discerning that I was a novice. There are numerous versions of the Yongzheng Tongbao, and what you have is from the Baowu Bureau. It's hardly worth anything. I wouldn't even consider it if it were from another bureau. After completing the appraisal, the middle-aged man said earnestly, "Let us be straightforward. I'll take it for 800 yuan. Chen Fan snatched it back, asserting that the value of antiques lies in one's appreciation. If one does not cherish it, it is worthless. 2,000 is my final offer. Take it or leave it. 1,002. I cannot go higher." The middle-aged man appeared genuinely interested and made a fair counteroffer. Chen Fan had already researched online, discovering that a genuine Yongzheng Tongbao of this version was valued between 1,000 and 2,000 yuan. Having paid Wang Hao 216, he wouldn't settle for less than 1,004. He refused to negotiate further. The middle-aged man chuckled. 1,004 sounds unpleasant. I'll give you 1,380. Deal. The middle-aged man, being an expert, promptly paid the sum and handed Chen Fan a business card. "Young man, if you come across any good items in the future, seek me out at Baizhai on Wenzheng Street." Upon seeing the 1,380 yuan received on WeChat, Chen Fan finally believed his eyes. Since he could ascertain the origins of these antiques, there was no reason to hesitate. The door to wealth had swung open, and he was eager to seize the moment. After meandering through Antique Street once more, he realized that genuine items were indeed scarce, yet not entirely absent. Occasionally, some antique dealers would stumble upon treasures from the countryside, unable to discern their authenticity, thus inadvertently offering them at a bargain. This is what it means to discover hidden gems. At a nearby stall, an array of items was displayed: pottery, visha, porcelain, jade, jewelry. A veritable feast for the eyes. Chen Fan's attention was drawn to a Palace snuff bottle from the year 1832 among a collection of several bottles. This one was authentic, while the rest were mere imitations or worthless trinkets. Being a novice, Chen Fan picked up one of the fakes and inquired, "How much for this?" The stall owner glanced at him and replied, 5,000. "Are you joking? For such a counterfeit, it should be a mere few dozen yuan." He tossed in his hand, adding, "Let us be realistic. I'm just looking to buy something for fun." The owner, seeing his lack of business, casually remarked, "If you really want it, take it for 1,000 yuan. A genuine item would undoubtedly cost more than 1,000. Chen Fan placed the imitation back, feigning intent to leave. Hey, come back. What will you offer?" Just like selling clothes, if one shows disinterest, they call you back. Chen Fan, feeling amused, replied, "Do you truly consider these treasures? I will buy one for few dozen yuan, just for amusement." All right. How about 80? Choose one. The owner shook his head, lamenting that business was tough these days. All these items have been sourced from the countryside for merely a few dozen yuan each. If one encounters an unappreciative individual, one must seize the opportunity without hesitation. After all, there exists a rule in the antique street. Once a purchase is made, whether the item is genuine or not, it is considered final. Should one inadvertently acquire a counterfeit, it merely reflects a lack of discernment, and one must accept the misfortune. Conversely, stumbling upon a genuine article is indeed a stroke of luck. Chen Fan paid 80 yuan and took possession of the snuff bottle. It was by belle's, wasn't it? Chen Fan rode a shared bicycle, guided by his phone's navigation, to Wenzhong Street. This area is replete with numerous tea houses and antique shops. It is a renowned leisure street in Jiangzhou, where the inhabitants live in tranquility, devoid of the oppressive atmosphere characteristic of large cities. Those who can establish shops along this street have largely achieved financial independence, spending their days sipping tea and tending to their birds. The success of their businesses is of little concern to them. Upon arriving at belle's, Chen Fan encountered the middle-aged man from whom he had purchased the copper coins earlier. "Ah, young brother, what brings you here?" Chen Fan surveyed the shop, his eyes dazzled by the array of antiques. A glance revealed a treasure trove of aged artifacts. Indeed, this was a connoisseur, for nearly all the items in his collection were authentic. Chen Fan produced the snuff bottle he had just acquired. "I have something for you to examine." "Goodness, you truly possess an impressive collection," the man exclaimed. "Why did you not reveal it earlier?" Realizing something, he added, "This wouldn't be a lucky find from the antique street, would it?" Chen Fan smiled. "Are you interested?" The man scrutinized the item closely and even retrieved a magnifying glass. The snuff bottle was adorned with colorful paintings, depicting a lady in court attire. After his inspection, he remarked, "While this can be considered an antique, it is not an imperial artifact, merely an ordinary court snuff bottle." "What price do you seek?" Chen Fan replied, "Though we have only just met today, it feels like fate. I am not well versed in antiques. You may offer a price that you deem fair. If I find it agreeable, we shall proceed. Should you treat me fairly, I will bring more items to you in the future." His implication was clear. Should the man attempt to deceive him, this would be their sole transaction. Zhua Handong chuckled. "First, tell me how you came by this." "Did you not already guess?" Chen Fan replied candidly. Zhua Handong was taken aback. "You truly found this there?" He gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. The young man's claim of ignorance seemed implausible. If he were genuinely uninformed, how could he have uncovered such a treasure? After a moment's contemplation, Zhua Handong said, "Since you place such trust in me, I shall offer you a fair price. This snuff bottle is valued in the market at around 60 to 70,000. What profit can you provide me?" He was astute. The value of the item was evident, and both needed to profit from the exchange. It all depended on the mutual interest in establishing a relationship. Chen Fan did not expect the challenge to be laid at his feet, yet he was resolute. "Let us settle on 50,000. The remainder is yours to earn." "Splendid. It's a deal." Zhua Handong's admiration for the young man grew. He appreciated his decisiveness and boldness. He transferred 50,000 yuan to Chen Fan's account. "Young brother, do return to me when you have more fine items." Zhua Handong personally escorted him to the entrance, watching as Chen Fan rode away on a shared bicycle. Throughout the morning, he had managed to handle 2 transactions, earning 51,084. Chen Fan's confidence grew steadily. The academic workload at university was not overly demanding, allowing him the flexibility to frequent the antique market in search of hidden treasures. However, he could not afford to neglect the stock market, so he hurried to a brokerage firm to open an account. He set aside 3,000 yuan, directing the remainder of his funds into the stock market account. This capital would serve as his initial investment. Who knows? Perhaps this little fish could eventually thrive and evolve into a formidable player in the stock market. Chapter 4. A lush green canopy upon returning to the dormitory. A group of friends was gathered for a gaming session. "Today I shall treat you all," Chen Fan proclaimed. "This guy's condition has worsened." Yilangago remarked, observing Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. Wang Hao quickly rose. Don't infect me. Guo Jianliang, can we bring guests? Of course. Chen Fan replied, knowing that Guo had started dating a fresh-faced first-year girl, petite and adorable. You all may bring your girlfriends. Chen Fan, having made some money, was never one to be stingy. Wang Hao touched his forehead. You're quite ill. Xiaolang, go to the emergency room. All three of his friends had girlfriends, while he remained a solitary bachelor. If not for his rustic upbringing, he would have felt even more out of place. Unlike Guo Jianliang, who was audacious, he lacked the courage to approach girls he fancied. At 5:30, Guo Jianliang dressed up and headed out. Yilang Gao, puzzled, asked, Are you really treating us? Wang Hao added, You're not suggesting we go for rice noodles, are you? I'm too lazy to invite Nan Nan. His girlfriend was named Qin Nan, from international trade class. Chen Fan chuckled, I foresee a small windfall for you today. Ding! A WeChat transfer of 1,164 yuan arrived. What the hell? Wang Hao jumped up, distancing himself from Chen Fan. Xiaolang, quickly hide the soap in the bathroom. Damn it. I won't be coming back to sleep tonight. Yilang Gao stared at Chen Fan in bewilderment. Where did you get this money? I know. Zhao Linlin must have reimbursed you a hefty sum, right? I sold that copper coin of his. Chen Fan figured he was merely borrowing the opportunity to profit, and he didn't want to take advantage of Wang Hao. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. That copper coin is worth that much? Indeed, sold for 1380. Then tonight, I shall cover the bill. Don't you dare compete with me. It had been a while since he could impress his girlfriend. Wang Hao was quite chivalrous. Chen Fan, however, would not allow him to pay, as he still had over 1,000 yuan saved. At 6:30 in the evening, they all headed to the back street of the school, a hub for food and entertainment, with an abundance of barbecue, restaurants, hotels, and KTVs. Yilang Gao's girlfriend arrived as well, a finance major named Su Keqing, with short hair and a round face. They chose an outdoor table, and Chen Fan called the waiter to order. Where's Guo Jianliang? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Guo Jianliang arrived with 3 fellow villagers and pulled out a chair to sit down. Why not find a private room? Sitting outside feels a bit lacking. Yilang Gao shot him an irritated glance. Weren't you supposed to invite your girlfriend? She is not here. I ran into these 3 fellow villagers instead. He then turned to his companions. Make yourselves at home. Feel free to order. They are all my buddies. Wang Hao could no longer hold back. Guests do not bring guests. That's the rule. What do you think you're doing? Were it not for Qin Nan's presence, he would have walked out. Chen Fan understood that the two meant well for him, yet Guo Jianliang was rather indiscriminate in his antics. It was of no consequence, however, as Yilang Gao and Wang Hao had summoned their girlfriends, and it would be ungracious to dampen their spirits. At that moment, Qin Nan inquired, Chen Fan, why don't you find yourself a girlfriend? There's a rather lovely girl in our dormitory. I could facilitate an introduction. Guo Jianliang had ordered the dishes, yet he was so financially constrained that he could hardly afford to pursue a romantic relationship. Wang Hao could no longer contain himself, retorting, As if you spent a fortune on dating. Guo Jianliang shamelessly replied, What expenses are involved in finding a girlfriend? It's merely for fun. Why take it so seriously? This statement caused the expressions of Qin Nan and Su Keqing to sour. Is that all you boys ever do? Play around? Yilangango snip, Guo Vianliang. Could you kindly silence that mouth of yours? Do not heed his nonsense. He is devoid of humanity. Both men diverted their attention to appeasing their girlfriends. Damn it. My prospects for happiness nearly got ruined by his words. They began to drink while waiting for the dishes to be served. Guo Jianliang noticed Liang Dongkai approaching with a girl and quickly stood to greet them. Class leader, over here. The girl beside Liang Dongkai was quite tall and stunningly beautiful, particularly with her alluring legs. On this scorching summer day, she wore a pair of trendy Korean-style frayed denim shorts, instantly captivating everyone's attention. However, when Liang Dongkai reached out to her, she instinctively recoiled. Guo Jianliang, the sycophant, pulled out a chair and leaned in. You two sit here. I will fetch the waiter to order more dishes. Feel free to order whatever you desire. He waved his hand. Boss, bring me 2 more packs of cigarettes. Liang Dongkai, noticing Chen Fan's presence, displayed a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He had suffered a loss of 20 points today, which left him in a foul mood. In truth, he bore no personal grudge against Chen Fan. It was merely a bias stemming from his contempt for Chen Fan's humble background. After Liang Dongcai's arrival, Guo Jianliang was particularly attentive, bustling about as if he were the host. One moment he asked for this, the next for that, his extravagance bemusing the two girls, who exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about who was actually treating tonight. When a waiter brought the cigarettes, Guo Jianliang promptly offered one to Liang Dongcai, even slipping him another pack. Class leader, no need to be polite. What a fool, thought Chen Fan, perceiving Guo Jianliang's blatant sycophancy, using his own funds to curry favor. Chen Fan shot him an irritated glance, fully aware of the tension between himself and Liang Dongcai, questioning his motives for inviting him. At that moment, the long-legged girl beside Liang Dongcai blinked her curious eyes at Chen Fan, asking, "Are you Chen Fan?" "Huh?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, and Qin Nin interjected, "Yes. That's Chen Fan. What of it?" "Oh, nothing," the girl replied with a smile, while Liang Dongcai, visibly annoyed, urged, "Let's eat." "What is there to inquire about?" Chen Fan vaguely suspected that he must have mentioned something about himself to the girl. Otherwise, how could a complete stranger suddenly inquire about his name? However, Chen Fan's unique ability to perceive all things unexpectedly revealed a verdant hue atop Liang Dong's head. Chapter 5. The 200-pound landlady agrees to help me lose weight ever since Zhao Linlin's accident. I have been endowed with the peculiar ability to perceive things invisible to others. I find myself pondering the significance of the verdant aura above Liang Dongcai's head, a phenomenon absent from those around him. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, I noticed Guo Jianliang patiently awaiting my return to settle the bill. With a resounding burp, I glanced at Wang Hao and remarked, "I need to relieve myself." The two exchanged knowing glances and informed Qin Nan and Su Keqing, "You two should return to the dormitory. It's getting late." After all, our camaraderie had not yet evolved to the level of overnight outings. The two young women gathered their belongings and departed, while we made our way to the restroom. Liang Dongcai, in high spirits, idly picked at his teeth with a toothpick and inquired, "Zhou Jianliang, do we have any further plans?" He was considering seizing the opportunity to visit a karaoke lounge for a night of singing, as the girl beside him had yet to be approached. Surely, once the dormitory doors were closed, an opportunity would present itself. Guo Jianliang, however, was still waiting for Chen Fan to return and pay the bill. But the trio had been absent for far too long. An unsettling feeling crept over him. He retrieved his phone to call, while Liang Dongcai assumed he was merely summoning their dorm mates, impatiently retorting, "Why call them? We can go without them. Especially Chen Fan, what a nuisance." Guo Jianliang, exasperated, replied, "Do you think I want to call them? I was calling him to settle the bill." To his dismay, all three phones were switched off. Damn it! Guo Jianliang realized he had been duped. The 200-pound landlady approached with the bill, 1,038. The dishes and cigarettes had been chosen by him alone. Guo Jianliang's heart sank. He felt around his pockets, noticing that no one else appeared inclined to cover his expenses. Reluctantly, he turned to Liang Dongcai for aid, class leader. "I forgot my wallet. Could you possibly? How dare you act affluent without money?" Liang Dongcai exclaimed. "You invited me out to eat, yet expect me to pay?" He called for the girl to leave. The three fellow villagers, witnessing the scene, departed without a word. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and the others had returned to their dormitory, washed up, and were now lying in bed. Yilang Gao remarked, "I doubt Guo Jianliang will return tonight." Indeed, with so many dishes, it would be impossible to wash them all at once. Wang Hao added, suddenly sitting up, "Do you think he might be on the path to greatness now? I heard that the 200-pound landlady is a widow." The circumstances of that evening remained unknown, as Guo Jianliang did not return. As Chen Fan prepared to sleep, he suddenly remembered the stock market account he had opened that day. "I should be able to trade tomorrow," he mused. Opening the stock trading app on his phone, he checked the leaderboard. The market had been thriving recently, with hundreds of stocks reaching their daily limits. Since he possessed the uncanny ability to foresee market trends, he aimed to select the most promising one. Anything less than 2 or 3 times 1T catch my fancy, he thought. Scanning the options, he noted Dongfeng Pharmaceutical, projected to hit 3 limits in the next 5 trading days. Longda shares, forecasted to reach 7 limits over 10 trading days. Yuan Jing Technology. 12 circuit breakers in 15 trading days. Incredible. A truly remarkable stock. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Without hesitation, he placed an order late at night after midnight, committing all his funds to purchasing shares of Yuan Jing Technology. 12 circuit breakers in 15 trading days. Do you grasp the magnitude of this? That equates to a threefold increase. No. Once I have sufficient funds, I must increase my holdings. Tomorrow, I shall return to the antique street to seek out more treasures. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, wishing he could skip the night and leap straight to 9:30 the next morning, eager to experience the thrill of the market's ascent. His mind was in such a heightened state of excitement that he found it impossible to sleep the entire night. He checked his phone every minute, yet time seemed to crawl. Finally, at 5:30, unable to bear it any longer, he decided to forego sleep and went for a run on the track. When one is financially constrained, the state of one's health becomes inconsequential. However, when wealth is attained, it is imperative to maintain good health. Beneath a tree, two girls observed him with curiosity. Lin, isn't that the person who tried to scam you last time? It seems so, dressed in sports attire and sporting a ponytail. The vibrant Zhao Lin glanced over, her emotions somewhat conflicted. She had initially intended to seek out Chen Fan, but felt held back by her own reservations. Zhou Yufei looked on disdainfully, remarking that such a person was not deserving of sympathy. I heard he hails from a rural background and is exceedingly poor. He can't even afford class fees, and everyone in class looks down on him. He must have set his sights on you, hoping to extort some money. Zhao Lin felt a twinge of guilt and was about to approach him. Chen Fan completed a couple of laps, but began to struggle. Truth be told, had he not been physically fit, Zhao Lin's sudden collision would have sent him reeling. His body had not yet fully recovered, so he couldn't afford to overindulge. After a few stretching exercises, he picked up his clothes and returned to the dormitory, completely unaware that Zhao Lin felt guilty for having bumped into him. At 9:25, he checked his phone and was astonished to see that Yuan Jing Technology was opening lower. Could this be a fortuitous opportunity? He had placed his buy order in the early hours and was uncertain if it would execute in time. As the opening time approached, Chen Fan's heart raced with anticipation. At 9:26, thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded fiercely. This was his first foray into stock trading. And if he could manage to buy in before the stock surged and foresee a 2 to 3-fold increase, can you imagine the exhilaration? 9:27, thump, thump, thump. 9:28, thump, thump, thump. 9:29, thump, thump, thump. 9:30, the market opened. The stock price dipped momentarily, swaying lazily for a moment before plummeting over 4 points, dropping below Chen Fan's predetermined buy price, only to then surge upward. In a breathtaking moment, it skyrocketed to the limit, with over 200,000 shares swiftly locked in. Within those 2 minutes, Chen Fan was drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't until the stock price reached its peak and was firmly secured that he realized the gravity of the situation. The system back-end displayed that his order had been executed. He had invested 48,000 yuan in total. In that fleeting instant, he netted over 6,000 in profit. What a thrill! Having just completed a transaction, Liang Dong suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Money. Today, yet again, I have encountered a limit down." This was an anticipated occurrence for Chen Fan, who had observed yesterday that Tongqing real estate would continue its descent today. Moreover, it was forcefully sealed off at the opening, leaving no opportunity for escape. It appears that further declines are inevitable. With a resounding slap, Ilan Gao beside him struck his own face, likely lamenting his failure to heed Chen Fan's advice. Had he known, he would have invested in Tianfu Medical instead. However, Tianfu Medical was not faring well today either, having surged to its limit yesterday, but subsequently retreating after a brief ascent. Should one miscalculate and chase after it, they would likely find themselves ensnared once more. Before exiting the trading software, Chen Fan cast one last glance at his account, feeling quite pleased. With the weekend approaching, he decided to set his phone aside and attend class. At noon, Gujianliang finally returned, looking haggard with dark circles under his eyes. Who knows what he endured last night? Nevertheless, this fellow was quite audacious, declaring, "The boss's wife has promised to help me lose weight." Chapter 6. The shop of the Zhou family during the evening shift at work. Chen Fan found himself exempt from participating in an activity due to his lack of funds. However, he contemplated visiting the antique street the following day, hoping to stumble upon a hidden treasure. The university campus was currently teeming with affectionate couples, a veritable salt in the wounds for the solitary. Thus, he chose to retreat to his dormitory for a night's rest. Wang Hao called, mentioning that Chen Nan intended to introduce him to a potential girlfriend, a girl from their dormitory who was said to be quite beautiful. Chen Fan, however, felt little interest and promptly declined. A man, when lacking in capabilities, should not burden a woman. Moreover, he certainly did not wish to find himself in the humiliating position of watching someone else foot the bill after a date. Early the next morning, he rode a shared bicycle to the antique street for a leisurely stroll. Recently, he had resolved to immerse himself in the study of antiques, lest he fall prey to deception when stumbling upon a treasure. The antique market that day was sparsely populated and business was rather slow. As he meandered through the stalls, Chen Fan possessed an innate advantage over others. He could discern authenticity with a mere glance, negating the need for meticulous inspection. Indeed, authentic pieces abounded in stores along Wanzhong Street, yet their prices were exorbitant, albeit genuine. There were, of course, instances of misjudgment. Chen Fan was not a collector. He saw no purpose in purchasing such items. His financial situation was dire, earning only a few thousand yuan daily. Presently, his best course of action was to scavenge through the market for bargains, hoping for a stroke of fortune that might yield a genuine artifact or two. As he passed by a stall, a particular object caught his eye, a late Qing dynasty landscape figure jar. Chen Fan ambled over casually. The stall was filled with numerous items, including an array of jars and vases, yet the prevalence of fakes was disconcerting. He picked up a dish, prompting the vendor to inquire whether he wished to buy it. "How much?" he asked. The vendor glanced at him and replied, "You name a price. After all, it's a business." Chen Fan thought to himself, "If I make an offer, I fear you might retaliate." He set the dish aside and lifted the jar instead, certain of its authenticity. His primary concern was whether it had any damage. The item was in fair condition, and Chen Fan remarked, "I don't quite understand these things. My grandmother told me to buy one to hold peanuts." To his surprise, the vendor scoffed, "Spare me your pretense. I've encountered many like you. Those who come here to seek bargains always say the same." Just last week, a young man claimed ignorance and walked away with a snuff bottle, which he later sold for over 100,000. Chen Fan wiped the perspiration from his brow, weary of the vendor's banter. "Would you sell this for 500? He inquired. "Not a chance below 10,000. The vendor retorted, brimming with arrogance. He was determined to extract the highest price from anyone who dared to inquire. Chen Fan placed the jar back down. "Then keep it for your peanuts," he replied. "Come on, young man, give a shot." The vendor's demeanor was amusing. He likely remained oblivious to the true value of his merchandise. This jar was, in fact, a late Qing imitation. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan could hardly suppress his laughter, for he had mistakenly perceived the jar as a mere imitation. It is no wonder, considering the depths of the antique market. Without a discerning eye, how could one navigate such treacherous waters? He turned back, grasping the jar and remarking, "This trinket is merely for display at home." Encountering a connoisseur would surely expose its true nature. "What say you to 800? The stall owner replied. "Let us round it off to 1,000 for a clean deal. I won't deceive you. This is one of the finest replicas." The earnestness in the stall owner's voice nearly swayed Chen Fan, but his keen eyesight prevailed, preventing him from being hoodwinked. "Very well, 1,000 it is," he conceded, paid the sum, and departed with the jar in hand. The stall owner watched his retreating figure, internally exclaiming, "Another gullible fool. Today I profit 800. This jar was merely acquired for 200. Sigh. Nowadays, wealthy scions relish the act of pretension, dressing in such a shabby manner, believing I wouldn't see through their ruse." As Chen Fan strode towards Baibation, he noticed a man in his 30s standing at the entrance, cradling an identical jar. Goodness, could it be that this item is indeed a replica? Have I been deceived? Left-hand Dong, with a grin, addressed the man. "Apologies, but we cannot accept yours here, including you. You are the fourth patron today." Chen Fan suddenly felt he had been duped, uncertain whether to reveal his own jar. Yet, left-hand Dong spotted him and called out, "Ah, young brother, you have arrived. Please have a seat." Embarrassed, Chen Fan entered, clutching the jar. The man gazed at Chen Fan's jar with a similarly awkward expression, clearly another victim of deception. "So, you two have stumbled upon this jar?" Left-hand Dong shook his head. "Recently, a batch of these jars has emerged on the market, quite well-crafted. People visit daily." Chen Fan asserted, "Mine is authentic." He noted a glimmer of joy in the man's demeanor. Perhaps he had received some good news lately. At that moment, a girl with a backpack entered, calling out, "Dad?" "Huh? Who called me dad?" Chen Fan turned, his gaze falling upon a pair of extraordinarily attractive long legs, leaving him momentarily dazed. The girl, equally surprised, stared back at him. "Bing Bing, you're back." Left-hand Dong exclaimed, rising with a beaming smile to greet his daughter. Left Bing, puzzled, regarded Chen Fan and inquired, "What brings you here? Is this your family's shop?" "Indeed." Left Bing seated herself, swinging her long legs, and sipped from her cup. Chen Fan thought to himself, "This is quite the predicament. My future status as a billionaire may be exposed." As anticipated, Left Bing, with curiosity, asked, "What are you doing here?" Left-hand Dong, too, found it peculiar. "Do you know each other?" "One could say we're acquainted." Chen Fan scratched his head, having no time to explain. Left Bing immediately interjected, "We attend the same school and have met twice." With that, she playfully kicked Chen Fan under the table. Chen Fan understood that she likely did not wish for her family to know about her relationship. Zhou Handong merely acknowledged her without delving deeper into the matter. He picked up Chen Fan's jar and examined it closely. However, he remained uncertain. After all, there were numerous similar jars on the market lately, and many were crafted with remarkable authenticity. "How about this, my young friend? If you trust me, why not leave it with me? I can have someone take a look at it," he suggested. "All right." Chen Fan was not one to lack vision. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, he took his leave. Zhou Bing gazed at his retreating figure and asked, "Dad, what was he here for?" Zhou Handong replied with a smile, "He, my dear, is our fortune bringer." "Oh, aren't you both alumni? Please help me find out more about him." Chapter 7. The unexpected green light on Liang Dongkai as Chen Fan was preparing to return to school. A WeChat notification pinged on his phone. A new friend request appeared, stating, "I am a spirited girl." Upon tapping the profile picture, he was immediately captivated by a pair of strikingly beautiful long legs. Was it Zhou Bing? What could she possibly want with him? After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the request. Before long, Zhou Bing called him via voice. "Chen Fan, are you getting ready to head back to school? Wait for me a moment. Could you send me your location?" She ended the call promptly, leaving Chen Fan no choice but to share his whereabouts. He had just left Wenzhong Street and now stood at the corner waiting. Soon, Zhou Bing's stunning silhouette emerged from the crowd. Her long legs were particularly eye-catching, making her the most beautiful sight on that street. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. How could someone like Liang Dongkai be worthy of such an enchanting girl? Was it merely because his family possessed a bit of wealth? It seemed so unjust. As Zhou Bing approached, Chen Fan suddenly recalled the peculiar green aura hovering above Liang Dongkai's head. Could it be that Zhou Bing was cheating? "Chen Fan, shall we find a place to chat?" Zhou Bing's vivacious personality shone through, her energy infectious. Yet Chen Fan felt a lingering frustration. Why would such a wonderful girl be with someone like Liang Dongkai? Why, indeed? He glanced around and asked, "Where do you want to go?" "How about Starbucks?" "My treat." Without waiting for his response, she strode ahead. Chen Fan admired Zhou Bing's exquisite figure from behind and mused, "Once I have money, I must buy a shop from her family." Inside Starbucks, he found it puzzling why the place was so crowded. Numerous young professionals, immersed in their laptops, gave off an air of sophistication that Chen Fan couldn't quite grasp. He glanced at the prices above. A single cup of coffee could cover several days of his living expenses. Zhou Bing rushed to the counter to pay. Chen Fan, ever the gentleman, approached her, saying, "Let me take care of it." "No need. I told you it's my treat." To his surprise, Zhou Bing's demeanor was refreshingly different from many other girls he had encountered. There was no coyness, no hesitation, just a straightforward declaration that she would pay. "Why don't you find a seat over there?" With that, Chen Fan decided not to press the matter further. His mother had always taught him to remember those who treated him kindly and to repay that kindness in kind, while those who wronged him should be kept at a distance. Before long, Zhuo Bing returned with 2 cups of cappuccino and a milk chocolate cookie. They chose a cozy spot to sit, and as she sipped her coffee, her beautiful eyes scrutinized Chen Fan. She found one thing puzzling. Chen Fan didn't appear as impoverished as Liang Dongkai and others had described. After all, even a single antique he possessed could be worth tens of thousands. Why, then, did he choose to remain so low-key? I see now. He must be trying to conceal his true identity, so Bing thought, a smile gracing her lips. She playfully kicked him under the table. Hey, do you know why I suddenly asked for your name that day? Not a clue. Chen Fan was perplexed as to why Zhuo Bing seemed to take pleasure in kicking people. Could it be attributed to her long legs? Zhuo Bing chuckled and advised him to steer clear of someone like Liang Dongkai, who was spreading rumors about him being poor and looking down on him. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, she propped her chin on her hand. Her curiosity piqued. Have you ever been in a relationship? I heard you're the only one in your dorm without a girlfriend. Chen Fan was taken aback that she had even inquired about this. He awkwardly replied, a girlfriend would merely hinder my ability to earn money. I don't wish to squander my time on romance. This was indeed his current aspiration. Nothing held greater importance than financial success. After all, his family struggled through life, and his parents had worked tirelessly to send him to university. He couldn't afford to waste such a precious time. Zhuo Bing retorted, who says that being in a relationship is a waste of time? It can be an opportunity for 2 people to strive together toward the same dream, ensuring that life's journey isn't solitary. Are you not lonely now? Chen Fan countered. Zhuo Bing shook her head, idly swirling the cup in her hand. You know, I don't really like Liang Dongkai. I've never even let him hold my hand. Although he has persistently pursued me, I have yet to acquiesce. Chen Fan was taken aback. He knew Zhuo Bing had met Liang Dongkai at a social event, and he had been present as well. He had simply never taken the initiative to greet any girls. Zhuo Bing pursed her lips, her sparkling eyes fluttering. The person I liked back then was you, but you seemed so aloof. I did this merely to catch a glimpse of you in your classroom. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. So, it was he who had inadvertently caused Liang Dongkai to be envious? But was he really aloof? That was simply a matter of being impoverished. Seeing his silence, Zhuo Bing became anxious. What I said is true. Do you remember when I first registered at school? You were the one who welcomed me. Have you ever heard a song? Just because I caught a glimpse of you in the crowd. I have never been able to forget your visage. Dreaming of the day we might meet again, thus began my solitary longing. Coughing slightly, Chen Fan could no longer remain seated. He suspected Zhuo Bing was flirting with him. Girls these days were incredibly bold. But could her words be trusted? He picked up his cup, preparing to leave. When Zhuo Bing called out, "You don't believe me? Fine, I'll prove it to you tomorrow." Haha, let's discuss tomorrow when it comes. Chen Fan truly left. He found himself unable to withstand Zhuo Bing's advances, and he genuinely could not comprehend why she would be interested in him. Was it possible that this encounter had not only granted him a unique ability, but also brought him a stroke of romantic fortune? Upon returning to school, Chen Fan quickly relegated the incident to the back of his mind. The following afternoon, as he returned from the library, chaos erupted in the dormitory. Look, Liang Dongkai is about to confess his feelings to Zhuo Bing in front of the dining hall. Let us go witness the spectacle. Regarding the sensational gossip, Wang Hao was particularly enthralled. Liang Dongkai was somewhat of a well-known scion within the school. As for Zhuo Bing, although not quite as famous as Zhao Linlin, she was nonetheless renowned for her stunning beauty. Some eager admirers even ranked her as the epitome of lovely legs. Such significant news was bound to attract a multitude of spectators. However, Chen Fan had little interest. He languidly reclined on his bed, requesting a meal to be brought to him. Hey, what are you doing? Shall we go take a look? Not going. He had just declined Wang Hao when his phone suddenly buzzed. The screen displayed the exciting girl. Who could that be? Of course, Wang Hao had no inkling that this was Zhuo Bing's WeChat ID. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan answered the call, inquiring, "What is up? Come to the entrance of the cafeteria quickly, and don't make me angry." After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan decided to join Wang Hao and hurried to the entrance of the cafeteria. It was already teeming with numerous onlookers, forming layers of curiosity seekers. Opposite the cafeteria stood the school cinema, where a long flight of steps was adorned with vibrant red roses and a myriad of colorful balloons. Liang Dongkai, dressed in a tailored suit, held a bouquet in his hands, presenting himself like a prince. He gazed proudly at the crowd gathered around him, then lifted his eyes to the elevated Zhuo Bing, feeling that the moment of reaching the pinnacle of his aspirations was imminent. Chapter 8. From this moment on, I shall pursue you. Chen Fan found himself utterly perplexed by what Zhuo Bing was concocting. Liang Dong had just professed his feelings for her. What concern was it of Chen Fan's? As he stood quietly beside the bustling entrance of the cafeteria, Zhuo Bing's eyes flitted back and forth, scanning the crowd below, seemingly in search of something. In this vibrant era, such displays of bravado were not uncommon within the school walls. Liang Dong was particularly exhilarated, convinced that today's spectacle would undoubtedly captivate the entire school, thereby securing his own notoriety and elevating him and Zhuo Bing to the status of a golden couple in the eyes of all. At that moment, Chen Fan received yet another phone call. He was taken aback by how busy he was today. Zhuo Bing had just called, and now Zhuo Dong was on the line. He stepped aside to take the call, and it was precisely because of this that Zhuo Bing spotted him, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to Zhuo Dong, his daughter was currently basking in the limelight, the center of attention. Little brother, I have appraised the jar you gave me. It is indeed genuine. With a market value of 52,000, I'll offer you 40,000, leaving around 10,000 as profit for myself. How's that sound? Without hesitation, Chen Fan acquiesced. Zhuo Dong, delighted, replied, Excellent, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Little brother, may our collaboration be fruitful. Come to the city sometime, and I shall treat you. Zhuo Bing, Zhuo Bing. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted at the cafeteria entrance. Fearing that he might overhear the commotion, Chen Fan hastily ended the call. He looked up to see Liang Dong, adorned with flowers, ascending the steps, while Zhuo Bing stood poised like a proud princess, her tall figure commanding attention. Kneeling before her, Liang Dong proclaimed, Zhuo Bing, I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? He extended the flowers towards her. Zhuo Bing, however, gazed at Chen Fan in the distance, smiling gently as she replied, I cannot accept. Why? Liang Dong was taken aback, bewildered that the script was not unfolding as he had envisioned. After all the effort he had invested in orchestrating this grand scene, he had successfully created an atmosphere of fervor. Angered, he looked at Zhuo Bing as she continued, I find this rather hasty. How about we leave this decision to fate? What do you mean? The crowd below murmured in confusion, casting puzzled glances at Zhuo Bing. She plucked a rose from Liang Dong's bouquet, a casual selection, and suggested, We shall decide through the plucking of petals. I accept. I do not accept. This will reveal whether we are destined to be together. What does everyone think? Good. Yes. The crowd cheered in response. Liang Dong smiled, realizing that she relished this thrill. All right, I shall play along. As Zhuo Bing delicately began to pluck the petals, her slender fingers reminiscent of tender green onions, she announced, Accept. Do not accept. Accept. Do not accept. As she reached the 8th petal, Zhuo Bing was momentarily stunned. Only the final petal remained on the flower's base, an odd number indicating agreement. Liang Dongkai was overjoyed, exclaiming, See? The last petal signifies consent. Ha ha ha, this is fate. Even the heavens wish for us to be together. Zhuo Bing, just agree to be my girlfriend. With that, he stood up, intending to embrace her. Countless onlookers below began to cheer, Together, together. Wait a moment. Zhuo Bing suddenly shouted, clutching the final petal in her hand. Indeed, fate has presented us with a choice, and it culminates in agreement. However, I shall defy destiny. With a swift motion, she tore the last petal in half, declaring, This signifies disagreement. Do you see? The last half is a refusal. Therefore, I cannot accept your proposal. Liang Dongkai, from this moment forward, cease your pursuit. I shall never acquiesce to your wishes. With that, she discarded the barren stem and, dusting off her hands, departed, leaving Liang Dongkai standing there, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Had he been played for a fool? And in front of such a crowd? No less. Enraged, he flung the flower to the ground and stormed off. From a distance, Chen Fan observed the unfolding scene and couldn't help but chuckle. This was precisely what Zhuo Bing had meant, proving something to oneself. Today, she had effectively humiliated Liang Dongkai. Just as he was about to leave, he received a WeChat message from Zhuo Bing. So how was it? I wasn't lying, was I? From now on, I shall pursue you. Coughing awkwardly, Chen Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zhuo Bing certainly had a way with words and an audacious spirit. He chose not to reply. Having noticed a WeChat transfer from Zhuo Handong, 40,000 yuan. He was wealthy again. Without hesitation, he transferred the entire amount into his stock market fund account, eager to see if there would be an opportunity to increase his holdings on Monday. Having perused the market trends of Yuanjing technology, he noted that the previous days had not been stagnant, but rather marked by significant fluctuations. If his reflexes were swift enough, he might seize the opportunity. In truth, he was more excited about opening a new venture board, as that would enable him to potentially earn a profit of 20% or more in a single day. The mere thought of such prospects brought him joy. Chen Fan, treat me to a meal. I'm starving, Zhuo Bing messaged again. Dining out sounds agreeable. Chen Fan sent her 100 yuan red envelope. Zhuo Bing was mortified. This fool completely missed the point. Chen Fan, preoccupied with more pressing matters than flirtation, dined quickly before heading to the library to bolster his knowledge of antiques. In the library, two girls sat nearby. One, dressed in a JK uniform, nudged her friend, Zhao Linlin, who was engrossed in her reading. Hey, did you see? That annoying guy is back, putting on an act again. I really don't understand where he gets his confidence. With his appearance, does he truly believe he can pursue you? You should take a good look in the mirror. What makes him think he deserves you? Zhao Linlin felt a sense of helplessness as she cast a silent glance at Chen Fan. With Zhou Yufei incessantly whispering in her ear, she found herself somewhat misled. Was it possible that he truly intended to capture her attention through such antics? Zhou Yufei set aside her book and approached. Chen Fan, engrossed in his reading, was genuinely thirsting for knowledge. He aimed to thoroughly grasp the intricacies of antique lore, ensuring that he would not be deceived should he encounter any valuable items in the future. However, Zhou Yufei, with a haughty demeanor, exclaimed, "Are you done yet? Is it amusing to trail behind Linlin every day?" Chen Fan, bewildered, retorted, "What's wrong with me studying? The library is not your personal domain." He truly could not comprehend the peculiar behavior of this girl, who seemed inexplicably intent on mocking him. After casting a glance at her JK uniform, he abruptly uttered a phrase in English. Zhou Yufei's face flushed crimson. She shot a glance at Chen Fan before lowering her head and hastily fleeing the scene. Observing her flustered demeanor, Zhao Linlin inquired, "What happened?" Zhou Yufei fidgeted, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it turns out the one he likes is me. What did he say make you blush so deeply?" Zhao Linlin pressed. Zhou Yufei replied, "He said, if you never abandon, I will in life and death. If I do not forsake him, he shall remain devoted until the end." Yay! Linlin, I think I'm falling in love. Zhao Linlin regarded her infatuated friend with skepticism, pondering, perhaps not. What if his words imply that you must either leave him or meet a tragic fate together? Chapter 9. What are the benefits of being in love? After spending 2 days immersed in the library, Chen Fan finally endured until Monday. His account now boasted a balance of 54,000 plus 40,000. At 9:25 a.m., he eagerly opened his stock trading app to observe the performance of Vision Technology, which today exhibited a pattern of initial decline followed by a rapid ascent. It was first subjected to intense suppression, only to be swiftly propelled to its limit. Following this round of fluctuation, the opportunity to buy had vanished. The main force surged consecutively for 7 limit-up trades, then proceeded with another round of fierce fluctuations before continuing its rise, establishing a record of 12 limit-ups in 15 trading days. Chen Fan's heart tightened, feeling as if it might leap from his chest. During these 15 trading days of the main force's ascent, he needed only to lie back and let the profits roll in. Threefold. Chen Fan calculated that by the time of harvesting, his account would directly swell to over 280,000. Of course, during this period, he also needed to continue earning, hastily accumulating his original capital. At 9:30 a.m., the morning session officially commenced. Chen Fan placed his buy order and awaited the transaction. What a delightful experience it was to live life on a winning streak, knowing exactly at what price it would dip and where it would rise. Moreover, with his relatively small investment, he posed no hindrance to the operations of the major players. He felt like a carefree little fish swimming in the vast ocean of the stock market. Yay, the operation was complete, and he heard Elang's exuberant voice from the other end. His classmates turned to glance, and Elang quickly realized he had lost his composure, making a silly face. He then slumped over his desk in feigned death. Soon, a message appeared in the group chat. I finally got a taste of success today. My stocks rose by 3 points. Chen Fan. Guo Jianyong. Treat us. Damn it, you all tricked me last time. I want my revenge. Wang Hao. I'm done. The expert has led me astray. Smack. Liang Dongkai, seated in the front row, slapped himself hard. Damn, how long is this going to last? 3 limit downs already. Chen Fan observed him clenching his fists, his eyes nearly bulging with frustration. His 200,000 had taken a hit, suffering a limit down followed by 2 more. Chen Fan estimated that with 200,000 invested, it was now reduced to just over 130,000. How exasperating. Yet he felt elated. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, a message from Zhuo Bing arrived. Hey, what do you mean? You've been avoiding me for 2 days. If you don't come out to see me at noon, I'm going to make an official announcement. Let's see if Liang Dongkai still dares to confront you then. Liang Dongkai was seething, his heart filled with murderous intent. The girlfriend he had nearly secured had just publicly rejected him in front of everyone. How humiliating. What do you want? Chen Fan pondered for a moment and decided to reply. Given Zhuo Bing's temperament, it was indeed possible she would resort to such tactics. Zhuo Bing huffed. I want to go out to eat. You're treating. I plan to enjoy a lavish meal at your expense. Is it just a meal? What is the big deal? At that moment, Chen Fan truly grasped the ancient wisdom. A fortune lost can be regained. Even if I were to spend all of my 2,000 yuan today, I would surely regain it in the stock market by tomorrow. In an effort to appease Zhuo Bing, Chen Fan resolved to take her out for a meal, allowing her to choose the venue while his sole responsibility was to cover the expenses. After class, Chen Fan made his way to the back street, where he found Zhuo Bing clad in a pair of blue denim shorts, immersed in music through her headphones. Upon spotting Chen Fan approaching, she removed one earphone and placed it in his ear, asking, "Is this song nice?" The lyrics echoed, "Just because I caught a glimpse of you in the crowd, I can never forget your visage." It was, indeed, the renowned song legend. Chen Fan returned the earphone to her. "Let us go eat barbecue." Zhuo Bing pointed toward the restaurant ahead, and Chen Fan readily complied. This was a type of establishment he had never frequented before. His mother had always advised him against accepting meals from others without reciprocation. Thus, he typically refrained from dining on someone else's dime to avoid the embarrassment of being unable to return the favor. However, today was different. Zhuo Bing had chosen this outing. They settled at a table by the window on the second floor, where Zhuo Bing removed her earphones and fixed her beautiful eyes on him with a hint of suspicion. "Why have you been avoiding me these past few days?" "Not at all." He interposed a menu to divert her attention, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" Zhuo Bing was not so easily sidetracked. She pressed on, "Haven't you been in the library with someone else?" "What do you mean by, if you never abandon? I will in life and death." A tremor coursed through Chen Fan's hand. She knew about that? Who had let it slip? Faced with Zhuo Bing's fierce demeanor, he set down the menu. "Are you still planning to eat today?" It seemed she had yet to relinquish her authority. Zhuo Bing shot him a fierce glare, pouted, and snatched the menu from him, swiftly marking every dish. How could he still be interested in another girl? Just thinking about it filled her with indignation. She had already declared her intentions to pursue him, yet he had the audacity to speak of unwavering loyalty. Seeing her order so much made Chen Fan wince a little. He took the menu back from the waiter, removing half of the selections. Rather than waste it, he would prefer to send the money home to support his parents' or sister's education. Shortly thereafter, their orders arrived, but to his surprise, there was only one set of utensils and drinks. "Why is there only one pair of chopsticks and one bowl? You crossed them out yourself." The waiter replied with a puzzled expression, "Is there a problem?" Zhuo Bing burst into laughter, telling the waiter, "You could go about your business. We'll manage on our own." It turned out this was a couple's restaurant, where where everything was served in pairs. Chen Fan's decision to have their order had transformed it into a solitary meal. The waiter was unfazed, as most diners here were couples, some particularly affectionate, using only one set of utensils, sharing bites as if in a romantic tableau. Did she think Chen Fan was playing along with this sort of charade? Zhou Bing took a sip of the drink before passing it to Chen Fan. This was the straw she had licked, and she watched to see if he would drink from it. Chen Fan replied, "Let us have another one." Zhou Bing shot him a glance. "I don't mind. Why do you care?" She forcefully placed the straw into Chen Fan's mouth. Then she transferred the grilled meat onto a plate, saying, "You take a bite, and then I will." Chen Fan felt quite uncomfortable. Could this be what they called a couple's meal? Seeing his expression, Zhou Bing couldn't help but laugh. This guy had truly never been in a relationship. It was amusing. Propping her chin on her hand, she fixed her gaze on Chen Fan and declared, "From this moment on, we are officially a couple. You cannot flirt with other girls. Is this really how you want to date?" Chen Fan asked, slightly entranced by her long legs. "Then tell me, what are the perks of being in a relationship?" Zhou Bing shot him a resentful look. "What do you want?" Chen Fan pondered seriously for a moment. "I want to go to the grove." Suddenly, Zhou Bing's face turned crimson as she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "I didn't expect you to be so naughty." Chen Fan winced in pain. Grinning through the discomfort, "I just want to experience it. Will you agree or not?" Zhou Bing bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before finally conceding. "I suppose I can indulge you." Chapter 10. Apologies, I did not come here for you. After finishing their meal, Chen Fan settled the bill, 199 yuan. This amount felt exorbitant to him, given that his net worth had only just surpassed 100,000. Nevertheless, he paid with an air of nonchalance, for it mattered not the money itself, but rather the avoidance of being labeled a pauper by the young lady. Upon arriving at the thicket behind the school, Zhou Bing remarked, "Chen Fan, there are far too many mosquitoes here. Shall we return?" "Chen Fan, we cannot proceed like this. We have already crossed boundaries." "No, Chen Fan, this is my final limit." After a standoff lasting several minutes, Chen Fan ultimately decided to escort her back to her dormitory. Zhou Bing gazed at the red welts on her legs from mosquito bites, vowing never to visit such a dreadful place again. "Let's go to a hotel. I can buy some medicine to soothe your bites," Chen Fan suggested, feeling a twinge of guilt for the dismal experience of their first date. He found it baffling how some could frequent the thicket without a care for their surroundings. Zhou Bing rolled her eyes in exasperation. "At the hotel, you still have the time to help me with medicine?" She could not fathom giving herself to him before their romance had truly begun. Seeing her unwavering stance, Chen Fan reluctantly acquiesced. With no significant classes in the afternoon, Chen Fan opted to forego the lecture, choosing instead to lounge on his bed, reminiscing about his recent exploits. Zhou Bing was indeed remarkable. Her figure was simply exquisite. Should they marry in the future, their children would surely not suffer from hunger. Reclining on his bed, he savored the fruits of his earlier endeavors. Achieving such a victory on a first date was unfathomable to many. Reflecting on the entire affair, he acknowledged that Zhou Bing had been quite generous towards him. Just then, a WeChat message from Zhou Bing popped up. "Pig, what are you doing?" "Huh, you've even changed my title?" He replied, bemused, recalling that she had just called him Chen Fan moments ago. "I was thinking of you." "Really?" "Indeed. Is that even a question?" "All right, I was thinking of you too. Next time, don't act like that. After all, we have only just begun." Chen Fan, feeling a bit vexed, asked, "Have you ever played video games?" "Why? Does this have anything to do with games?" "Clearly, you have never played. Imagine finally escaping the novice village only to have to start over. It's utterly demoralizing." Zhou Bing replied with a dismissive expression, "Big pig hooves. Regardless, without my permission, you cannot act recklessly. You might lose me as your boyfriend. How about this? As long as you don't make me return to the novice village, I promise to comply." Zhou Bing. It seemed she had tacitly accepted his terms, and Chen Fan chuckled to himself. This infatuation was indeed intoxicating. He found himself yearning to see Zhou Bing once more. However, Zhou Bing was no fool and was resolute in not wanting to meet again. With a dance class scheduled for the afternoon, she exchanged a few more words before making her exit. Left alone, Chen Fan pondered what to do next. Perhaps he would buy a lottery ticket or indulge in a scratch-off game. He opened his phone to search for lottery winning numbers, curious to see if he could try his luck at buying a ticket. Wouldn't it be splendid to win a fortune of 1 or 200 million? However, as he accessed the lottery predictions for the upcoming draws on the search engine, he was met with disappointment. Nothing at all. While stock market trends could be analyzed for future movements, why was the same not true for the lottery? The outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty, elusive, and indistinct. After pondering for a while, he found it rather dull and decided to seek out Bing instead. Habitually, Chen Fan lifted his gaze towards the window. To his astonishment, he spotted Zhao Linlin's close friend, Zhou Yufei, peering through binoculars at the boys' dormitory. Startled, Chen Fan hastily pulled the curtain shut. What had become of Zhou Yufei? Was she truly that desperate? It seemed that boys had to be particularly vigilant in such matters. At 5:30 in the afternoon, school was about to end. Chen Fan made his way to the dance studio, intending to surprise Bing quietly. Inside, dozens of girls clad in form-fitting practice attire were executing intricate dance moves. The tall Bing stood out like a crane among chickens. Chen Fan's eyes instantly locked onto her figure. Just as he was captivated by the scene, Zhao Linlin emerged from the piano room. Upon seeing Chen Fan, she appeared momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Come on. I happen to have something to discuss with you." "Huh?" Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Linlin noticed his bewilderment, but was unfazed. After all, most boys typically wore that expression upon encountering her, a fact she had grown accustomed to. Since their last accidental meeting, he had frequently found his way into her line of sight, at the library, the cafeteria, the playground. Zhao Linlin realized he might be attempting to capture her attention in this manner, yet she felt compelled to apologize. Seeing Chen Fan remain silent, Zhao Linlin recognized her assumption was correct. "What do you mean by I can assure you, don't waste your thoughts. I will not entertain any boys' advances. However, regarding our last encounter, I can offer some financial compensation." Chen Fan finally comprehended her meaning. "What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? What brings you here?" Zhao Linlin, a proud little princess, was accustomed to her aloof demeanor, which deterred many suitors. The boy before her was certainly not her type. Understanding her mindset, Chen Fan chuckled. "I'm sorry, I'm not here for you." "Huh, keep pretending. If you weren't here for me, what a coincidence that we keep running into each other. You must be trying to capture my attention." Zhao Linlin shook her head, finding him childish. Chen Fan realized that reasoning with women was indeed futile, but fortunately, Bing emerged at that moment. "Hey, Chen Fan, what brings you here?" Ignoring Zhao Linlin, Chen Fan turned and naturally wrapped his arm around Bing's waist. "I came to pick you up. Let us go eat." Bing's body stiffened. She initially intended to free her hand, but upon noticing Zhao Linlin's astonished gaze, casually tucked her clothing into Chen Fan's embrace. "All right, but I must first return to the dormitory for a shower." As she watched the two figures recede into the distance, Zhao Linlin became momentarily petrified. The once cold and haughty goddess now wore an expression of exquisite complexity. However, what Chen Fan could never have anticipated was that upon returning to her dormitory, Bing resolutely refused to emerge again. Chen Fan sent her a message on WeChat. "Darling, shall we go out for a meal?" Bing replied with an eye roll. "Your intention is not merely to dine. You clearly wish to indulge in me." Chen Fan responded, "I swear on your conscience that I will return you to your dorm after our meal." Bing retorted, "Perhaps another day. I'm dieting this evening." Seeing her steadfast refusal to come out, Chen Fan had no choice but to relent. What a wonderful girl she was, already contemplating ways to save money. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ilang Gao and a few others had also returned. Spotting Chen Fan, he exuberantly declared, "Let us go. I'm treating tonight. I made a 3-point profit on my stocks today." "Forget it. That amount is hardly enough to cover a gap between teeth." This marks a significant turning point towards victory and symbolizes the commencement of my prosperous life. Ilangago boasted proudly. There was no other choice. Today was the first day he had profited from trading stocks, so he deserved to revel in it for a while. Chapter 11. She must not be left alone this time. They visited a barbecue stall on a back street. "Guo," Jianliang inquired, "Are there any girls?" Wang Hao retorted, "What are you talking about? With over 4,000 yuan in capital, earning a mere 3%, and you expect me to treat you to barbecue? What more do you want?" Guo Jianliang patted his chest. "Next time it's on me." The others fell silent, thinking, damn, he trying to make me sneak away again. The four of them ordered over 100 yuan worth of barbecue and a bottle of beer. Just as they were about to eat, Wang Hao's phone rang. It was Qi Nan calling. What are you doing? Why haven't you responded to my messages? Wang Hao, fearing that his friends would impose on Yilang Gao again, cleverly replied, I was just in the shower. What's the matter? I'm hungry. Yilang Gao, being generous, interjected, invite her over. What can a girl eat anyway? Before Wang Hao could respond, Qi Nan overheard. Are you all out having fun again? Yilang Gao snatched the phone. We're at the back street. Come over right away. Wang Hao ordered her favorite sausages. Since Qi Nan was coming, they might as well invite Su King too. Guo Jianliang could hardly contain himself. Damn it, didn't we say no girlfriends? He decided to call Mao Xiaojun. Chen Fan remained silent. His relationship with Zhu was still under wraps, and she preferred to keep it low-key. After all, she had just publicly rejected Liang Dongkai. If he found out about her and Chen Fan, he would despise Chen Fan immensely. Before long, Qi Nan arrived with another girl. Upon seeing everyone, she greeted, Hey, you guys seem to be living quite well, indulging every day. Wang Hao quipped, He's just finding joy in hardship. What does that mean? Qi Nan asked, puzzled. Chen Fan explained, Our financial prince has made a small profit of 3% today, over 100 yuan, and he's feeling quite inflated. Qi Nan replied, I almost feel embarrassed to order. Yilang Gao reassured her, It's fine. Don't listen to their nonsense. Qi Nan then asked Wang Hao, And you? Are you still trading stocks? Wang Hao shook his head vigorously. I steer clear of that. At that moment, Su King and Mao Xiaojun arrived, adding another 100 yuan worth of barbecue to the feast. Among the 8 present, there were 3 couples. Qi Nan glanced at her roommate, the girl she had often mentioned to Chen Fan. Her name was Tang Jing, undeniably beautiful but rather quiet. It was said that Sichuan produced stunning women, and Tang Jing's beauty could easily eclipse all the other girls present. Even within the entire school, she would likely rank among the top. She was not short, standing at least 1.65 meters. When she arrived, Guo Jianliang couldn't help but steal glances at her. Interestingly, Qi Nan had brought her over without making any introductions, not even mentioning her name. However, during the drinking, she deliberately called Chen Fan's name several times. Chen Fan chuckled, surmising Qi Nan's intentions. It seemed akin to a matchmaking scenario. She likely wanted to gauge Tang Jing's interest before making a formal introduction. If Tang Jing is not interested, let's not bring it up to avoid any awkwardness. After everyone had drinks until past 10, Chen Fan stood up and said, I need to use the restroom. I'll go too. Guo Jianli hurriedly rose, fearing a repeat of the last time. However, this time was different as Chen Fan settled the bill. Guo Jianli looked at him disgruntled, exclaiming, Seriously, you really know how to play favorites? Chen Fan ignored him, wondering if Guo Jianli had any awareness of the disparity. When Yilang Gao went to pay, he discovered someone had already covered the bill. He tossed a cigarette to Chen Fan, saying, Who told you to pay? Do you look down on me? I was trying to impress my girlfriend, and you've ruined it all. Laughter erupted, and Wang Hao said, Come on, this guy's taking advantage and still acting coy. His relationship with Qi Nan was still in the innocent hand-holding phase, so after finishing their late-night snack, there were no further developments. Everyone just returned home, each to their own families. Tang Jing, what do you think of Chen Fan? Qi Nan asked on their way back to the dormitory. Tang Jing smiled slightly. He seems all right. She had been somewhat forcibly brought along by Qi Nan, who insisted that all the others in the dorm had boyfriends, and she shouldn't be left single. Despite Tang Jing's reluctance towards dating, she couldn't resist Qi Nan's kindness. Thus, Tang Jing proposed that they not mention introductions for now and just take a look first. If she had a good impression, she might consider dating. If not, they should refrain from pursuing it further. This had been their agreement, so Qi Nan eagerly sought her opinion. Although Mao Xiaowan was not from their dormitory, they had become familiar after spending time together. Upon hearing Qi Nan's intention to introduce Tang Jing to Chen Fan, she expressed her concern. I heard from Guo Jianli that Chen Fan comes from a poor family. Tang Jing, I suggest you think it over. Qi Nan replied, I believe family background is not as crucial as how he treats you. I have a bit of an understanding of Chen Fan. Despite his modest circumstances, he is quite loyal. On the other hand, you Mao Xiaowan, have been with Gui Jinli for a while, and I've heard he's rather unreliable, so be cautious. Yes, I've heard that too. He particularly likes to take advantage of girls, Su Keqing chimed in. Seeing the negative remarks about Gui Jinli, Mao Xiaowan fell silent, feeling quite displeased. Yet Qinan insisted, if I were you, I would choose Chen Fan over someone like Gui Jinli. I've often heard him disparaging Chen Fan as a poor fool. When Tang Jing noticed the tension rising among them, she joked, Qinan, are you defending Chen Fan because you want to switch partners? Nonsense. Our Wang Hao is quite good. Why would I want to change? She retorted, it's just that I don't want Mao Xiaowan to get deceived. The group of girls laughed and made their way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was approached by Yilang Yao, who asked, Chen Fan, how much was that dinner tonight? I'll transfer you the money. Forget it. Wait until you hit the jackpot before you talk about it. Yilang Yao, with a hint of bravado, challenged, do you underestimate me? I fear not. I have borrowed 10,000 online. Soon, I shall amplify my investment. Are you out of your mind? Chen Fan exclaimed, springing to his feet. You dare to engage with such a thing? Return the money at once. What a foolish endeavor, he muttered, incredulous that Yilang Gao would resort to online loans to speculate in the stock market. Yet Yilang Gao remained unfazed, responding with confidence, worry not, I know my limits. Wang Hao, equally alarmed, interjected, you must repay that online loan by tomorrow. However, Yilang Gao steadfastly refused, determined to use this as a means to recover his losses. Chen Fan, witnessing his reckless obsession, felt a twinge of anxiety for him. Chapter 12. Am I not worthy of Zhuobing? As morning dawned and Chen Fan opened his mobile application, it was no surprise that Yuanjing technology continued to soar, entering a frenzied phase of a limit-up surge. Having already experienced 2 consecutive rises, there were still 10 more before he could sell. Chen Fan calculated that this wave would yield approximately 280,000 yuan. This sum fell far short of his aspiration for sudden wealth. In today's world, lacking a few modest goals would render one embarrassed to flaunt. No, I must devise a way to amass more funds and expedite my initial accumulation. Today, I shall forego attending class. Chen Fan made the most rebellious decision of his life. Rarely did he skip classes, but today was an exception. Spotting Yilang Gao just as he was about to leave, Chen Fan called out, Prince, wait a moment. As Yilang Gao was tying his shoelaces, he inquired, is there something wrong? Nothing at all. Just help me mark my attendance later. I want to be going. Have you already settled things with Tang Jing? Yilang Gao looked at him in astonishment, noticing the lewd expression on Chen Fan's face that men often understood, clearly misunderstanding. He gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. You're impressive. Emerging from the dormitory, Chen Fan hopped on a shared bicycle and pedaled into the city, seeking out a scratch-off lottery shop. Such lotteries bore no uncertainties. Either one wins or one does not. With his ability to see through all things, winning a sum of 1 to 200,000 seemed quite reasonable. He wished to avoid such activities near the school, as any substantial win would inevitably become common knowledge. Boss, I'd like a few scratch-off tickets. Certainly. How many would you like? The proprietor, noticing a customer, greeted him warmly and even offered a cigarette. Young man, with your handsome looks, you're bound to win big. Thank you, boss. Chen Fan smiled, casually glancing over a stack of tickets before selecting a dozen. To maintain discretion, he deliberately purchased a few extra. I'll take this many. He handed the remainder back to the boss, who still maintained his amiable demeanor, replying, good choice. If luck is on your side, buying a bit more might just do the trick. Many winners come through here. Could the boss's words be trusted? Even a pig could climb a tree. Chen Fan picked up a coin and began scratching off the tickets. Boss, I've won 5 yuan. A mere 5 yuan consolation prize. Virtually everyone could achieve such a feat, the boss chuckled, dismissing it. Boss, this won 120. Ha, young man, you truly have good fortune. I knew you would strike it lucky today. The boss babbled mindlessly, but before long, Chen Fan exclaimed, Boss, this ticket won 1,000. The boss's expression froze, staring in disbelief at Chen Fan. Wow, your luck is extraordinary. Indeed, Chen Fan chuckled, and under the boss's watchful eye, he scratched several more tickets, yielding no rewards. Soon, he was down to his final ticket. Boss, This one has one as well. Oh, the proprietor barely registered the announcement. Small prizes of 5 or 10 yuan were won daily by countless individuals, rendering him numb to such news. Chen Fan handed the ticket over, and the boss trembled, unable to believe his eyes. No way, this is 250,000. Oh my goodness. He rubbed his eyes. Indeed, it was the largest prize in the history of his establishment. Excitedly, he returned the lottery ticket to Chen Fan, exclaiming, "Young man, you are truly remarkable. However, you must claim this at the City Redemption Center." What? That's such a hassle. I should avoid buying such lottery tickets in the future. Claiming too many might certainly raise suspicions. The boss exchanged his previous 3 small prizes, totaling 25 yuan. Reluctantly, Chen Fan took the ticket and hurried to the City Redemption Center, where he paid a 20 individual income tax, ultimately receiving 200,000 yuan. Well, it's decent, he mused, though it didn't quite meet my expectations. Wang Hao called, "Chen Fan, why didn't you attend class today? Both you and Wang Zi have been marked absent." During roll call, Wang Zi had answered on your behalf, but it was soon revealed by Liang Dongkai, who also faced consequences. Damn, that scoundrel Liang Dongkai. I wonder if he has found a new girlfriend. Perhaps I should dig for one myself? After venting his frustrations, he received a call from Zhua Handong. "Young brother, do you have a moment? I have something I'm uncertain about, and I need your expertise." Chen Fan hesitated. "Mr. Zhua, are you jesting? As a mere college student, how could I possibly assist you? Come now, young brother, do not be so modest. I am well aware of your capabilities. Please lend me a hand, and I shall express my gratitude appropriately." Initially inclined to decline, Chen Fan reconsidered, knowing that his daughter was dating him. Refusing to help would be unreasonable. "What is it that you need help with?" Zhua Handong replied. "It's a jar from the Jin dynasty, quite valuable, and I cannot ascertain its worth. Hence my request for your assistance." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan agreed. "All right, I will come over shortly." Just as he prepared to hail a shared bicycle, a red Maserati approached. The driver honked, and Chen Fan initially thought he was in the way. Turning to look, he was astonished to see Zhao Linlin, wearing sunglasses that concealed much of her face. Zhao, the campus beauty, looked exceptionally exquisite in the sunlight, resembling a star from television. "Where are you headed?" "Excuse me?" Chen Fan was taken aback, unsure if he had heard correctly. Was she addressing him? This was peculiar. The legendary Zhao Linlin never initiated conversations with boys, and countless self-assured males had faced rejection at her hands. Noticing Chen Fan's lack of response, Zhao Linlin furrowed her brows and removed her sunglasses, revealing a stunning visage that justified her haughty demeanor. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Finally, Chen Fan inquired, "Is there something you need? Get in the car. I have something to discuss with you. If you have something to say, you can say it here." Chen Fan had no intention of entering her vehicle. A goddess who never spoke to boys had invited him into her car. Something felt amiss. "Just say it here. I don't want to be misunderstood again." Zhao Linlin was irritated. "Are you really going to be so fussy? I said get in. Hurry up." It seems she does not wish to be seen gossiping. Yet this fool remains oblivious. All she intended was to offer an apology, but what is he thinking? Chen Fan soon realized that if such a matter were to be seen by others, it would not bode well. After all, the school is not far away, and he could easily run into acquaintances, making it impossible to clear his name. He had no choice but to open the car door and take a seat. To his astonishment, Zhao Linlin's driving skills were remarkable. With a mere press of the accelerator, the Maserati seemed to soar. For Chen Fan, aside from the high-speed train, this must be the most luxurious vehicle he has ever experienced. "What exactly do you want to say?" "I have things to attend to." He finally could not restrain himself from asking after Zhao Linlin had driven several hundred meters. Zhao Linlin cast him a sidelong glance. "Where are you headed?" "I'll give you a ride." Chen Fan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, staring at her in confusion. Is the sun rising from the west? The illustrious Zhao Linlin had unexpectedly offered him a ride. Could this be an ill omen? He could not fathom her intentions today. Logically speaking, a student of his modest means and she, a paragon of privilege, existed on entirely different planes. Aside from being enrolled at the same institution, they would likely never intersect in life. Although Zhao Linlin's name echoed throughout the school, He had never entertained any thoughts of her. If this trajectory continued, their paths would remain devoid of connection. At most, years later, they might recall, I attended the same school as so-and-so. Nothing more. Where to? He replied, Wenzheng Street. Chen Fan was uncertain of her motives and simply stated the address. Zhao Linlin, without further ado, drove straight to the entrance of Wenzheng Street. Only upon his exit did she say, I apologize for what happened last time, but please refrain from engaging in such trivial games. Luo Bing is not someone you can handle. With that, she drove off, leaving Chen Fan with a multitude of questions. What did she mean? Am I unworthy of Luo Bing? Chapter 13. Picture in picture, after taking such a convoluted detour. Was this merely to convey that to me? What does it mean that I cannot handle Zhuo Bing? If she were to discover that she was merely one barrier away from Zhuo Bing, I wonder what thoughts would cross her mind. Never mind. Let this self-important campus belle revel in her arrogance. Chen Fan arrived at the Baibao studio. Upon seeing him, Zhuo Handong exclaimed excitedly, Little brother, come in. Let me introduce you. These individuals are all titans in the antique circle. The shop was filled with 6 or 7 prominent figures, their demeanor unmistakably that of the elite. Some donned traditional Tang suits, casually rolling star and moon Bodhi beads in their hands, while others, sporting slick-back hair and clutching walnuts, exuded an air of importance. Upon noticing Zhuo Handong beckoning Chen Fan, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, quickly furrowing their brows. So what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that this child is here to assist us with our discernment? Are you jesting? When we began in this industry, he was probably not even a tadpole. Several among them expressed their disdain, but Zhuo Handong replied, one must not speak so dismissively. Knowledge knows no age. The capable shall teach. Chen Fan is a top student from Jiangzhou University. While we may have entered the field earlier, he is a professional. Very well, in light of Zhuo's reputation. Let him take a look and broaden his horizons. A man in his 50s, clad in a long gown, responded with contempt. His attire was peculiar. Even in the sweltering heat, he wore a long gown, idly rolling 2 gourds in his hands, reminiscent of an ancient merchant. On the table of Baibao Studio lay an antique, approximately 40 centimeters tall. Little brother, this is the treasure in question. We have been examining it for a while, and cannot discern its true nature. Perhaps you could assist us. Chen Fan glanced at it casually and immediately concluded that it was a piece from a 1990s folk kiln. However, Zhuo Handong asserted it to be from a Jin dynasty. Rather than hastily proclaiming his verdict, Chen Fan picked up the jar and scrutinized it carefully. Though he could not decipher its intricacies, to an untrained eye, it certainly appeared authentic. The jar exuded an aura of antiquity, as if it had indeed existed for millennia. Yet, he trusted the evidence of his own eyes. It was evident that this jar had been artificially aged, albeit with a level of craftsmanship so high that it deceived those present. Zhuo Handong inquired, Little brother, what do you think? Can you discern anything? Chen Fan shook his head. This is a replica from the 1990s. Are you joking? The man in the long gown stood up. None of us could ascertain its origins. What gives you the right to declare it a 1990s replica? Indeed, do you have any basis for such a claim? Another man in a Tang suit chimed in, unwilling to concede. They all firmly believed it to be a relic from the Jin dynasty, while Chen Fan insisted it was a mere imitation from the 1990s. You trust the words of a mere child? I doubt he understands anything at all, regardless of the authenticity of this treasure. What leads him to so confidently assert that it is from the 1990s, and with such precision? Indeed, Zhuo Handong also found himself perplexed. No matter how skilled one may be, one can only ascertain a rough estimate of the era, yet Chen Fan adamantly claimed it to be a replica from the 1990s. This truly confounded Chen Fan. Could he reveal to them that his eyes possessed extraordinary powers? Observing the skepticism among the crowd, he shook his head and decided to maintain an air of sophistication. In this industry, the more profound one appears, the more convincing one becomes. With a casual glance at the assembly, he declared, I can only tell you that it is a replica from the 1990s. Whether you choose to regard it as a treasure is entirely your affair. After all, it does not cost me anything. The crowd fell silent. Chen Fan continued, You are all luminaries in this field. Must I spell everything out so plainly? He gestured towards the array of antiques displayed on the shelves of Bai Bao's High. This piece is from the early Southern Song dynasty. This one hails from the Qianlong period. That is from the Han dynasty during the reign of Emperor Wen. And this is a Qinghua porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. One by one, he elucidated the origins of these antiques, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. This young man truly possessed remarkable insight. He could effortlessly discern the provenance of these items. They were all friends of Zhua Handong, fully aware of the treasures within his collection. In such a small circle, word of any acquisition spread swiftly. Was it possible that they had all misjudged the authenticity? At that moment, Zhua Handong received a phone call, responding with, "Yes, yes, I understand." After hanging up, he informed the group, "It has now been confirmed that it is indeed a modern replica. For safety's sake, I had the jar sent to an authoritative department for appraisal." To their surprise, the experts at the authority also declared it a recent imitation, likely produced around the 1990s. Though they could not specify further, the crowd now gazed at Chen Fan in disbelief. Could it truly be that he was correct? Reflecting on how Chen Fan had effortlessly identified the origins of the antiques in Bai Bao's High, they could not help but admire him. After all, many had studied for an extended period, yet only Chen Fan had discerned the truth. "Young man, you are impressive," exclaimed a middle-aged man in traditional attire, giving him a thumbs up. "Young brother, do visit my shop sometime," he said, handing Chen Fan a business card. Another man in a long gown added, "You are also welcome to stop by my place. Do come and visit." The previously indifferent crowd transformed into one of warmth and enthusiasm, each offering their business cards. Chen Fan graciously accepted them, demonstrating humility. "Zhua, I apologize for the interruption." After a few had departed, Zhua Handong, brimming with excitement, said, "Young brother, I have another treasure here. Could you assist me in examining it?" Zhua ascended the stairs and returned with a rectangular box. It contained a work of calligraphy and painting. The box itself was rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. Zhua opened the box and unveiled a long scroll, an exquisitely crafted piece, measuring over a meter in length and approximately 80 centimeters in width. On the left side of the canvas, Handong remarked, "I acquired this for 8,000 yuan. It should be an authentic piece, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Upon closer inspection, Chen Fan discerned that the painting indeed possessed an unusual quality. A closer examination revealed two inscriptions, one dated 1756, attributed to Zheng Xie, and the other from 1938, credited to Huang Yuan. Chen Fan was unfamiliar with Huang Yuan, likely a figure of little renown, but the name Zheng Xie startled him. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed what appeared to be an ordinary landscape painting, with the inscription belonging to Huang Yuan. Viewed through the lens of an amateur, the artwork seemed quite commendable. To his astonishment, there was yet another inscription, leaving Chen Fan perplexed, for this was the first instance he had encountered such a conundrum since acquiring his extraordinary abilities. "I must examine this closely." Chen Fan leaned in, scrutinizing the details with utmost diligence. Chapter 14. On my father-in-law's place ding. My phone received a message. An exuberant girl texted, "Pig, what are you up to? I miss you." Chen Fan glanced at the side, where Zhua Handong was present. "I'm at my father-in-law's place." Suddenly, Zhua Bing's hand trembled, causing her phone to slip from her grasp. "How did this guy end up at my dad's shop again?" Startled, she hurriedly retracted her message. Chen Fan examined the painting carefully, gently twisting the paper. "Why does this painting have two signatures?" He moved aside the box for a closer look, holding the artwork up to the light. His pupils dilated as his gaze penetrated through the surface of the painting. "Good heavens, it is truly like this." Chen Fan set the painting down, staring blankly at Zhua Handong. "You, oh no, Mr. Zhua, you have struck gold." Zhua Handong quickly inquired, "What do you mean?" Chen Fan sighed. "The painting, which you acquired for 8,000 yuan, can only be described as a stroke of fortune. This is a painting within a painting." "What?" Zhua Handong exclaimed in astonishment. Quickly elaborate. He could hardly contain his excitement. Chen Fan explained, "If I'm not mistaken, there is another painting hidden behind this one. A genuine work by Zheng Banxiao." "What?" Zhua Handong was so thrilled that he plopped down onto the ground. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Chen Fan replied, somewhat exasperated. "You are at least half my father-in-law. I wouldn't dare deceive you." Should we try to peel this painting apart? Chen Fan suggested. This Huang Yuan's work likely holds little value. It may fetch at most 20 to 30,000 yuan in the market. However, if it truly is by Zheng Banxiao, then the worth could range from several hundred thousand to over 10 million. Zhua Handong, visibly excited, immediately fetched a basin of water and dipped a brush to carefully moisten the edges of the painting. He then gingerly peeled back the top layer of paper. Indeed, another painting lay concealed underneath. It was Zheng Banxiao's masterpiece. Though he could not ascertain its authenticity yet, he had at least glimpsed its visage. My young friend, you truly have an eye for talent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Zhua Handong excitedly grasped Chen Fan's shoulder. If this painting proves genuine, I must express my gratitude. Chen Fan remained composed. There's no need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort. That simply won't do. You must understand. I couldn't dare reveal this in front of others. Today, you must help me keep this under wraps. The authenticity of Zheng Banxiao's work was exceedingly rare, and Zhua Handong wished to maintain discretion. With his own experience, he was confident that this painting could not be counterfeit. Zhua Handong wished to host a banquet in Chen Fan's honor, but Chen Fan declined, citing commitments at school. Perhaps another time, but you mustn't refuse next time. Zhua Handong picked up his phone and transferred a 2,000 yuan red envelope to him. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Mr. Zhua, how can I accept your money? Chen Fan attempted to return it, but Zhua Handong insisted if you do that, it would be a great affront. This is a customary practice. You have uncovered such a significant secret for me. Logically, the 20,000 yuan is still inadequate. Had it not been for you today, I would have hastily sold it, resulting in a loss of at least several million. Wouldn't that be a waste? Very well. I shall graciously comply. Chen Fan accepted the red envelope and happily returned to school. Having earned 20,000 from this outing, Chen Fan messaged Zhua Bing, inviting her to dine together on his account. Zhua Bing replied, "What scheme are you concocting again?" Chen Fan responded, "Am I truly so villainous in your eyes?" Zhua Bing quipped, "Are you not? You approached me this way on our first date," Chen Fan insisted. "Just tell me if you're coming or not." "Today, my father gave me 20,000. Zhua Bing exclaimed, "What on earth did you do? Your own father gave you 2,000? I must go and inquire what mischief you were up to at your father's shop today." She decided to change her outfit. Upon seeing Zhua Bing finally agree to join him, Chen Fan couldn't contain his joy. By the way, didn't Tizhao Linlin claim I couldn't win Zhua Bing over? Who is underestimating whom? Chen Fan did not intend to transfer the funds into his stock market account, but rather sent it home, informing them he had received a scholarship. After all, he still had about 200,000 at his disposal. If he continued investing in the stock market, he could simply relax and count his earnings daily. While working in the field, his mother heard her phone ring. Upon checking it, she immediately tossed aside her hoe. "Old Chun, our son has received a scholarship." Old Chun snatched the phone to see for himself, exclaiming, "Why did this foolish boy send you money? He should keep it for himself. He must not suffer while at school. Now that he has grown up, if he starts dating, he will need to spend money everywhere." He promptly called Chen Fan, causing the latter to explain for quite some time. "Alas, it seems I can no longer use this method to send them money. I must devise another approach." At that moment, Zhua Bing also arrived, and the two ventured to a restaurant further from the school to avoid any awkward encounters with acquaintances. "Chen Fan, you absolutely cannot let my father know about us," Zhua Bing insisted as their meeting commenced. "Didn't you say your family doesn't interfere?" Chen Fan questioned her with skepticism. Today, Zhua Bing wore a pair of snug jeans paired with a t-shirt, her height of 170 centimeters strikingly attractive. Zhua Bing shot him a glance, insisting, "Regardless, you must not say a word." Chen Fan replied, "Oh, I see. You are teasing me. Are you already considering your next partner?" Zhua Bing pinched the tender flesh at his waist, pondering his thoughts. "Is it possible for you to date in college without contemplating marriage?" "Of course. I've even thought of names for our future children," Chen Fan replied, prompting Zhua Bing to choke on her laughter. "Dating in school is merely for enjoyment. Isn't it?" They found a spot to enjoy skewers, and Zhua Bing inquired, "What are you doing at my father's shop?" "He asked me to come and keep an eye on things." Chen Fan answered. "You understand this?" Zhua Bing asked, astonished. "Not at all. I wouldn't bother if it weren't for you," he admitted. Zhua Bing rolled her eyes, convinced he was not being entirely truthful. However, It matters not. I can always inquire with my father later. During this date, Chen Fan took no action whatsoever. Yet, given it was broad daylight, there was little he could do. So Bing praised him for his newfound restraint, encouraging him to perform well so that she might feel at ease accompanying him again in the future. Subsequently, she called her father, and Zhua Handong excitedly exclaims to Bing, "Do you have any idea? Today, Chen Fan helped me recover at least several million in losses. I was initially prepared to bid 80,000 for this painting, but Chen Fan uncovered the secret. Oh, this fellow is remarkably impressive." Zhua Bing felt a bit bewildered. No wonder her father was so generous, directly awarding him 20,000 as a reward. After hanging up, Zhua Bing muttered to herself, "It seems this guy is concealing something from me." Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Fan opened his stock trading app. It appeared that he could no longer purchase shares in Yuanjing Technology, as it was consistently capped at its upper limit. It seemed he would need to select another stock. With 200,000 still at his disposal, Chen Fan resolved to invest the entirety of it the following day. If he were to secure a 10% return daily, that would yield 20 to 30,000 in profit. Indeed, if this pace continues, acquiring wealth and marrying should not pose a significant challenge, should it? Chapter 15. Slapping Professor Sun's face at this moment. Chen Fan was entirely consumed by the desire to amass wealth. He had activated the entrepreneurial board, and with a stroke of good fortune, he could potentially achieve a 20% gain in a single day. Should he encounter a limit-up situation, it would indeed lead to a significant fortune. Do you comprehend the sensation of earning 40% in one day? However, while limit-ups were common, limit-downs were rare. This truly depended on luck. At this juncture, Chen called, "Chen Fan, what do you think of Tang Jing?" Tang Jing? Chen Fan pondered for a moment and finally recalled the reserve girl. "She seems fine. Why do you ask? If she's fine, why not take the initiative to ask her out? Do I need to teach you such matters?" Cough, cough, I'm genuinely swamped. But thank you for your kindness. Chen Fan hung up the phone, leaving Chen utterly perplexed. What did he mean by being too busy? Did he have numerous girlfriends? How pretentious. She was all too familiar with Chen Fan's situation. Wang Hao shared everything with her. The primary issue was that his family was financially strained, which left Chen Fan feeling constrained. If it weren't for his amiable nature, he would likely be friendless due to his poverty. It was Tuesday, and today marked a particularly crucial financial practical class. Liang Dongkai and Yilang Gao had become captivated by stock trading, all thanks to this very class. The instructor for the practical session was a specialist invited by the school, relatively young, in his 30s, always impeccably groomed with slicked back hair and dressed in a tailored suit. He exuded the aura of a successful individual. His name was particularly endearing, Sun Songqiu. As Chen Fan arrived at the classroom, he took advantage of the absence of the instructor to reopen his stock trading application. To his astonishment, a promising stock, Dalong Construction, had reached its limit-up on the leaderboard, and it was anticipated to achieve at least 4 additional limit-ups over the next 5 trading days. It seemed luck was on his side. Whatever he wished for seemed to materialize. Chen Fan's nerves tightened as he swiftly executed a trade, investing his remaining 200,000 at the limit-down price of Dalong Construction, then patiently awaited the outcome. Since it opened at a limit down, it would take half an hour for it to suddenly surge. 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. Professor Sun ascended the podium with his laptop in hand. Today, we will continue our practical course. Students who have open trading accounts, please raise your hands. In unison, nearly every student in the classroom raised their hands. Chen Fan did not. Professor Sun's gaze fell upon him. Why is this student not raising his hand? Surely you can come up with 1,000 yuan for practical expenses? The others turned to look, and Liang Dongkai shouted, "Professor Sun, don't mind him. He is the poorest student in our class. Not only can he not afford the 1,000 yuan for practical expenses, but he also struggles to contribute even 200 yuan for class fees. He relies on the school's poverty assistance every year." Laughter erupted among the classmates. Professor Sun's brow furrowed. For those of you studying finance, the most invaluable asset is practical training, especially the opportunity to trade alongside me. This is a privilege. I trust you often see me featured in various financial programs. Now, I won't elaborate further. Cherish this opportunity. Next, I will teach you how to select stocks. Chen Fan was utterly disinterested in the lecture, engrossed instead in his stock trading application, eagerly awaiting the execution of his trades. His previous investment in Yuanjing Technology remained firmly locked in place, and he had no intention of interfering. He merely wished for it to continue its ascent. As for Dalong Construction, Chen Fan was aware that it would not be unbound until 10 o'clock, yet he felt a thrill of anticipation. Moreover, this stock belonged to the growth enterprise market. What does ceiling price signify? Good heavens! Wealth was within reach. At present, he held a capital of 200,000 yuan, with Dalong Construction priced at 8.06 yuan per share, leading him to acquire 24,800 shares. To his astonishment, Professor Sun listed several stocks on the large screen: Tianjin Environmental Protection, Beigua Heavy Industry, Dalong Construction, and Jiangzhou Lithium Industry. Chen Fan noticed that 3 of the 4 stocks had made it onto yesterday's leaderboard, and he couldn't help but smile when he saw Dalong Construction. Each of these stocks had its own unique characteristics. Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium Industry were recent strong performers, while Beigua Heavy Industry displayed a lackluster performance, steady but unremarkable. In contrast, Dalong Construction had been on a continuous downward slide, facing 6 or 7 consecutive limit downs, each reflecting a 20 drop, making it susceptible to being classified as saint. At that moment, Yilang Gao was also engrossed in his phone. Chen Fan snatched it away. Damn it, you've already played yourself to death, and you're still at it. This fellow had dwindled his 10,000 yuan to about 5,000, and along with the 9,000 borrowed from online loans, his total capital was 14,000. Without hesitation, Chen Fan liquidated his holdings and purchased Dalong Construction. What are you doing? Damn, you've ruined me. You scoundrel. The stock market operated on AT1 model, meaning that shares bought today could only be sold the following day. Yilang Gao was distraught at seeing his stocks redirected to Dalong Construction, feeling utterly despondent. However, Chen Fan ignored his protests, returning the phone with a grin. He had long wished to lend a helping hand, and upon hearing Professor Sun mention the stock, he seized the opportunity to do so. To his surprise, he discovered that Yilang Gao had activated a growth enterprise market account, suggesting that his funds had once exceeded 100,000. It was no wonder his previous girlfriends had all suffered losses. At that moment, Professor Sun addressed the class, asking who could elucidate how to select among the 4 stocks. Chen Fan casually replied, "Of course, choose Dalong Construction. It has risen the most." Professor Sun's face turned pale with disbelief. "Stand up. You out of my class. You clearly know nothing, just shouting nonsense. Stocks like Dalong Construction lead you straight into a pit. After 6 or 7 limit downs, how much money do you have left to pour in? Always remember, we must not choose stocks that are in a one-sided decline. We should focus on the strong performers." Chen Fan was expelled from the classroom and left without a word, contemplating the opportunity for wealth that they had chosen to disregard. It was Liang Dong who raised the loudest outcry. His family was affluent, having deposited 200,000 upon opening his account. Under the guidance of Professor Sun, the students engaged in live trading, purchasing shares of Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium Industry. Yilang Gao, gazing at his account, felt utterly despondent as he beheld the acquisition of Dalong Construction by Chen Fan. Indeed, as Professor Sun instructed, the stock surged immediately after purchase. 5 points, 6 points, 7 points, soaring to over 9 points. It was on the brink of reaching its ceiling. A chorus of excitement erupted from the crowd. Professor Sun, too, was beaming with joy, having been bestowed the title of stock god by his students. Yilang Gao sent a message to Chen Fan. "Damn it, you owe me a meal." Just as the message was dispatched, a wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. "Look at the big screen, Professor Sun," someone exclaimed. Professor Sun turned leisurely, only to exclaim in shock as the 2 stocks that had been climbing steadily suddenly plummeted. From over 9 points, they nosedived to just over 2 points, followed by declines of 2, 3, and 5 points. The market seemed poised for a dramatic fall. The classroom was enveloped in confusion. Professor Sun tugged at his tie, bewildered. What on earth is happening? How could such a favorable market suddenly reverse? Everyone remained calm. It may merely be a technical adjustment, he reassured. "Look at Dalong Construction," a female student suddenly shouted. Dalong Construction breached its limit down and surged upwards like a rocket, shooting skyward. In a mere 3 seconds, it reached the ceiling price. 40 points. Good heavens, how is this possible? Ilang Gao was left speechless. A single limit up had recouped all his prior losses. Chen Fan, you are incredible. Realizing the situation, he hastily messaged Chen Fan. Tonight, I shall treat. Chapter 16. A pivotal moment in life's pinnacle. The market experienced a significant downturn, yet Long Construction defied the odds. Professor Sun's expression faltered, as though the day's market fluctuations were conspiring to embarrass him. The other students fared somewhat better. However, Liang Dongkai, striving to maintain his composure, found himself incurring further losses of over 10%, plunging deeper into despair. My goodness! At that moment, he felt as if he might as well crash into a wall. Wang Hao exclaimed, "Damn it! I will never trust so-called experts again." To avoid inciting his girlfriend's ire, he refrained from disclosing to Qin Nan that he too dabbled in stocks, albeit with a modest investment of merely 1,000 yuan. Professor Sun wiped the sweat from his brow, imparting the day's lesson. The stock market harbors risks, and one must proceed with caution. I survey my classmates to see who possessed a sense of risk awareness. Those who have not incurred losses, please raise your hands. Silence enveloped the room until Ilang Gao stood up, proclaiming, "Teacher, I have gained 40%. In an instant, all eyes were riveted upon him, with some female classmates even casting admiring glances. Clearing his throat, Professor Sun inquired, "How did you achieve that?" Ilang Gao chuckled, nonchalantly boasting, "I analyzed Long Construction, which had suffered 6 or 7 consecutive limit downs. I surmised that a rebound was imminent. As the saying goes, be greedy when others are fearful. Furthermore, there were signs of capital entering the market, so I boldly invested my entire holdings without hesitation." Very impressive, Professor Sun acknowledged, giving him a thumbs up. While I do not expect every student to become a prodigious stock savant, I will be content if just 1 or 2 of you achieve success. The 4 stocks selected for today's class would serve as a true test for everyone, underscoring that the majority may not be suited for stock trading. Well done. Keep up the good work. With that, Professor Sun concluded the lesson and hurriedly departed, his shirt drenched with perspiration. Prince, please teach me your strategies. Prince, you are my idol. Prince, I adore you. Let me be your girlfriend. In the classroom, Ilang Gao found himself surrounded by a throng of classmates, while Chen Fan's casual assistance had inadvertently elevated his moment in the limelight. Some girls appeared eager to throw themselves into his arms, contemplating the prospect of a financially prosperous future with such a partner. Suddenly, Su Kaching sneezed repeatedly, oblivious to the precariousness of her position. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was in his dormitory, gazing at his mobile phone's financial account, which had swelled to over 360,000 yuan. The profits from the 2 stocks were a delightful windfall of over 60,000 yuan. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. The money seemed to arrive too sluggishly. Should I consider engaging in off-market financing? Some reputable securities firms offer a maximum leverage of 3 times. For more substantial funding, one must seek out off-market institutions. I could inquire with Zhua Handong regarding this matter. Individuals of his stature likely possess established connections. Chen Fan retrieved his phone and dialed. "Zhua, are you available? I need your assistance." Just hung up the phone, and Zhua Bing sent a message. "Pig, shall we arrange a date?" "Not free. What do you want to do? Leaving me hanging like this? Aren't you afraid someone else might steal me away? I'm going to meet my father-in-law." "Zhua Bing, why are you meeting him again? Who, pray tell, is your girlfriend?" Every time Chen Fan goes to see his father, Zhua Bing can't help but worry. What if this guy lets something slip and exposes her? I'm just trying to curry favor with him, hoping to secure you sooner. Zhua Bing rolled her eyes. "Let me know when you're back." Chen Fan, disinterested in attending classes, headed to the city to find Zhua Handong. Upon hearing that Chen Fan was looking for an external financing agency, Zhua Handong stared at him in astonishment. "You're still dabbling in stocks? Leverage is tricky. Be cautious." "Not me. I have no interest in such matters." With Zhua Handong's assistance, Chen Fan connected with a reputable financing agency. By afternoon, he completed the necessary procedures, and both parties signed a confidentiality agreement. As Chen Fan opted for tenfold financing, the agency was granted rights to oversee the funds. They also established a stringent liquidation threshold. Should the loss reach 10, liquidation would occur immediately to safeguard their capital. Once all was settled and he returned to school, Zhuo Bing eagerly approached him. "What were you doing with my dad?" "He asked our dad." Zhuo Bing shot him a glare. What exactly went on? Chen Fan leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "I'm seeking ways to earn money, so I can one day marry you in style." Such sweet talk, with a stunning and alluring beauty in his embrace. He felt a certain eagerness rising within him. "Let us find a hotel." Zhuo Bing gritted her teeth and pinched his side hard. "Is this all you think about every day? Do you intend to never let go until you have me?" "Who said that? Even if I have you, I want to let go. Get lost." The two exchanged playful banter, and Zhuo Bing did not deter him from his whims. Yet, she steadfastly maintained her boundaries. In the end, Chen Fan had no choice but to take her to a movie before escorting her back to the dormitory. That night, the financial prince did not return to his dorm. Guo Jinliang lay on his bed, bored, playing games, and Wang Hao asked, "Why aren't you out on a date?" "What date? We broke up." "What? What happened?" Wang Hao tossed him a cigarette. Guo Jinliang replied, "She found out about my affair with the boss's wife." Chen Fan and the other burst into laughter. Wang Hao said, "No worries, the prince and Su Keqing are likely nearing the end of their relationship as well." "Why?" Chen Fan was puzzled. Hadn't their relationship always been quite good? Wang Hao chuckled. Today, the prince managed to snag a top student, and several girls in class invited him to the hotel to exchange experiences. Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. Am I helping him or leading him to ruin? Su Keqing wouldn't blame me, would she? In the dormitory, 3 couples had already split up. Love in college truly seems unreliable. On May 21st, a Wednesday, Chen Fan embarked on his journey to greatness. It was a pivotal moment in his life. In the morning, he opened his stock trading app. Just as the market trends for long construction had concluded, over 5 trading days, it had experienced 4 surges, and today, it faced a peak followed by a decline, entering a phase of adjustment. Zhao Real Estate appears promising. This local enterprise in Jiangzhou exhibits robust growth potential. After a period of consolidation, it recorded a modest decline yesterday with a doji candlestick. The main force has completed its adjustments and is poised to enter a phase of significant upward movement. Based on Zhao Real Estate's prospective trajectory, it is undoubtedly a triple bagger. This is the one. Without hesitation, Chen Fan liquidated all his holdings in long construction. When it comes to trading, Chen Fan exclusively seeks out stocks with extraordinary potential, avoiding those with merely a few consecutive gains, as he lacks the time to monitor the market daily. Initially, he invested 200,000 in long construction, which had escalated to 510,000 over the span of 5 days with 4 surges. Coupled with vision technology, which, although not at its peak yet, had already doubled after 7 limit ups. Chen Fan's total capital had now reached 700,000. He now intended to leverage tenfold, investing 7 million in Zhao Real Estate. Today, Zhao Real Estate opened down 3.37, with its current price at 8.36 yuan. If he invested 7 million and the stock hit its daily limit, it would yield a remarkable 700,000 profit, directly summing up to his previous total capital, a transformation into unimaginable wealth. Clenching his fists, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. A life of extraordinary fortune was indeed a different experience. Chapter 17. Chen Fan, I adore you. During lunch, I finally caught sight of Liang Gao. This fellow has been rather boastful lately, brazenly dining with 2 girls. Guo Jinliang, filled with jealousy, muttered, "This scoundrel has really gotten carried away. Did he think I was the only rogue in the dormitory? If Su Keqing finds out, he has in for it." Before he could finish, Su Keqing arrived. This was bad news. Just as Wang Hao was about to warn Liang Gao, Su Keqing approached them with a stormy expression. "What is the meaning of this? You don't answer my calls or texts." Liang Gao looked at her and said coldly, "Let us break up." "Why?" Su Keqing's face was a picture of hurt, bewildered by the suddenness of the breakup. "You must provide a reason. Isn't it obvious? After dating for so long, you're not good enough in this aspect or that. Ask any guy. Who would want to linger in the novice village forever? After all this time, you want tea? Even let me touch you. Tears streamed down Su Kuching's face as she covered it and fled. Chen Fan shook his head, lamenting his interference. Why did he meddle in stock trading for him? Today, De Long Construction had risen again. He wondered if Lang Gao had sold it. Chen Fan had not been following the market trends. Let him manage it himself. Just then his phone rang. Hawthorne. Pear. He pulled out his phone, exasperated, staring at Gui Jianliang and Wang Hao. Who changed my ringtone? Caller ID. A spirited girl. He shot them a glare and answered the call. Chen Fan. You need to come quickly. I'm being cornered at the dorm entrance. What? When his girlfriend was in trouble, Chen Fan moved without hesitation. As he hurried away, Wang Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Guo Jianliang, both aware that trouble was brewing. They followed closely behind, only to find Chen Fan at the girls' dormitory. What was he doing here? Did he have secret dealings with some girl? Zhuo Bing resided in Building 6, where a BMW was parked at the entrance. Surrounded by a throng of people, a young man stood there, clutching a bouquet of roses. Zhuo Bing, I know you're testing me, but believe in my sincerity. My feelings are genuine. For you, I would relinquish an entire forest. My life is dedicated to you. I would sacrifice everything. Zhuo Bing, please accept me. I truly like you. As Chen Fan approached, he recognized the shameless Liang Dongkai, who, after being rejected by Zhuo Bing last time, had returned to pester her relentlessly. It seems Zhuo Bing would not escape this confrontation without giving him an answer. Looking at the flowers in Liang Dongkai's hands, Zhuo Bing appeared exasperated. Sorry, but I have a boyfriend. Don't deceive me. There's no way you have a boyfriend. Everyone in school knows I'm pursuing you. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, seemingly unfazed by the drama unfolding. They were more curious about whether Zhuo Bing would yield to Liang Dongkai. From upstairs, a girl shouted, If he doesn't accept you, I'll be your girlfriend. It has come to my attention that someone is once again pursuing Zhuo Bing. While Zhao Linlin observes in silence. The incident where Zhuo Bing rejected Liang Dongkai has stirred quite the commotion within the school, propelling Zhuo Bing's popularity to unprecedented heights, rendering her the focal point of all conversations. Consequently, even the school's goddess has been overshadowed. Moreover, Zhuo Bing's naturally long legs have always contributed to her considerable allure. Chen Fan had claimed he could win Zhuo Bing's heart. I am curious to see if he can withstand Liang Dongkai's scrutiny. Liang Dongkai, growing frustrated with Zhuo Bing's persistent refusal, declared, Since you assert you have a boyfriend, fine. Bring him here. If I see him with my own eyes, I shall relent. Zhuo Bing, anxiously waiting for Chen Fan, wondered why he had not arrived yet. Just then, Chen Fan appeared, prompting Zhuo Bing to stride over and assert. I shall lay my cards on the table. Liang Dongkai, Chen Fan is my boyfriend. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Liang Dongkai laughed in disbelief. What a joke, Zhuo Bing. Are you really putting on this act? Do you even know who he is? He is the poorest guy in our class. You can ask around to confirm I'm not lying. Besides, he is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. If you're looking for someone, at least choose someone with a bit of substance, so I might be convinced. Zhuo Bing retorted, What is it to you whom I choose to like? Chen Fan cast a glance at Liang Dongkai and scoffed. Driving a BMW is nothing to boast about. I wouldn't even bat an eye at such a dilapidated vehicle. Laughter erupted from those around, astonished that the poorest boy in the class dared to look down on a BMW. Let's not forget, you're still receiving financial aid from the school, they chimed in. Liang Dongkai approached and attempted to grasp Zhuo Bing's hand, but she stepped back to stand beside Chen Fan. You do not believe me, do you? Very well, I shall demonstrate, Zhuo Bing declared as she turned, wrapping her arms around Chen Fan's neck, and suddenly kissed him passionately. Chen Fan, abandoning all reservations, embraced her and reciprocated the kiss. Oh. The scene erupted with excitement at the girls' dormitory entrance, as a chorus of cheers and screams filled the air. How romantic! Liang Dongkai felt an overwhelming wave of jealousy, furiously tossing aside a bouquet of roses. Chen Fan, just you wait. I will make you pay for this. He seethed, storming off in his car. Zhuo Bing released Chen Fan, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chen Fan, I like you, she exclaimed before leaning in for another kiss. The two youthful souls became completely absorbed in their affection, oblivious to the world around them. Some onlookers captured the moment on their phones, snapping pictures with glee. Chen Fan, inwardly anxious, realized they were bound to make headlines at school. Wang Hao and Guo Jinliang watched in awe, stunned by how Chen Fan, who had previously been indifferent, had suddenly made such a bold move. They felt a pang of regret for their past relationships. Meanwhile, in a dormitory across the way, Zhao Linlin frowned, sensing an unsettling feeling within. "How shameless," she remarked, as Zhou Yufei muttered beside her. Zhao Linlin, perplexed, replied, "Why are you so jealous? Shouldn't the youth dare to love and hate passionately?" "Linlin, you've changed." Zhou Yufei gazed at her in astonishment. That afternoon, the romance between Zhuo Bing and Chen Fan erupted across the school's BBS. Some mischievous souls uploaded photos and videos, particularly highlighting Zhuo Bing's bold demeanor, which incited envy and admiration among countless observers. Tang Jing witnessed this spectacle, her heart heavy with an inexplicable discomfort. Meanwhile, the two of them skipped class, indulging in each other's company at a nearby CAF. "Zhuo Bing, shall we go to a hotel?" Zhuo Bing frowned, pouting slightly. "Can't you just hold on a bit longer? It will be yours eventually." Chen Fan, looking utterly distressed, exclaimed, "This is unbearable. Do you know that a guy in our dorm just broke up with his girlfriend?" "Why?" "Because he didn't want to remain in the novice village forever." Zhuo Bing glared at him, her teeth clenched. "You talk about novice village. Yet you succeeded on the very first date. Now I'm left with just one last fortress. What more do you want?" He chuckled mischievously, leaning closer to whisper something in her ear. Instantly, Zhuo Bing's face flushed crimson, and she shyly punched him. Chapter 18. Recently. Your romantic endeavors have been unfortunate. On May 22nd, Zhao's real estate predictably reached its limit on gains. According to Chen Fan's observations of the subsequent trends, it had tripled within 22 trading days. After several consecutive surges, there were a few days when market manipulators forcefully washed out positions, causing fluctuations of up to 20, which presented a remarkable opportunity for trading. Chen Fan verified his financial account. After 2 limit gains, the total amount reached 847 million yuan, excluding leveraged funds. This indicated that his own capital had reached 217 million yuan. "Wow, I have become a millionaire." Closing the software, Chen Fan took a piece of paper and drafted an application report. During the second class, the homeroom teacher called, asking him to come to the office. Their homeroom teacher was a stunning young woman, in her late 20s, renowned for her beauty and allure. She held the title of the goddess of Jiangzhou University. With an impressive height of 168 meters, she was a striking figure on campus. Almost no one ever missed her classes. Chen Fan, clutching his written report, arrived at the teacher's office, where Ms. Shun Mingyao wore a frown, her brow etched with subtle concern. Hearing a knock, she called out, "Come in." "Ms. Shun." Chen Fan entered, report in hand. Shun Mingyao regarded this rural student with a hint of remorse and said, "Chen Fan, please have a seat." "No need. I prefer to stand." "Please go ahead, Miss Shun." Unlike most teachers who scarcely engaged with their students, often unaware of their circumstances, Shen Mingyao had invested considerable effort to understand each student's situation thoroughly. Chen Fan came from a modest background, and it was she who had assisted him in applying for the student aid designated for those in financial need. At that moment, she appeared somewhat troubled. "Chen Fan, there is something I must explain to you, but I hope you can remain calm." "Yes, please tell me, teacher." Chen Fan's courteous demeanor pleased Shen Mingyao. "Your financial aid for this semester has been revoked. Although I fought hard for you with the principal, there are many students in greater need, and therefore, the available slots were insufficient. I hope you do not feel disheartened. I will assist you in reapplying next semester. For this term, I will personally contribute a portion of my salary to support you." "No, teacher, I truly appreciate your kindness. In fact, even if the school had not revoked my aid, I was already planning to decline it. Here is my application report. Please take a look." "What?" Shen Mingyao was taken aback, never expecting that such a challenging matter could be resolved so effortlessly. She accepted Chen Fan's application report, her mind swirling with thoughts. Chen Fan, gazing at his elegant handwriting, she marveled inwardly at the boy's talent. "Why do you wish to decline?" "Because I'm now capable of supporting myself. I can earn my living expenses through various means, and I wish to be independent, no longer a burden to the school." "Thank you for your continuous care, teacher." Such an honest child. This simplicity is indeed rare and precious. You may return to the classroom now. Shen Mingyao nodded appreciatively, aware that Chen Fan had been working diligently to support himself. However, Chen Fan did not leave. Instead, he gazed earnestly at Shen Mingyao once more. Is there something else? She inquired. Shen Mingyao was extraordinarily beautiful, radiating an aura that set her apart from the other youthful university students, embodying a completely different echelon of allure. She was mature, sensual, and even possessed a hint of seduction. Caught off guard by Chen Fan's penetrating gaze, Shen Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Chen Fan remarked, "Teacher Shen, it seems your romantic endeavors may not be progressing smoothly. Please take care of yourself. I cannot explain why, so do not inquire further. But I can perceive an individual's fortune." With that, he departed. It took Shen Mingyao a moment to process his words. Huh? What nonsense was Chen Fan spouting? How could her love life be anything but satisfactory? After all, her husband was a high-ranking executive in a real estate company, young and accomplished. Shen Mingyao was quite content, though they had been married for over 3 years without conceiving child. This was largely due to her husband's demanding career, resulting in their scarce time together. Why would Chen Fan suddenly bring this up? Young people often indulge in fanciful thoughts. She mused, shaking her head and dismissing it. Soon, her phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. "Wife, I will be on a business trip for a few days and 1 TB home tonight." Shen Mingyao replied with a smiley emoji, urging him to stay safe and take care of himself. After setting her phone down, she rose and headed to the classroom. Upon returning to class, Chen Fan found Liang Dongkai glaring at him with a frosty demeanor. It was not difficult to surmise that his financial aid had likely been revoked due to Liang's machinations, given that he was a class officer and had relatives in positions of authority at the school. However, what Liang did not know was that even if the aid were not rescinded, Chen Fan intended to forego it himself. After all, he was now earning substantial sums daily and had little need for such trifles. The stocks he held in the Zhao Group promised at least 3-fold returns, potentially elevating his net worth into the millions. Meanwhile, since the revelation of Chen Fan's romantic involvement with the captivating Zhuo Bing, his classmates had been awestruck. Who could overlook Zhuo Bing's stunning beauty, particularly her long, alluring legs that captivated countless admirers? It was astonishing that Chen Fan had captured the heart of someone Liang Dongkai had merely held hands with. The BBS was inundated with photographs and videos of the two sharing passionate kisses, igniting fervor among their peers. "Chen Fan, you're impressive. Yi Langa wo Chiming. When did you win Zhuo Bing's affection?" Chen Fan replied with a subtle smile. "She pursued me." A chorus of eye rolls erupted from his classmates. Liang Dongkai shot him a venomous glare, vowing, "I will eventually bring you down." Just then, their homeroom teacher entered, silencing the classroom. After finishing her class, Shen Mingyao returned to her office, receiving several WeChat messages and missed calls. One message from her close friend read, "Gorgeous. Their SA class gathering tonight at the Yunhu International Resort Center. I will pick you up after work." At their level, many classmates have already achieved considerable success, and gatherings among them have become more frequent. Shen Mingyao initially contemplated declining the invitation, but with her husband away on a business trip and herself alone at home, she decided to join the gathering. Around 5 o'clock, her close friend arrived to pick her up in a car. Those who attain such status are generally well off, hailing from families of considerable means. Her friend drove a newly purchased Porsche Cayenne, and Shen Mingyao barely had time to change her clothes before hastily getting into the vehicle. The luxurious car was filled with the intoxicating scent of Chanel perfume. Her friend was dressed provocatively, adorning herself like a little enchantress. Shen Mingyao remarked, "Lu Qin, you're becoming increasingly alluring. Aren't you afraid of captivating too many?" Lu Qin chuckled softly. "That's the intention. After all, they lacked the vision to pursue me back in the day." The Yunhu Resort Center is a leisure destination located far from the city, renowned as an ideal rendezvous for clandestine affairs, offering hot springs, upscale hotels, and various recreational activities. Upon parking the car, Lu Qin exclaimed, "Oh, Mingyao, isn't that your husband's car?" It was then that Shen Mingyao noticed the BMW 740 parked nearby, the very vehicle belonging to her home. The man who had repeatedly claimed to be on a business trip was now seen embracing a woman as they entered the hotel. Chapter 19. Am I pregnant? Chen Fan remained oblivious to the tumult occurring with his teacher. He merely wished for time to hasten, eager to relish the sensation of being worth millions. For the past few days, he had been mentally calculating the potential returns from his $7 million investment, anticipating how much he could gain after riding the market wave for a month. With the prospect of tripling his investment, disregarding the fluctuations, fees, and interest, he envisioned that $2,100,000 could yield over $14 million once leverage was excluded. Oh heavens! After confirming the stock market trends once more, Chen Fan settled down to rest. Meanwhile, teacher Shun was embroiled in a fierce argument with her husband at the Yunhu resort, heartbroken and contemplating divorce. Despite her best friend's attempts to dissuade her, after a brief respite, Chen Fan pondered when to venture to the antique street for potential treasures when suddenly a message from Zhuo Bing arrived. Chen Fan, am I pregnant? Startled, Chen Fan's heart raced. He called her, but she did not answer. So he messaged again. I'm in class, feeling unwell since this morning. Nauseous. Do you think I might be pregnant? Goodness. How could I possibly have gotten you pregnant? I haven't even touched you. Chen Fan inquired. Whose child is it? Zhuo Bing replied with an eye roll. Whoever it is, you must take responsibility. Come out. I'll book a room for you to rest, he suggested. Zhuo Bing thought to herself, this guy has ulterior motives. He always tries to lure me into hotels. At noon, after classes, Chen Fan invited her out. Zhuo Bing was crouched beneath a tree, clutching her stomach. Let me take you to the infirmary. She nodded, and he accompanied her there. The doctor informed her that she was experiencing menstrual cramps. Zhuo Bing offered an awkward smile to Chen Fan, who noticed she could barely walk. Shall I take you home? He proposed. No. After a long pause, she hesitantly suggested, why don't you get a room? I don't want to return to the dormitory. After much deliberation, she finally agreed to accompany him to the hotel. Yet, Chen Fan felt no joy. He suspected she was intentionally tormenting him. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to lead her out of campus. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, please take us to the nearest five-star hotel. The driver, seemingly understanding, smiled at the two and drove them to the Boya Hotel. Chen Fan preferred this over the cheap lodgings near the school, which he deemed unsanitary. After assisting Zhuo Bing into the room, she questioned, why come all this way? There are places right next to the school. Chen Fan replied with a smile, such places do not suit your status. I wish to provide you with the best within my means. Zhuo Bing glared at him. You better not have any other intentions. I'm not feeling well today. Chen Fan, feeling speechless, wondered why she was being so dramatic. Besides, do you really think I am that kind of person? All right, but come here and help me massage my stomach. Chen Fan approached her, gently cradling her and rubbing her abdomen. As he continued, she suddenly exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Don't. Zhuo Bing's face was filled with resentment, showing no signs of obedience. Chen Fan withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. In the hotel lobby, a group of managers surrounded a young lady who approached the front desk. Miss, the hotel's business has been exceptionally good lately. We have put in considerable effort. This quarter's performance has increased by 60%. A dozen managers followed the young lady, all bowing respectfully. The young lady extended her hand to request today's guest check-in records from the front desk staff, eager to verify if the performance figures aligned with what she had been told. Upon spotting Chen Fan's name, she initially assumed it was a case of shared names. However, upon noticing the age and recorded identity information, her brows furrowed. How could he be staying here? When did this guest check in? Just a moment ago. About 20 minutes prior, with a young girl. The young lady's brow twitched as she ordered, Send me the lobby surveillance footage. Certainly, Mississippi. Please hold on. Within 2 minutes, the staff retrieved the requested video. A fleeting cold smile crossed the young lady's face before she shook her head. She had underestimated him. Just as she was about to leave, the elevator doors opened. Chen Fan hurried out, intent on fetching Zhuo Bing some brown sugar water, only to spot Zhao Linlin amidst the crowd. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, realizing that his visit to the hotel with Zhuo Bing might be exposed. Zhao Linlin looked at him with a peculiar expression. Why can't I be here? This is our family's property. My family entrusted its management to me from the very first day I entered university. Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling embarrassed. He had always known Zhao Linlin was wealthy, but he hadn't realized the extent of her family's affluence. A five-star hotel, managed solely by a young girl. Impressive. It's nothing. I'll take my leave now. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. What a scoundrel. Zhao Linlin pouted. What kind of person is he? They've only been together for a short while, and he has already brought her to a hotel. She seemed puzzled by his actions, and, after Chen Fan left, she called over a staff member to keep an eye on him. If her guess was correct, he must have gone to the pharmacy, right? After a while, the staff returned with a report. Chen Fan entered a restaurant and took a bowl of brown sugar water upstairs. Zhao Linlin pondered thoughtfully. She hadn't expected this scoundrel to be so considerate. Chapter 20. Ruthlessly extracting from Zhao's real estate this evening, she decided against attending school. After half an hour, she summoned the waiter once more. Please deliver a fruit platter to room 8916 and pay attention to the situation inside. After the waiter departed, Zhao Linlin sat in her office, toying with a signature pen. It is rare for someone so young to attain her level, balancing academic pursuits with practical management experience. She had ascended to a height that many could only dream of. At that moment, the esteemed Zhao gazed out the window, awaiting news from the waiter. Minutes later, the waiter returned. Miss, the fruit platter has been delivered. There is a man and a woman inside. The woman is already asleep. Very well. Here is the plan. Knock on their door every 10 minutes. Huh? But, miss, that might provoke a complaint from the guests. Complaint? Just do as I say. No more questions. Understood. The waiter remained, perplexed by the unusual demeanor of the young lady that evening. 10 minutes later. Knock, 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 excuse me. Would you like to change the bed linens? Chen Fan opened the door, and a waiter peered in. Are you out of your mind? No need for that. Chen Fan closed the door with a huff. Another 10 minutes passed. Knock, 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 would you care for a snack? Our hotel offers a complimentary buffet. Yet another 10 minutes. Knock, 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 excuse me. Finally, Chen Fan could no longer contain his frustration. What on earth is going on? What kind of hotel is this? I've already requested not to be disturbed. The waiter, blushing, responded, I apologize. We were merely concerned about providing an adequate service and ensuring your experience meets our 5-star standards. If you require anything, I can stand by the door. What does standing by the door accomplish? Fine, I won't stay here any longer. Congratulations, you've successfully evicted a guest. Zhao Bing was roused from her slumber. What is happening? I have no idea. They knock every 10 minutes. It's utterly infuriating. Are you feeling any better? Shall we return to school? Zhao Bing looked quizzically at the waiter, bemused by the unusual attentiveness. I've never heard of such service in a hotel. When I traveled with my parents, we never experienced this level of attention. This hotel certainly excels in service. The two descended to dine together, and Chen Fan suggested, let us head back to school. Why? Weren't you the one insisting on coming to the hotel? I just remembered something crucial that I must attend to immediately. Zhao Bing regarded him with disbelief, hardly able to accept his claim. Very well. If you wish to return, don't blame me. The pair checked out and summoned a vehicle back to school. As they departed, the waiter reported to Zhao Linlin, Miss, they have checked out. Oh. Zhao Linlin tidied herself up and drove back to the school. Yufei, could you check if Chen Fan has returned to the dormitory? Zhou Yufei replied with wide eyes. How would I know? Isn't there a telescope hidden in your suitcase? Don't think I'm unaware. All right then. Zhou Yufei reluctantly retrieved the telescope concealed beneath the bottom of her suitcase. Oh, they're taking a shower? Zhou Yufei's expression became quite unnatural. Wait, I see Chen Fan. Why are you so concerned about Chen Fan? It's nothing. Just wash up and go to sleep, Zhao Linlin said as she entered the bathroom. This only puzzled Zhou Yufei further. Linlin, what have you been on today? This sudden interest in Chen Fan is unusual. Oh my, you can't be serious. Zhou Yufei covered her mouth, as if she had discovered a new continent. Meanwhile, Chen Fan lay on his bed after showering, contemplating the peculiar events of the day. Could it be Zhao Linlin's doing? It seemed improbable. Would she truly be that bored? Never mind. It was hardly worth pondering. In the blink of an eye, 5 trading days had passed, and Zhao's real estate had impressively achieved 5 consecutive limit-ups. But today, it would be opening up. In the days to come, it would undergo a vigorous washout, with fluctuations reaching as high as 20. It was expected that many small investors would be frightened away, allowing the major stakeholders to continue profiting. Chen Fan noticed that his account balance had already reached 27 million. In order to create the illusion of an ongoing rise, the major stakeholders had placed large orders early in the morning to seal the limit up, only to suddenly release the floodgates and remove all sealed orders, causing the stock price to begin to decline. This, in turn, provided Chen Fan with the perfect opportunity to exit. He unreservedly liquidated all his shares. However, utilizing over 10 million in funds to accumulate shares at a low point without attracting the attention of the major stakeholders required a certain level of skill. The time had come to test his trading abilities. It seemed prudent to purchase a laptop and establish his own trading room. Perhaps even renting an apartment would be advantageous for his work. As the sell orders were executed, the major stakeholders of Zhao's real estate suppressed the price, resulting in a long upper shadow on the candlestick chart. Trading volume surged, and the turnover rate increased. In an effort to scare off retail investors, the major stakeholders pressed down fiercely, already pushing the price down by 8 points. Today they suppress, tomorrow they limit up, and the day after they limit down. What a smooth tactic! In light of this, what was there to wait for? It was time to seize Zhao's real estate mercilessly. Thus, he made no further considerations and continually placed small to medium-sized buy orders. With a total market capitalization of 100 billion, Zhao's real estate had been fluctuating between 2 to 3 billion in daily trading volume over the past few days. Chen Fan's mere 1 million or so should not attract too much attention. Seeing his buy orders being executed continuously, Chen Fan felt a surge of joy within. It was likely that even the major stakeholders themselves could not discern how many individuals were taking advantage of the low prices. However, to the major stakeholders, these small investors were always insignificant, as the stock price was about to hit the limit down. 20 minutes later, Zhao's real estate hit the limit down. All of Chen Fan's funds, exceeding 1 million, were successfully executed, leaving him with a total floating loss of 0.63 points. Tomorrow, I shall sell upon the market's opening, and the day after, I shall reinvest. Haha, just the thought of it must bring tears to the eyes of the major players in Zhao's real estate. With the transaction completed, I exit the trading software. My next undertaking is to seek rental accommodation. Meanwhile, the senior executives of Zhao's group are convening a meeting where the chairman has resolved to leverage this market wave to elevate the company's market value to a new pinnacle. Subsequently, they intend to identify an opportune moment to reduce their holdings and realize profits, thereby freeing up funds for new ventures. Little do they realize, a small fish is quietly growing within their pond. Chapter 21. Emotions do not define everything. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Shun, had not come to work for several days, leaving all the students perplexed about the situation. The school promptly appointed a new homeroom teacher, an elderly man with thinning hair. Why had Mr. Shin ceased to appear? Many speculated, but only Chen Fan felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Could it be that the fortune he witnessed that day had come to fruition? He had noticed a hint of misfortune hovering over Mr. Shun's head and, after much contemplation, decided to offer a gentle warning. The very next day, however, Mr. Shun was absent. Yet, such occurrences were beyond his control, and besides, Mr. Shun seemed rather fragile. Even if his spouse was unfaithful, it hardly warranted abandoning his class altogether. That afternoon, as Chen Fan browsed rental listings on his phone, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an advertisement for a nearby upscale apartment for rent. A one-bedroom unit, fully furnished with appliances, ready for immediate occupancy, listed at a monthly rent of 2,000, with utilities to be paid separately. Despite the somewhat steep price, Chen Fan resolved to pay a visit. Drawn by the proximity to the school, less than 300 meters away, just outside the campus walls. Utilizing his lunch break, he contacted the agent and arranged to view the property. True to its reputation, the community boasted stringent security measures and a picturesque environment, ensuring a high level of safety. The apartment was situated on the 26th floor, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a splendid view of the campus. A subtle fragrance, reminiscent of a woman's perfume, wafted through the air, creating a delightful atmosphere. The decor and furnishings were exceptionally pleasing, and Chen Fan instantly fell in love with the place. He was determined to secure it. How much would the deposit be? With several thousand in hand, he promptly signed the contract. He handed over a deposit of 5,000, promising to transfer the rent in 2 days. The agent was accommodating, promptly handing over the keys to Chen Fan, officially making him the tenant of this apartment. Once the agent departed, Chen Fan surveyed the space, noting its immaculate cleanliness. There was no need for him to lift a finger for tidying up. It appeared the landlord had left in a hurry, with some clothing still left behind for safekeeping. Now, he found himself in need of a computer, and possibly more in the future. Assessing the layout, he realized there was no need for alterations. The landlord had conveniently provided a ready-made workstation that met his current needs. Only, he lamented his lack of funds. How embarrassing. With a rent of 24,000 plus the anticipated cost of 2 computers, he estimated he would need around 40,000. Alas, he would have to cut back on expenses tomorrow. Sigh. The following morning, Zhao's realty surged to its peak, yet predictably, it would plummet the next day. Chen Fan liquidated his holdings, awaiting the inevitable drop to reinvest, confident it would soar once more. At that moment, the market manipulators were likely sneering, reveling in the departure of yet another novice investor. Now, Chen Fan possessed a considerable sum of capital, but would only be available for withdrawal the next day. Thus, he chose to take the day off to focus on his studies, striving for improvement. On the 3rd morning, he promptly transferred 100,000 out of his account, re-entering Zhao's realty with the remainder. After settling the rent, he rushed to the computer market to purchase a laptop and a desktop. Equipped with these 2 formidable tools, I am now poised to truly showcase my skills, officially stepping into the realm of professional stock trading. Upon returning to my rented apartment, dragging along 2 computers, I opened the door only to be taken aback. A woman was lounging on the sofa. She was clad in a form-fitting skirt and black stockings, her hair styled in voluminous waves, exuding an alluring charm. I couldn't help but think that her hairstyle resembled that of Ms. Shun. Just then, upon hearing the sound of the door, she sat up, and both of us were momentarily stunned. "Ms. Shun, what are you doing here?" we exclaimed in unison. Ms. Shun gazed at me, hauling the 2 boxes, and seemed to comprehend. "You're quite diligent. Skipping class to take on odd jobs?" My face flushed crimson as I hastily replied, "Well, since I have some free time, I might as well run some errands. Every little bit helps." Ms. Shun, slightly embarrassed, adjusted her short skirt, remarking, "You truly are a child your parents can be proud of. Alas, it's my fault for not helping you secure that grant. Otherwise, you would have to toil so hard." "Really, no need for that, teacher. It feels far more rewarding to earn through my own efforts." I carried the computer boxes inside, the systems pre-installed. All that remained was to plug them in. "By the way, Ms. Shun, how come you're here?" With a hint of embarrassment, Shinming Yao explained, "I came to pick up some clothes, but ended up feeling too tired and dozed off on the sofa." I realized then that this was Ms. Shun's apartment. What an astonishing coincidence. How would I explain it if she discovered I was renting her place? As I adeptly connected the power supply and tidied up the clutter on the floor, Ms. Shun lingered, inquiring, "How did you come to have the keys to this place?" The landlord left the keys with the security guard, and I was instructed to set up the computers, I replied. "Oh," she said, intrigued. Once I completed the setup, I noticed she showed no intent of leaving. "Ms. Shun, I should be heading out now," I stated. "Not in a hurry. I'm also about to leave. Just here to grab a couple of outfits. I'll help you with that," I offered, taking her suitcase as we entered the elevator together. Ms. Shun was tall and possessed a unique allure characteristic of a woman in her late 20s. I caught a whiff of an exquisite perfume. No wonder I found that scent familiar upon entering. It was Ms. Shun's residence. "Ms. Shun, what prompted your sudden resignation?" I asked. She chuckled wryly. "Was it your reminder that spurred me?" I was taken aback, realizing the implication. It explained her slightly haggard appearance. "So, where do you plan to go now?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps I'll go out to unwind for a bit. Maybe I'll return after some time." Ding! The elevator reached the ground floor. Ms. Shun made her way to the parking lot to retrieve her car, and I couldn't resist saying, "Ms. Shun, there is something I wish to tell you." She turned, slightly surprised, and replied, "Go on." In truth, emotions constitute merely a small facet of life. There is no necessity to regard them as the entirety of one's existence. Even in their absence, life still holds a multitude of joys, such as work, life goals, and dreams. Chen Fan articulated this with sincerity. Shen Mingyao gazed at him intently, seemingly struck by a sense of illusion. She had not anticipated that a student could possess such clarity in this regard. Shaking her head, a fleeting smile of bittersweet acknowledgement crossed her lips. "Thank you, Chen Fan. I will be all right." "You are right. Emotions do not encompass everything. I ought to aspire to loftier pursuits." Observing her as she turned to enter her vehicle, he found her silhouette truly enchanting. Chen Fan waved goodbye. Once the car had departed, he returned to his rented accommodation, powering on both computers to test the internet connection and stock trading software. The internet here was readily available. It merely required a renewal of the subscription to utilize it. Chapter 22. They're working for themselves. Chen Fan had no intention of residing there. He planned to return to his dormitory in the evening to avoid arousing suspicion regarding his activities. After all, many couples at the school were renting apartments together. Just as he exited the community, he unexpectedly ran into Chen Nan and Tang Jing. Both were taken aback to see him emerge from within. Chen Fan greeted them, but Tang Jing's expression soured, and she turned on her heel to leave. What was wrong with her? Chen Nan shot him a bewildered glare, implying it was his fault for upsetting her. "Tang Jing, wait!" Chen Nan called out as she turned to pursue her, leaving Chen Fan scratching his head in confusion, wondering how he had offended her. Originally, Chen Fan intended to help clean the cafeteria, which would earn him 20 yuan per session. He could do this 3 times a week. Completing the cleaning not only provided a modest income, but also secured a meal, a considerable benefit for a student from a humble background. However, today he had come to resign. Upon entering the cafeteria, a group of students quickly gathered around him. "Oh, isn't this the impoverished student chasing after Zwabing? How amusing. Are these so-called poor students now so shameless? Hey, you broke student, keep your distance from Zwabing." Ignoring the self-proclaimed elites, Chen Fan thought to himself that he was now worth millions. He felt disdain for their company and proceeded to find a seat after collecting his meal. In a corner of the cafeteria, 2 girls observed the scene with mild interest. "This man truly is remarkable. He endures their insults with such grace," Zhou Yufei remarked, unimpressed yet intrigued by Chen Fan's demeanor. "He is far more complex than you perceive." Zhao Linlin smirked, reflecting on how she had interrupted their private moment and feeling an inexplicable thrill. She had investigated Chen Fan's background and found him to be an ordinary rural university student, devoid of any familial influence. She could not fathom why Zwabing would choose to associate with him. Zwabing, who had a considerable reputation at school, came from a wealthy family worth over 100 million, with a father who was a successful entrepreneur. His antique business earned him hundreds of thousands each year, allowing him to live a life of leisure. Yet, Zwabing had rejected affluent suitors like Liang Dongkai in favor of Chen Fan. To Zhao Linlin, Liang Dongcai's wealth was still insufficient. Chen Fan inadvertently approached Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei's table. "Hey, haven't you finished your meal?" "We're done," Zhao Linlin replied, her curiosity piqued. "Chen Fan, do you really think working here will help you win Zwabing's heart? I can't comprehend what she sees in you." Chen Fan smiled. "That hardly concerns you, does it? At least she is better than you. You caused an accident and didn't even bother to apologize." Zhao Linlin's expression stiffened. "Fine. It was my fault for the accident, but I did apologize. Who told you to have such ill intentions?" Chen Fan, weary of the conversation, retorted. "What do you mean by ill intentions? I have never sought anything from you." It was she who had presumed too much. Believing that everyone desires to be close to him, Chen Fan noticed Zhao Linlin's displeasure when she ignored him. "How about this? You need not clean here anymore. Come work at my hotel," she suggested. "Just last weekend, that's 2,000 a month. 8 days of work in a month. 2,000 is quite generous, don't you think? Many waitstaff earn just a little over 3,000. Zhao Linlin considered it a favor to him. Chen Fan paused. "Is this supposed to be compensation? That's unnecessary. My motivation for cleaning here is not monetary. I simply take pleasure in labor. I have no interest in money." Beside them, Zhou Yufei nearly choked. A poor student reliant on subsidies professing disinterest in money? She thought to herself, "I'm not even interested in boys." Chen Fan smiled at the two, opting not to engage in a dispute, as arguing with women seemed a foolish endeavor. After finishing his meal, he informed the cafeteria owner of his resignation and returned to his rented room. Meanwhile, in the office of Zhao Group's chairman, Zhao Guowei was issuing directives. The increase has reached approximately 50%. We must strategically adjust to avoid letting small investors and speculators ride our coattails. His aim was to prevent retail investors from causing disturbances, as they had a tendency to cash out at the slightest profit. By shaking them out, they would be lured back in at higher prices, thus elevating their cost basis. This strategy allowed Zhao Guowei to lower his own costs. Clearly, he was a skilled player in the stock market, adept at manipulating the market to his advantage. However, this time he encountered Chen Fan. Before the operators of Zhao Real Estate could implement their strategies, Chen Fan was already unloading his shares. His stake was modest, making it difficult to attract attention. Yet, he executed maneuvers that would leave Zhao Guowei in disbelief. As Zhao Real Estate hit its ceiling price, Chen Fan had already made his exit. When the company faced downward pressure, he bought back in. Remarkably, he consistently sold at the peak and bought at the trough. This was infuriating for the operators. Though his trading volume was insignificant, Chen Fan's intent was not to undermine the company, but to secure his own profits. In the ensuing days, he managed to gain at least 20 percentage points, with his account swelling to an astounding 14 million. The true ascent of Zhao Real Estate was imminent. Over the next fortnight, Zhao Group's stock price doubled. Yet, Chen Fan executed an even bolder move, removing the previous leverage and entering the market with 5 times the leverage. Seeing all his funds transformed into Zhao Real Estate shares, Chen Fan smiled at the screen. Zhao Linlin was likely unaware that her family was working for him. Armed with this advantage, no volatile stock could evade his scrutiny. As long as he remained prudent, he was certain he could maintain an undefeated position in the stock market. After completing his task, Chen Fan stretched lazily. Perhaps he should visit the antique market today and see if there are any opportunities to uncover hidden treasures. Chapter 23. True Feelings Revealed in Adversity. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Chen Fan was about to step outside, the doorbell rang. Curiosity piqued. He opened the door to find a striking young lady standing before him. Clad in a standard suit and dragging a suitcase, she exuded the aura of a bank employee. "Who are you looking for?" Chen Fan inquired, scrutinizing her for a moment. The young lady, looking puzzled, responded, "Aren't you renting our place here?" "I came to view the apartment." "What apartment?" "I've already rented it out. It seems the agent hasn't removed the listing yet." "May I still see the apartment?" she implored. "That might not be appropriate," Chen Fan replied, relaying the truth of the situation. "Really? What should I do then? I have nowhere to stay tonight. Moreover, I truly adore this place." She had seen the apartment's photos online and believed it was perfect for her. With a sigh, Chen Fan raised his hands in resignation. He too needed the space, and having just settled in, relocating was not an option. "Could I at least come in to take a look?" She persisted, and seeing the forlorn expression on her face, he reluctantly allowed her entry. As she wandered around the room, Chen Fan had left the previous layout untouched, merely adding 2 computers, and the atmosphere still brimmed with warmth. "You're still a student, aren't you?" she remarked, her tone slightly awkward. Chen Fan looked at her, intending to express his discomfort at being addressed so informally, but he soon realized that she was indeed quite mature. Her fitted suit and snug white blouse accentuated her figure remarkably. In the past, he would have hesitated to regard her in such a manner, but since meetings with Bing, he had learned to appreciate beauty in all its forms. Her physique was undoubtedly several times more impressive than that of many online influencers. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, she lifted her gaze. "Could I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" "May I stay here for a few days?" "Ah." Chen Fan glanced at the lone bed in the room, questioning its suitability. In truth, he preferred solitude and was keen to keep his secrets hidden. "But why would that be inappropriate?" "I can sleep on the sofa," she reassured him. "Don't worry. You can enjoy the comfort of a large bed. I promise not to disturb you." Then, with an air of vulnerability, she gently linked her arm with his, swaying slightly. "Please. I was just laid off from my job and have nowhere to go. Just let me stay with you for a few days. I assure you, if anything unexpected happens during my stay, I will not call the police." Her words sent a shiver down Chen Fan's spine. "You're not afraid?" "I'm starting to feel a bit apprehensive." A glance at the softness pressed against his arm made him uneasy. Really, I promise. Once I overcome this hurdle, I will repay your kindness, she pleaded. Having been dismissed from my job and without my salary, if you refuse to help, I will have no choice but to sleep on the streets. Could you bear to witness a stunning beauty like me wandering the streets? Moreover, I am adept at cooking and laundry. Should you have any needs, I am more than willing to assist you. Enough, enough. Please stop swaying. I am feeling dizzy. Chen Fan thought to himself, since he wouldn't be sleeping here anyway, he might as well be a good Samaritan and offer her shelter for a few days. Alas, it is primarily that enchanting figure that has left his legs weak. Chen Fan stated, "You may stay for a few days, but you must not touch my belongings." He gestured toward his two computers. The girl nodded knowingly, grinning as she reassured him, "Fear not, I shall not tamper with your hard drives." Chen Fan replied, "Please allow me to take a photo of your ID. After all, she was a stranger, and it would be wise to know a bit more about her." "All right. Thank you, little brother." Upon receiving Chen Fan's consent, she excitedly dashed to the door, dragging her suitcase inside and rummaging through her bag for her ID. "Su Ruzhen?" "Yes, indeed. Why not call me Lu Rushi? That would be fine, as long as you prefer it. You can call me whatever you like." Su Ruzhen beamed at him. "Should we draft the contract?" "No need. You're only staying a few days." Chen Fan took the photo and returned her ID. He was surprised to learn she was only 24, with a figure that was quite impressive. "You shall sleep here tonight," Chen Fan declared as he prepared to leave. Su Ruzhen inquired, "Shall we exchange WeChat? Or perhaps a phone number?" "Oh, right." Chen Fan turned back to add her on WeChat and noted her phone number, sensing she had no intention of fleeing. After Chen Fan departed, Su Ruzhen hung her clothes in the wardrobe, tidied up, and began cleaning. Then she took her clothes and headed for a shower. Upon returning to school, Chen Fan messaged Zhuobing, "Care to join me for a meal?" After a long pause, Zhuobing likely went to the dance studio. In the dormitory, several companions were present. Guo Jianliang lay on his bed chatting with a girl. Wang Hao sat smoking, and Yilong Gao drooped like a wilted eggplant, a bandage wrapped around his head, indicating he had been in a scuffle. "What happened?" Chen Fan inquired, but initially, the three remained silent. Wang Hao finally spoke. He was beaten up. His online debt has soared to over 40,000. "What?" "Borrowing 10,000 and receiving only 9,000. And now it has ballooned to over 40,000 in such a short span?" Chen Fan gazed at Yilong Gao in disbelief. "Didn't I tell you to pay it off last time?" Yilong Gao sulked. "I saw the profits rising and thought I could earn more. But it all went down the drain." "What about those two girls?" "They run off. Who would stick around when there's no money?" "How very pragmatic." Wang Hao remarked. "The debt collector said if he doesn't repay by the day after tomorrow, they'll take his 2 legs." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yilong Gao sprang up and dashed out. "Where are you going?" Chen Fan stopped him. "I'm going to sell a kidney." "Get lost, you spineless fool." Chen Fan shoved him lightly. "Let us all put our heads together and think of a solution." Wang Hao remarked. "I will confer with Qin Nan to see if we can scrape together 2 or 3,000. In such matters, Wang Hao has always been known for his loyalty. What about you?" Chen Fan inquired of Guo Jianliang, who shook his head. "I have no money." A person like him is unlikely to assist others beyond mere boasting. Chen Fan advised Yilong Gao, for the next few days, avoid going anywhere and stay at school. With that, he turned and started to walk away. "Where are you going?" Yilong Gao called after him. "I'm going to help you find some money. I'll check if there's anything with Zhuobing." Just as he reached the bottom of the dormitory building, he ran into Su Keqing. "What brings you here?" Su Keqing appeared rather haggard lately, her eyes red-rimmed. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out a wad of cash and handed it over. "Give this to him. It's all I have." With that, she turned and fled. Chen Fan felt a pang in his heart, while the 2 girls who indulged in pleasures with Yilong Gao had departed. It was Su Keqing who remained steadfast in her feelings. True affection reveals itself in times of adversity. Chapter 24. Brotherhood, the matter concerning Yilong Gao must be resolved. Yet it cannot be compromised. These unscrupulous online lending companies have harmed countless individuals. Many young women have fallen victim to their deceit, and reporting them to the authorities is unlikely to bring them to justice. Chen Fan contemplated an optimal solution. Why not leverage the power of the internet and public opinion? Thus, a plan was set in motion. With a strategy in hand, Chen Fan withdrew some funds. Together with the amount provided by Su Keqing, He had approximately 10,000 yuan, with Wang Hao promising to contribute a little more later. Chen Fan was not reluctant to bear the financial burden alone. He merely needed to utilize this incident as a lesson for Yilang Gao. Wang Hao's contribution symbolized brotherly loyalty, while Su Keqing's represented love. It was essential for Yilang Gao to remember those who assisted him. Chen Fan did not wish to play the role of a hero. Furthermore, he was not prepared to give the other party such a significant sum. How could they expect repayment of 40,000 yuan in just a few days? Their greed was insatiable. Having prepared everything, he called Zhuo Bing, inviting her to meet. Zhuo Bing had just finished showering, her hair exuding a fresh fragrance. Observing her in her favorite denim shorts, Chen Fan shook his head in exasperation. He resolved to buy her a few pairs of long pants next time. There was no need for everyone to see those stunning long legs. What's wrong? Zhuo Bing asked. Having hurried out without fully understanding the situation from Chen Fan's earlier phone call, he led her to a secluded part of the playground, where couples embraced beneath the distant trees. Zhuo Bing, frustrated, remarked, "You didn't come last time we went to the hotel, and now you bring me to such a place. What is your intention?" Chen Fan remained silent, explaining, "One of our dorm mates is in trouble, and I need your help." Upon hearing it was a serious matter, Zhuo Bing pouted in acknowledgement. "When we meet those people, if the situation seems off, just call the police." Zhuo Bing nodded, but with concern asked, "Can you all handle it?" Chen Fan reassured her, "It's fine. Worst case, we endure a beating. Just remember, no matter what happens, don't come over. Preserve the evidence." Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Fan found Yilang Gao and his companions still present. He pulled out 2,600 yuan. "This is from Su Keqing. You need to learn to be a decent person. Look at how you've hurt that girl." "Huh? Su Keqing is so devoted?" Wang Hao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "You're in love. Prince, if you don't want her, don't waste her. That would be disgraceful. Why not give her to me?" Yilang Gao shot him a glare. "Get lost." He had not anticipated Su Keqing would come to his aid, but given her limitations, her willingness to help was commendable. Chen Fan added, "After this is over, go apologize to her and try to win her back. Having a girl care for you like that is a blessing in your life." "Enough. Stop talking." Yilang Gao, with reddened eyes, dashed out. Guo Jianliang remained silent, having no intention of assisting. Chen Fan received a WeChat message. "Little brother, are you coming back to sleep tonight?" "No." It was 11 o'clock at night, and Yilang Gao had yet to return. The following day, it was revealed that he had sought out Su Keqing, and the two had embraced one another in a small grove behind the school throughout the night. In the afternoon, the trio prepared to meet with representatives from the online lending company. Chen Fan inquired of Guo Jianliang, "Will you be joining us?" He sought to ascertain Guo Jianliang's character. A friend unwilling to lend assistance in times of peril was not worth keeping. Guo Jianliang replied, "I shall refrain from participating in such matters." "Very well. Then let us proceed." Chen Fan chose not to engage further with Guo Jianliang. Henceforth, such a person would be avoided. The three arrived at the agreed-upon location, a tea restaurant at the entrance of the school. Chen Fan had chosen this venue for Yilang Gao, primarily for Zhuo Bing to easily capture photographs and videos. The opposing party arrived, comprising 5 or 6 individuals, each robust and heavily tattooed, seemingly intent on instilling fear and discouraging any resistance. The leader, a man named Biao, bore a menacing appearance, his eyes resembling those of a goldfish, and he inquired, "Did you bring the money?" Yilang Gao glanced at Chen Fan, but remained silent. Chen Fan responded, "Yes, we have it." He too possessed a recording device and solemnly asserted, "Your online lending practices are questionable. How can the interest be so exorbitant? When we borrowed 10,000, you only disbursed 9,000. How does it escalate to 40,000 in just over a week?" The adversary glared at Chen Fan, retorting, "Did I ask you a question? Are you itching for a fight? This is our matter with him. It has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business." Chen Fan had long been prepared for such a confrontation. "He is my brother, and we shall repay his debts together. If you wish to exclude me, then we shall take our leave." "Halt!" The opponent slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You little brat. Who gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly in front of me?" Wang Hao, undeterred, responded, "What are you so fierce about? Is it merely a few dollars you lend us? We are not your slaves. Debts must be repaid, but human rights are equal. Do not presume that just because you lend us a small sum, you can command us at will. Ah, you little brats think you can defy us? Biao's eyes narrowed, and his henchmen ready to strike. The trio stood in unison, seizing chairs as makeshift weapons. Let's not resort to violence, Chen Fan urged. Today we come with sincerity to repay the debt. What is the meaning of this hostility? The adversary sneered. Very well, then repay the money. However, today it is no longer 40,000, but 80,000. Huh? You lent us 9,000 and expect us to return 80,000 in a week? Is there any sense to such a demand? Chen Fan raised his voice deliberately. Which law states that such interest exists? As long as you provide evidence. We would accept not just 80,000, but even 800,000. Biao furiously declared, I am the evidence. With your foolish demeanor today, you will not leave without paying 80,000. As Chen Fan attempted to speak again, the adversary pointed a finger at him, demanding 100,000. Apologies, but we lack the means to repay. Biao pointed at him. You think you can simply refuse repayment? Huh, young man. No one in this vicinity has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Do you believe I won't end your life right now? At a signal from him, several subordinates closed in. Chen Fan and his companions braced themselves, ready to act, should any of them make a move. They would seize Biao without hesitation. Capture the leader first, strike the horse before the rider. With Zhuo Bing nearby to provide evidence, there was no reason to fear the consequences. As the adversaries prepared to strike, Chen Fan and his companions suddenly rose to their feet. Just then, a cacophony of police sirens erupted from outside. Chapter 25. The indulgence of youth. The law enforcement officers arrived and escorted both parties into the police vehicle. Chen Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had taken a few hits when he knocked down Biao, leaving his gums bleeding. Yilang Gao and the others were equally in disarray, as they were merely ordinary students with little experience in brawling. Had it not been for Chen Fan's insistence on confronting them head-on, Yilang Gao would have chosen to compromise. However, this time he felt a profound bond of brotherhood, an emotion that money cannot buy, and one that would become a cherished memory in the years to come. Youthful and reckless, they had savored joy together, and Yilang Gao would forever remember this camaraderie. Upon arrival at the precinct, after a thorough inquiry, the officers grasped the specifics of the situation. Nevertheless, such matters were complex given the debt dispute. For the group of students, the officers merely offered a stern warning before allowing them to return to school. The individuals affiliated with the Biao were brazen, loudly threatening to deal with Chen Fan and his friends. A mere handful of students were of no concern to them. Once outside the police station, Wang Hao inquired about their potential retaliation. Chen Fan handed a cigarette to both of them, recognizing that there was no turning back. They had to stand their ground. If we don't deal with them, we'll be in trouble. How do we proceed? Yilang Gao asked as he lit his cigarette. We'll discuss it when we get back, Chen Fan replied, contemplating the evidence in Zhuo Bing's possession. He called Zhuo Bing, who answered anxiously, Are you all right? I was about to ask my dad for help. We're fine, just got out. The matter isn't resolved yet. We'll come find you later. Upon returning to school, the trio sought out Zhuo Bing immediately. After she showed them the video she had captured, Chen Fan transferred it to his phone. I will handle the remaining matters. Do not worry, he assured them. Wang Hao offered, If there is anything you need, just call me. Yilang Gao draped an arm around both of their shoulders, expressing gratitude. Thank you, brothers, for life. I recognize only you two. Let us go celebrate. After the brawl, their mindset had drastically shifted. Previously, they would have hesitated to confront such individuals from society. But now they felt fearless. The three of them invited Zhuo Bing to join them for barbecue. Aren't you going to invite Su Keqing? No, it wouldn't be appropriate in this context. Zhuo Bing was included due to her involvement in the incident. At the barbecue stand, Yilang Gao shouted, Boss, bring us 2 beers. Serve a round of everything. Zhuo Bing interjected, What are you doing? Let me order. She eliminated all the unappetizing options. Not wanting to be as foolish as Yilang Gao. If you keep showing off, the boss will bring you all the unsold items. With a pop, Yilang Gao opened a beer bottle, exclaiming, Come on, brothers, cheers. After today, my life belongs to you. They all raised their bottles. And Zhuo Bing poured herself a glass as well. With a hearty clink, The three men tilted their heads back and gulped down their drinks in unison. Upon finishing, they slammed the empty bottles onto the table with great satisfaction. Ah, such is life. What more could one desire? Brothers, let us indulge again. They resumed their drinking, the sound of sloshing echoing around them. Zwabing observed the trio in silence, refraining from discouraging them from drinking further. If they wished to drink, let it be to excess. She could deal with the aftermath later. After consuming 3 bottles, Ylang Gao let out a hearty belch, exclaiming that Guo Jianliang was truly untrustworthy and he would no longer associate with him. Guo Jianliang had always been one to disregard loyalty, yet he would always seize any opportunity for food at the expense of others. Chen Fan chimed in, stating that it was unnecessary to take such matters to heart. One cannot treat everyone as a brother nor lay bare one's soul to all. In one's lifetime, true confidants are few and far between. As the ancient said, having a single true friend is sufficient. Guo Jianliang was merely a passerby in his life, and there was no need for animosity. Zwabing gazed at him in astonishment, recognizing that her boyfriend was indeed unique. She discerned a distinct aura about Chen Fan, a quality that many lacked. Wang Hao nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. As the 4 of them indulged in barbecue, Ylang Gao shouted to Zwabing, "Help yourself, order whatever you fancy, don't mind us." "I have no intention of minding you," Zwabing replied with a smile, displaying remarkable understanding. She sat beside Chen Fan, occasionally offering him skewers of meat she had taken a bite from. "Don't worry, I've tasted it first," she assured him, witnessing their displays of affection. Wang Hao and the others looked on with mild disdain. The trio continued to drink heartily and feast. Chen Fan gave Zwabing a knowing glance, signaling her to take care of the bill later. "Understood," she replied, maintaining her composure as she had prepared for this moment. That night, the 3 men consumed 2 crates of beer, while Zwabing had 2 bottles herself. Observing them sway unsteadily as they walked, Zwabing merely smiled. Youth is a time for indulgence. One should not stifle one's true self, but allow it to flourish. Such is the essence of youth. She discreetly settled the bill and watched as the 3 men stumbled along the roadside. Just as she was about to approach them, she noticed the audacious trio shamelessly relieving themselves. Disgusted, Zwabing turned away, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Fueled by their inebriation, the 3 men draped their arms over each other's shoulders and began to sing. A man must strive for strength. Watching them revel in their freedom and wildness, Zwabing felt a twinge of envy. This was a privilege exclusive to boys, something girls could never experience. After escorting them back to their dormitory, Zwabing made her way home. Upon their return, Guo Jianliang, sensing their intoxication, scolded them. "You lot are a bunch of worthless drunks. Why didn't you invite me for a midnight snack?" Ylang Gao, already inebriated, shot back angrily. "What good are you except to mooch off others?" Guo Jianliang, "It's not that I don't regard you as a person. It's that you fail to understand basic decency. Do you even know what we 3 have been up to today? We found ourselves entangled with those who pursue online loans. Damn it, we took a few hits. Had it not been for the swift arrival of law enforcement, I might have met my end there today. When we were facing danger together, where were you? Do you still have the audacity to say I didn't invite you for a late-night meal? Even if I had called you today, would you have had the appetite to eat?" Guo Jianliang, scolded to the point of collapsing onto the bed, was stopped by Chen Fan. "Enough, enough. Let us not dwell on this matter." Guo Jianliang retorted defiantly, "Damn it, you in a fight and didn't call me. If you had, I would have certainly joined." Wang Hao could no longer bear to listen. "Didn't we invite you back then? It was your own choice not to go. Why put on such airs now? All right, let us all speak less and get some rest. We are all classmates in the same dormitory. There is no need for unnecessary quarrels." Chapter 26. Employing a beautiful staff member the following day, Chen Fan sought out a social media influencer. Upon meeting, he made a request for the matter to be publicized, emphasizing that the more sensational the coverage, the better. After reviewing the video materials, the influencer, a man in his 30s of modest height, under 1.7 meters, agreed, albeit at a rather steep fee. Chen Fan inquired about the cost. 20,000. The influencer scrutinized Chen Fan for an extended moment before disclosing the figure, knowing that a higher amount would likely be beyond the means of a student. Chen Fan replied, I shall offer you 40,000. But you must ensure this matter gains traction. He understood that a hot topic could yield significant traffic for the influencer's own account, potentially transforming into an intangible asset. Surprised by the student's willingness, the influencer nodded, assuring him, leave it to me. Chen Fan provided a deposit of 20,000, with the remaining balance to be settled upon successful promotion. The influencer departed with the money, while Chen Fan chose not to return to school, instead heading back to his rented accommodation. Su Ruzhen was lounging on the sofa, munching on potato chips while watching a variety show. Upon Chen Fan's return, she quickly rose and brushed off the crumbs from her attire. Little brother, why are you back so late? Noticing her clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her long, exquisite legs, distracting to the eye, Chen Fan sensed her self-consciousness as she instinctively tugged at the hem of her dress. Have a seat. I will pour you some tea, he offered. No need, Chen Fan replied. I just returned for a brief matter. Hey, why are you still here? Su Ruzhen bit her lip. I haven't found a job yet. You're not going to kick me out, are you? Seeing her anxiety, Chen Fan reassured her. Not at all. He casually opened his laptop, intending to check the stock market trends, while he noticed Su Ruzhen standing there, hands clasped and appearing quite proper. Why are you standing there? Go ahead and do your own thing. I have nothing to do, little brother. Would you like me to do your laundry? Or perhaps I could prepare lunch for you, so you needn't go to school for it. Could she really cook? Chen Fan harbored some skepticism, but considering her demeanor, he thought it might be worth a try. He nodded, all right then, I'll let you go buy the ingredients. Su Ruzhen glanced at him, hesitating to speak. Chen Fan observed her closely. You seem to be short on funds, don't you? Yes. Chen Fan, recalling that he had some money left, handed her some for the grocery shopping. He then logged into his stock trading software, noticing that Zhao Real Estate was on a notable upward trend, marking 5 consecutive gains. Zhao Real Estate was a significant player, with a target price projected to quadruple. Currently, Chen Fan needed only to remain patient, awaiting the right moment to exit before the others did. With an increased amount of capital, he could no longer pursue daily short-term gains. Instead, he had to adopt a medium to long-term strategy. Any premature involvement could potentially alarm the other parties involved. The dealer is not a fool. With several tens of millions or even billions of funds involved, large-cap stocks may be manageable, but encountering small-cap stocks worth billions would swiftly intimidate anyone. Therefore, Chen Fan must adopt a long-term strategy. Otherwise, he will need to seek assistance in managing his investments. As the market neared closing, Su Ruzhen returned. How is it? Are you hungry? However, what she brought back was not groceries, but fast food. Did you not go to buy ingredients? Surely, you cooked them before returning? Chen Fan gazed at the fast food on the table, speechless. Su Ruzhen smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I got caught up with something and lost track of time. I feared you might be too hungry, so I bought some fast food. Alas, let's make do with this. After they finished their meal, Su Ruzhen poured him another cup of tea and began to tidy up the remnants of their dining. She appeared quite diligent, akin to a devoted wife. Do you want to take a nap? Chen Fan was about to rise when he asked, by the way, how did you get fired? Su Ruzhen pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Let us not discuss it. It's bothersome. Then what do you do? I'm a temporary worker at a bank. Oh. Chen Fan entered the bedroom and lay down on the large bed. It smells so good. The fragrance seemed reminiscent of Su Ruzhen. It was evident she had slept here last night. When Chen Fan entered the bedroom, Su Ruzhen was lounging on the sofa. After sleeping for over an hour, Chen Fan got up. Hearing the noise, Su Ruzhen also sat up. Are you leaving for school so soon? Will you be back to sleep tonight? No, I won't. As Chen Fan approached the door, he inquired, do you have any plans lately? Su Ruzhen shook her head. Do you know how to trade stocks? Ido. I've received training. Oh, are you going to teach me how to trade? Chen Fan did not respond directly, but instead stared at her for a long while. Su Ruzhen felt somewhat anxious. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? If I offered you a job, how much would you hope to earn per month? Chen Fan suddenly asked. Su Ruzhen was taken aback. That depends on the job. I was considering whether to venture into live streaming. Chen Fan replied, forget those trivial pursuits. Come work for me. Huh? What do you mean? Su Ruzhen gazed at him in disbelief, clutching her chest and retreating a few steps. Chen Fan was left speechless. Ponder your thoughts. You will assist me in managing investments, working 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. From now on, you will reside here. Su Ruzhen let out a long sigh of relief. Really? Of course it's true, but we must sign a confidentiality agreement. You are not allowed to disclose the nature of your work to anyone. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Of course, I still possess some professional integrity. Very well. How much do you expect to earn per month? This is a long-term position. If you are not mentally prepared, we should forego this discussion. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. Previously, I earned 6,000 at the bank and over 10,000 if my performance was good. You could determine the amount. I assure you a minimum payment of 10,000 in addition to commissions. Su Ruzhen's expression was filled with excitement. Is this for real? Chen Fan replied, if you agree. We shall sign a contract, but I have numerous stipulations. Rest assured, I will strive to accommodate them. That is not the implication. Should we reach an agreement, you will reside here, and no third party shall be permitted. All these stipulations will be documented in the contract. You may review it. And if you find it agreeable, then we shall sign. No need to review. I consent. Su Ruzhen, of course, readily assented. Thus, the two signed the contract. And from this moment forth, Su Ruzhen officially became Chen Fan's first employee. Chapter 27. Could the young man be a billionaire? After signing the contract, Su Ruzhen was enveloped in disbelief. Had she truly secured employment so effortlessly? Moreover, the job's requirements, nature, hours, and compensation encompassed nearly every working individual's aspirations. With only 4 hours of work each day and a 5-day workweek, along with generous benefits including meals and accommodation, it was nothing short of blissful. Yet, a nagging thought crossed her mind. Did he harbor any ulterior motives? After pondering for some time, she concluded that it seemed unlikely. This young man appeared to have no romantic inclinations toward her. Having learned that Chen Fan had assigned her the task of stock trading, Su Ruzhen dedicated herself to acquiring knowledge about the stock market. While she was familiar with basic transactions, she resolved to deepen her understanding in order to justify her salary. She opened her computer, learning while simulating trades. Following her hiring, Chen Fan had seemingly distanced himself, leaving her to occupy the rented apartment alone. Meanwhile, the self-media personality Wei Jianjun began to see the fruits of his labor. He disseminated the video resources related to Chen Fan's case in segments across the internet, enlisting several peers to amplify the narrative. In recent years, online lending had ensnared numerous young people, particularly female university students. Seizing upon this topic, a wave of outrage quickly surged, with many eager to share and condemn, escalating the situation further. Over 10,000 students from Jiangzhou University, upon encountering these reports, joined the fray. As Chen Fan had anticipated, the incident ascended to trending status. The authorities, unable to remain passive, resolved to address the illicit online lending practices while also pursuing criminal accountability for those implicated in the videos. The individuals involved were swiftly apprehended, many with prior offenses, likely facing sentences of a decade or more. During the unfolding of this scandal, Chen Fan and his two companions were summoned multiple times for questioning. The city, in conjunction with the university, expressed intent to commend the trio, which Chen Fan declined. Let us keep things low-key, he asserted. There is nothing commendable about this situation. The priority is to resolve the matter and eradicate these malignant forces to cleanse society of its ills. Once the situation had been thoroughly addressed, Yilang Gao emerged from the turmoil of online lending. This ordeal had matured him significantly, and his relationship with Su Keping flourished. Most importantly, he renounced stock trading. Chen Fan exhaled a long sigh of relief. That afternoon, he handed the final 20,000 yuan to Wei Jianjun, who, pleased with the transaction, clapped Chen Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Young brother, call on me for future endeavors." Absolutely. Having exchanged WeChat and contact information earlier, Chen Fan bid farewell to Wei Jianjun before returning to his apartment. Zhao Real Estate was preparing to liquidate, and it was imperative to exit safely ahead of the market manipulators. He had observed the stock trends. The following day, the manipulators would inflate prices before gradually stabilizing for several days, eventually leading to a downturn. Su Ruzhen had remained indoors for an entire week, engrossed in simulations and books, fervently absorbing knowledge. When Chen Fan knocked on her door, announcing an afternoon of practical application, her joy was palpable. Ah, wonderful. I'm so excited. To this day, she remains unaware of Chen Fan's true background, knowing only that he is a sophomore student. Chen Fan opened his computer and logged into his financial account. Within a fortnight, Zhao's real estate skyrocketed, achieving a staggering 15 consecutive limits. The stock price surged fourfold, instantly becoming a prominent player in the real estate sector. At this moment, Chen Fan's account displayed a total balance of 154 million. Oh my goodness! Upon seeing this astonishing sum, Su Ruzhen was utterly taken aback. The young man is actually a billionaire? Not quite. This figure includes the five-fold leverage capital he had borrowed earlier. After accounting for these external funds and the accrued interest, Chen Fan's actual gain amounted to approximately 120 million. From leveraging his five-fold investment to now surpassing 120 million, Chen Fan had indeed reaped substantial rewards from Zhao's real estate. Witnessing his transformation into a billionaire brought him a flicker of excitement. He planned to celebrate this evening. In the afternoon, Chen Fan took matters into his own hands. Seizing an opportunity while the market makers were distracted, he began to reduce his holdings. Currently, there were over 20,000 large orders on the table, with the stock priced at 96.67 yuan. Many were likely anticipating it to breach the 100 yuan mark. In reality, it was poised to exceed 100 tomorrow, only to subsequently decline. Chen Fan smiled faintly, recognizing that the total value of these 20,000 large orders amounted to 193 million. His own shares were valued at merely 154 million, a perfect scenario tailored for him. With a wicked grin, he selected all and clicked to execute a lightning-fast sale. In an instant, 154 million was used to absorb 70 of the limit order. Unbeknownst to him, this move tore a hole in the limit order, prompting anxious investors to flee the scene. At this moment, the operators of Zhao's real estate were thrown into disarray. What on earth is happening? This is bad. Funds are fleeing. Quickly, report to the chairman. Who on earth is causing this upheaval? Hadn't we coordinated with those institutions beforehand? Today was not meant for unloading shares. A call was made to the chairman's office, and Zhao Guowei's expression changed dramatically. What's going on? Seal it off immediately, just as the harvest season approached. How could their plans be thwarted? In the trading room, several operators hurriedly intervened, injecting over 100 million to close the gap. Chairman Zhao Guowei, furious on the phone, reprimanded them, insisting that they adhere to the agreed-upon gradual withdrawal. Those who dare to disrupt this must not expect leniency. No, Zhao, please listen. We truly haven't sold a single share. It may be some retail investor. Several institutional investors vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Yet, Zhao Guowei roared in frustration. After such a long period of strategizing, he relied on this plan to reduce holdings and liquidate assets. If something went awry at this critical juncture, subsequent investment plans would be jeopardized. However, Chen Fan's actions had shaken market confidence. Many, seeing favorable returns, hastily exited the market. Retail investors moved lightly, but the market makers found themselves in a precarious position. To exit the market, one must possess a substantial capital to take over. Otherwise, it would result in an interminable decline. Observing the retail investors and speculators preparing to flee, Zhao Guowei had no choice but to issue a directive to halt the plummet. Let the clash commence, for it is a test of strength and resources. With the market manipulators sealing their doors, retail investors found themselves trapped, unable to escape. Indeed, one must acknowledge the ruthlessness of his maneuver. On that day, Zhao's real estate firm faced a catastrophic decline, leaving behind a profoundly ominous solid green bar. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already secured his profits, gazing at his account, which now boasted over 100 million, with a faint smile gracing his lips. Starting the following day, he would embark on a new strategic layout. He decided to eliminate leverage, fragmenting his investments into smaller portions. Engaging in both medium to long-term and short-term trades, he resolved to retain only 120 million in the stock market, transferring the remaining funds for personal use, even sending an additional 20,000 to his parents. Concurrently, he preemptively paid Su Ruzhen a month's salary, ensuring she could work for him with peace of mind. overwhelmed with emotion. Su Ruzhin could no longer contain herself and joyfully embraced him with a kiss. You are truly wonderful to me. Chapter 28 In the aftermath, please assist my father. Any amount below 100,000 is unacceptable. As Su Ruzhin pressed herself against him without reservation, the soft warmth was quite pleasant. It nearly rendered Chen Fan unable to restrain himself from toppling her over. Just as his hand descended, he abruptly halted. No, this cannot be permitted. If she were to become my girlfriend, she would undoubtedly issue commands and manage my finances. She would cease to work diligently for my sake. Moments ago, Su Ruzhin was equally exhilarated, still caught up in the thrill when Chen Fan lunged towards her. Young women have their own desires, after all. Yet Chen Fan's sudden stop left her feeling an unsettling itch within. What does this mean? She gazed at him only to see him picking up his clothing and departing. Hey, what are you doing? Leaving me here unattended? What kind of person is this? Infuriated, she grabbed her phone and made a call. Hey, little brother, what's wrong? It's rather inconsiderate to leave someone hanging like this. Chen Fan replied, focus on your work. Do not act recklessly in the future. Dazed, she retorted, what recklessness? Have I not matured a few years? It did not take long for Su Ruzhin to comprehend. Rest assured, I will not pester you. I will work diligently. That is for the best. Chen Fan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Yet, the exhilaration Su Ruzhin brought him lingered tantalizingly in his mind. After enduring a prolonged internal struggle, he ultimately dialed Zhuo Bing's number. Zhuo Bing, let us go out and have some fun. Not possible. I have class tonight. Then I shall wait for your class to end. What do you intend to do? I wish to celebrate. I have become a billionaire and ought to share the joy with someone. He had already resolved to return home during the summer, seeking ways to improve his parents' lives. After a moment's thought, Zhuo Bing replied, all right, I will contact you after class. On Zhao Linlin's side, she too had received news today regarding Zhao South real estate transactions, which were unusually erratic, even plunging into a violent market downturn. Born into privilege, Zhao Linlin was of a significantly higher caliber than most of her peers. Despite being only a sophomore, she possessed considerable experience in business management and had even delved into stock market knowledge. If this were a case of institutional selling, it would undoubtedly be executed gradually and gently, never in such a brash manner. There was no doubt that Zhao South real estate had been manipulated. But by whom? Even the institutions could not ascertain this. Unless they had inside information at the security center, Chen Fan's mere hundreds of millions, under the circumstances of Zhao's real estate doubling, were inconsequential amidst a market cap of over $1 trillion. Upon returning home, Zhao Linlin found her father still fuming. Chen Fan's recent actions forced him to postpone his plans to reduce holdings. Father, we could consider conducting large-scale transactions, Zhao Linlin suggested. Zhao Guowei replied, with the stock price so high, who would be willing to take over? Zhao Linlin smiled, that is quite simple. We can apply for a trading halt tomorrow and then employ a high transfer method to lower the stock price. Currently, our stock is indeed quite attractive, and given the rapid rise, profit takers are bound to flee. Zhao Guowei narrowed his eyes. That might just work. Then let us distribute 10 shares for every 10 shares, or even 20 shares. This way, the stock price will be lowered, making it less conspicuous. Moreover, many investors favor stocks that have a potential for dividend adjustments. A splendid idea. Zhao Guowei gazed at his daughter with satisfaction. Your proposal is excellent. We shall implement this plan tomorrow. Linlin, you are our sole daughter, and the Zhao real estate will belong to you in the future. How has your experience at the hotel been lately? Quite good, Dad. I will strive diligently, Linlin replied. Zhao Guowei harbored a deep affection for his daughter, and Zhao Linlin was exceptionally sensible, never disappointing his expectations. Even more gratifying was her understanding of propriety. Unlike some young girls who engage in romantic relationships at such a tender age, Zhao Linlin inherited his ambition in this regard. Madame Zhao approached with a fruit platter, and upon witnessing the father-daughter duo discussing work matters, she felt an immense sense of accomplishment, for nurturing her daughter was her greatest aspiration. The Zhao family was enveloped in warmth. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Zhuo Bing were out shopping. Zhuo Bing, do you think this bag is beautiful? How about this watch? What about the phone? Do you like it? Zhuo Bing looked at him quizzically. You are acting strangely today. Speak up, what do you want? Chen Fan remained silent. Enzwa Bing persisted. Do we really need to measure our relationship in monetary terms? Am I so materialistic in your eyes? Wait, are you like this with other girls too? She pressed on, refusing to let go. Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words. I made some money today and wanted to share it with you. Zhou Bing fixed her gaze on him. How much did you earn? About 20,000. Zhou Bing scoffed. 20,000? Is that even money? My father could easily make that with a single antique deal that would sustain you for a lifetime. All right then. She was clearly a girl who lacked for nothing. Zhou Bing poked his forehead. You're feeling accomplished over a mere 20,000? How will I ever look up to you as a successful husband if this is the case? Remember, when you help my father, it better be over 100,000. Ah, this girl's such love. If she doesn't desire material gifts, then let us just continue shopping. Shall we catch a movie instead? Zhou Bing, not wanting to dampen his spirits, agreed, and they went to the cinema together. After the film, it was already 10:30. Chen Fan suggested, why don't we just stay out tonight instead of returning to school? Zhou Bing shot him a glance. I know that's your plan for today, but you're not allowed to touch me tonight. Why not? It's inconvenient. Ugh, it seemed the evening was not going as planned. Chen Fan had to suppress his feelings and joined Zhou Bing in stargazing. Hey, Chen Fan, what is your dream? Zhou Bing nestled in his arms and suddenly asked. Looking up at the sky, Chen Fan replied, to earn a great deal of money. And then, to earn a great deal of money. Zhou Bing furrowed her brow, and Chen Fan added, to support you. Zhou Bing pinched the nose of the individual before her, exclaiming, are you deceiving me? Do you truly require such a vast sum to support me? It seems you wish to care for many, does it not? Yet, you remain unaware of my family's meager means. Moreover, you are oblivious to the hardships endured by those in rural areas. Should the opportunity arise, take me to witness it, Zhou Bing said earnestly. Certainly, I shall return during this summer break, Chen Fan replied, hardly pausing to contemplate before acquiescing to Zhou Bing's request. Noticing his swift agreement, Zhou Bing smiled and added, why not invite a few classmates along? It would be beneficial to have someone to provide cover. Chen Fan pondered this for a moment, deciding to leave it for later discussion. He contemplated how to present this reality to his parents, hoping they would embrace it. However, it was only mid-June, with a month remaining until the vacation. He resolved to seize this month, striving passionately to achieve remarkable results. He also mused about the potential earnings from the 120 million he had at his disposal within that time frame. Chapter 29. Enough. I have my principals. Chen Fan ultimately escorted Zhou Bing back to her dormitory before returning to his apartment. Su Ruzhen was already asleep, and upon seeing Chen Fan arrive late at night, she presumed something significant had occurred. However, Chen Fan merely urged her to rest while he sought to gather some information online. Su Ruzhen could not permit her employer to work overtime while she retired for the night, especially considering that Chen Fan paid her 20,000 a month without her having performed any substantial tasks yet. She proactively poured him a cup of tea and dutifully remained by his side. Despite Chen Fan's repeated encouragement for her to sleep, she stubbornly refused, and he soon grew indifferent to her insistence. Thus, he opened his stock trading software and meticulously began to analyze stocks. Su Ruzhen understood that trading stocks required prior preparation, and she was taken aback by Chen Fan's diligence. It was nearly midnight, yet he returned to his studies of the stock market. Chen Fan did not mind her presence, as she was unable to discern the future trends of the stocks. After toiling until past 3 in the morning, Chen Fan had shortlisted 10 stocks, 3 of which were from the Chinex board. He further refined his selection to 3 stocks. Su Ruzhen, full of energy, observed attentively, but could not comprehend Chen Fan's rationale behind his choices. Once Chen Fan finished, she inquired about his selections. You needn't concern yourself with that. Simply follow my instructions, he replied. Understood. Chen Fan handed her his notebook. This blue chip stock is for long-term investment. Purchase 60 million in portions within 3 days. As for these 2 small-cap stocks from the Chinex board, invest 30 million in each tomorrow. I have marked the buying points for you. Su Ruzhen nodded, diligently absorbing the information. Chen Fan entrusted her with these tasks. Now, you should go to bed. I'll rest on the sofa for a bit. That won't do. How can a boss sleep on the sofa? You take the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. Su Ruzhen was adamant. Chen Fan, being considerate, thought it inappropriate for a young woman to sleep on the sofa. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us not delay tomorrow's trading. Reluctantly, Su Ruzhen retreated to the bedroom but glanced back at the spacious bed, suggesting, how about we share the bed? There's more than enough space. Chen Fan gazed at her alluring figure, swallowing hard. That might not be appropriate. Enough, I have my principles. Ugh, what are you thinking? So Ruthenblast. I truly did not mean it that way. Given the circumstances, she refrained from further discussion and brought Chen Fan a pillow and blanket before heading to bed herself. However, she left the door ajar, stating that if he found sleeping on the sofa uncomfortable, he was welcome to join her. This statement led Chen Fan into a prolonged internal struggle. Ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse. He decided that the first time must be reserved for his girlfriend. The following morning, as he returned to the dormitory, Wang Hao informed him that Guo Jianliang had moved out on his own. Chen Fan paid him no mind, recognizing that it was Guo's inability to integrate into the circle. From then on, all the splendor and wealth would be irrelevant to him. By 9:30 in the morning, Su Ruzhen was diligently executing Chen Fan's directives. 2 short positions were fully engaged, while the long position was divided into smaller increments, allowing for a gradual acquisition of 60 million within 2 days. This approach ensured that the market makers remained undisturbed, enabling entry before the anticipated surge. Chen Fan selected a stock with a market capitalization exceeding 1 trillion, characterized by daily trading volumes fluctuating in the billions. With Su Ruzhen managing the trading, Chen Fan could finally redirect his focus elsewhere. He glanced at his classmates, contemplating it was time to elevate his friends to prosperity. Ever since Guo Jianliang moved out, he had ceased interactions with the trio, now fully ingratiating himself with Liang Dong. During lunch, Chen Fan summoned Yilang Gao and Wang Hao, asking, "Are you both interested in starting a business?" Yilang Gao replied, "Start a business? I would rather trade stocks." Chen Fan kicked him lightly. "Haven't you had enough?" Wang Hao inquired, "Do you have a plan?" Chen Fan nodded. "Since you both enjoy late-night snacks, why not establish our own late-night eatery? We could invite Su Keqing and Qi Nan to assist." "Wait, why not invite Zhuobing?" Yilang Gao caught the nuance. Clearing his throat, Chen Fan retorted, "Zhuobing's family is quite affluent. Her father is worth over 100 million. Can you compare?" The two fell silent. Wang Hao then said, "All right, but I can't invest much. Are we supposed to sell ourselves like Guo Jianliang?" Chen Fan cast him a sidelong glance. "Your vision is too narrow. Don't worry about the finances. Contribute whatever you can, and I'll secure investors." "What? So we'd merely be working for someone else?" Yilangango Kuishnit Sikiptikadi. Still clinging to the idea of quick profits without hard work. Chen Fan shot him a stern look. "If you don't get practical, how will that reflect on Su Keqing? My goal is straightforward, to earn back a year's tuition." "Right, that would ease the burden on our families," Wang Hao agreed. Yilang Gao looked disdainfully at them. "Oh, forget it. You people can't see beyond your limited horizons. You'll only earn a meager income. No ambition. Are you in or out?" Chen Fan scolded, and he then relented. "Fine, I'll do it. Why not experience life with you?" "Oh, my apologies for imposing on young master." The two chuckled. Just then, Qi Nan and Su Keqing approached. "What mischief are you 3 plotting?" Chen Fan replied, "You arrived at the perfect moment. We're discussing starting a late-night eatery." "Great. We can experience the challenges of entrepreneurship and lend a hand," Qi Nan said cheerfully, her personality vibrant. Su Keqing, more reserved, discreetly glanced at Yilang Gao. Seeing no objections from them, Chen Fan declared, "It's settled then. We 5 shall be partners." Qi Nan suggested, "Can we invite Tang Jing as well?" She continued to contemplate the idea of bringing Chen Fan and Tang Jing together. Yilang Gao remarked, "That's wonderful. If she wishes to come, we shall certainly welcome her. But can she endure the hardships?" Chen Fan responded, "No." "Why not?" Qi Nan asked, her expression one of confusion. Summoning her courage, she said to Chen Fan, "There is something I have long wished to convey to you, though I am unsure if you wish to hear it. Zhuobing is not suitable for you. The disparity between you two is far too great." She implored, "Listen to me, Chen Fan. Tang Jing is remarkably resilient. Trust my judgment, for you two are truly the most compatible." Ultimately, The deeper your love, the greater your pain. Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, aware of Chen Nan's intentions, as she sought to look out for his best interests. After all, he was a student of modest means, unable to penetrate the lofty circles she inhabited. Wang Hao added, "Indeed, I believe my wife speaks the truth." "Get lost." Chen Nan erupted upon hearing him refer to her as his wife. Chen Fan and the others burst into hearty laughter, and even Su Keqing could not suppress a chuckle. Chapter 30. Several individuals, upon seeing you earlier, promptly decided to take action and began strategizing on how to manage the venture. Meanwhile, Chen Fan discreetly contacted Su Ruzhen, instructing her to inspect the shops on the back street and to purchase them directly if they were suitable. As Jiangzhou University is not located in the city center, the shops were priced at just over 10,000 per square meter. Su Ruzhen completed her tasks by midday, and with nothing pressing to attend to, she proceeded to the back street of the school. In the realm of commerce, mismanagement is not uncommon, and not everyone is destined to profit. The same holds true for restaurants and late-night eateries, where some ventures simply fail to yield returns. Su Ruzhen identified 2 promising shops and sent photographs to Chen Fan for confirmation. Chen Fan, familiar with the locations, instructed her to negotiate the prices and secure both establishments. An hour later, Su Ruzhen reported the outcome of her discussions with the owners. The total for the 2 shops was 3,200,000. Without hesitation, Chen Fan consented to the purchase. That evening, Chen Fan intentionally returned to the apartment to meet Su Ruzhen, who needed his presence to finalize the transfer of ownership the following day. Additionally, he reviewed her trading activities from earlier. 2 short-term investments had already been initiated, and half of the long-term buy was completed, with the remaining expected to be executed the next day. So I still did not comprehend why you selected these 3 stocks. After much analysis, she felt they diverged significantly from the knowledge she had acquired. The K-shaped patterns, trends, and volumes appeared misaligned. Chen Fan chuckled. The theories in textbooks often diverge from practical application. One cannot simply memorize formulas and apply them rigidly. Have you not noticed their upward movement? That long-term stock is still fluctuating and will likely open low tomorrow. However, the 2 stocks from the entrepreneurial board have already risen, one by 8% and the other by 13%. This piqued her curiosity, as she had purchased them in the morning and they surged by the afternoon. How is it that Chen Fan possessed such prowess? His chosen stocks invariably ascended. Upon observing his account balance of 120 million, Su Ruzhen was taken aback. He resolved to forego sleep that night, opting to manage the situation here. "Why don't you sleep in the bed tonight? I still have some studying to do," Su Ruzhen suggested. As the boss, Chen Fan felt no need for further politeness. Sleeping on the sofa was indeed uncomfortable, and he awoke the next day feeling sore all over. In the middle of the night, Chen Fan turned over and felt something soft and warm in his embrace, a delightful sensation. He did not dwell on it, as such experiences were rare. Only Zwabing had ever treated him this way. He then dreamt of being with Zwabing, the 2 entwined in affection, until he was abruptly awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself. Seeing Su Ruzhen's disheveled attire on the bed, he awkwardly retreated to the bathroom. Su Ruzhen had also awakened and seemed to grasp the situation as she adjusted her clothing. "You are rather restless in your sleep," she remarked. With a flushed face, Chen Fan entered the living room. Su Ruzhen asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" "I cannot. I'm going for a morning run. It's impossible to sleep now. If I lay down again, something might happen," he replied as he changed into his running attire and stepped outside. Su Ruzhen, stifling a yawn, returned to her bed, relishing the opportunity to sleep in. At this moment, just past 5 o'clock, the sky was dimly illuminated, and Chen Fan resembled a wild stallion in search of an outlet. Galloping across the playground, he ran 5 or 6 laps in one breath, still brimming with energy. Su Ruzhen was akin to a potent poison. Chen Fan took a few gasps and continued his run. As the light gradually brightened, several figures appeared on the playground, dressed in athletic attire and sporting a ponytail. Zhao Linlin came over for her morning exercise. However, her path was opposite to Chen Fan's, and after a lap, their encounter became inevitable. Zhao Linlin glanced up at him, secretly thinking how well he chose his spot. Why did he always come to her morning exercise area? He claimed it wasn't for her. Yet, Chen Fan paid her no mind, unaware that she had been distracted. Suddenly, he twisted his foot and stumbled down. Ouch! Chen Fan heard the sound and initially had no intention of approaching, but upon hearing Zhao Linlin's pain moan, he paused to ask, "Are you all right?" "Ouch! It hurts." Zhao Linlin did not respond. Her forehead beaded with cold sweat from the pain. She had run too swiftly, and the inertia was considerable. This fall had scraped her knee and twisted her ankle. Chen Fan approached, squinting in the faint light, and could not help but inhale sharply. Her knee was scraped, bleeding profusely. Tears streamed down Zhao Linlin's face from the pain as she glared at Chen Fan. "This is all your fault." "Why?" Chen Fan was oblivious to the reason. Yet Zhao Linlin knew well that had she not glanced at him, she would not have fallen so hard. Biting her lip, her eyes glistened with tears. Chen Fan knelt down, instructing her to remain still. He rolled up her pant leg and removed her shoe. Her delicate foot was undeniably captivating, befitting the campus beauty of Jiangzhou University. Even her feet were exquisite, fair, and enchanting. However, her ankle was already swollen significantly. It seemed a trip to the infirmary was in order. Yet at this moment, the infirmary was still closed. "Does it hurt? Shall I rub it for you?" To Chen Fan, such minor injuries were trivial, having grown up in the countryside. In his youth, scrapes and cuts were commonplace, nothing to fret over. But Zhao Linlin, a pampered heiress, had never endured such hardship. Chen Fan grasped her ankle, saying, "Bear with it. It might hurt a little." Zhao Linlin instinctively recoiled. When had a boy ever touched her feet? Yet her joint was dislocated, and if not repositioned promptly, the pain would worsen. Seeing Chen Fan grasp her ankle and gently shake it, she suddenly felt anxious. "Wait a moment." Zhao Linlin clutched Chen Fan's arm. "Be gentle." Chen Fan remained silent, one hand gripping her ankle while the other supported the sole of her foot. Suddenly, Zhao Linlin let out a cry, and Chen Fan echoed her scream. Her nails dug fiercely into his arm, and she fainted, her body going limp. Chen Fan gazed in disbelief at this delicate young lady from a wealthy family. Could it really be so? He gently manipulated Zhao Linlin's joint, massaging it lightly to ensure it had been properly reset. It was merely an injury to her knee, yet she still needed to visit the infirmary for treatment. Meanwhile, Zhao Linlin had fainted, leaving Chen Fan with a look of helplessness. With such a fragile constitution, how could she endure any further trials? As he gazed at Zhao Linlin's delicate, soft lips, he found it difficult to bring himself to pinch her. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhao Linlin discovered she was nestled in Chen Fan's embrace. Startled, she quickly sat up, glaring at him with indignation. "What have you done to me? I merely assisted in resetting your dislocated joint. What else could I have done?" Chen Fan replied. Zhao Linlin glanced down at her chest, relieved to see her clothing intact. "Shall I escort you to the infirmary?" he suggested. "Have you even considered that the infirmary is closed at this hour?" Zhao Linlin retorted, her frustration palpable. Chen Fan sighed in exasperation. "Why are you taking it out on me? I was the one who helped you." Zhao Linlin shot back. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen in the first place. I come here to train every day without incident. This is all your fault." "How so?" he inquired. "I saw you just before I lost my footing. I was distracted," she admitted. Well, that reasoning left Chen Fan at a loss for words. Chapter 31. The assisting doctor, am I truly that attractive? Is it possible for someone to become beautiful simply by acquiring wealth? Chen Fan had long pondered this question. However, he had chosen to remain discreet, aspiring to be a low-key affluent individual. He retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket to dab away the blood from Zhao Linlin's injury, relieved that it was merely a superficial abrasion. "Shall I escort you to the hospital?" he inquired. Zhao Linlin glared at him, incredulous. "Are you suggesting I go alone? Could you perhaps speak a little more gently?" "It does not quite align with your image," Chen Fan retorted, displeased. Zhao Linlin hesitated, intrigued about how she was perceived, particularly in the eyes of the boys around them. Yet, she refrained from asking, instead pouting in frustration. "I suppose I'll let you drive my car over," she relented. "I'll have Zhou Yufei bring the keys." "Very well," Chen Fan responded, making his way to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Zhou Yufei, still groggy from sleep, was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Upon handing the car keys to Chen Fan, she realized the unexpected nature of the situation. Chen Fan offered no further explanation, turning to head to the parking lot. Zhou Yufei rubbed her eyes, bewildered. What's going on? Why does Lin Lin want me to give the keys to him? Oh, they couldn't possibly be. Panic set in as she recalled their earlier agreement. What about that promise you made to me? She lamented, feeling let down. My best friend is truly unreliable. There are so many suitors after her, yet she won't even grant me the poorest one. Although Chen Fan came from a modest background, he had diligently obtained a driver's license. However, this was his first experience behind the wheel of a luxury car, like a Maserati. After a brief familiarization with the controls, he cautiously pressed the accelerator, aware of the vehicle's notorious speed. As he drove the car towards her, Zhao Linlin snapped. Could you slow down a bit? My injury is nearly healed. Human beings are peculiar creatures. Zhao Linlin had typically been averse to physical contact with boys. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt no aversion towards Chen Fan this time. Perhaps it was the memory of witnessing him passionately kiss Zhou Bing at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, boldly pursuing the dreams of youth with unrestrained freedom. This ignited a spark of aspiration within her. In the past, she had kept herself closed off, but deep down, she was someone with ambitions. It was akin to watching a romantic drama where the protagonist defies societal norms in pursuit of their true selves, an arc that many girls find enchanting. Perhaps Zhao Linlin had begun to feel a stirring in her heart, yearning to experience that joy for herself. Some say that if one does not experience love during their university years, they have squandered their time. Indeed, college should be filled with love and happiness. Arriving at the city hospital at approximately 6:40, Chen Fan assisted her in registering for emergency care. The attending physician, a striking woman in her mid-30s, couldn't help but express her concern upon seeing Zhao Linlin's delicate knee injury. How on earth did you manage to injure yourself like this? She exclaimed, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Fan. As her boyfriend, you seem quite remiss in your duties to protect such a beautiful girlfriend. I feel pain just looking at her. Chen Fan felt an awkward tension in the air. Doctor, all right, you support her and refrain from speaking. Left speechless, Chen Fan could only assist Zhao Linlin while observing the doctor tend to her wounds. Zhao Linlin glanced up at him and stated, Doctor, he is not my boyfriend. Huh? The doctor chuckled awkwardly, casting a renewed look at the pair. No worries. Nowadays, universities permit romantic relationships. There's no need to conceal anything from your parents. They will understand. After all, who hasn't experienced youth? Chen Fan was thoroughly impressed by this remarkable physician, witnessing her meticulous care for Zhao Linlin's injuries. He surmised she must be a devoted mother. Young man, remember to bring her back in 2 days for a dressing change, she reminded as they prepared to leave. Chen Fan nodded, supporting Zhao Linlin as they made their exit. She hastily added, Hey, you need to carry her. She can't put weight on her foot. Chen Fan felt embarrassed as he glanced at Zhao Linlin. She had previously resisted being carried. He hadn't anticipated that the doctor would be the unexpected catalyst. Zhao Linlin turned to the doctor, who promptly nudged her. What are you waiting for? He has already squatted down. Did I squat down? Chen Fan felt a surge of embarrassment and could no longer remain indifferent. With a crimson face, Zhao Linlin awkwardly draped herself over Chen Fan's back. Remember to take good care of yourself when you return. Avoid getting into the water too soon, the doctor reiterated. Understood. Thank you, Doctor, Chen Fan replied, carrying Zhao Linlin outside. He couldn't help but glance back in curiosity at the doctor's warm demeanor. Hey, how much do you weigh? He asked as they exited the emergency building. Zhao Linlin's face flushed with heat. What do you mean? Let me down. I can walk. Don't misunderstand. I mean no offense, he thought, puzzled by her weight despite her slender appearance. Yet her waist was not thick, and her figure was quite appealing. Or could she possibly be carrying the weight? As soon as Zhao Linlin released her grip from his shoulders, he quickly understood the reason. She's no less endowed than Zhou Bing, he mused. Were girls today developing at such an impressive rate? Chen Fan's thoughts drifted to Su Ruzhen from the previous night. The sensation, as they approached the parking lot, he suddenly wished to prolong the moment, to stretch out the distance. Zhao Linlin was in a tumult of emotions, her mind buzzing. She found herself questioning, Zhao Linlin, What is happening to you? This guy has a girlfriend. Have you lost your senses? Upon reaching the car, Chen Fan set her down, noticing her flushed face, avoiding eye contact with him. Checking his watch, he noted it was 7:30, having lingered in the emergency room for quite a while. Just as they settled into the car, Su Ruzhin called, "Boss, we need to head to the real estate bureau today. When are you free? I've scheduled someone to meet you there at 8:30. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and turned to Zhao Linlin. Can we return a bit later? I still have some matters to attend to. Sure. Zhao Linlin did not express any objections. However, she was feeling quite hungry and had yet to partake in breakfast. She inquired of Chen Fan whether there was any urgency. While there was no immediate rush, as they were to meet at 8:30, she suggested they find a place to eat, for her hunger was becoming pronounced. Chen Fan glanced around and noticed numerous vendors selling snacks outside the hospital. Shall I assist you in procuring something? He offered. I would like to have lamb noodles. Zhao Linlin stipulated, demonstrating her discerning taste, for she would not settle for street food. Consequently, Chen Fan took out his phone to search for nearby lamb noodle establishments and drove her there. Once he helped Zhao Linlin into the restaurant and glanced at the menu, he was taken aback to discover that a bowl of lamb noodles cost 18 yuan, an amount that equated to his previous week's worth of breakfasts. Were it not for his current financial comfort, he would have hesitated to indulge in such extravagance. As Chen Fan proceeded to place the order, Zhao Linlin was engrossed in responding to a WeChat message. Aunt, Linlin, this young man seems quite promising. Keep it up. Zhao Linlin. Aunt, rest assured, I will not divulge this to your parents. Your secret is safe with me. Chapter 32. The Wealthy Girlfriend at 8:30. Chen Fan drove hastily to the real estate bureau. He parked his car across the street and asked Zhao Linlin to wait inside while he walked over. Zhao Linlin observed his retreating figure, pondering his purpose at the bureau. Yet, she dismissed it. With her affluent background, Chen Fan's actions never astonished her. To her, owning property seemed entirely ordinary, much like a historical monarch querying the populace why they did not indulge in lavish feasts. She did not contemplate Chen Fan as potential property ownership. Perhaps his visit was motivated by other reasons. Zhao Linlin picked up her phone to continue messaging on WeChat, oblivious to the fact that today coincided with her aunt's duty. This situation, which she inadvertently stumbled upon, left her adamant that Chen Fan was her boyfriend. No matter how it was explained, it was futile. Zhao Linlin felt exasperated. Could he truly be her boyfriend? As she gazed at the entrance of the bureau, uncertainty lingered. She had never truly experienced romance. She yearned for the boundless freedom that Zhuo Bing enjoyed, yet hesitated to casually pursue a relationship. Despite being a proud little princess, ordinary individuals hardly caught her interest. However, recalling the flutter in her heart when she interacted with Chen Fan, her cheeks flushed. After waiting for over an hour, Chen Fan returned. He had delegated all tasks to Su Ruzhin, merely signing off before departing. Upon returning to the car, he noticed Zhao Linlin regarding him with peculiar eyes. Her face noticeably flushed. Did you steal something? He quipped. Huh? What do you mean? Zhao Linlin was bewildered by his words. Chen Fan remarked, you look rather guilty. Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes. Just drive, will you? After dropping her off at school, when he handed her the car keys, she suddenly inquired, have you given any thought to what I mentioned last time? What matter? Chen Fan had completely forgotten. Zhao Linlin, feeling a twinge of anger, sighed, forget it. Pretend I never said anything. She merely wished to offer a helping hand, yet he seemed indifferent to her intentions. As she limped towards the dormitory, Chen Fan turned to leave, neglecting to offer to accompany her upstairs. However, fate has a curious way of intertwining lives. Just as Chen Fan reached the entrance of Building 6, Zhuo Bing appeared seemingly out of nowhere. What brings you here? She asked. I was just about to look for you. What's up? He replied, startled. I heard you're planning to open a barbecue restaurant. Why wasn't I informed? Chen Fan was taken aback, fearing she had discovered he had taken Zhao Linlin to the hospital. It turned out to be about the restaurant. He pulled Zhuo Bing aside. How can I not tell you? I was waiting for you, the wealthy investor. Come, let me show you the location. Initially, he had not intended for Zhuo Bing to be involved. After all, she did not need to embark on a venture. His endeavor was merely to allow Yilang Gao and Wang Hao to experience the challenges of entrepreneurship ahead of time, as many matters could not be postponed until after graduation. To his surprise, Zhu Bing expressed interest. Yet, her involvement seemed more of a casual engagement. Managing a store was certainly not a reality for her. The two individuals arrived at the back street, where two stores had closed due to poor management, prompting the landlord to prepare for departure from Jiangzhou. Once the transfer procedures were completed, the property would belong to Chen Fan. Such spacious storefronts? How much would that cost? Money is not an issue. The owner is an acquaintance, and he will offer us the lowest discount. You have acquaintances? Zhu Bing inquired with surprise. This street was well known among students, but the array of dining, accommodation, and late-night eateries surrounding the school was overwhelming. Of course, some are profitable while others face losses. Witnessing Chen Fan's intent to lease both shops left Zhu Bing somewhat astonished. Chen Fan proposed, I have an idea. When we open, could you bring your dance team to support us? We could set up a stage here, and of course, we can provide them with performance fees. Zhu Bing looked at him strangely, wondering where he had learned such tactics. I can't say for sure, but I can ask. The dance team had not yet taken any gigs, as they were all students and not yet commercialized. It was uncertain if others would be willing. However, there were indeed some students who ventured out in the evenings with guitars to earn tips. After discussing, the two returned to school. At noon, Su Ruzhin called to inform that the paperwork had been completed. Chen Fan replied affirmatively, instructing her to remain on standby for further instructions. In the afternoon, the group convened. Chen Fan announced that the storefront matter had been settled and urged everyone to act swiftly. They divided tasks among themselves to manage the shop during their spare time, planning for an opening day. Regarding the partnership expenses, Yilang Gao and Su Keping pooled together 4,000, while Wang Hao and Qin Nan contributed 5,000. Zhu Bing invested 10,000. Yilang Gao and Wang Hao told Chen Fan, given your family's limited resources, just contribute a bit, and we'll count you in. Is that acceptable? Chen Fan replied, all right, then I'll just take a salary and forego the dividends. Zhu Bing interjected, that 10,000 is our investment money. Fine. After all, someone has a wealthy girlfriend. The rent for these two shops was only half of what it could have been, meaning they secured two storefronts for the price of one. Seeing everyone working together to paint the walls and manage the store, even Zhu Bing was energetically involved. Chen Fan smiled as he answered a call from Su Ruzhin. Boss, the two stocks on the entrepreneurial board have hit the limit up. The pure profit from yesterday to today was around 28. Keep an eye on them. They should continue to rise. We might need to sell and reinvest tomorrow. 28% of 60 million is 68 million, quite a decent profit. Meanwhile, the other long-term investment of 60 million was already in place, awaiting its rise. In the evening, after a busy day, everyone had a light supper before heading off to sleep. I won't be returning to the dormitory tonight, Chen Fan declared, planning to go to his apartment. The two companions exclaimed, wow, you're moving so fast? Unbelievable. Chen Fan, fearing a misunderstanding, clarified, it's not what you think, Zhu Bing. Don't jump to conclusions. What? The two were once again taken aback. Apart from Zhu Bing, there were indeed other girls involved? What scandal? Chen Fan was rendered speechless, for that was not his intent. He went to a friend's place, urging others not to make unfounded assertions. Watching him depart, Yilang Gao, filled with envy, inquired, how's he? Did you succeed? Wang Hao shook his head. Not yet, but I've made progress, securing half. And you? Yilang Gao raised his middle finger in jest. Trash. Wait, did you really succeed? Did Su Keqing agree? Come on, tell me all about it. Yilang Gao then produced a small square plastic package. Experience it for yourself. Wang Hao took it in his hands, exhilarated. Is this thing reliable? I've heard it might leak. Seriously, do you think you're a pile driver? Besides, couldn't you be a bit gentler? Wang Hao, brimming with excitement, tucked it into his pocket. I'd appreciate your guidance. Once I achieve my goal, I shall reward you handsomely. Chapter 33. The barbecue restaurant is open upon returning to the apartment. Chen Fan found Su Ruzhin clad in an outfit that hinted she had just emerged from a refreshing bath. Given the late hour, she had not anticipated his arrival. Yet, the fabric of her sleepwear was so exquisitely silky that it was quite evident she wore nothing beneath. Chen Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment and suggested, perhaps you should change into something else? Su Ruzhin dismissed the notion with a playful smile, remarking, oh, it's fine. There's no one else here. With a flirtatious glance at Chen Fan, She added, "They say good fortune should not flow to outsiders. I'm not worried. So why should you be?" She continued, "Fortunately, I'm not one to easily give in to temptation." Chen Fan turned his attention to his computer, diligently crafting plans for the following day. Su Ruzhen brought him a cup of coffee and quietly settled beside him, choosing not to disrupt his concentration. Observing the two stocks he had procured the previous day, he predicted they would experience a surge before a retreat. Accordingly, he began drafting a strategy for Su Ruzhen, noting that one stock would peak at a 13.66 increase, while the other could reach 16.72 before both corrected. Given that stocks on the entrepreneurial board could spike by 20 in a single surge, the subsequent pullback would be quite substantial. As he delved deeper into his research, he stumbled upon an exceptionally promising stock, the Eastern Divine Dragon, which had achieved 7 consecutive limit-up trading days. Chen Fan's hand trembled at the realization that this was indeed a stock from the entrepreneurial board. Typically, such stocks could rise by 10, and with 7 limit-ups, a doubling of value was not out of the question. This stock was on a trajectory for a remarkable 20 increase, truly astonishing. After a thorough analysis, he noted that this stock had a total market capitalization of merely over $6 billion. Yet its trading volume over the past few days had soared to $2 or $3 billion daily. A significant transformation is underway, he mused. This is the one. He meticulously composed a trading plan for Su Ruzhen. Adhering to their usual protocol, she would sell the 2 stocks the following day and gradually accumulate shares of the Eastern Divine Dragon without alarming the market makers. By tomorrow, their available capital would exceed 80 million, all to be invested in this stock. Understood, Su Ruzhen replied, committing the information to memory. Having finished his coffee, Chen Fan prepared to leave, but Su Ruzhen suggested, "Why not stay here for the night? It's quite late." Indeed, it was late, and returning to the dormitory would require scaling walls. He glanced at her, noticing her momentary awkwardness. "What are you looking at?" "I assure you, I won't act inappropriately," she said, somewhat defensively. Chen Fan gestured towards the bedroom. "You should head to bed. I'll rest on the sofa." Watching Su Ruzhen's alluring silhouette as she entered the bedroom, he clenched his jaw. Tomorrow, he would confront Zhuo Bing. Waiting any longer was simply intolerable. After all, he was 20 years old now, and there was no need to uphold a chaste demeanor any longer. The restaurant had been in preparation for nearly a week, and Chen Fan's stocks had risen over the same period. The long-term stock had initiated its ascent, accumulating a remarkable 59 increase over 7 trading days. Meanwhile, the entrepreneurial board stock, Eastern Divine Dragon, had now reached a total market value approaching 400 million. In the realm of the stock market, Chen Fan's wealth was multiplying exponentially. However, as his funds grew, the complexity of managing them escalated. It was impractical to allocate all his resources solely to capturing limit-up stocks. Such an approach was simply unrealistic. In the future, our primary focus will be directed towards medium to long-term endeavors, and we must diversify our efforts. We cannot place all our eggs in a single basket. However, these challenges are not insurmountable, as Chen Fan can continue to expand his team. After completing this round of short-term projects, Chen Fan awarded Su Ruzhen a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Gazing at the transfer notification on her phone, Su Ruzhen asked, "Boss, I've already advanced my salary from last month. Why are you giving me a bonus again?" Chen Fan replied, "Take it and cherish this moment." "Huh?" Su Ruzhen's tears welled up as she questioned, "Are you trying to dismiss me? Do you no longer want me?" In less than a month of working with Chen Fan, she had already received 120,000 yuan. Where could one find such a job? Seeing Su Ruzhen's tear-streaked face, reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, Chen Fan chuckled and said, "Why are you crying? Don't be foolish. My intention is to enjoy the current opportunity to earn money while we can. Who knows what the stock market holds?" At this, Su Ruzhen managed to smile through her tears. "You are so mischievous. I thought you were getting rid of me. If I perform poorly, feel free to scold and criticize me." Chen Fan hesitated. "You are perfect in every way, except for being too beautiful." Su Ruzhen blushed and gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. "Boss, do you have a girlfriend?" "Of course," he replied. "Oh." She pouted her lips, "Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble." Chen Fan regarded her with appreciation. "It's good to have that awareness." He then transferred another 1 million yuan to Su Ruzhen, suggesting she purchase a vehicle over the weekend. Upon hearing that Chen Fan intended to buy a car, Su Ruzhen nodded excitedly. Then I shall opt for a business model. How about a Mercedes-Benz E300? Chen Fan was indifferent. It's up to you. Choose what you find suitable. After all, it is merely a means of transportation. Su Ruzhen diligently noted down his instructions. I have recorded everything. Is there anything else? Nothing more. After discussing work matters, the two settled into a casual conversation. Chen Fan inquired, what led to your dismissal? Could I refrain from answering that question? Su Ruzhen felt embarrassed. It is necessary to disclose. All right. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. They always wanted me to accompany the leaders for social engagements, and their intentions were not pure. Chen Fan looked at her quizzically. You don't seem like a particularly conservative person. Goodness, what are you implying? I merely lost my composure in your presence. After all, who doesn't appreciate a handsome young man? Chen Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his teasing had backfired. Su Ruzhen lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling. Truly, I will not bring you any trouble. If you have any thoughts, feel free to. Cough, cough, let's prioritize work, shall we? You know I'm not lacking for girlfriends. All right, Su Ruzhen replied, her expression tinged with longing. This weekend, the barbecue restaurant is set to open, and Zhuo Bing informed Chen Fan that she had already arranged for the dance team. It is said that the restaurant belongs to Zhuo Bing's boyfriend, and they are all willing to support it without charge. However, they had one request: to receive discounts when they came for barbecues in the future. Chen Fan chuckled, thinking it was a trivial matter. As long as they came, they could have it for free. After all, the members of the dance team were all as exquisite as flowers, with figures that defied nature. With such enchanting beauties around, how could the business not thrive? Once they finished their tasks, they pondered what name would be suitable. Chen Fan announced that the sign had already been created, Indulgent Youth. The others were momentarily taken aback. Indulgent Youth? Well, if you say so. They did not oppose. As the new establishment opened, no flyers were printed. Instead, a plethora of advertisements was disseminated through the BBS and alumni groups. A stage was erected in front of the shop, complete with a sound system worth hundreds of thousands, allowing patrons to enjoy songs and dances while savoring their barbecues. At the height of enjoyment, anyone could step up to play a tune or sing a song. Thus, the barbecue restaurant grandly opened its doors that weekend. Chapter 34. The campus Belle Zhao's Indulgent Youth. The renovation was quite simple, as it only required a modest investment. The sound system on stage was privately purchased by Chen Fan, although he claimed it was rented. On the day of the grand opening, all dishes were offered at a 20% discount, and beer flowed freely. Yidan Guggle, O King, Van Kao, and Qin Nan, all involved in the festivities, took to the floor. Chen Fan orchestrated the event, managing the atmosphere and welcoming guests. As most of the ideas for the establishment were his, including those contributed by the girls from Zhuo Bing's team. Consequently, they unanimously appointed Chen Fan as the manager, while they took care of the operations. Su Ruzhen, upon hearing of the barbecue restaurant's inauguration, had expressed her desire to assist, but Chen Fan declined her offer. As the nominal owner of the establishment, it would be inappropriate for her to engage in such duties. The barbecue restaurant experienced a slow afternoon, with patrons arriving only in the evening. At 6 o'clock, the music began to play, setting the mood. Many alumni, upon learning of the event, flocked to join the excitement, with some already placing their orders. In contrast to most barbecue establishments, Chen Fan's featured a self-service model, where guests ordered their dishes, which are then delivered for them to grill themselves. This approach alleviated concerns regarding culinary skills or staffing shortages, allowing guests to enjoy the process of cooking. The dance troupe took to the stage, a lineup of enchanting ladies clad in short skirts, exuding sensuality. As they showcased their choreography, the audience erupted in applause, momentarily forgetting about the barbecue, with some even drooling in admiration. Ilang Gao and his companions busied themselves with preparing side dishes and serving drinks, while Qin Nan assisted with order-taking, and Zhuo Bing managed the cash register. For reasons unknown, the turnout was particularly high that day, quickly filling every seat. Many attendees were not there merely for the barbecue, but rather to witness the performances, as the dance troupe's members were seldom seen. Nearby, a drummer, Her hair dancing in the breeze from a powerful fan, energetically played her set. The performances flowed seamlessly, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. In the dormitory, Zhao Linlin stood on the balcony, surveying the street behind the school. Ruifei, I don't feel like dining in the cafeteria today. Zhou Ruifei gazed curiously toward the barbecue restaurant. Neither do I. Shall we grab a bite outside? Sounds good. The two exited the campus, only to be met with a cacophony of music ahead. Linlin, let us check it out. Zhou Ruifei's curiosity piqued. Zhao Linlin furrowed her brow, noting the vibrant scene. They've certainly made quite the spectacle. They possess a keen business acumen. It was remarkable that a few students could establish such a thriving venue, adeptly attracting customers. The indulgent youth thrived, while neighboring establishments languished in desolation. Particularly, the sight of those youthful and radiant women on stage was a testament to shrewd marketing strategies. Shall we also grab something to eat? Zhou Ruifei exclaimed, salivating at the thought. Can you grill it yourself? That is quite simple. Zhou Yufei approached, and Linlin expressed a desire for barbecued delicacies, asking who would assist in grilling some. Ah, Zhao Linlin has arrived too. I'll grill. I'll grill. Upon hearing that Zhao Linlin was present, a chorus of ecstatic shouts erupted. Countless boys rose to their feet, clamoring to offer their recently grilled food. Zhou Yufei graciously accepted, smiling at Zhao Linlin. See, there you have it. Zhao Linlin was momentarily speechless, until Zhuo Bing spotted her and exclaimed, Zhao, our school beauty. Thank you for coming to support. Zhao Linlin found herself at a loss for words. Please have a seat. Zhuo Bing gestured to a table for the two of them, while the eager boys swiftly piled their offerings before them. Enjoy. What would you like us to grill? Indeed, eat while it's hot. Faced with such attentiveness, Zhao Linlin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What brings you here, Zhao Linlin? Chen Fan approached, surprised to see her, and extended a personal greeting. Zhao, why don't you perform a piece? You are the universally acknowledged, multi-talented beauty of our school. Zhao Linlin had not anticipated being urged to take the stage, as she merely came to join the festivities. Before she could decline, the crowd began to cheer, a performance from the school beauty. With so many voices urging her on, it became difficult for Zhao Linlin to refuse. She cast a resentful glance at Chen Fan, inwardly wishing to silence him. Her forte was playing the piano. After all, children raised in such families naturally pursued a refined path. But without a piano in sight, she decided, then I shall sing a song. Yay! The audience erupted in cheers. It was worth noting that such ordinary students rarely had the chance to interact with Zhao Linlin, the school beauty. Even among classmates, it was rare for them to converse with her. Grasping the microphone, she inquired, is there music available? Yes, yes. Ilang ran eagerly to the computer, asking, what song shall we play? Qian qian ke hebai chen wixian. All right, let us begin. Zhao Linlin exuded poise. As the music commenced, she stepped forward with the microphone. The night that belonged to us, the red still resembles you. The heart you gifted me, like flowing foolish tears. Zhao Linlin's voice was exquisite, revealing the dedication she had invested in her musical craft. Even Chen Fan found himself captivated by her performance. Her singing conveyed an ethereal quality, surpassing even the original. Zhuo Bing, with her striking eyes, gazed intently. Zhao Linlin was graceful and composed, contrasting sharply with Zhuo Bing's exuberance. She appeared gentle, her voice hinting at a subtle loneliness. The audience erupted in applause, cheers ringing out continuously. Zhao Linlin seemed to lose herself in the music, utterly immersed. Wow, Zhao, your singing skills are remarkable. Many expressed their astonishment. Zhuo Bing nodded repeatedly, rarely finding someone she admired so much. Today, Zhao Linlin had broadened her horizons significantly. As Zhao Linlin concluded her performance, the audience remained enraptured by the enchanting melody she had woven. It was truly splendid. Only when she uttered her thanks did the crowd erupt once more into thunderous applause. The campus bell, another song, another song. The audience was relentless, clamoring for her to sing again. Zhao Linlin gently shook her head, no. With an elegance akin to a startled swan, she descended from the stage, leaving the crowd yearning for more. Luo Bing approached her, holding a generous platter of barbecued delicacies. "You were incredible. Here, have something to eat." Zhao Linlin selected a beef skewer. "I must be off now, thank you." Zhou Yufei, clutching a hefty handful of skewers, hurried after her. "Wait for me." The festivities continued until after 2 in the morning, with everyone pitching in to clean up the venue, laboring until past 3. The hour was late, and everyone had worked hard, so they decided to call a night, planning to gather for lunch the following day. A few girls returned to their dormitory, while Chen Fan and his 2 companions calculated the day's earnings. Ultimately, it seemed they had merely spent the day making noise, having consumed over 80 crates of beer. Chapter 35. The move Su Ruzhen. The following noon, the group gathered for a meal, reflecting on their experiences. The previous night's venture had undeniably proven successful. They had made a modest profit from the barbecue ingredients, yet the losses from the beer had been considerable. Observations from the previous evening revealed that some patrons could consume an entire case of beer by themselves. Nevertheless, such expenditure was deemed necessary for attracting customers. The subsequent days remained bustling, and the barbecue establishment, Indulgent Youth, had gained renown at Jiangzhou University, particularly after their grand opening the previous night. Numerous individuals shared their experiences on social media platforms. Luo Bing had invited a dance troupe, whose performance had gone viral. Zhao Linlin's song had also garnered significant attention, bolstered by her unique style and striking beauty, resulting in her videos being widely circulated. Indulgent Youth became a trendy hotspot, drawing large crowds on the following evenings. Some influencers even arrived to live-stream the experience. Chen Fan and his team chose not to intervene as long as the influencers adhered to the rules of the establishment. Their presence did not impede their operations. After a week, they finally turned a profit. The earnings from the latter 4 days compensated for the losses incurred in the first 3. Chen Fan estimated that, if this trend continued, the daily revenue could reach approximately 1 to 2,000 yuan. By the month's end, profits could potentially amount to 50 to 60,000 yuan. Though this sum seemed trivial to Chen Fan, it marked the inception of their entrepreneurial journey and presented new opportunities for his friends, which would greatly benefit them as they transitioned into society. Guo Jianliang, upon hearing that the trio had opened a business, felt a deep-seated animosity, even choosing to disregard Chen Fan, viewing the 3 as adversaries. Chen Fan, however, paid him no mind, recognizing that their paths diverged irreparably. Guo had completely descended into the role of Liang Dongkai's sycophant. Nonetheless, Chen Fan was not overly concerned with the barbecue business. He regarded it merely as an experience. His true focus remained on the stock market. Over the week, he entrusted most of the trading responsibilities to Su Ruzhen. The long-term stock they had previously positioned had essentially doubled in value, with their shares now valued at 122 million yuan. The most promising returns came from several stocks on the growth enterprise market. Chen Fan directed Su Ruzhen to incrementally purchase stocks that had risen by 20 almost daily, leading to a current portfolio worth 580 million yuan. However, with a greater number of stocks in play, the complexity and workload of managing them increased. With just half a month remaining before summer break, Chen Fan set a target of achieving a total asset value of at least 2 billion yuan within this time frame. Of course, this ambitious plan would overwhelm Su Ruzhen. It was not due to a lack of skill on her part, but rather the limited time provided by the market. Thus, Chen Fan decided to forego morning classes, monitoring the market from 9:30 to 11:30, collaborating with Su Ruzhen on trades before returning to school in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Su Ruzhen not only managed the trading, but also prepared lunch, ensuring Chen Fan had a meal at the apartment and sufficient rest before heading to school. At this moment, she has returned with the car, now parked in the apartment's parking lot. Up until now, Chen Fan has not once touched the vehicle. During the summer break, he must return for a while, as he requires additional accounts to manage these funds. Presently, he and Su Ruzhen are at the apartment, diligently working on the assignments they prepared the previous night. Zhou Bing calls, inquiring about his whereabouts. "I'm busy outside and cannot talk right now." Zhou Bing, frustrated, clenches her fists, suspecting something is amiss with him lately, even doubting that he may have someone else. Little does she know that Chen Fan has been laying low during this period, vowing to become the wealthiest person in the world. Currently, He holds 3 long positions, amounting to over 300 million. The remaining 400 million is divided among 10 stocks he is managing. However, this endeavor is truly exhausting, particularly with his ultra-short trading strategy. Of course, the profits from short-term trades are the most substantial, albeit it displeases the market makers. It's puzzling how some individuals, seemingly deranged, withdraw after earning merely 20% each day. After ending the call with Zwabing, Chen Fan remarks, "I'll handle the rest. You should take a break." Su Ruzhen, ever considerate, responds, "Then I shall prepare lunch, so you can eat promptly before heading school." Observing her enter the kitchen, Chen Fan finds himself lost in thought. Once he finishes his tasks, he steps into the kitchen, where Su Ruzhen is indeed quite adept, donning an apron and chopping vegetables. This ambience evokes a peculiar sensation within him. Noticing his gaze fixed upon her, Su Ruzhen blushes, asking, "What is wrong? Am I doing something wrong?" "No, everything is fine. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook." Su Ruzhen beams, "Then keep me by your side, and I shall cook for you every day." "That won't do. You shouldn't just be a chef. I want you to become a business elite." Su Ruzhen's heart flutters with joy. "Really?" Chen Fan nods. As the saying goes, if you never abandon, I will in life and death. Of course, I'm not referring to love. Su Ruzhen shoots him a playful glare. "Why can't I have love? Am I unworthy?" "No, it's simply because I already have a girlfriend. You're my best partner." Su Ruzhen pouts. "One day, I will win you over." She is not naive and understands Chen Fan's intentions. He fears that becoming romantically involved with her may hinder his progress, diverting his focus from work. At this stage, Chen Fan requires not love, but someone who will strive alongside him. He is quite clear-headed in his thoughts. During this time, she has also conducted her analyses and judgments, utilizing her stock market knowledge to trade, yet her results have been less than satisfactory. Meanwhile, the stocks that Chen Fan favors consistently hit their upper limits, leaving her bewildered. Is it possible that some individuals are simply born to dominate the stock market? After numerous trials, Su Ruzhen has come to accept this reality. He possesses this innate talent. Thus, she resolves to steadfastly follow him, as he treats her well. Su Ruzhen simply prepared 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. She dressed casually at home, mostly in her pajamas. Chen Fan suggested, when you have some free time, go shopping and buy a few upscale outfits. Consider the expense as mine. Having yet to exhaust the 5 million he possessed, Chen Fan directly transferred 100,000 to Su Ruzhen. Startled, she asked, "Why are you giving me so much money?" Chen Fan chuckled. "Money is meant to be spent. What is the point of earning it if not to enjoy it? From now on, all your expenses will be on my account. Once this busy period is over, I will buy you a car. Choose whatever you like, as long as it pleases you. A girl must look beautiful, but remember to remain understated. It is important to maintain a sense of humility." Su Ruzhen bit her lip, gazing at Chen Fan with gratitude. "You are so kind to me. How can I repay you?" Deep down, she felt genuinely touched. In her previous banking job, those who claimed to care for her often had ulterior motives. Now, as she genuinely wished to show her gratitude, Chen Fan never sought to take advantage of her. Girls are easily moved, and Chen Fan playfully pinched her cheek. "Work hard, and together we will conquer the world." Yes. Chapter 36. Something happened at Tang Jing's home, Chen Fan. "Could you come over for a moment?" Just as he was preparing to head to school, Wang Hao called, urging him to rush to the barbecue restaurant. Chen Fan exchanged a few hurried words with Su Ruzhen before departing in haste. At the barbecue joint, Qi Nan and Su Keqing were present, along with the tearful Tang Jing, who was sobbing inconsolably. Chen Fan was bewildered by the unfolding situation and quickly inquired, "What has happened?" Qi Nan explained, "There has been a calamity at Tang Jing's home. Her father was involved in a car accident, and the doctor has stated that 200,000 yuan is required for surgery. For an ordinary family, this sum is indeed a staggering amount." Tang Jing's family resides in Sichuan, leading a modest life. They had managed to save a little, but last year they purchased a house, incurring a mortgage of several 100,000 yuan. Now, with her father's misfortune, they are unable to muster any funds. Her mother has resolved to sell the house. However, no buyers have emerged as of yet. Everyone is currently brainstorming ways to assist her. But where can a young girl procure 200,000 yuan for her father's operation? Elang Gao and Wang Hao suggested that everyone contribute a little. Yet, the restaurant's finances are limited, having only recently opened. Even if they pooled all their resources, it would amount to but a drop in the ocean. Tang Jing shares a close bond with Qin Nan, who could not bear to witness her friend in such despair. Perhaps you should take a leave of absence and return home to assess the situation. We can collectively devise a plan for the financial aspect, Chen Fan advised Tang Jing. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she understood the modest backgrounds of Chen Fan and the others. None of them were affluent. For anyone, 200,000 yuan is a considerable sum. Elang Gao proposed that they give all the cash in the restaurant to Tang Jing. No one opposed this suggestion. However, Tang Jing shook her head, fully aware of the implications of such an action. If they were to withdraw all the cash, the newly opened establishment would face closure. Without funds, sustaining the business would be impossible. She did not wish to burden her friends with her predicament. Thank you for your kindness, but I truly cannot accept this money, Tang Jing said, wiping her tears and suppressing her sobs as she departed. The atmosphere grew solemn. Chen Fan glanced at the others. Please do not worry about Tang Jing's situation. I have a friend from whom I might be able to borrow some money. Elang Gao interjected. Don't be overly ambitious. Chen Fan, we all know your family is less well off than ours. Where would you find a wealthy friend? Wang Hao chimed in. Let's all come together, if necessary. We can close the restaurant. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Chen Fan replied. Qinan, please pass the funds to Tang Jing. Since everyone was so united in their intent, Chen Fan did not wish to diminish their resolve. He turned to Qinan. Could you share her WeChat with me? Without a second thought, Qinan forwarded Tang Jing's WeChat details to him. Once Chen Fan opened the app, he sent a friend request with a message. I am Chen Fan. He wondered what Tang Jing was preoccupied with, as it took more than 10 minutes for her to accept the request. He then messaged her, could you step out for a moment? I am waiting for you in the small grove behind the school. Though Tang Jing did not respond immediately, she did, in fact, arrive. It was noon, and the grove was deserted. Chen Fan, seated beneath a tree, waved as he saw Tang Jing approaching. Tang Jing's eyes were perpetually red, likely a result of her recent tears upon returning to the dormitory. Faced with such a grave family crisis, she felt utterly helpless as a young woman. Chen Fan spoke little, directly transferring 220,000 yuan to Tang Jing. You should head back soon. Purchasing a plane ticket will save you considerable time. Although Tang Jing heard her phone beep, she refrained from looking at it, biting her lip as she gazed at Chen Fan. He urged her, check your phone. Only then did she retrieve her phone and open it, her mind blank as she saw the transfer of 220,000. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Chen Fan, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to speak. Please don't cry. If someone sees you, they might think I've done something wrong. Tang Jing wiped her tears, struggling to contain her emotions, and leaned against the tree, sobbing. After a lengthy bout of weeping, she managed to compose herself, staring incredulously at the transfer on her phone. Where did this money come from? She had heard that Chen Fan's family was not well off, and he had been receiving financial aid from the school. Previously, he had even worked part-time in the school cafeteria. Where could he have acquired such a substantial sum? Chen Fan explained, I borrowed it from a friend who owns an antique shop. You can use it for now, but I would prefer if you didn't mention this to anyone. Tang Jing wiped her tears, expressing her concern. This much money. I want to be able to repay it anytime soon. What if they inquire about it? Don't worry. I will handle it. He reassured her. If it's something I can't resolve, I simply want to engage in it. The priority now is for you to return home immediately. We can discuss everything else later. All right, Tang Jing replied, her eyes still red. Thank you, Chen Fan. Why say such things? We are all alumni. It's only natural to help each other out. He continued, transfer the money to your mother to avoid delaying her surgery. Tang Jing expressed her gratitude once more before accepting the money. That afternoon, she took leave and headed back to her hometown. Initially, the group had planned to close the barbecue shop for the night, but Qinan insisted that Tang Jing had not taken the money. Business must continue. However, they soon realized a significant issue. Since opening the barbecue shop, they had hardly any time for dating, which contradicted their aspirations. Nevertheless, Qinan remarked, seeing each other every day and being busy like fools. What's the point of dating? Wang Hao and Yi Lang exchanged glances. These two had previously discussed in the dormitory their desire to make some progress, but found no time to implement their plans. Meanwhile, Chen Fan occasionally did not return to the dormitory, leaving them to wonder what he was up to outside. Only Zhua Bing participated purely for amusement. Her involvement was for fun, and she was not concerned about profit. However, she had previously made it clear that she would help when she had the time, and if not, she should not be blamed. After all, her contributions were voluntary, without expectation of remuneration. Seeing everyone so exhausted, Chen Fan proposed recruiting a few more people for the next semester, especially since the current semester was nearing its end, and they likely would not have much business. Chen Fan visited the apartment 3 days after Tang Jing left, and Su Ruzhen was particularly delighted to see him. She presented him with new clothes, urging, "Quick, try them on. If they don't fit, we can exchange them." Chen Fan bestowed upon her a sum of 100,000 yuan to purchase garments, and she procured 3 exquisite ensembles for him. Each set was priced at over 20,000 yuan, featuring renowned brands such as Armani, Versace, and Givenchy. In addition to these, she acquired branded lingerie, belts, and shoes, culminating in expenditures exceeding 80,000 yuan. Chen Fan was left speechless. He had instructed her to purchase for herself, not for him. No need, he remarked. Noticing Chen Fan's displeasure, Su Ruzhen's cheeks flushed, and with a bite of her lip, she spoke with a tone of gentle grievance. "Then I shall return them tomorrow." Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Chen Fan clarified, "You misunderstand my intentions. A young woman should adorn herself in high-end attire. This is essential to deter unwelcome advances. When you exude elegance and grace, it naturally renders those of lesser stature embarrassed and willing to retreat. Why should a man of my stature indulge in such extravagance? I have no desire to flaunt." He added, "Let us do this. Tomorrow, you may purchase again." He then transferred an additional 200,000 yuan to Su Ruzhen. She softly replied, "I have also purchased 2 sets for myself. Would you like to see me in them?" Chapter 37. Gratitude of Tang Jing. Su Ruzhen purchased 2 sets of tailored suits for herself, each priced at 5 to 6,000 yuan. While this amount might have been exorbitant for the former Chen Fan, it now seemed rather trivial to him. Su Ruzhen possessed an exquisite figure, complemented by the enticing lighting, making her appearance quite alluring. Such attire was suitable for casual social engagements, yet it fell short for more grand occasions. Chen Fan suggested that she make do with these for the time being and to acquire a few high-end outfits when she had the opportunity. Su Ruzhen, not daring to refuse further, obediently acquiesced. However, she harbored a small secret. The remaining 2,000 yuan had been spent on some intimate apparel. Naturally, it would be inappropriate to reveal such items to Chen Fan during the day. A week later, the short-term stocks in Chen Fan's possession had nearly doubled in value. The 3 long-term stocks also appreciated by approximately 40%. At that moment, his total assets had soared to 36 billion yuan. With over a week of vacation ahead, Chen Fan aimed to double his wealth once more before returning home. As for the summer break, he resolved to focus on long-term investments. With just over 1 million yuan remaining in his bank account, he decided to maintain a low profile. One day, after wrapping up their trading activities, Chen Fan took note of Zhao's real estate stock. Following a recent round of dividends and high bonus shares, Zhao Guowei had seized the opportunity to reduce his holdings by 12%. As it stood, he retained merely 28.99% of the shares. Yet he remained the majority shareholder, wielding significant influence over the company. Tang Jing returned from her hometown, initially not intending to visit since summer vacation was approaching. To express her gratitude for everyone's assistance, she brought back a variety of local snacks. After the late-night eatery had closed, Tang Jing insisted on treating everyone to a meal to convey her heartfelt thanks. Qi Nan suggested they have a barbecue at their own establishment instead of venturing elsewhere, noting that they hadn't contributed much, especially since she had returned the money. Tang Jing agreed, but insisted that she would cover the expenses. The group gathered for the barbecue, with Left being preoccupied with dance training and rarely visiting the shop. When Chen Fan called her, she lamented her exhaustion. stating that she had no desire to move after a taxing day of practice for an upcoming citywide competition, which had intensified recently. After their late-night snack, the clock struck past 3. Chen Nan proposed they forego returning to the dormitory and instead find a place to converse. Wang Hao, understanding the implication, suggested they head to a hotel. Having been busy at the late-night eatery for over half a month, they had managed to earn some money. Yilang enthusiastically raised his hands in agreement, proposing they book 3 hotel rooms. What does that mean? You all are coupled up, leaving me and Tang Jing to what? Chen Fan remarked, you all go ahead. I'll just climb over the wall to join you. Cut it out. You're just pretending. Yilang nearly revealed Chen Fan's frequent overnight escapades, but Chen Fan shot him a warning glare, prompting him to cease. At that moment, they truly had nowhere to go, as there were no beds at the eatery. Consequently, they opted for the nearest hotel to the school, booking a suite for 688 yuan. In truth, the suite in the hotel comprises merely a bedroom and a mahjong table outside. Upon noticing the mahjong table, Wang Hao immediately suggested, why don't we play mahjong? However, Chen Fan expressed his disinterest. Unexpectedly, Chen Nan also showed enthusiasm for the game, proposing that everyone should play a little, while those disinterested could retreat inside to sleep. Yilang Gao, however, harbored different intentions. He cast a glance at Su King, who, blushing, turned her head away. Chen Fan observed this and understood. With the holiday approaching, they would soon part ways, likely yearning for a moment of intimacy. He crafted an excuse, stating, I'll step out for a moment. You all carry on with the game. Tang Jing, on the other hand, had little desire to engage in mahjong. She had come primarily to express her gratitude to Chen Fan. Noticing Chen Fan's departure, she said, I need to attend to a matter. At this late hour, what could her matter possibly be? Chen Nan chuckled mischievously, nudging Wang Hao with her foot. Wang Hao, catching on, stifled a laugh. It became clear to everyone that after the two stepped outside, Yilang Gao remarked, it seems Tang Jing has a fondness for Chen Fan. Indeed, I believe there is potential, Su King replied. But what if Zhou Bing finds out? Chen Nan shook her head, asserting, after all, Zhou Bing exists in a different realm from us. I have more faith in Tang Jing and Chen Fan, trusting that Chen Fan would make his own choices. She suggested they refrain from interfering. Yilang Gao, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, I can't stay up late. Perhaps we should book a room. Wang Hao was momentarily bewildered. You can't stay up late? Yet, upon uttering those words, he regretted them, realizing he had inadvertently created an opportunity for himself. Su King was pulled outside by Yilang Gao, leaving only Chen Nan and Wang Hao in the room. Wang Hao fumbled with the small raincoat he had concealed in his pocket for over half a month, his palm growing clammy with sweat. Chen Fan, wait a moment. As Chen Fan exited the hotel, Tang Jing followed closely behind. Why did you come out? At this hour? It was already past midnight, and Chen Fan had intended to return to his apartment to rest, never expecting Tang Jing would accompany him. Tang Jing stepped closer, her head bowed. Shall we find a place to sit for a while? All right. Since she had come, Chen Fan felt it impolite to refuse. They left the hotel and walked together. Outside the campus of Jiangzhou University, there lay a vast artificial lake, a delightful destination during the summer. Why didn't you rest with them in the hotel? Chen Fan inquired as they settled by the lakeside. I merely wished to express my gratitude. There is no other intention. She replied, there's no need for such formality. Why are you being so polite? Yet Tang Jing insisted, but such a significant sum of money. How will we repay it? As I have mentioned, there is no rush. I will manage the financial matters appropriately. Do not burden yourself with anxiety, Chen Fan reassured her. Tang Jing responded, that simply cannot be. I cannot allow you to bear all of this alone. How about this? I won't return home for the summer break. I will seek employment and earn money to repay you. Observing her stubbornness, Chen Fan pondered for a moment. You are only in your second year. What sort of good job can you possibly find? Even if you earn 10,000 a month, when will you be able to repay this debt? What shall we do then? Tang Jing gazed at him anxiously. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and replied, you should focus on your studies. We can discuss it further when opportunities arise. But what if they press for repayment? That won't happen. I've informed him that it may take several years to settle this amount. However, if you truly wish to seek employment, I do have a potential opportunity in mind. Yet, it won't be immediate. You may need to wait a while. Ever since Chen Fan unconditionally assisted her, Tang Jing harbored unwavering trust in him. She nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, I can wait. As long as I can earn some money, that is sufficient." Chen Fan chuckled, surprised at how different you seem now compared to before when you appeared rather proud. Tang Jing's cheeks flushed as she explained, "I was not proud. We merely weren't well acquainted yet." "Very well, you may head back for now. I will inform you once there is a development." Chen Fan stood up, genuinely intending to return to his apartment for some rest. Tang Jing's heart raced like a startled fawn as she uneasily made her way toward the school gate. Chapter 38. These two rascals did not behave well last night. Chen Fan had initially intended to register a company. However, the process entailed intricate tax issues which he found rather cumbersome. Currently, he was free from such worries while trading stocks as an individual. That evening, Chen Fan was unaware of how Yilang Gao and his companions spent their time as he returned to his apartment while Tang Jing went back to school. Consequently, the following morning, these two miscreants did not appear in class. Chen Fan speculated that they must have overslept. Liang Donkai came around again to collect the class fees, planning to hold a class meeting on the last day of the semester. This time, however, Gui Jianliang was responsible for the collection. He took the fees from the neighboring seat without even glancing in Chen Fan's direction. In his eyes, Chen Fan would always be the one incapable of paying the class fees. In any case, Liang Donkai had stated that participation was not mandatory for everyone. Thus, Chen Fan felt justified in once again foregoing the payment. During the fourth period, Zhuo Bing sent him a message, inviting him to lunch together. Chen Fan readily accepted. The two met at the cafeteria to share a meal. To his surprise, Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei also arrived. She cast a distant glance at them before calling Zhou Yufei away. Zhuo Bing was oblivious to this, and in the midst of their conversation, she suggested, "Chen Fan, let's go on a trip during the summer vacation." Chen Fan inquired about who would be joining them. Zhuo Bing offered him a piece of fatty meat from her bowl, saying, "It definitely can't just be the two of us. If our families find out, we would be scolded mercilessly. We could invite Qin Nan and the others. I'm planning to return home for a while during the summer. We shall see then." Chen Fan was uncertain about his availability. Time was of the essence for him. Every trading day represented at least a 10% profit. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, he could even pick a gem from the growth enterprise market. Currently, his capital stood at 1.36 billion, and he aimed to double it before the summer break. "I'll call them," Zhuo Bing said, reaching for her phone. But Chen Fan intervened. "It's best not to call them right now." "Why not?" she asked, puzzled. "It's already noon. Don't they open at night?" Chen Fan chuckled ambiguously. They were out all night. Staying out all night during university was quite commonplace. Many single individuals could spend days in internet cafes. "Well, in that case, accompany me to the movies this weekend," Zhuo Bing made a small request, perhaps due to the impending holiday. Chen Fan sensed that Zhuo Bing was becoming slightly clingy. In truth, even without her suggestion, he had intended to invite her. As for the summer vacation, he would return home for a brief visit but would soon be back, so he felt no anxiety about parting. By the afternoon, Yilang Gao and his companion finally made their appearance, yet Qin Nan and Su Keqing remained absent. Chen Fan could easily deduce the reason. These two had not behaved appropriately the previous night. He guessed that the two girls were shy and hesitant to show themselves. After all, it was their first time, and even if others did not mention it, they likely felt a bit guilty. Moreover, Chen Fan could discern their discomfort from the lewd expressions on their faces, especially Wang Hao, who wore a foolish grin. On her neck and chest were numerous red marks. Yilang Gao, with a grin, handed a cigarette to Chen Fan, expressing gratitude for his support. "So, what happened with Tang Jing last night?" Chen Fan shot a glare at him. "Don't spout nonsense. I didn't even meet her." "Oh, what a pity," Wang Hao remarked. "It's my fault for not booking another room." "All right, enough of that," Chen Fan said, spotting Zhuo Bing approaching and glaring sternly at the two. He prided himself on being a virtuous man, unlike these two who incessantly pursued their girlfriends. It seems Zhuo Bing was indeed eager to go out, as she came to inquire about Qin Nan and the others' opinions. However, to her surprise, Qin Nan and Su Keqing had not shown up. "You should take a break too. They want TB coming today, Chen Fan suggested. Zhuo Bing replied that it was all right, as she had nowhere else to go, and thus stayed to help at the shop. Qi Nan and Su Keqing were in their respective dormitories, having been involved with Wang Hao for an entire semester. This fellow had persistently pestered them, and unable to resist any longer, Qi Nan had half-heartedly acquiesced to him the previous night. Yet, with Tang Jing in the dorm, Qi Nan awkwardly inquired, "When did you return?" Tang Jing had not considered it in that light, answering, "I went straight back to the dorm yesterday." Upon noticing the marks on Qi Nan's neck, she asked, "What happened? Are you allergic?" Qi Nan immediately flushed with embarrassment, but it confirmed her suspicion that Tang Jing was genuinely oblivious. Only those who had never experienced such things would ask. She tightened her shirt collar, evasively brushing off the question. Su Keqing, in her dorm, was even more reserved than Qi Nan, too shy to go out, and simply lay in bed pretending to feel unwell. The week passed swiftly. Chen Fan continued to skip morning classes, working on projects with Su Ruzhen at the apartment. With no classes on Friday afternoon, he decided to take a day to accompany Zhuo Bing. After informing Yilang Gao of his day off, Zhuo Bing became clingy, wrapping her arm around his. "When will you be back?" "That is hard to say. Why don't you come back with me?" Chen Fan proposed. Zhuo Bing blushed and shot him a look. "Absolutely not. If I go back with you, my family would definitely find out." Moreover, she was not ready to meet Chen Fan's family so soon, and stay at home for a week and come back. "Let us see. I really can't be certain right now." "I don't care. You're still going to accompany me to the seaside. I've already made plans with Qi Nan and the others." "Are they going too?" Chen Fan and T really paid attention to that detail. Zhuo Bing nodded. Then it settled. Since everyone had agreed, Chen Fan had no choice but to acquiesce. In the afternoon, he accompanied Zhuo Bing shopping, purchasing several dresses for her. Initially, he intended to buy a few that cost several thousand each, but Zhuo Bing insisted against it, claiming they were too expensive and she feared her family would suspect something. Besides, she felt there was no need for such extravagance. She was only aware that Chen Fan enjoyed antiques with her father, but she didn't know the extent of his wealth. Despite her reasonably comfortable background, Zhuo Bing was not one to squander money. Afterward, the two went to watch a movie. As the clock approached 9, Chen Fan was about to persuade her not to return home that evening when unexpectedly, Zhuo Bing's mother called. "Zhuo Bing, aren't you coming back today?" Zhuo Bing, with a hint of deception, replied, "Mom, the holidays are just around the corner, and the school is hosting an event, so I can't leave." "No way, I'm coming to pick you up." Zhuo Bing's mother was rather assertive, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhuo Bing cast a wistful glance at Chen Fan. "I have to go back." Chen Fan felt a twinge of regret. It seemed that Zhuo Bing had prepared herself for this moment. He could only offer her words of consolation. "Then you should head back. We'll see each other the day after tomorrow." Zhuo Bing nodded, and suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's neck and planted a kiss on him. "Chen Fan, I love you." Chen Fan's heart raced wildly, and he embraced Zhuo Bing tightly. His emotions surged, and even his breath quickened. "I love you too." Chapter 39. The schemes of Zhuo Bing's mother. As the summer vacation finally approached, the school was filled with inseparable couples. Chen Fan, however, felt no such sentiment, as he had no intention of lingering at home for too long. Yet, he wished to keep his current endeavors under wraps. Zhuo Bing mentioned that her mother had sent her to stay with her grandmother for a while, which likely dashed any hopes of a seaside escape for the summer. Zhuo Bing's grandmother resided in the northeast, which explained the northern temperament that flowed within her veins, inherited from her mother. "Chen Fan, why don't you accompany me to the northeast?" Zhuo Bing gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Chen Fan inquired, "Where would I stay?" Zhuo Bing replied, "My grandmother lives in the county seat. You can stay at a nearby hotel, and I'll cover the expenses." Chen Fan pinched her cheek and questioned, "How long do you plan to stay?" "At least a month." "Wow, that is quite a long time." Zhuo Bing leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Come along and keep me company, and I'll give you anything you desire." Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement and agreed, "All right." Indeed, it was true that great rewards often inspired great courage. Zhuo Bing, upon hearing his swift acceptance, shot him an exasperated glance. Did men truly only think about such matters? Nevertheless, Zhuo Bing was earnest. Having made a promise, she would not retract it. With the vacation upon them, Elang, and the others decided not to return home. They feigned a desire to manage a barbecue business, and despite the holiday, the area around the school still attracted numerous people. If they persisted, they could earn a considerable sum each month. Moreover, their parents were particularly pleased to hear of their entrepreneurial ambitions. Thus, the four of them remained there with legitimate reasons. And Chen Fan did not pry into their living arrangements. These youth, newly acquainted with the sweetness of love, inevitably faced their share of trials. Zhuo Bing was picked up by her mother, and Chen Fan kept his distance, merely waving to her. He sensed that Zhuo Bing's mother was quite formidable, and Zhuo Bing appeared to fear her greatly. After sending Zhuo Bing a message, he watched her depart. In the car, Zhuo Bing's mother, glancing through the rearview mirror, noticed her daughter engrossed in a text. Suddenly, she suggested, "Why don't we invite him to our home for dinner?" Startled, Zhuo Bing dropped her phone into the seat. Her mother, noticing her daughter's alarm, calmly reassured her, "It's nothing to fret about. Your father and I are reasonable people. We went through the same things. You need not keep secret from us." "Mom, what are you saying?" Zhuo Bing hastily retrieved her phone, trying to deflect the conversation. With a smile, her mother remarked, "Your face is as red as a tomato. You still wish to hide things from me. Truly, invite him over for dinner. It will be good for us to get to know him. Anyone who makes my precious daughter so attached and reluctant to part must be quite remarkable." So Bing shook her head vigorously. "Mom, please stop guessing. There is truly nothing going on. I'm just saying goodbye to a few friends from the group." Her mother's expression shifted. "That's for the best. You know nothing at this age. Do not be easily deceived. When you grow older and are ready for a relationship, we will help you find someone suitable." "Understood, Mom," Zhuo Bing replied, her heart tightening, nearly ensnared by her mother's cunning ploys. Her mother was indeed a master of deception, yet fortunately, Zhuo Bing had not fallen into her trap. Instinctively, she placed a hand over her chest and cast her gaze out the window. Alas, such trivial tricks could hardly deceive her astute mother. The signs were evident. Her daughter had fallen in love. Nevertheless, her mother maintained a facade of nonchalance, engaging Zhuo Bing in meandering conversation. As Chen Fan prepared to return to his apartment, a message from Tang Jing interrupted his thoughts. "Chen Fan, when will you come back?" He replied, "In a few days, but I'm not certain yet." After sending the message, he remembered Tang Jing's job search. "When are you free? Let me treat you to dinner." "Let's skip dinner. I'm contemplating my work situation." Chen Fan responded. Tang Jing clarified, "No, don't misunderstand. I've already discussed the job with Qin Nan. She asked me to help at the store for 2 months. I just wanted to express my gratitude." Chen Fan had been a tremendous help to her, and Tang Jing certainly kept that in mind. However, Chen Fan declined, saying, "Let us discuss it later. I'm not returning for the time being." "All right, just let me know before you come back," she replied. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Fan found Su Ruzhen busy with her tasks. Hearing the door, she hurried over to bring him slippers. "How'd it go?" Chen Fan inquired, concerned about the recent operations. Su Ruzhen responded, "It's progressing well, but it might take another day or two. Yesterday's 2 limit-up stocks were quite successful. One surged by 30 points, and the other hit the ceiling. The least profitable was still over 20 points. Chen Fan nodded and approached his computer. During this period, he could only engage in long-term investments. Daily trading was not feasible. He glanced at his account balance, which stood at 398 billion. He had achieved a modest goal, but was still short of doubling his investment. There was no need to rush. If the stocks reached their limit today, he would be on the verge of doubling his funds. Now, Chen Fan began seeking long-term stocks. Calculating his schedule, he would be home in a week at the earliest, or half a month at the latest. Thus, he needed to identify several long-term stocks to invest in during this time frame. The morning session quickly concluded, and Chen Fan shut down his computer, turning to Su Ruzhen. "Have you had any free time lately?" Su Ruzhen momentarily paused. "Yes, why?" "Come back with me for a visit," he suggested. "Huh? So soon to meet the parents?" she exclaimed, only to realize the implication and blush, quickly adding, "I didn't mean it that way." Chen Fan chuckled. "Indeed, we're going to meet my parents, but you will definitely need to assist me when the time comes." "All right, I will follow your lead," she replied, and then excused herself to prepare dinner. "Let us skip cooking today. Let us eat out instead," Chen Fan suggested, not wanting her to exert herself too much, as he couldn't treat her like a maid. He observed the lively Su Ruzhen and added, "Go change into something nice first." For reasons unknown, he took pleasure in seeing Su Ruzhen dressed beautifully. Of course, if she were to appear unattractive, he might lose his appetite. Su Ruzhen returned to her room, leaving the door unlocked, and promptly changed her attire. Was this appropriate? She donned a tailored suit complemented by a crisp white shirt, accentuating her alluring curves. The ensemble exuded a strong professional aura, prompting Chen Fan to nod in approval. He was particularly fond of Su Ruzhen's choice of attire. It was perfectly suited to her professional identity. As they exited the apartment, they embarked on their maiden journey in the newly acquired Tuareg. "Where shall we dine?" he inquired. "Choose a place that you fancy," she replied. On the day of the car purchase, Su Ruzhen had originally intended to inspect a Mercedes, but due to an incident that transpired online, she opted instead to enter a nearby dealership and acquire the Tuareg. Chen Fan settled into the back seat. The sensation of the new vehicle was satisfactory, though the odor was rather overwhelming. The Tuareg could be described as a modest vehicle, equipped adequately, aligning with Chen Fan's intentions. He preferred to maintain a low profile, especially considering his current wealth of merely a few billion. There was little reason for ostentation. Having spent considerable time with him, Su Ruzhen gradually grasped his temperament, leading her to select a humble restaurant. They intended to share a simple meal before returning to their work. Unexpectedly, upon entering the dining establishment, a flamboyantly dressed woman approached her. Chapter 40. This impoverished fellow actually possesses 10 million? Oh, is that not the beautiful Su from Su University? What brings you to such a place for a meal? Has the bank president ceased to protect you? Upon seeing this individual, Su Ruzhen's expression darkened. Huang Yanyan, what do you mean by that? Did I tread on your tail? This woman was once in the same organization as Su Ruzhen, both employed at the bank. Relying on her somewhat attractive appearance, she engaged in flirtations, allegedly with influential connections. However, after Su Ruzhen's arrival, she fell out of favor and was neglected by her superiors. Resigned to the fact that Su Ruzhen was uninterested in their leader's ulterior motives, she was ultimately dismissed in a fit of anger by her boss. Huang Yanyan, harboring jealousy towards Su Ruzhen for overshadowing her, now greeted her with scornful mockery. Casting a disdainful glance at the man behind Su Ruzhen, she sneered. "I thought you were so refined that you could find a decent man. He doesn't seem extraordinary at all." Chen Fan, known for his low profile, dressed casually, which naturally did not impress Huang Yanyan. Su Ruzhen retorted bluntly, "No matter how unimpressive, he is 1,000 times better than your man." Puffed. Huang Yanyan spat. What is there to be proud of for someone who has lost their job? With that, she swayed her hips and ascended the stairs to her private room. Chen Fan felt a wave of nausea at the sight of her. Although her appearance was passable, her demeanor was utterly pretentious. The thick layer of makeup on her face and her garish lipstick made her look ghastly. Once she had departed, Su Ruzhen angrily muttered, "What a disgrace. Forget it. Don't stoop to the level of such a woman. It diminishes your own stature." Chen Fan summoned a waiter to order a few dishes. They opted not to drink, simply nibbling at their food. Su Ruzhen remarked, "She always targeted me when we worked at the bank. After being sidelined, her hatred for me has only intensified." Chen Fan chuckled. "Who told you to choose such a place for dining? I had initially intended to take you somewhere nice, yet you selected this ordinary restaurant." Su Ruzhen frowned in frustration. "I thought you preferred a low-key environment. I never expected to encounter such a person." Chen Fan replied, "Since she is dining here, it indicates that her situation isn't particularly favorable either." Su Ruzhen nodded in agreement. The banking sector has become exceedingly challenging. Salaries are tied to performance. One must either have influential connections or exceptional abilities. She barely manages to survive solely on her looks. If I am not mistaken, she is likely trying to drum up business. Oh, Chen Fan had heard that in banking, there were monthly performance targets. Failure to meet these could result in bonus deductions or worse, dismissal. The prestige of banking institutions had long since faded. Perhaps Su Ruzhen's decision to leave was indeed the right one. After their meal, Su Ruzhen went to settle the bill. Chen Fan stood to use the restroom, but the waiter informed him that the restroom on the first floor was blocked and he needed to go to the second floor. Laughter echoed from the private room on the second floor. accompanied by Huang Yinyan's high-pitched voice. Xiao Huang, your waist is so slender. Such smooth skin. Lu, you are incorrigible. Come, allow me to offer you a toast. Let us indulge in a shared cup of wine. A plump, substantial hand encircled Huang Yinyan's waist, and she gracefully settled onto his lap. Lu, how much can you assist me with this time? Perhaps several 100,000? Let us discuss it after we drink, he replied. Lu, nearing 50, bore an appearance that was particularly greasy, yet Huang Yinyan showed no disdain. Their hands intertwined as they partook in the ceremonial toast. After finishing the drink, however, Lu did not release her, holding Huang Yinyan close and saying, now, give me a kiss. Huang Yinyan, with a flirtatious glance, leaned in willingly. At that moment, Chen Fan inadvertently witnessed this scene and rushed to the restroom, covering his mouth. Wait, there is someone outside. Huang Yinyan slid off Lu's lap and hurried out to see. Upon recognizing Chen Fan, she sneered, "TCH, I wondered who it was. Just you, the impoverished wretch. Have you never seen such things before?" Seeing the crimson mark at her low neckline, Chen Fan immediately understood what had transpired in the private room. Indeed, I have not been exposed to such decadence. He gazed at Huang Yinyan and casually took out his phone, transferring 10 million from his stock market balance. He then presented it before her, asking, "What do you think this is?" "My goodness." Huang Yinyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait a moment," she exclaimed, grasping Chen Fan's hand, counting on her fingers, 10, 100, 1,000. My word, 1 million. Instantly, envy surged within her. She had never anticipated that this seemingly destitute fellow possessed such wealth. 1 million is nothing. Chen Fan scoffed, turning to leave the building. Wait. Huang Yinyan called after him, "Hey, handsome." She tugged at his hand, attempting to lean against him. But Chen Fan recoiled in distaste. Returning to the restroom, he applied hand sanitizer and stated, "Do not touch me." All right, I want to touch you. Handsome, could you possibly deposit your money in our bank? I can offer you the highest interest rates. 1 million is a significant client. She had never dreamed that Su Ruzhen would attach herself to a wealthy individual. Chen Fan's bank balance totaled over 11 million. If she could attract his funds to her bank, it would be a substantial achievement, allowing her to forego chasing clients for the year. Yet, Chen Fan washed his hands and ignored her as he descended the stairs. Huang Yinyan, no longer interested in Lu, who was a cunning lecher, quickly gathered her belongings and prepared to leave. Lu, startled, stood up and asked, "What's going on? Don't you want to make a deposit?" "Forget it. Leave me be," Huang Yinyan retorted, dashing after Chen Fan. By the time she reached him, he had already descended, and she called out to Su Ruzhen, "Let us go. Ruzhen, wait for me." As they exited the restaurant, Huang Yinyan caught up, shamelessly pulling Su Ruzhen close, addressing her as sister from both sides. Leaving Su Ruzhen utterly perplexed. "What are you doing?" I must admit, it was my fault before, and I inadvertently offended you. After all, we are sisters in arms. Could you perhaps overlook my transgressions and lend me a hand? Since you're no longer employed at the bank, might you convey a message to your boyfriend on my behalf?" Su Ruzhen gazed at Chen Fan in bewilderment, wondering what had transpired. Chen Fan replied, "Ignore her." Huang Yinyan, undeterred, pressed closer. "Ruzhen, please assist me. Once this matter is resolved, I shall express my gratitude." Su Ruzhen, feeling exasperated, responded, "Let's discuss this later. I am currently occupied." "Very well. I shall reach out to you later," Huang Yinyan said as she took her leave. Just moments ago, she had been flaunting her bravado and making sarcastic remarks. Now, after Chen Fan stepped away for a brief moment, she had shamelessly approached. Su Ruzhen, puzzled, inquired of Chen Fan after they had driven away. "Did she catch sight of you while you were in the restroom?" Chen Fan coughed awkwardly. "Just focus on driving." Su Ruzhen remained speechless, contemplating that Huang Yinyan's tenacity must stem from considerable backing. Chapter 41. $1 million reward upon returning to her apartment. Su Ruzhen received no fewer than a dozen phone calls from Huang Yinyan. The latter incessantly implored her to assist in transferring Chen Fan's savings to her bank. Su Ruzhen then realized that what she had seen was indeed Chen Fan's deposit. How naive I was to think otherwise. Annoyed, Su Ruzhen hung up. She had grown accustomed to substantial sums of money, and a mere pittance of thousands or tens of thousands no longer stirred any desire within her. It is worth noting that she typically operated with figures in the billions. After informing Chen Fan about Huang Yinyan's antics, he remarked, "Why bother with such a woman? I merely wanted to provoke her for her disdainful attitude. Do you have any idea what she was up to in that private room? What did you witness?" Suruzen inwidit, het curiosity pijuit. Chen Fan recounted the earlier scene, causing Su Ruzhen to feel a twinge of embarrassment. This Huang Yinyan truly lacked any sense of decorum in her pursuit of performance. In the afternoon, Chen Fan resumed his studies, intent on selecting several stocks suitable for long-term investment. After more than an hour of diligent sifting, he finally laid eyes on a promising energy stock valued at over 200 billion. This particular stock boasted a robust background and had been languishing in a state of dormancy since a meteoric rise 2 years prior. Having peaked at over $260 per share, it now languished at just over $6. Chen Fan foresaw its future trajectory. After undergoing a significant shakeout, it would soon begin to ascend. Stocks like these often require a protracted accumulation by their backers, typically spanning 1 to 2 years. Yet the potential for remarkable gains is equally impressive. Subsequently, Chen Fan identified 2 more long-term stocks, Jiangnan Machinery and Bagel Mining. Both were poised for a significant upward trajectory within the next 15 trading days, and they were also substantial in size. After reviewing his account balance, he resolved to divest all positions the following day and embark on a long-term strategy. "I need a moment's respite," he mused, feeling mentally fatigued from his intense focus on stocks. He reclined on the sofa, and Su Ruzhen promptly fetched a blanket to drape over him. Exhaustion easily led to slumber, and in his dreams, he envisioned a dog licking him, faintly catching a whiff of a fragrant aroma. Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he abruptly opened his eyes. Su Ruzhen's eyelashes were nearly brushing against his nose, causing him to bolt upright. "What are you doing?" Startled by his sudden awakening, Su Ruzhen's face turned crimson. "I was just..." Chen Fan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, realizing it was not a dog at all. He gazed at Su Ruzhen's flustered demeanor with a mix of disbelief and amusement. Had the young women of today become so brazen? The following morning, the two began liquidating their stock holdings. The growth enterprise market was witnessing dozens of limit-up stocks daily, yet Chen Fan was not tempted by these fleeting gains. After completely clearing his portfolio, he assessed the total funds, 3,068 billion. Quite splendid. Perfect. In just over a month, he had amassed 30 billion, achieving his initial accumulation. Now, it was time for him to shine. With 30 billion in hand, one would surely be regarded as a figure of immense wealth, regardless of location. Yet, he remained unperturbed, opting instead to withdraw 68 million from the decimal for his discretionary spending the following day, while allowing the remainder to continue circulating within the stock market. In the afternoon, he began to strategize for 3 promising long-term stocks for tomorrow: Zhejiang Energy, Jiangnan Machinery, and Bagel Mining. Each of these stocks boasted a valuation in the hundreds of billions, making it quite challenging for an ordinary individual to manage them effectively. Chen Fan was particularly optimistic about their growth potential and underlying foundations. As the two of them busied themselves, they soon realized the sheer volume of their funds was overwhelming. Engaging in such a gradual trading approach left them uncertain as to when they would complete their transactions. After a full 2 hours of trading, they had managed to invest less than 3 billion, leaving them with a staggering 27 billion still unallocated. Frustrated with the sluggish pace, Chen Fan sought 2 additional long-term stocks, Dahua Heavy Industries and Jinhua Company, thereby distributing the investment across 5 stocks, each receiving a mere 6 billion. Nevertheless, it still took them a total of 4 days to fully invest the entirety of their 30 billion. Ordinarily, one would never consider fully committing their capital in such a manner without caution. Chen Fan, however, felt emboldened by his foresight into the future movements of the stocks. He subsequently withdrew the remaining 68 million, now possessing nearly 80 million in disposable income. "Ruzhen, you've worked hard during this time. I reward you with 1 million. Ooh. Su Ruzhen was completely taken aback. Chen Fan had already bestowed upon her over 130,000. They had only been together for a month. Biting her lip, She hesitantly replied, "Boss." Observing her excitement, Chen Fan chuckled, "Work diligently, and whatever you desire in the future will be yours." "Yes, yes. Suere fin nadid gratfelli. I will heed your words." However, she gazed at Chen Fan and asked, "May I hug you?" Before he could respond, she had already dashed forward, embracing him tightly. Her hair brushed softly against his chest, prompting Chen Fan to resist. "Don't tempt me. You may regret it later." Su Ruzhen pouted, "I won tea. Regret it. As long as you are willing, I will do whatever you say." Clearing his throat, Chen Fan released her and admired her graceful figure. "I shall endure a little longer." He then took out his phone to message Zhuo Bing, expressing his intention to return home, hoping to see her once more. Upon receiving Chen Fan's message, Zhuo Bing replied with a hint of frustration, "Chen Fan, I miss you. However, my mother has me under her watch, nearly 24 hours a day. I scarcely have time even to use the restroom. Oh, I'll be going to my grandmother's next week. When will you come to see me?" Knowing Zhuo Bing was under such stringent control from her mother, Chen Fan responded, "I'll be heading back in the next few days. I'll try to get there as soon as possible." Zhuo Bing replied with a crying emoji, followed by a long string of kisses. Sighing, Chen Fan mused, "This future mother-in-law truly is a control enthusiast. The daughter has grown up so much. Is it really necessary?" Chen Fan indeed yearned to meet Zhuo Bing, yet Zhuo Bing was unable to come out. Chapter 42. A girl like me doesn't need so much money. Chen Fan's hometown is located over 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangzhou. Initially, he intended to fly back, but Su Ruzhen suggested driving instead. The convenience of driving, with no time constraints, allowed them to enjoy the scenery along the way. With such a long journey ahead, they could easily spend a night on the road if necessary. Chen Fan agreed with her suggestion, bringing along only a few articles of clothing for the trip. He stocked the car with water and snacks. As he was about to settle into the back seat, Su Ruzhen swiftly opened the front passenger door. Chen Fan understood her intention and, with a smile, took his place in the passenger seat. "Let's take turns driving later," he proposed, not wanting her to bear the burden of the long drive alone. Despite her being his employee, a touch of concern was warranted. They departed early in the morning and hit the highway. Chen Fan's hometown is in the rural area of Tongcheng, 1,000 miles away, where his family consists entirely of genuine farmers. Most of the villagers opt to work elsewhere, leaving few young people behind. Naturally, there are a handful of women and children remaining, but in this day and age, too many people are migrating to urban areas. Furthermore, the mountainous terrain of his hometown is not conducive to mechanized farming, which has hindered the local economy from flourishing. Su Ruzhen hails from Jiangnan, relatively close to Jiangzhou. Chen Fan had never inquired about her family background, but observing her adept driving skills, he couldn't help but ask, "You must be an experienced driver?" "Not really," she replied. "I took years to obtain my license, but I hardly practiced." Chen Fan had also acquired his license, but had little experience behind the wheel. Nonetheless, Su Ruzhen clearly did not appear to be a novice. Her opportunities to handle vehicles were evidently more frequent than his. After traveling over 300 kilometers, Chen Fan suggested they pull over at a rest area for a break. Obediently, Su Ruzhen steered the car into the service station. Today, she donned a dark suit with a white shirt underneath, reminiscent of her previous attire during her banking days. Chen Fan appreciated the professional aura she exuded. Recently, she had purchased perfume with the money he had given her. While dining at the rest area, Chen Fan remarked, "I plan to establish a company soon, and I want you to oversee it entirely. What do you think?" Su Ruzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? It must be true. You will be my chief steward. I will grant you a share of the company. If you dedicate yourself, I promise you will achieve a fortune worth billions." Su Ruzhen's heart raced at the thought of such wealth, something that countless individuals yearn for. Yet, she shook her head. "As a girl, I don't need so much money. Even now, with over 1 million in my possession, I find myself unsure of how to spend it." Chen Fan was left speechless. However, he admired Su Ruzhen's modest disposition. One cannot soar too high and still accomplish great things. "Then what is your dream?" Su Ruzhen glanced at Chen Fan, suddenly covering her mouth and giggling softly. "I want to tell you." "All right then." After a brief respite at the service area, they resumed their journey. After driving over 400 kilometers, Su Ruzhen suggested, "Should we find a place to rest and continue tomorrow? The visibility is not great at night. Chen Fan glanced at the time. It was just past 6. Let me take the wheel. The two continued until after 8 before finally exiting the highway, with over 500 kilometers remaining to Tongcheng. They were now in the provincial capital, Chen Fan's hometown. After leaving the highway, they sought the nearest hotel for accommodation. Having attended university in Jiangzhou since graduating high school, Chen Fan was entirely unfamiliar with the provincial city, having only passed through occasionally. After dinner, they prepared to check into the hotel. As Chen Fan parked the car, Su Ruzhen took the initiative, saying, "I'll handle check-in." Chen Fan paid little mind, retrieving their luggage from the trunk and entering the lobby. "Is that Chen Fan?" A security guard recognized him as he approached the entrance. Chen Fan looked at him curiously. "Chen Meng? What are you doing here?" "Haha, I work here now," Chen Meng replied. He and Chen Fan were from the same village and had once shared a close friendship. After Chen Meng enlisted in the army and Chen Fan went to university, their paths diverged. It was unexpected to see Chen Meng back, working as a security guard. Noticing Chen Fan carrying a bag and dragging a suitcase, Chen Meng quickly offered assistance. "Let me help." "There's no need," Chen Fan replied. Chen Meng was surprised that Chen Fan was staying at such an upscale hotel. "You're staying here tonight?" Chen Fan scratched his head, about to respond, when Chen Meng laughed. "Was that beautiful girl your classmate?" "Yes, from the same school." No wonder, Chen Meng chuckled, giving Chen Fan a knowing pat on the shoulder. If he could connect with someone like her, it would certainly be a shortcut. Chen Fan felt speechless. He didn't wish for Chen Meng to know his circumstances. So he quickly said, "I'll take her to her room first and contact you later." "All right, give me your phone number." Chen Meng requested his number. Watching as Chen Fan wheeled his luggage away, Su Ruzhen had already completed the check-in and booked a suite. "Why'd you book a room? That's rather awkward." However, Su Ruzhen had already secured the room, leaving Chen Fan with little room to argue. The attendant called the elevator for them, and once upstairs, they placed their belongings down. The suite was quite nice, featuring 2 bedrooms with 2 beds. The front desk said this was the last available room. "I thought having 2 beds was quite convenient." So Ruthen explained. Chen Fan was skeptical. Was the hotel business really that booming? And this location wasn't even in the city center. Yet, he chose not to confront Su Ruzhen's fib. Having separate rooms was no different from booking 2 rooms. "You should get some rest. I ran into an acquaintance and need to chat for a bit." Su Ruzhen nodded understandingly, taking her clothes to shower. As Chen Fan descended the stairs, he encountered Chen Meng, who was just finishing his shift. "Let's grab a drink." The 2 childhood friends had not seen each other in ages, and Chen Meng, exuberant, had not even changed his clothes. They headed to a nearby night market, just outside the hotel. Chen Meng exclaimed, "Today, I shall treat you. Do not attempt to vie with me." He was fully aware that Chen Fan was a student hailing from a modest background, while he himself was at least a working professional. Understanding Chen Meng's character, Chen Fan readily acquiesced to his wishes. The 2 ordered an ample array of barbecue delicacies and a pitcher of beer. Chen Fan inquired about Chen Meng's recent circumstances. After his military service, Chen Meng faced limitations and had yet to find a girlfriend. He clapped Chen Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Chen Fan, you are a university student. Once you establish your own company, I shall be there to work for you." Chen Fan chuckled. "Come, let us drink." Chen Meng replied, "I may lack other skills, but being a driver is well within my capabilities. I possess martial prowess sufficient to handle 30 to 50 individuals with ease." You are not a special forces operative," Chen Fan retorted. Noticing Chen Fan's skepticism, Chen Meng seized an empty beer bottle and, with a swift motion, sliced it in half. The sound of shattering glass left Chen Fan utterly astonished. Such strength would not only suffice for being a driver, but would also qualify him as a competent bodyguard. Chapter 43. Returning home to assist my father in selling potatoes the following morning, Chen Fan exchanged greetings with Chen Meng before resuming his journey. By 3 in the afternoon, the 2 finally arrived back in Tongcheng County. Chen Fan's hometown was not far from the county seat, merely 3 or 4 kilometers away. Despite the advent of roads connecting every village, there were still no buses servicing the rural areas. Chen Fan instructed Su Ruzhen to find a hotel in the county and await his news. Then he hailed a motorcycle taxi to hasten home. "You're back from university," The motorcycle driver, known as Hermes, hailed from the same village. In his 30s, he had not ventured out for work, but managed a small shop at the crossroads leading from the county to the village. While selling goods, he also provided transportation for occasional passengers. As Chen Fan mounted Hermes' motorcycle, he observed his surroundings keenly. Tongcheng remained unchanged, yet he was no longer the same Chen Fan. The sensation of returning was markedly different, flooding his heart with a distinct sentiment. The fields alongside the road were overrun with weeds, and the once cultivated farmland lay abandoned. Few tended to it now. The youth had sought work elsewhere or moved into the city, leaving behind only the elderly and frail. Upon reaching the village, Chen Fan paid 15 yuan, and Hermes turned around to leave. Shouldering his bag, Chen Fan approached his home. "Dad, Mom," his mother emerged from inside upon hearing his voice. "Chen Fan, you're back?" He placed his bag inside and inquired, "Where's Dad?" "He went to the county today." "Oh, and what about my sister?" "Your sister went to a classmate's house and hasn't returned yet." Gazing around at his childhood home, Chen Fan's mind swirled with emotions. The house remained the same earthen structure as before. Though there were 2 stories, it appeared exceedingly dilapidated. While others had built charming villas, his family's floor was still comprised of dirt, untouched by cement. Contemplating the stark contrast of his family's impoverished surroundings, he pondered how to broach the subject with his parents. Before long, the sound of a car horn echoed at the entrance. Chen Fan stepped outside to find his sister, Chen Wan, returning in a classmate's vehicle, accompanied by 4 fellow students. A male classmate parked a moderately new Hyundai at the roadside, deliberately displaying the keys in his hand. Upon seeing this, their mother quickly welcomed Chen Wan's classmates. "Brother, you're back?" 3 classmates seated themselves at the doorstep as their mother served tea and offered some sunflower seeds. The driving male classmate placed the car keys on the table and asked Chen Fan, "Your village doesn't even have cars. How did you get back? Did you walk? Why didn't you let us know in advance so we could pick you up?" "No need," Chen Fan replied. "I took a motorcycle." "Oh, your area is quite remote. There are no buses at all. It's much more convenient where we live. Almost every household has a private car. Your family should consider purchasing one as well." A nearby female classmate remarked, "How can you compare with your village? Yours is considered relatively prosperous in the county." The 2 other male classmates echoed, "Indeed. He's doing well. Even if he doesn't get into university, he'll still fare better than most." The young man looked at Chen Wan with a hint of pride, and Chen Fan sensed that this boy likely harbored feelings for her. However, he had little desire to engage in conversation with this group of youngsters and retreated to his room. He wandered to the back of the courtyard where pigs, chickens, and ducks were kept. The environment was particularly poor, rife with mosquitoes. At that moment, Chen Fan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. How could he persuade his parents to accept this reality? Or rather, how could he convince them to relocate to the city? As the clock approached 5, old Chen returned from the county on his bicycle. Coincidentally, Chen Wan's classmates had just departed. Chen Fan took the bag from his father and asked, "Dad, why are you back so late?" Old Chen, pleased to see his son, replied, "You're back? Tomorrow, come with me to the county to buy potatoes." Chen Fan nodded eagerly. "Sounds good." Seeing her son return, Mother Chen had taken the initiative to kill a chicken. That evening, the family gathered joyfully around the table, sharing a hearty meal. Chen Fan tentatively broached the subject. "Dad, Mom, our house is rather old, and the ecological environment is poor. Why don't we rent a place in the city like others and start a small business? Perhaps in the future, we could buy a house there." Upon hearing this, old Chen frowned and replied, "In the future, you can go to the city to buy a house on your own. Your mother and I will remain here." Mother Chen added, "Indeed, after you graduate from university, we'll see if we can scrape together some funds to help with your down payment. Nowadays, girls in the city won't marry unless there's a house involved." She glanced at Chen Wan and continued, "You must also work hard. Don't fail to even get into university. Distance yourself from those classmates and focus on your studies." Chen Wan remained silent, aware that her mother had a tendency to fuss. Chen Fan, having observed her classmates earlier, chimed in, "I believe you should concentrate on your studies. This isn't the time for play. Even if you wish to date now, you will surely regret it later in life." Chen Wan looked at her brother in astonishment. What had caused such a sudden shift in his perspective? Ignoring her gaze, Chen Fan elaborated, using the few bowls on the table as a metaphor. Your current social circle and classmates resemble this bowl of vegetables. Your vision is inevitably confined to this bowl. Only by stepping outside this circle can you hope to see the meat. Do not regard me with such incredulity for my years of experience. I've come to understand that people exist on different levels. Their insights, knowledge, and circles vary, resulting in a disparity in status. For instance, if I were in the countryside, my ambitions and dreams would likely revolve around marrying, having children, and continuing the toil of my ancestors. Yet, if I were to ascend to a higher circle, my aspirations might shift towards establishing a business, achieving success, and contributing to my country and society. Do you not envy the career elites and domineering executives portrayed on television? You too must strive to reach their level. A girl must be refined and sophisticated to the utmost degree to make those beneath her feel inadequate. Elevate your level, and your life will transform accordingly. Chen Fan, expressing her inability to comprehend. Lao Chun, too, found himself perplexed. Chen Fan's words were excessively profound. His expectations were quite straightforward. As long as Chen Fan attended university and did not remain in the countryside thereafter, he would be content. Beyond that, he felt powerless to assist. All he could do was bring his children to this place. The rest, he believed, was determined by their own fate and abilities. The following day, Chen Fan rose early to accompany Lao Chun to sell potatoes. He had anticipated a substantial quantity, but when his father revealed the yield, it amounted to just over 300 pounds. It seemed they were still adhering to their traditional methods of labor. The father and son borrowed a trailer and transported the potatoes to the county market. Under such a model, how much could they possibly earn in a day? Chen Fan shook his head, excusing himself to the restroom to place a call to Su Ruzhen. The sun was particularly intense that day. Lao Chun stood beneath its rays, wiping away sweat as they waited nearly an hour without selling a single potato. Just as he was about to lose his temper, an immaculate Tuareg pulled up. Exiting the vehicle was an exceptionally attractive young woman, her physique and attire reminiscent of someone from a bustling metropolis. She glanced at the photo on her phone, then at the middle-aged man before her, and inquired, "Uncle, how much for the potatoes?" Chapter 44. The generous future daughter-in-law after a lengthy wait. A customer finally arrived, an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Old Chun was particularly delighted. $2.50 per pound. How much would you like? Su Ruzhen picked up a lumpy potato. This potato appears to be of good quality, and the variety seems excellent. How about this? You help me load it onto the truck, and I'll take them all. At that moment, Chen Fan arrived just in time. Dad, let me handle this. You go take a break. Old Chun gazed at the crooked fruits of his labor, perplexed. Are city folks really fond of such potatoes? Chen Fan diligently loaded the 50-pound bags onto the truck, completing the task with remarkable efficiency. Su Ruzhen, observing his robust physique, couldn't help but smile, even discreetly nudging him, which earned her a glare from Chen Fan. Uncle, let us round that up to 400 pounds for simplicity. Your potatoes are quite good. I'll offer you $20 per pound. That totals 8,000. So, shall I give you 10,000? Old Chun, who was taking a sip of water, sputtered in disbelief. Is there such a way to calculate? Potatoes at $2.50 a pound, and she offers 20. 326 pounds, and she rounds it to 400. 8,000 rounded to 10,000? He rubbed his forehead, questioning his sanity. Chen Fan shared his bewilderment, thinking that Su Ruzhen was taking her performance a bit too far. Hesitantly, Old Chen asked, "Miss, are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" "Not at all. Uncle, where do you live? I could give you a ride back. I want to see if you have more of these potatoes. I'll take them all." Chen Fan was caught off guard by her unexpected approach and grew anxious. "We don't have any more at home. Just these." Old Chen shot him a stern look. "You foolish son. How can you say there are none? We have some left, just not a lot. About 100 pounds, which we intended for the pigs." Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking his father's negotiation skills needed improvement. Su Ruzhen smiled as she beckoned them to get in the car, and they set off for Chen Fan's home. As they drove, Old Chun examined the vehicle. "Son, this Santana must cost around 100,000, right? When you have money, you should buy one for yourself." Su Ruzhen turned back with a smile, choosing to remain silent. Chen Fan could only nod in agreement. The journey that should have taken 3 or 4 kilometers was completed swiftly. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Ruzhen gazed around with curiosity, examining everything. Chen Wan, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This young lady is incredibly beautiful. After sipping some tea, Su Ruzhen entered the house and exclaimed, "Uncle, do you have any more bowls like this?" Old Chen was taken aback. "What is the matter?" Su Ruzhen replied, "This is remarkable. This bowl is an antique. Are you willing to sell it?" Indeed, the bowl was old, having been passed down for decades, but old Chen found it hard to believe it was an antique. Chen Fan's mother chimed in, "Young lady, this isn't an antique. It was brought over by my family when I got married." Su Ruzhen remarked, "Regardless of whether it is an antique or not, I truly have a fondness for this bowl. Please sell it to me." "Huh?" Chen Fan's mother hesitated slightly, saying, "If you want it, take it. It's a gift to you." No, that won't do. I would feel more secure if I paid for it. Count how many there are. I will take them all at 100,000 each." Thud. Chen Fan's mother was so startled that she fell to the ground. Old Chen pondered, could this girl possibly be a bit unhinged? How could she buy my potatoes for 20 yuan a pound? A bowl for 100,000? Something felt amiss to him. Chen Fan observed Su Ruzhen's performance in silence. After all, she was not a professional, and her acting skills were somewhat lacking. If this continued, she would inevitably reveal her true intentions. "Hey, uncle and aunt, how much are these ducks? Would you sell them to me for 10,000 each? I require these farm-raised chickens and ducks for my catering business." The old Chen couple was bewildered, now convinced that this girl had some sort of mental issue. She seemed to want everything she saw and offered exorbitant prices. Yet, Su Ruzhen was not done. "Ah, please sell me that stool as well. And I want this bed too. I will take anything that belongs to you." Clever Chen Wan finally caught on, saying, "I see. You must be interested in my brother, right?" "Huh?" The old Chen couple suddenly understood, staring blankly at their son. "So that's it." Chen Fan, feeling embarrassed, thought to himself, "Why is she saying such outrageous truths?" At that moment, Su Ruzhen giggled, saying, "My dear sister is quite astute. Let me be frank. I genuinely like your brother. I am his senior and have pursued him for over a year, yet he has not agreed. So, taking advantage of his summer vacation, I quietly came to your home." Then she walked over and linked her arm with Chen Fan's, exclaiming, "This time you cannot chase me away." The old Chen couple exchanged glances, realizing that this was indeed her true intention, to pursue their son. However, the girl was undeniably beautiful, seemingly a daughter of a wealthy family. With the script unfolding this way, Chen Fan found himself at a loss. Withdrawing his hand, he asked, "Can you please not make a scene?" Su Ruzhen cheerfully leaned closer, replying, "Is there anything wrong with me seeking my own happiness? Uncle, aunt, he is bullying me. You should help me." With such a lovely young lady visiting their home, the elderly couple felt awkward and were at a loss for words. Chen Fan's mother quickly urged Su Ruzhen to take a seat, shooting her son a fierce glare, saying, "Why are you just standing there? Go and wash some fruit for her." Su Ruzhen, witnessing Chen Fan's retreating figure, covered her mouth and giggled softly. Then she pulled out a bank card from her bag, saying, "Uncle, aunt, there is 1 million on this card. Please use this money to build a house. Perhaps a small villa. It would give us face in front of the villagers." "How can that be?" Old Chen hastily declined. Su Ruzhen replied, "From now on, we will be a family. Why be so polite? Our family has assets worth several hundred billion. What is this 1 million worth? It is best that you keep the financial transaction to yourselves to avoid any unnecessary complications with the villagers. Once the house is constructed, when Chen Fan and I return, we shall not have to reside in such humble circumstances. Should my family see it, I would also retain some semblance of dignity." Upon hearing her words, the elder Chen couple found themselves in agreement. For the sake of their daughter-in-law's reputation, it was indeed prudent to renovate their home. The couple exchanged glances, each awaiting the other's decision. Su Ruzhen pressed the bank card into their hands. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, they finally accepted it. Meanwhile, Chen Wan watched in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief at the generosity of this future sister-in-law, who was so willing to part with 1 million. Chapter 45. I will follow you for a lifetime. After handing over the money to the elderly couple Chen, Su Ruzhen turned to Chen Wan and said, "Sister, let's go to the market and purchase a few outfits. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chen Fan beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy. The sudden appearance of such a generous sister-in-law felt like a stroke of fortune from the heavens. Their mother shot her a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "How can we trouble her like this?" "Mother." "Oh no, Annie," Su Ruzhen replied, "it's perfectly fine. After all, my relationship with Chen Fan is established. And that is an unchangeable fact. My sister is already 17 and lacks even a decent wardrobe." With that, she eagerly prepared to take Chen Fan to the county town. Chen Fan emerged, calling out, "Let us eat first." Their mother quickly responded, "Yes, yes, yes. Your father, go catch a fish from a pond, and I will prepare a chicken. Also invite uncle and his family. Let them know Chen Fan has returned." Seeing the preparations for a grand gathering, Chen Fan did not object. Su Ruzhen looked at him, amused by his awkward demeanor, and smiled broadly. She leaned in closer, appearing exceedingly intimate. "Did I perform well?" Chen Fan shot her a glare. "I asked you to fetch a potato, and you've turned it into a melodrama. You shall face consequences later." Old Chen summoned uncle and his family, while the brothers went to the pond to catch fish. Chen Fan's mother busily prepared chicken and duck. In the countryside, such fare was commonplace, nothing extravagant. Upon hearing that Chen Fan had brought a girlfriend, Auntie was delighted to lend a hand. Several neighboring families, upon learning that the Chen family was hosting a feast, unhesitatingly joined to partake in the meal. As Chen Fan observed everyone bustling with excitement, he thought it was fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have struggled to justify giving them money. If he claimed he had earned a fortune outside, the substantial amount might lead to undesired consequences. If they became overly inflated with pride, it could spell disaster. There is a saying, virtue must match one's position. Chen Fan perceived this truth clearly. If he had found a wealthy wife, with her family contributing funds for their new home, it would alleviate many complications. The midday meal was lively and courteous, with 7 or 8 dishes served to a dozen guests. Uncle and Auntie gazed at the beautiful Su Ruzhen, each of them envying her fortune in their hearts. What a lucky fate for our nephew! If only our own son could be so fortunate. The neighbors, too, expressed their envy. When they inquired about Su Ruzhen's family background, she simply stated that her family was involved in business and that they owned a publicly listed company. Such a declaration laid the groundwork for future financial support from Chen Fan to his family. Otherwise, a sudden influx of wealth would surely raise suspicions. As they dined and drank together, everyone praised the good fortune of the Chen couple. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan suggested, "Father, we ought to consider building a house. It wouldn't do for Ruzhen's family to see our current state." Indeed, we must build," Uncle echoed fervently. Old Chen, fully aware of the situation, understood that the money had been provided and preparations were now awaited. Chen Fan then said, "I will have someone prepare a blueprint for you. Please construct according to the design and refrain from building such antiquated houses." Uncle replied, "Indeed, Chen Fan is a university student. It is wise to heed his advice. If you lack insight, it is best not to interfere. Simply assist where needed." "Very well," Old Chen conceded, losing his voice in the matter. After the meal, Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen took his sister to the county seat to purchase clothing. Old Chen and his wife remained at home, engaging in conversation, and before long, the news spread through the village. It was said that Chen Fan had brought back a girlfriend from the big city. Su Ruzhen took Chen Fan out shopping, declaring, "Change everything, all of it. My sister-in-law will buy you new clothes." They procured a complete wardrobe for all 4 seasons, 10 outfits for spring, 10 for summer, and 10 for winter. Chen Fan felt bewildered. Was it customary for affluent families to empty entire clothing stores? The lavish spending of the wealthy reshaped her understanding. Su Ruzhen discreetly transferred 100,000 yuan to Chen Fan, instructing, "Do not let your brother know. From now on, you should manage your own finances while studying, but do not squander it." Chen Fan nodded in understanding. However, she confided in Chen Fan about the money. Chen Fan calculated that Su Ruzhen had likely spent over 1 million yuan already. Nonetheless, he had to admit that Su Ruzhen was quite adept at managing affairs. Consequently, he quietly transferred 10 million yuan to her account. Ding! Upon receiving the notification, Su Ruzhen gasped in surprise, as if struck by lightning. Having spent 1 million for the Chen family, he had gifted her 10 million. She glanced at Chen Fan in the distance, choosing to keep this matter to herself for the time being. She also bought clothes for Chen Fan's parents, along with some fruits and snacks to take home, considering they still had guests. In the evening, the atmosphere at home remained lively. Chen Fan downloaded construction blueprints for rural homesteads online, selecting a design for a courtyard house, as contemporary villas were far too numerous. Given that the Chen family's land was sufficiently spacious, they decided to construct a 2-story courtyard house. He handed the blueprint to Old Chen, who had no reason to hesitate. They merely needed to consult an astrologer for an auspicious date and hire a construction team to commence. As for the old house, it held little value and could be easily demolished. With money in hand, Old Chen felt reassured. Since his daughter-in-law was so supportive, they might as well proceed. After consulting the astrologer, they found that 2 days later would be an auspicious day, and if the Chen family was prepared, they could begin construction immediately. The commencement of the project would be largely symbolic. They could take their time afterward. Chen Fan planned to stay home for a week to half a month, not expecting to resolve this matter so swiftly. His intention was for the entire project to be managed by Old Chen, who was well-versed in infrastructure work. The following day, they demolished the old house, and on the 3rd day, they held a groundbreaking ceremony. Subsequently, cement, sand, and steel reinforcements were brought in. The Chen family temporarily took refuge with neighbors while the new house began to take shape. During this week at home, Zhou Bing frequently sent messages and occasionally made discreet phone calls. She urged Chen Fan to come over earlier for a few days. Her mother would take her away to another city. This year's plans had suddenly changed, preventing her from visiting her grandmother's home. Luo Bing was also perplexed by her mother's peculiar behavior, who seemed to keep a close watch over her every day. Once the foundation work at home was completed and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, Chen Fan finally took the opportunity to inform his parents and returned to Jiang'o ahead of schedule. During this time, Su Ruzhen had been residing in a hotel in the county and was now preparing for her journey back. She packed her belongings and bid farewell to Chen Fan's family. Mr. and Mrs. Chen had developed a particular fondness for their future daughter-in-law, almost wishing for the couple to have children immediately. As they were about to depart, they reluctantly saw them off for quite a distance. The two set off on the highway in their car, and Su Ruzhen, with a beaming smile, inquired of Chen Fan, "Boss, how has my performance been during this time?" Chen Fan shot her a glance, retorting, "If you don't return with me next time, how am I to account for this?" With a light-hearted laugh, Su Ruzhen replied, "As long as you wish, I will follow you for the rest of my life." Chapter 46. A battle of wits between Zhou Bing and her mother in their eagerness to reunite with Zhou Bing. The two did not plan to spend the night in the provincial capital and proceeded directly back to Jiang'o. Should fatigue set in along the way, they would seek a place to rest. Alternating in driving, they spent over 10 hours on the road, finally arriving in Jiangzhou shortly after 3 in the morning. To announce his return to Zhou Bing, Chen Fan posted a message on social media, a testament to their relentless journey. Upon returning to the apartment, both were silent, simply washing up and retiring to bed, utterly exhausted from the trip. The following morning, Zhou Bing, upon seeing Chen Fan's post, broke into a joyful smile. Due to her mother's recent strictness, Chen Fan had refrained from sending any reckless messages. This post served as a signal, as Zhou Bing reveled in her happiness. Her mother knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Bing, are you awake?" "Mom, I'm not going today. I want to sleep in," Zhou Bing protested. Her mother pushed the door open. "What do you mean? You've only exercised for a few days. If you don't study diligently now, how can I entrust the business to you in the future?" Zhou Bing's mother ran a trading company of moderate size, valued at several tens of millions. In the grand scheme of society, her status could be considered just above average. Zhou Handong, engaged in the antique business, was worth over 100 million. The couple worked hard in their respective fields without interfering in each other's businesses. "I don't want to go. Can't you let me rest for just one day?" Zhou Bing exclaimed in frustration. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Handong came over to mediate. "Just let her rest for a day. There's no need to be so stringent every day." Zhou Bing's mother shot him a glare. "What do you know?" She suspected her daughter was in a romantic relationship, but had not confided in Zhou Handong. In her mind, having sensed the signs, she felt compelled to nip it in the bud. She believed that allowing it to develop unchecked would lead to an uncontrollable situation later on. Preventing potential issues was Zhu Bing's mother's customary strategy. Regardless of her mother's insistence, Zhu Bing remained resolute in staying in bed, indifferent to her calls. This is maddening. I don't understand her intentions. It feels like she's guarding me like a thief. Seeing Zhu Bing's obstinacy, her mother grew irritated and tossed her bag down. Fine, I want to go to work today. I'll stay home with you. Zhu Bing was left speechless. Zhu Handong, perplexed by his wife's behavior, noted that she seemed intent on confronting their daughter during this holiday. She insisted on keeping Zhu Bing close at all times. Not wishing to see the mother-daughter relationship deteriorate, he offered a few words of encouragement. However, Zhu Bing's mother glared at him fiercely. Stay out of it. I'm doing this for her own good. Zhu Bing eventually got out of bed, washed up, and began to gather her belongings. What are you doing? I'm going to my grandmother's house. Is that not permissible? I'll tell her how you treat me. Perhaps she didn't act this way with you. I'm an adult now. I have no freedom at all. I refuse to believe you were ever this compliant. Zhu Bing's complaints left her mother visibly embarrassed, while Zhu Handong looked on, smiling silently. He recalled how his wife, a Northeasterner, had a free-spirited nature, unafraid to venture far and wide in her youth. It was only when she met him that she settled down. It has come to my attention that Zhu Bing intends to report her grievances to her grandmother, leaving her mother quite flustered. Perhaps it is because she understands her own temperament and fears that Zhu Bing may repeat the mistakes of her younger days, which is why she is so watchful. Zhu Handong, witnessing his wife's discomfort, stifles a laugh, choosing silence. All right, why don't you take a day to rest at home? Ultimately, she cannot oppose her daughter and concedes a step back. It is, after all, futile to attempt to restrict a young woman in matters of romance. She can only hope to delay it for a while longer. Zhu Handong, you stay home today and keep her company. With that, she storms out, somewhat irked, grabbing her bag. Zhu Handong seems to sense something amiss. Zhu Bing, why are you butting heads with your mother? You know her temperament. Zhu Bing retorts, is she ever not annoying? She watches me like a hawk. I'm an adult, for goodness sake. I deserve some dignity and freedom. Zhu Handong scrutinizes his daughter. Are you seeing someone? Zhu Bing rolls her eyes. Why are you so much like her? Zhu Handong feels a bit awkward. What I mean is, if you are in a relationship, you could bring him home for us to meet, for your mother's peace of mind. If he pleases everyone, she would surely relax. Stop trying to manipulate me. Both of you are incorrigible. With that, she plops down on the sofa. Dad, you can go about your business. I'll just rest here. Zhu Handong, being more diplomatic than his wife, suggests, could you please check on the shop for me? I have matters to attend to today. Why is it that when I want to carve out some time for a date with Chen Fan, you all behave this way? It's infuriating. At that moment, she genuinely contemplates running away from home. I'm not going. Zhu Bing snaps back. Zhu Handong is merely probing. He is genuinely concerned about his daughter's future. While she should be allowed to date, it is the duty of parents to ensure she avoids unsavory characters. I'll head to the shop now. You can manage lunch on your own. He picks up his bag and departs. Got it. Zhu Bing responds impatiently. Once her parents leave, she promptly calls Chen Fan. Hey, have you returned? I got back around 3 last night. Where are you? I've been waiting for your call. Zhu Bing thinks for a moment. Find somewhere discreet. My mom is keeping an eye on me. A discreet place? Then I'll book a room. Only in a hotel can she evade her mother's watchful gaze. If they were to go shopping, what if her mother caught them? Suit yourself. Zhu Bing rises, quickly tidies herself up, and admires her reflection in the mirror. Not bad. Still quite beautiful, youthful as ever. Stepping outside, Zhu Bing hails a taxi. Where to, beautiful? Do. Suddenly, she notices a familiar vehicle behind her. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be her mother. Oh my goodness. She didn't go to the office. She has been watching me from downstairs. Zhu Bing is left speechless. The Xinhua bookstore, please. After the taxi driver drops her off at the bookstore, Zhu Bing casually purchases a book before taking a taxi back home. Alas, is that girl truly off to purchase books? Could it be that I have misjudged her? Gazing up the staircase where her daughter ascended, Zhu Bing's mother pondered. She picked up her phone and dialed, Zhu Bing, I will be home for lunch. Zhu Bing fumed with rage, for this signified that she would be unable to go out. Understood, she replied tersely, hanging up the call. Soon after, She observed her mother's car departing from the window, and in a moment of despair, she dialed Chen Fan. "Where are you?" Chen Fan inquired. "I was just about to head to the hotel. Have you come out yet?" "Don't go. I can't get out today." "Oh, then where are you? I can come to see you." "That's not possible. My mother is keeping a close watch on me." "No worries. I'll just peek through your window without alarming them." Zhou Bing felt a warmth in her heart as her gaze fell upon the hotel outside the community. "All right, I will send you my location. Come here. I only need to return by noon." Chen Fan glanced at the time. It was already past 9. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried to the hotel across from Zhou Bing's residential complex. Chapter 47. Acquiring the mansion. Chen Fan had just checked into the hotel when he promptly informed Zhou Bing of his room number. Within 10 minutes, she arrived. The moment they met, they embraced each other tightly, without uttering a single word, simply reveling in the warmth of their closeness. Zhou Bing nestled against Chen Fan like a cherished pet. They remained in this embrace for a good 10 minutes before Chen Fan lifted her and carried her to the sofa. At that moment, it seemed neither of them harbored any ill intentions. They merely wished to hold each other for a while to alleviate the pangs of longing. "Did you miss me?" Zhou Bing finally lifted her head after a while, gently caressing Chen Fan's chin as she asked. "I missed you terribly. Otherwise, would I have rushed over here?" He replied, I love you." Zhou Bing smiled contentedly, pressing her face against Chen Fan's chest. "What is up with your mom? She seems rather overbearing. Did she discover something about you?" Chen Fan wondered, perplexed by her mother's vigilance, especially considering their age. Upon mentioning her mother, Zhou Bing's expression soured. "I have no idea what's gotten into her. She's been monitoring me ever since the holiday began." Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that their activities at school had come to her attention? Zhou Bing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Who knows? Sigh. It seems we must keep a low profile. The happenings at school might have reached her ears." "What does your mother do?" As they remained entwined, Zhou Bing shared details about her family background, which was decidedly middle class, with a life free from financial worries. "Forget it. I can't be bothered with her. If she knows, she knows. Honestly, I don't quite understand her either. She's been quite busy lately, preparing to move her company to a larger space. But she hasn't found a suitable location yet. Despite being so preoccupied, she still manages to keep an eye on me." Chen Fan felt a flicker of curiosity. "Where does she intend to relocate?" "I don't know. Perhaps she's looking for a more upscale place." Zhou Bing rested her head on his shoulder. At that moment, Chen Fan had an epiphany. They spent over an hour in the hotel, and this time, he behaved himself, refraining from the usual playful antics and simply holding her close. Zhou Bing felt secure and thoroughly enjoyed the moment. As noon approached, Zhou Bing reluctantly said, "I have to head back. My mom will be home for lunch." "All right." Chen Fan held her tightly. "Call me when you have the chance." Zhou Bing nodded vigorously, wrapping her arms around his neck before planting a soft kiss on him. The two young lovers found it hard to part, wrapped in tenderness. When a girl is deeply in love, she tends to be particularly clingy, and it was Chen Fan's first time experiencing such a sentiment. After checking out, Zhou Bing slipped out through the back door. Once home, she sent Chen Fan a message. "I love you. You are mine." Chen Fan smiled at his phone, thinking, what a wonderfully affectionate little sprite. Just then, Su Ruzhen called. "Boss, are you coming back for dinner?" "On my way." Chen Fan quickly returned to the apartment. Su Ruzhen was in the kitchen, wearing a small apron as she prepared a meal. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, she immediately handed him a pair of slippers. "Have you been up to no good?" Upon noticing the mark on Chen Fan's neck, Su Ruzhen felt a slight discontent in her heart. How could this fellow neglect such a splendid opportunity and instead venture out for a dalliance? Of course, Chen Fan denied it vehemently, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I haven't done anything." Yet, his neck bore numerous crimson impressions. Su Ruzhen tossed him a towel, urging him to inspect himself in the restroom. As Chen Fan entered the bathroom, he was taken aback. He had been so engrossed moments ago that he had failed to notice. He wondered if Zhou Bing bore any similar marks. He sent her a WeChat message, to which Zhou Bing responded with a look of exasperation, replying only with a pitiful emoji. It seemed he had to be more cautious next time, as this would inevitably be discovered by her family. Cough, cough. "Ruzhen, you need to take care of something this afternoon," Chen Fan stated earnestly upon returning to the living room. Su Ruzhen replied with a simple, "Oh, what is it?" "Isn't there a building at Zinjiku? Go purchase it," he instructed. "Ah?" Su Ruzhen was utterly bewildered. What do you need to buy a building for? She was aware of this particular structure, towering over 50 stories. Rumor had it that the developer was facing financial difficulties and was looking to sell the entire property. Who could possibly acquire such a skyscraper without several billion? Chen Fan explained, "We can't remain cooped up here forever, can we? Let us acquire it and establish a company. From now on, you shall be Suzhou. Everything within the company will be under your purview." He added with a playful tone, "Of course, you will still be under my management." Su Ruzhen shot him a glare. "Have you ever managed anyone?" She felt a tinge of resentment in this regard. Once dinner was prepared and they had finished eating, Su Ruzhen promptly set off to attend to her business. Meanwhile, Chen Fan opened his stock trading software to check the market. The 5 long-term stocks had all seen significant gains, averaging a 30 profit. His total funds now amounted to over 364 billion. After examining the future trends of these stocks, he decided to liquidate the weakest one, as a substantial amount of capital would be required once Su Ruzhen's deal was finalized. However, he estimated that her negotiations would not conclude swiftly. At the headquarters of Zhao Real Estate, a distinguished guest arrived, the manager from the Ministry of Commerce, a striking woman in her mid-30s. Upon hearing that someone intended to purchase the building at Zinjiku, she personally attended to the visitor. However, she was taken aback upon meeting Su Ruzhen, who appeared even younger and more attractive. Observing Su Ruzhen's impeccably tailored professional attire, Zhou Lan found herself pondering the latter's background. "I am Zhou Lan from the business department of Zhao Real Estate. May I ask your name?" she inquired. "I am Su Ruzhen. Just call me Ruzhen," Su Ruzhen replied, standing to shake hands with Zhou Lan. In the past, she would have envied an executive like Zhou Lan in a large corporation, but now such thoughts had vanished entirely. At this moment, she was the guest of Zhao Real Estate. Upon articulating her intentions, Zhou Lan was astonished and asked, "What method of payment do you intend to use?" Su Ruzhen nonchalantly replied, "It doesn't matter. Whatever is most convenient for you. Just ensure the transaction is expedited, as our boss dislikes delays." "Are you implying that you can make a full payment?" Zhou Lan inquired. Indeed, Zhou Lan suddenly stood up, as the company was in urgent need of substantial funds. The chairman had liquidated several points from the stock market, preparing for a significant project. Once the news of the sale of the large building at Zinjiku was announced, many interested parties inquired, yet most were unable to produce such a considerable sum in cash. The fact that the other party could pay in full was astonishing. Zhou Lan suppressed the joy swelling within her. "Very well. I shall consult with the higher-ups and strive to offer the most favorable price." She exited the meeting room and promptly called the chairman for instructions. Zhao Guowei granted her full authority to manage the matter. Zhou Lan felt a sense of clarity. Upon returning, she immediately conferred with Su Ruzhen. "Our company's bottom line is 480 million. Su Ruzhen nodded in agreement. "No problem." Alas, she did not negotiate at all? Zhou Lan was slightly bewildered. Was it truly this simple to finalize the deal? Of course, the initial offer had been 650 million. However, due to the pressing need for substantial liquidity, they had settled on 480 million. Thus, the two parties reached an agreement. Su Ruzhen paid a deposit of 10 million and signed a contract. Once a third party verified that there were no quality issues with the building, the remaining balance would be paid in full. Chapter 48. Chen Fan's first company, the building of Zhao's Real Estate, privately purchased, left Zhao Guowei astonished. Was there truly such a remarkable individual in Jiangzhou? It is well known that even many substantial corporations cannot easily produce hundreds of millions in cash. They either resort to bank loans or installment payments, as everyone understands the importance of retaining cash. The prompt payment from the other party was striking. He instructed Zhou Lan to keep a close eye on the situation, as they might become future partners. The third-party inspection report would take a week to be finalized, prompting Chen Fan to urge Su Ruzhen to expedite the registration of a company. Su Ruzhen would serve as the legal representative. She understood that Chen Fan's commercial ambitions were about to take flight. The company was named Blueprint Investment. While Su Ruzhen attended to the company registration, Chen Fan called Chen Meng over. Once the company was established, the security system would need to be in place immediately. Upon receiving the call and learning of a threefold salary offer, Chen Meng promptly resigned and took the high-speed train to Jiang overnight. That evening, Chen Fan invited him for a late-night meal and arranged for him to stay at a hotel for the night. The following morning, Chen Fan introduced him to Su Ruzhen. According to their prior arrangement, Su Ruzhen was the boss, while Chen Fan merely acted as an introducer. After meeting Su Ruzhen, Chen Meng was convinced by her demeanor. She outlined the essential points, stating that as the company was just beginning, his role would be to oversee security operations. For the time being, he would serve as Su Ruzhen's driver, given her busy schedule. Grateful for the splendid opportunity Chen Fan had provided, Chen Meng inquired if he could join the company once Chen Fan graduated. Su Ruzhen suppressed a smile, knowing she could not reveal Chen Fan's true identity. "We'll discuss that later. He mentioned you are quite exceptional and highly recommended you. Just do your best," she replied. Chen Meng was thrilled, considering the monthly salary of 10,000 here, along with the ease of the job. After settling Chen Meng into his position, the third-party inspection report arrived. The entire building met construction standards, posing no safety or quality issues. Consequently, both parties proceeded with the formal handover, and Su Ruzhen made the payment. From this moment forward, the building would be under Chen Fan's ownership, classified as a private asset, exempt from the company's holdings. Blueprint Investment Company, Limited, was officially established with a registered capital of 10 million. Subsequently, Chen Fan founded another company, this time as the legal representative, utilizing it to hold shares in Blueprint Investment. Of course, Su Ruzhen was unaware of these intricate maneuvers. She was merely an executor. During this period, Chen Meng shadowed Su Ruzhen. Upon receiving the property, he gazed in awe at the towering edifice, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this the company headquarters?" Su Ruzhen replied, "From now on, the security of this building will be your responsibility." Overseeing dozens, if not hundreds, of personnel, Chen Meng chuckled, scratching his head gratefully. "Thank you for your trust, President Su." However, she cautioned him about the company's strict management protocols, urging him to perform his duties diligently. Su Ruzhen reiterated her expectations, ensuring he remained grounded. She was preoccupied with the establishment of the company, while Chen Fan continued his daily operations. However, he was now focusing on long-term investments and did not need to monitor everything closely. After freeing up 6 billion in funds, he currently had 40 billion in his account. He decided to maintain a low profile, choosing to remain a modest investor in the stock market. Chen Fan turned off his computer and called Su Ruzhen to inquire whether the office building rental had been arranged. "It's all set. Someone came to view the premises yesterday," she replied. "Excellent. Let us get the advertisement out. You've worked hard during this period. How about I treat you tonight? What do you feel like eating? Can I choose whatever I want?" "Of course. Are you sure?" Noticing his silence, Su Ruzhen stifled a laugh on the other end of the line. However, she felt somewhat frustrated. What was wrong with him? Why did he seem indifferent toward her? What was it that she lacked? One day, you won't be able to escape my grasp." Su Ruzhen truly believed that Chen Fan could remain unperturbed. Chen Fan then called Zhuo Bing, asking if her mother was being strict lately. Try to persuade her to take a stroll at Xinjiku. Zhuo Bing was puzzled, as she had been busy searching for suitable venues. "Just ask her to go. It's best to keep it discreet. After all, your mother is quite cunning." Zhuo Bing rolled her eyes. "Is this how you treat your future mother-in-law?" Chen Fan replied firmly, "If it weren't for her, I would have succeeded long ago. Now, at 20, I'm still a novice. Get lost." Zhuo Bing huffed. Nevertheless, she followed Chen Fan's suggestion, this time without her mother needing to call back. She went directly to her mother's company. "Mom, I don't want to eat at home tonight. Let's dine out instead. You've worked hard these past few days. It's my treat." "Huh?" Zhuo Bing's mother was taken aback, as just days ago, her daughter had been sulking. What had brought about this change? Was she hiding something? She scrutinized her daughter carefully. That evening, the family went out to eat. Zhuo Bing specifically requested a restaurant at Xinjiku. This did not raise her mother's suspicions. Instead, it allowed her to notice the rental advertisement for the building across the street. The entire building had an LED sign. Zhuo Bing's mother's eyes lit up. Didn't they say it was for sale only? Why was it now available for rent? She quickly inquired and learned that the building had been sold for 480 million. Goodness, such wealth. Even combined, her and her husband's finances wouldn't suffice to purchase this building. They were often regarded as successful figures, yet they could not afford it. Zhou Bing's mother enjoyed the meal immensely, as she would soon be able to view the venue. If they could establish the company there, the location and grandeur of the building would elevate the company's image significantly. Later that evening, Chen Fan was making plans with Su Ruzhen. With such a large building, we could open a hotel ourselves, Su Ruzhen suggested. Operating a hotel is not our forte. We can hold a stake and allow others to manage it. Chen Fan recalled Zhao Linlin, who happens to run a hotel herself. Having acquired this magnificent building, it is imperative to put it to good use. With over 50 floors, a hotel is undoubtedly essential alongside office spaces. Chen Fan now seeks to expand his ventures, not merely to profit from the stock market. The following morning, Su Ruzhen received a call from Zhou Bing's mother. They arranged a time to meet. Chen Fan informed her that they could forego her rental fees in exchange for equity control. Su Ruzhen found this perplexing. Did Chen Fan truly wish to involve himself in such a small enterprise? Little did she know, the woman was indeed Zhou Bing's mother. Once he gained control of her company, this future mother-in-law would be entirely at his mercy. Chapter 49. Worth billions, yet mistaken for a construction worker? To her surprise, Zhou Bing's mother was particularly sensitive. Upon hearing that the landlord intended to control her company, she chose to refuse. Ultimately, Su Ruzhen rented her an entire floor of the grand building at a relatively modest price. Chen Fan named the building Yunfan Tower. While others failed to grasp Chen Fan's intentions, Su Ruzhen understood perfectly well. This tower represented a new starting point for Chen Fan's career. There will be times when the wind and waves will rise. Let the sails soar high to navigate the vast ocean. He was about to embark on a venture into the industrial realm. However, Zhou Bing's mother could not fathom why she was so fortunate as to acquire the rental rights to an entire floor of Yunfan Tower at such a low cost. She even inquired with Su Ruzhen, who explained that she was the first client to approach for leasing, which warranted a discount. Zhou Bing's mother could only accept this explanation, for she could not entertain the notion that someone might covet her beauty. Zhou Bing's mother exuded elegance, and Zhou Bing surpassed her in excellence. In the afternoon, Zhou Bing sent a message indicating that she would accompany her mother to Yunfan Tower to inspect the renovation progress. Chen Fan glanced at the time and decided to join them. Previously, Su Ruzhen had managed matters concerning Yunfan Tower, and Chen Fan had only visited once. Today marked his second visit, coinciding with the renovations being undertaken by the Blueprint Investment Company. The top 10 floors had been reserved by Chen Fan, while the floors below the 20th would serve as a hotel, and the 20th to 40th floors were designated for leasing. Zhou Bing's mother, ambitious as she was, had chosen the 46th floor, not wishing for any other company to overshadow her. She viewed her new enterprise as another launch pad for her career. Although the hotel was still in the planning stages, Chen Fan had already set aside space for it. Furthermore, its elevator was separate from the commercial area above. Half of the lobby on the ground floor belonged to the hotel, accessible from the south, while the commercial sector had its entrance from the north, ensuring complete separation. Upon arriving at the ground floor, Chen Fan happened to encounter Zhou Bing and her mother as they disembarked from their vehicle. Seizing the moment when her mother was distracted, Zhou Bing flashed a smile at Chen Fan. Chen Fan noted Zhou Bing's mother, a true northern woman, standing an impressive height of 1.7 meters. Her figure was striking, and standing alongside Zhou Bing, they resembled a pair of sisters. Unhurriedly, Chen Fan followed the two into the elevator. Zhou Bing's mother cast a glance at Chen Fan, dismissing him as merely an ordinary young man. Chen Fan stood behind her, aligning with Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing discreetly traced a few lines in Chen Fan's palm with her finger, making a playful face. Chen Fan, undeterred, playfully pinched her thigh. "Young man, are you a construction worker here?" Zhou Bing's mother suddenly inquired. Chen Fan replied with a casual affirmation. "Yes, Auntie, is there something you need?" Zhou Bing's mother turned to scrutinize him once more, remarking to Zhou Bing, "Look at this. This is the fate of those who neglect their studies. At such a young age, reduced to laboring at a construction site." Chen Fan, left speechless, realized her inquiry was merely an opportunity to belittle him. Zhou Bing, equally exasperated, exchanged a glance with Chen Fan. "Indeed, I have not pursued my studies. Here I am, a mere bricklayer. As the elevator reached the 46th floor, the mother and daughter stepped out. Chen Fan arrived at his company's site, where Su Ruzhen was present. She approached the matter with utmost seriousness, as the company was under her legal name, and she was brimming with enthusiasm. Chen Fan had previously stated his ambition to elevate her worth to billions. Once Blueprint investment was underway, Su Ruzhen's value would naturally soar, positioning her as an elite among the younger generation in this industry. What brings you here? Have a look at our design divisions? Chen Fan nodded, his gaze drifting through the window. The towering structure of the 50-story building loomed majestically, surrounded by several high-rises, most of which were merely 30 stories tall. Thus, Yinfan Tower stood out distinctly. From this vantage point, one could behold the mighty river flowing eastward. Standing beside him, Su Ruzhen was asked by Chen Fan, "What do you feel at this moment?" She smiled radiantly, exuding a sense of grandeur and ambition. Her spirits high and her passion palpable. Chen Fan chuckled softly, yet he did not share her sentiment. His objective was straightforward: profit. What was the use of lofty aspirations and grand ambitions? Su Ruzhen gestured toward a specific area. This is your designated office space, over 500 square meters, along with a dedicated relaxation area. Given that Chen Fan as planned involved renovating only one floor, Su Ruzhen had delineated a section with the best view, intending it as Chen Fan's office. Chen Fan shook his head. "You keep it. I don't require an office. However, no one except myself is allowed in your relaxation area." Su Ruzhen's face flushed with a rosy hue as she shot him a playful glare. "Had I known sooner, I would have felt more at ease." Flushed yet earnest, she added, "You mustn't deceive me about this." Chen Fan burst into hearty laughter. Below, Zhuo Bing's mother stood by the window with her daughter, pointing out the surroundings from their elevated position. "Zhuo Bing, this marks a new beginning for Mommy's career. From here, I shall reach the world stage and become a figure of global significance. I aspire to be a titan in the business realm, akin to a billionaire like Li Chaoren. When I grow old, I will pass all of this on to you. Come, let us go upstairs and take a look." The mother and daughter ascended the elevator to the Blueprint investment renovation site, where they found Su Ruzhen conversing with the same construction worker from earlier. Zhuo Bing's mother approached. "Ah, Su Zong, what a coincidence to see you here." Noticing their arrival, Chen Fan exchanged glances with Su Ruzhen, signaling her to maintain discretion regarding his identity. Su Ruzhen greeted warmly, "Mr. Han, what brings you here?" Zhuo Bing's mother glanced at Chen Fan, but paid him no mind. After all, who would concern themselves with a mere construction worker? She engaged Su Ruzhen in casual conversation, expressing gratitude for the favorable rental terms. "When you have time, I would love to treat you to a meal. How about today? There's no time like the present." Su Ruzhen waved her hands dismissively. "Let us skip the meal. I truly have no time lately. I need to accompany the boss for dinner tonight. I can't leave him alone." Han Kaing, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Oh no, even amidst our busyness, we must take time to eat. It cannot take up too much of our time. Let us go for tonight. What do you think? I will make a reservation at the restaurant." As Su Ru truly intended to decline, Chen Fan gestured from a distance, prompting her to check her phone. Upon doing so, Su Ru found herself agreeing to her request. Though she was uncertain of Chen Fan's intentions, she reluctantly acquiesced, saying, "All right then." Chapter 50. The greatest boss behind it all, she merely made a small request. "Mr. Han, if we're to dine together this evening, I hope it will be just the two of us. I wish to discuss some matters with you." Zhuo Bing's mother was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Of course. Of course." Having finally received Su Ruzhen's agreement, she would certainly not refuse. Although Su Ruzhen herself was puzzled by Chen Fan's arrangement, she complied nonetheless. "Zhuo Bing, you should return home on your own later and inform your father that I have other commitments this evening." "All right," Zhuo Bing exclaimed, beaming with excitement, instinctively smiling at Chen Fan. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuo Bing's mother extended an invitation to Su Ruzhen. "Since that is the case, why don't we find a place for tea? I feel an instant connection with you, Miss Su. It's remarkable to see someone so young achieve so much." Su Ruzhen smiled graciously, engaging in polite conversation. "Oh no, Mr. Han is the true predecessor. I have much to learn from you." The mention of learning was somewhat ironic. You manage buildings worth billions, while my entire fortune amounts to mere tens of millions. In an effort to draw closer to Su Ruzhen, Zhou Bing's mother invited her to a tea house she was familiar with. Little did she know that her daughter would become entangled with a construction worker. After exchanging a few words, they made their way downstairs. As the two departed in a car, Zhou Bing waved goodbye, Mom. Then she turned back, and the two lovers could hardly contain their eagerness to embrace. Chen Fan, I love you. Yes, I love you too. At last, they could be openly together without the fear of parental scrutiny. Meanwhile, Su Ruzhen and Zhou Bing's mother were still enjoying their tea, unaware that the curtains of a nearby hotel room were being drawn shut. In the tea house, Zhou Bing's mother was particularly courteous. Ms. Su, I truly must thank you for this. By the way, how old are you, Ms. Su? I'm 24. I envy you young people so much. I feel old in the blink of an eye. Gazing at Su Ruzhen's graceful figure, Zhou Bing's mother was filled with admiration. So young and so capable. It must be rare to find a girl who possesses both beauty and intelligence. Where's your family from, Ms. Su? Zhou Bing's mother inquired, sipping her tea and gradually trying to get closer to Su Ruzhen. Suddenly, Su Ruzhen's brow twitched inexplicably. She sensed that something was about to unfold. However, she had received orders to keep Zhou Bing's mother occupied for as long as possible. Tea, dinner, and perhaps some health regimen. Surely, this will take a few hours. Su Ruzhen remained perplexed, wondering about Chen Fan's intentions. The clever Su Ruzhen seemed to have an inkling of what was afoot, her cheeks flushing as she silently scolded, that rascal. The two spent over 3 hours in the hotel room, reluctant to part. It was only when Zhou Bing received a call from her father, Zhou Handong, that she remembered she had not informed him she would not be home for dinner. Oh no, will my mother suspect something? She won't. She is too busy to notice. All right then. Zhou Bing finally felt a sense of relief. It seems you are quite familiar with President Su, she remarked. Chen Fan nodded. Did you really think our mother could rent such an inexpensive office building? So it was you who assisted behind the scenes? She seemed somewhat incredulous. Chen Fan came from a modest background, which fueled his determination. In addition to his studies, he worked part-time jobs. According to his father, he had met Chen Fan at an antique market. However, he was surprised to learn that Chen Fan was acquainted with someone of Su Ruzhen's stature. In Zhou Bing's eyes, Su Ruzhen was indeed a significant figure, as her parents' combined assets barely amounted to 1 or 200 million. Little did she know, Chen Fan was the true mastermind behind all. The two lingered at the hotel until past 10, and Zhou Bing decided it was time to return. Chen Fan was particularly mindful this time, ensuring he left no marks on her neck. He accompanied Zhou Bing to her doorstep before hailing a cab back home. Today, he felt genuinely exhilarated. He had finally won Zhou Bing's affection and tasted a different kind of joy in life. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Fan headed to the bathroom for a shower. Unexpectedly, before he had finished, Su Ruzhen returned. She had even brought him dinner. Chen Fan, partially concealing the bathroom door, asked, "Why are you back so soon?" Su Ruzhen looked at him, questioning, "What do you mean? Do you not want me back?" "It's not that. I didn't bring any clothes in with me." "Oomph. It's not like you haven't been seen before," Su Ruzhen scoffed. "When have you ever seen me?" Chen Fan felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, Su Ruzhen's face flushed crimson. "I'll go get your clothes." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chen Fan began to panic. "Wait a minute. How could you have seen me? Did you sneak a peek?" As Su Ruzhen fetched his clothes, her guilty expression made Chen Fan seriously doubt that he had been unwittingly exposed. After changing into his clothes, he earnestly asked, "Come clean. Did you sneak a look at me? What are you thinking? It was you who—" While you were sleeping, Su Ruzhen abruptly halted. Chen Fan shuddered. "But you shouldn't be looking either. Is it my fault? I managed to refrain from taking advantage of the situation," she retorted. In matters of playful banter, he found himself outmatched. Chen Fan shifted the conversation, eager to establish the company structure, as Chun Ming also needed to recruit personnel. "Yes, I was just about to arrange that. I'll have him gather his former comrades to form a protective force, right? And we also need to establish a property management company. I will contemplate this matter further." Chen Fan had his own considerations. The next day, he planned to visit the barbecue restaurant to assess their current situation. The following afternoon, Chen Fan arrived at the barbecue restaurant. He found Yilang Gao and the others present, while Tang Jing continued to work for them. Chen Fan inquired, "How's business lately?" Qin Nan replied, "It's mediocre, neither too good nor too bad. We make over 1,000 yuan a day." Chen Fan suggested, "Close it down. Such matters should be left to others." Huh? The others looked on in confusion. Wang Hao remarked, "I believe earning over 1,000 yuan a day during the summer vacation is already quite commendable." Chen Fan inquired, "Have you calculated the figures? If we can avoid losses and everyone can earn a little, why not turn it over?" He proposed, "How about we establish a property management company?" "A property management company? How much investment would that require?" Chen Fan, of course, had no intention of asking them to invest funds. Instead, he planned to have Su Ruzhen set things in motion and then subcontract it to them, allowing them to acclimate to society in advance. If Yunfan Building were to become operational, it would be akin to striking gold. Chen Fan then turned to Tang Jing and said, "You should join them. The 5 of you can embark on this entrepreneurial journey together." Tang Jing was taken aback. "What? I didn't expect to be included." Chapter 51. The secret of Su Ruzhen in comparison to the trivialities of a barbecue restaurant. Managing the properties of Yunfan Building promises to be far more lucrative. Chen Fan shared his ambitious plan with them. Although the 5 individuals felt an overwhelming sense of aspiration, they were also beset by concerns. Would anyone entrust such a significant undertaking to us? The crux of the matter is that we possess no knowledge in this domain. Can we not learn? Managing properties is essentially about providing services, collecting payments, and ensuring quality service, Chen Fan earnestly instructed them. Noticing his earnest demeanor, which bore the semblance of a leader, Elang could not help but exclaim, "Chen Fan, you have changed." Indeed, many had observed this transformation. He was no longer the impoverished student they once knew. He had become more self-assured and commanding. It is noteworthy that those present had grown alongside him. Even Tang Jing perceived the change. They had all labeled Chen Fan as a mere recipient of welfare, but his newfound confidence and decisiveness cast doubt on that narrative. Is this truly the Chen Fan we once knew? Chen Fan seemed to realize something amiss. Oh no, had he overplayed his hand? He swiftly interrupted their discussion, stating, "I am serious. If we execute this project well, it will mark a new beginning in our lives. Yet, why would anyone believe in us? Why would they entrust such a substantial project to our inexperienced hands?" Exactly. Many companies are reluctant to hire us due to our lack of experience. Qin Nan voiced her apprehension. "Do not fret about that. I will handle the negotiations. What we need to focus on now is how to divide the roles among yourselves. For the time being, we can temporarily place the project under another company's name, which will alleviate many complications, such as financial and tax matters. However, you must clarify the organizational structure. The workplace differs significantly from school. As partners, we must work in unison and show solidarity. It is imperative to adhere to arrangements and management directives. Please consider this carefully." Qin Nan inquired, "What about you?" "Yes, you should lead us. We will follow you," they urged. Chen Fan shook his head. "I have my own part-time commitments. I cannot manage everything. Wang Zi and Hao Zi, you two must shoulder the significant responsibilities. The burden should fall upon you." They nodded in agreement. "All right, then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed with the transfer." The barbecue restaurant had originally been intended as a practice ground for them, and now they were stepping into the true realm of their careers, engaging with society at large. Currently, the Yunfan Building had just begun its leasing process, and the management of the property was not excessively complicated. Once the barbecue restaurant was transferred, Tang Jing's salary needed to be settled immediately. Chen Fan declared, "You can divide my share among yourselves, and please calculate 2 salaries for Tang Jing." Qin Nan opened her mouth in astonishment. This fellow is quite generous. He was willing to forego all the earnings from the restaurant, but Wang Hao interjected, "This is not acceptable. Among us, your family circumstances are the most challenging. How could we ever take advantage of your financial situation? Indeed, while we are all aware of your righteousness, it cannot be like this. Otherwise, what sort of good brothers would we be? Even Ilan Gao refuses to accept your money. Do as you wish. Frankly, I have no interest in such trivial sums." Following Chen Fan's instructions, 5,000 yuan was paid to Tang Jing as her salary. Deep down, Tang Jing understood that the work she was doing here could never yield such earnings. Thus, She was reluctant to accept it. The others were left speechless. Could it be that none of you lack money? Are you all indifferent to wealth? Qin Nin encouraged, Tang Jing, take it. It is a gesture of goodwill from us all. After much persuasion, Tang Jing finally agreed to accept 3,000 yuan. As Chen Fan was about to leave, Tang Jing hurried after him. Chen Fan, what's wrong? She extended the 3,000 yuan back to him, asking, may I return this to you first? Chen Fan shook his head. Why the rush? Keep this money for now. The school term is approaching, and you cannot simply return to ask for more. Tang Jing bit her lip, but do not burden yourself with any guilt. I have traversed this path too, and now I am much stronger inside. Just ensure you perform well in your work. That is a valuable life experience. But you need money too. Tang Jing still felt uneasy. Are you worried about me? Chen Fan observed her, noticing she could barely lift her gaze. Compared to Zwabing, Tang Jing appeared more timid. I have taken on part-time work and am not short of funds. I can even send money home now. You need not worry. Focus on your studies in property management. He encouraged. Tang Jing nodded. I will strive to do my best. In the evening, Su Ruzhen returned and reported to Chen Fan about the day's progress. Chen Ming had recruited over a dozen security personnel, including several of his comrades. Chen Fan stated, although the company is just starting out, the regulations must be firmly established. We cannot allow them to become complacent, or management will become impossible in the future. He also mentioned the students he had referred to, suggesting they undergo proper training to assess their potential for joining the company. Rather than offering them fixed salaries, Chen Fan encouraged them to embark on their entrepreneurial journeys, which reflected his genuine intentions. The current focus of the property management was on fire safety, maintenance of the building's facilities, and the disposal of renovation debris from new tenants. Observing the gradual progress of the company and the increasing workforce, Chen Fan began to contemplate grander plans. In the stock market, Chen Fan continued his profitable endeavors daily. The funds in his account had surpassed 6.6 billion yuan, achieving a growth rate of over 50% within half a month. Given the substantial amount of capital, it was no longer feasible to maneuver as nimbly as before, consistently seizing the daily limit increases. With such a large volume of funds, the market makers would adopt a more cautious approach. Thus, Chen Fan could only strategize for the long term. Su Ruzhen is now busier than ever, managing both internal and external affairs of the company, leaving her with little time to assist Chen Fan. One day, utterly exhausted, she collapsed onto the sofa upon returning home. Come on, let me take you for a massage, Chen Fan suggested. However, Su Ruzhen lay there, disinclined to move. Really? I'm offering you a chance to indulge. And you refuse? She retorted, playfully hooking her foot around him. Why don't you just give me a massage instead? You could do whatever you like. Chen Fan replied with a teasing tone. Little Su, you've become quite bold lately. Are you really asking the boss for a massage? Su Ruzhen pouted. You stingy person. I've never put up defenses against you. And you treat me like this. Clearing his throat, Chen Fan hastily changed the subject. The house I'm building is now at the second floor. The main structure should be completed shortly. Oh, that's quite fast, she acknowledged. Once they finish, I'll find some time to visit. Hey, Su Ruzhen, why have you never mentioned anything about your home? When can I come to see it? Su Ruzhen's expression immediately turned flustered. What is there to see at my house? Chapter 52. Can you actually ask your boss for a massage? Observing her unnatural expression, Chen Fan harbored grave doubts about the secrets she concealed within. If you're facing any difficulties, feel free to confide in me, he stated solemnly. Su Ruzhen shook her head. What are you talking about? She placed her feet on Chen Fan's lap, requesting, please give them a little massage. Chen Fan found himself at a loss, ultimately obliged to knead her calves. Su Ruzhen's legs were slender and straight, her ankles exquisitely formed. Her delicate feet resembled intricately carved jade. Apart from Zwabing, Chen Fan had never admired a girl's feet from such close proximity. Witnessing the look of sheer enjoyment on Su Ruzhen's face led him to suspect her intentions were deliberate. After all, reclining in such a beguiling manner, especially when he made her feel comfortable, she would suddenly emit a contented hum, as if captivating his very soul. Move up a bit. Don't linger on one spot, she demanded, audaciously guiding Chen Fan's hands upwards. Chen Fan gazed at her in disbelief. Was she truly treating him as a masseur? With a wistful sigh, Su Ruzhen remarked, "You are indeed a true gentleman, but I truly cannot fathom how you pursue women. Should I take the lead in the chase?" Chen Fan continued to massage her. "Typically, they pursue me. Go ahead and boast," she teased, nudging him with her foot. When he did not react, she nudged him again. "You." Chen Fan recoiled, withdrawing her foot. "Let us discuss something pertinent. This vehicle no longer befits your status. You should consider purchasing several more. What price range should I consider?" "You can decide that for yourself. Don't hesitate to spend. The company still has over 100 million. We have no current investments, so feel free to buy." Chen Fan replied. After serious contemplation, Su Ruzhen decided, "Then I shall acquire a Maybach and a business vehicle for receptions." Chen Fan suggested, "Let us also get you a personal vehicle. What style do you fancy?" "There is no need to purchase so many cars," Su Ruzhen objected. "I will add more only when the company requires it. Perhaps just a small delivery truck at most." Chen Fan looked at her with curiosity. "I've noticed you seem to lack an affinity for money. During their previous encounters, when he gifted her 100,000, she bought herself clothes. After giving her 1 million, she used it to build a house for her family. Then, when he gave her 10 million, she paid the deposit for Yunfan Tower. It was rare for someone to remain indifferent to money, was it not?" Su Ruzhen smiled. "Who says that? I merely have no interest in trivial sums." "All right then. I shall give you a few billion later," he jested. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes. "What are you trying to achieve?" "To support you," he admitted candidly. "Sure, but I find that hard to believe. If you truly wish to support me without any intimacy, what does that imply? You're not supporting me. You're trying to star me instead." Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. "It's not that I don't want to. I simply don't wish to betray Zwabing. After all, she has been quite devoted to me, and I cannot bear to hurt her. Moreover, and most importantly, he did not wish to engage in ambiguous relations with Su Ruzhen. In life, there are certain things one can covet and others that should remain unattainable. He resolved to purchase a building, intending it as a reward for the executives of his company. Naturally, individuals like Su Ruzhen would receive particularly generous treatment. With a day off tomorrow and no need to monitor the market, Chen Fan decided to explore the surroundings. The next morning, the weather was splendid. As the company was undergoing renovations, Su Ruzhen had returned to the construction site. Chen Fan left the apartment and rented a shared bicycle to visit some properties. Prior to his outing, he had done his homework the previous evening, researching several appealing neighborhoods. If he were to establish employee accommodations, proximity to Yunfan Tower was essential. However, it was increasingly difficult to purchase available units in the vicinity. The billboard ahead proclaimed, "Jiangshan Emperor's View, standalone villas, enjoy expansive privacy." The riverside scenery was picturesque, promising a life of distinct elegance. Chen Fan felt a stir of curiosity. Why not visit there? He pedaled swiftly to the sales office of Jiangshan Emperor's View. This development was indeed situated on the hillside of a forest park, offering a breathtaking view of the river. Such low-rise villas could only boast a river view due to their elevation. The environment was pleasant, and, crucially, it was merely separated from Jiangzhou University by a mountain. One lay to the south of the hill, the other to the east. As Chen Fan stood outside the sales office, he took in the unobstructed view. The location was indeed splendid. Living here would be a true indulgence, provided one did not have to toil for a living. Just as he was about to enter the sales office, a car approached from behind, honking. Turning around, he saw a champagne-colored Porsche Cayenne glide into the parking space, from which Zhao Linlin emerged. Had she changed cars again? No. Someone of her stature likely possessed more than one vehicle. "Chen Fan," Zhao Linlin called out, dressed in white casual attire and clutching a bag. She placed the car keys inside her bag and walked over to him. "What brings you here? Surely, you're not considering seeking employment?" The sales office was indeed hiring, especially with many university students coming to apply. Zhao Linlin immediately thought of this. Seeing her misunderstanding, Chen Fan chose not to clarify. "What about you? What brings you here?" he inquired. Zhao Linlin smiled. "This is our family's enterprise." It was then that Chen Fan noticed the sign reading Zhao Real Estate. Wait, could this Zhao Real Estate be the publicly listed company he had previously taken advantage of? Chen Fan, who rarely followed corporate affairs and focused solely on stock trends, was taken aback by his realization. Zhao Linlin, noticing his daze, asked, "What's wrong? Your father is the chairman of Zhao Real Estate?" "Indeed." "Oh, in that case, it all makes sense. Given the magnitude of Zhao Linlin's family's business and the recent surge in stock prices, their assets must be worth over 100 billion now, correct?" Although a market capitalization of 100 billion does not equate to liquid assets, it was certainly an intimidating figure. No wonder Zhao Linlin, at such a young age, could manage a hotel. "Are you considering working here?" Zhao Linlin inquired. Chen Fan shook his head. "The distance from here to the school is quite considerable. It will be more advisable for you to come to my place instead." Zhao Linlin once again extended her invitation. "Perhaps we could consider it later." Chen Fan mused as he entered the sales office, having come specifically to purchase a property. If suitable options presented themselves, he might very well acquire 2 units. "Well, you may take your time," Zhao Linlin replied, making her way to the office area on the second floor. Noticing Chen Fan's arrival with Zhao Linlin, a strikingly beautiful saleswoman approached briskly. "Good afternoon, sir. Are you interested in buying a property?" she inquired, her height impressive, easily around 1.68 meters. Her looks were equally remarkable, a testament to the high standards of this upscale villa district, where all the staff exhibited commendable attractiveness. Particularly captivating was the young woman attending to him, and Chen Fan noted the nameplate adorning her chest, Chu Yanfei. Although she could not ascertain whether this youthful gentleman possessed the financial capability for a purchase, she nonetheless welcomed him with fervor and dedication to her work. Chen Fan, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "I would like to browse first." The location of the development was indeed commendable, and the availability of a limited number of ready-to-move-in units was exceptionally rare in Jiangzhou. However, the prices were steep. Even the most affordable villa here would fetch several tens of millions. Yet, for Chen Fan, whose net worth was in the billions, this was merely a trifle. Chapter 53. 2 sets in this villa in such a place of employment. Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to sell a villa. After all, the number of affluent individuals in this world is exceedingly limited. A villa priced in the tens of millions may yield only a single transaction. The commission alone amounts to several hundred thousand, effortlessly surpassing the livelihoods of countless ordinary people. Moreover, they're guaranteed a base salary, ensuring that even in the absence of sales, they are not left destitute. Those who find themselves working here are the CRME de la CRME of sales talent, meticulously selected, either possessing striking beauty or exceptional skills. Chu Yanfei harbored no grand illusions about selling a villa today. She approached her duties with the same mindset as always, attending to clients with diligence. Chen Fan inquired about the sales performance of the property, and Chu Yanfei knelt beside him, earnestly providing her insights. This action caught Chen Fan's attention, prompting him to regard her with a second glance. Meanwhile, Zhao Linlin was occupied upstairs, tasked with gathering market intelligence. As the sole, cherished daughter of the Zhao family, she was destined to inherit the family business upon graduation, necessitating her early familiarity with all its facets. Chen Fan had initially intended to make a purchase today, but wished to keep Zhao Linlin unaware. He suggested to Chu Yanfei, "Let us exchange WeChat." In this day and age, there are countless ways to obtain a beautiful woman's WeChat, and given Chu Yanfei's striking appearance, it was only natural for others to have designs on her. Upon hearing Chen Fan's request, she stood up and laughed lightly. "I'm afraid I didn't bring my phone." Chen Fan did not press the matter, merely casting her a casual glance. "Call over someone else, then." Noticing his calm demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the usual banter she received from others, and observing the purity in his gaze devoid of any ulterior motive, Chu Yanfei hesitated momentarily before responding. "Please hold on. I will retrieve my phone right away." She hurried to the front desk, fished out her phone, and opened the QR code. "Sir, will this suffice?" Chen Fan scanned it and nodded. "You may return to your duties." As he prepared to leave, she offered, "Allow me to escort you to the door." Dressed in a qipao, Chu Yanfei politely guided Chen Fan to the entrance and bowed deeply, saying, "Please walk carefully, sir. Should you require anything, feel free to call me." Chen Fan glanced at the second floor and instructed, "If anyone inquires later, Just say I came for an interview. Nothing more. Oh, he originally came for an interview? Chu Yanfei felt a tinge of disappointment, but managed to conceal it, repeatedly nodding in agreement. Chen Fan, without further hesitation, made his way to the shared bicycle he had arrived on. Surely, someone riding a shared bike could not afford a villa, she mused. Returning to the lobby, the manager approached her, inquiring, "How did it go? Did the client express any interest?" Chu Yanfei shook her head. The manager chuckled. "Your eye for talent still needs refinement. I can discern the depth of such young individuals at a glance. Pay attention. This industry is quite profound." Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Linlin descended from the second floor, surveying the sales hall. Where is that person who entered with me earlier?" The manager hurriedly approached. "Miss Zhao." "What did you say?" Zhao Linlin furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed on Chu Yanfei. "Were you not the one who attended to him?" "Chu Zanfi ziplit sopti." "He left approximately half an hour ago." "Oh, did he mention the purpose of his visit?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yanfei responded. "He stated he was here for an interview." "Indeed." Zhao Linlin smiled faintly and instructed, "If he returns, inform him that we are not hiring." "Huh?" The manager appeared bewildered, and Chu Yanfei was equally taken aback, pondering, "I thought he had some connection with the young lady. It turns out he is someone she dislikes." After escorting Zhao Linlin to the entrance, Chu Yanfei picked up her phone, intending to delete Chen Fan from her WeChat contacts. However, her curiosity led her to glance at his moments, which revealed nothing remarkable, merely indicating that he was a university student. So he is still a student. Perhaps it would be best not to delete him after all. Let him remain in limbo. Just as she was about to put her phone away, a notification chimed. "Reserve buildings 16 and 19 for me. How do I pay the deposit?" "Huh? What?" Chu Yanfei was utterly perplexed. She scrutinized the message again. Indeed, it was from Chen Fan, the very person she had considered removing. Was he jesting with her? A deposit? After pondering, she thought, "I will send you the finance department's payment code. According to company policy, if the client is dissatisfied, the deposit is fully refundable within 2 weeks." Chu Yanfei sent the payment code. Moments later, she received a notification confirming Chen Fan's payment. A deposit of 200,000 for buildings 16 and 19. Oh, goodness. He truly paid the deposit, and it was for 2 villas. Chu Yanfei felt a whirlwind of confusion. After all, Chen Fan did not seem like someone who could afford such properties. Chen Fan reiterated, "Do not disclose my villa purchase to anyone. Otherwise, I will cancel the arrangement." All right. Chu Yanfei's heart raced. She assured Chen Fan repeatedly that she would not, under any circumstances. Yet, the front desk phone rang. It was the finance department inquiring about a client who had paid deposits for 2 villas. Huh? The sales department erupted in chaos. Deposits for 2 villas? Who is it? The manager appeared equally perplexed, surveying all the sales staff. Chu Yanfei had no choice but to pull the manager aside and relay Chen Fan's request. The manager opened her mouth, realizing that she had just claimed Chu Yanfei lacked discernment, only to discover that the client had already paid the deposit. She patted Chu Yanfei's shoulder, saying, "All right, I know what to do now. Please contact him promptly and strive to finalize the contract as soon as possible. How about this evening? It will prevent any prolonged uncertainties." "Tonight? Is that appropriate?" "Chu Zanfi hestita." The manager shot her a glare. "Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? When faced with such a client, why not seize the opportunity? Should I step in for you?" Chu Yanfei obediently acknowledged with a soft sound. "Remember to bring a gift. Securing a client like this could free you from work for the rest of the year. Closing 2 villa deals would yield at least 300,000 in commission. Naturally, the manager would also receive a share of the management commission, which is why she fervently urged Chu Yanfei to ensure the client did not slip away. The payment of a deposit indicated genuine interest. As the workday approached its end, Chu Yanfei indeed received a call, wishing to discuss the villa matters with Chen Fan, and casually invited him to dinner. Tomorrow, Chen Fan replied, promptly ending the call. In truth, he had already familiarized himself with the entire development at the sales office. Though he had not visited the site, had it not been for encountering Zhao Linlin, he would have made the purchase on the spot. With a flutter of anxiety, Chu Yanfei pressed her phone to her heart, silently praying for no change of plans by tomorrow. Chapter 54. A gift worth over 6 million the following morning. Chu Yinfei called again, inquiring whether Chen Fan had time to come over and sign the contract. Su Ruzhen was on her day off. Upon hearing Chen Fan's phone ring, she picked it up, greeted by a young woman's voice. "Who is this?" she asked. "A salesperson," Chen Fan replied evasively, not wanting Su Ruzhen to know. The matter of purchasing the villa must remain a secret. If memory serves correctly, Su Ruzhen's birthday is next week. She will turn 24, a significant year for her. "I'm stepping out for a bit," Chen Fan said, changing into his clothes in preparation for leaving. Su Ruzhen pouted and asked, "Aren't you taking me with you?" "I'm going on a date." "What about you?" "Oomph." Su Ruzhen shot him a glare. "I could be your wingwoman." "Stay home and wait for me. I'll be back soon." He had promised Wu Bing that he would meet her today, but he doubted he could fit into his schedule. As he exited the apartment complex, Chu Yinfei arrived in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz to pick him up. Seeing the vehicle, worth over $1 million, Chen Fan felt a profound calmness. The two cars Su Ruzhen had ordered should have arrived by now. Upon reaching the sales office, Chu Yinfei hurriedly exited the car to open the door for him. "Mr. Chen, please take your time." Having visited the site yesterday, Chen Fan wasted no time and directed, "Let's head straight to the property." The villas in the Zhao real estate development were sold fully furnished, as many clients detested the hassle of decorating their homes. This approach allowed them to earn an additional $1 to $2 million in profit by handling renovations for their clients. Accompanied by Chu Yinfei, he arrived at Building 16, where each villa included a yard of approximately 300 square meters. However, the yard was solely for use, without ownership rights. The villa comprised 4 stories, including a basement, with an overall area of around 400 square meters, priced at over 34 million. The two villas were situated not far apart. After a brief glance, Chen Fan decided, "All right, let us finalize the deal." The owner of the villa in Building 16 was listed as Su Ruzhen. Chu Yinfei was taken aback. He was purchasing the villa not for himself, but for this Su Ruzhen. Who was she? Perhaps his girlfriend? She scrutinized Chen Fan's attire, which was remarkably plain. No one would suspect he was a wealthy heir. Little did she know, he was indeed a self-made millionaire. In less than half an hour, he had signed for 2 villas. Chu Yinfei's heart raced. This transaction would net her around 300,000 this year. Even if she had no further sales, she would not incur losses. This client was undoubtedly the most straightforward she had encountered in her career. Unlike many seasoned negotiators who would drag their feet or attempt to take advantage, Chen Fan remained composed and hardly asked any questions. The total for the 2 villas, after discounts, amounted to 62 million. Chen Fan paid effortlessly and requested Chu Yinfei to take him back home. As he returned, Su Ruzhen was on the phone and hastily hung up upon hearing the door. "Back so soon? With your skills, will your girlfriend be satisfied?" Chen Fan cast a silent glare at her, pondering her thoughts. Is it too much for a young lady to exhibit such brazen behavior? With merely half a month remaining until the commencement of the new school term, Chen Fan inquired about the recent developments concerning Yilang Gao and his companions. "I have sent them for training." Chen Fan nodded, recognizing the importance of providing them with ample opportunities to hone their skills, hoping to cultivate a couple of promising talents. Su Ruzhen comprehended his intent. Should Yilang Gao and the others manage to adapt, they could prove invaluable in the future. He requested Su Ruzhen's identification, but refrained from divulging the purpose. Subsequently, he opened his computer as Monday loomed ahead, and he needed to attend to his studies. Currently, his total account assets had reached a staggering 8 billion. Chen Fan reviewed the anticipated trajectories of several long-term stocks for the upcoming fortnight. 2 of these stocks exhibited remarkably similar trends, poised to release a substantial volume, with turnover rates exceeding 40%. A significant pullback was expected the following day, followed by a vigorous resurgence. Within the span of 10 trading days, a remarkable 7 consecutive gains were anticipated. This indicated a vigorous market manipulation strategy, designed to drive away those with wavering confidence. In the past, Chen Fan would have seized the opportunity to liquidate a portion of his holdings, only to reinvest later. However, with the current magnitude of his capital, each stock contained no less than several billion, and exiting now would undoubtedly attract the attention of market manipulators. Thus, he resolved to remain patient, biding his time for the next wave of ascension. By then, his account balance would undoubtedly surpass 10 billion. 10 billion would mark yet another milestone in his life. During these days when Su Ruzhen was preoccupied, Chen Fan entrusted her identification information to Chu Yanfei. 2 villas were acquired, one registered under Su Ruzhen's name, while the other temporarily under his. Just as the paperwork was finalized, Zhuo Bing called. "What are you busy with? Why is it that when I don't seek you out, you don't come looking for me?" Chen Fan explained, "I'm working part-time, as you know. Send me your location. I'll be there shortly." Zhuo Bing huffed. "Now that's more like it." She sent Chen Fan her coordinates, as she had taken advantage of her mother's busyness to clandestinely arrange a rendezvous with him. However, with school just around the corner, they would soon have the opportunity to spend every day together. Upon arriving at the hotel Zhuo Bing had chosen, Chen Fan barely stepped through the door before Zhuo Bing pressed him against the wall. The girl, aflame with enthusiasm after days of maternal oversight, could hardly contain herself. After their intimate moment, Zhuo Bing nestled against his chest, playfully admonishing, "You need to treat me better." Initially, she had only intended to embark on a romantic relationship, never anticipating such a surrender. Chen Fan embraced her, assuring, "Of course, I will treat you well. If not for myself, then certainly for you." "That is more like it." Zhuo Bing responded with a satisfied smile. Chen Fan suggested, "Shall we go shopping?" "No. With so little time, I can't bear to waste a moment." Chen Fan contemplated gifting her something, yet Zhuo Bing consistently declined. She understood his intentions, saying, "Being with you doesn't require any material possessions." Chen Fan gently squeezed her face, insisting, "This time, you must agree. I wish to have something that belongs to me on you." Zhuo Bing, rendered speechless, remarked, "Since you have acquired them, do they not all belong to you?" Chen Fan rose to his feet and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." He then hurried to a nearby jewelry store, requesting the wrapping of a diamond necklace and bracelet. The staff at the jewelry store were taken aback, exclaiming, "Sir, do take a closer look. The necklace alone costs over 6 million. The bracelet is also priced at 800,000. Chen Fan, undeterred by their astonishment, insisted, "I instructed you to package them. Did you not hear me?" He placed his bank card on the counter, causing the staff to tremble. "Very well, very well." Upon returning to the hotel with his purchases, Chen Fan found Zhuo Bing sprawled on the bed. Upon hearing the doorbell ring, she turned her head slightly and asked, "Where have you been?" Acting all mysterious. "I must return in half an hour," Chen Fan replied with a chuckle, revealing the 2 gifts he had just acquired. "What do you think? Do you like them?" Zhuo Bing's eyes widened in surprise. "Where did you buy these? Were they expensive?" "Not at all. Just a few hundred yuan," he reassured her. "Well then, as long as they are from you, I shall cherish them." Zhuo Bing tilted her neck, adding, "Help me put it on." Chapter 55. The matching necklace that evening. A dinner party awaited at the home of Zhuo Bing, an event deemed indispensable. Upon returning home, Zhuo Bing admired the exquisite necklace gifted to her by Chen Fan in front of the mirror. The pendant was truly beautiful. This fellow had quite an eye for elegance. For mere few hundred yuan, it was remarkably refined. Just then, Han Kaiying returned. "Why haven't you changed yet? Wear a dress, be a bit more ladylike, and refrain from exposing your legs too much," she chided. Left with no option, Zhuo Bing retreated to her room to don a flowing white gown. Her swan-like neck and the diamond necklace complemented each other, radiating boundless charm. Her porcelain arms, adorned with a delicate bracelet, shimmered with an enchanting glow. With her appearance, Zhuo Bing was a proud princess in the eyes of many, no matter where she graced. Zhuo Handong returned. "Are you ready? Let's go." Dressed in a sharp suit, Zhuo Handong exuded an air of charm and sophistication, a true gem among men of his age. Han Kaiying was also elegantly attired, donning a violet gown with a plunging neckline revealing a hint of alabaster skin. "Handong, could you fetch that necklace for my vanity?" she requested, referring to the piece she had splurged over 100,000 yuan on, her most cherished possession. Zhuo Handong took the necklace and personally adorned his wife with it. "Indeed, it looks splendid. My wife is the most beautiful," he declared. Zhuo Bing felt a pang of embarrassment. It seemed her father was the true devotee. "Let us go." As the couple emerged from the bedroom, Han Kaiying, while switching her shoes and grasping her LV handbag, inadvertently spotted the necklace around Zhuo Bing's neck. "Oh, Zhuo Bing, when did you acquire that necklace?" she inquired. Zhuo Bing casually replied, "I bought it during a dance at school." "Why?" "Nothing. I just find it quite eye-catching." "That diamond on your pendant isn't real, is it?" "How could it be? This necklace was only a few hundred yuan." Zhuo Handong laughed heartily. "Come on. It's just a trinket for kids. No matter how expensive, it pales in comparison to your necklace worth over 100,000. "Indeed." Han Kaiying beamed with pride, her hand caressing the large pendant resting at her chest. "Handong, when will you give me another fine piece?" "Certainly." Zhuo Bing was pleasantly surprised to see her mother exuding such femininity today. The trio soon drove to a villa community in the southern part of the city. As the mother and daughter exited the vehicle, Zhuo Handong carried the carefully prepared gifts. The occasion was a gathering for Han Kaiying's friend's birthday, providing an opportunity for camaraderie. Upon reaching the entrance, a middle-aged man greeted them with a broad smile. "Ah, Handong, you've arrived. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you." Han Kaiying expressed disbelief. Could they have come this early? Entering the house, they found a room bustling with guests, filled with 7 or 8 women, all as resplendent as Han Kaiying, engaged in lively conversation. These were Han Kaiying's closest friends, ranging from those in their 50s to younger women in their late 20s. "Ah, Handong, the brother-in-law has arrived." A woman in her 30s, proudly displaying her ample bosom, approached without hesitation, playfully linking her arm with Zhuo Handong's. With their daughter present, Zhuo Handong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nearby, a bold sister exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, must you be so flirtatious? Be careful. Kaiying might get jealous." "Surely not, right, Sister Kaiying?" Han Kaiying replied. "As soon as I entered, I could sense your flirtatiousness." "What is this? Do you fancy our Han Dong? Perhaps I should just gift him to you." Laughter erupted throughout the villa. The birthday celebrant, personally carrying a platter of fruit, interjected, "Mind your words. The children are present." The woman clinging to Zhuo Handong pouted. Indeed, they often overlook the occasion. The bold sister retorted, "Oh, it's fine. They will find out sooner or later. We should learn from foreigners and not be so conservative. Understanding sooner is to avoid losses. By the way, Kaiying, when did you purchase that dress? It looks quite lovely. How much was it? I'd like to buy one too." Observing their conversation, Zhuo Handong retreated to the courtyard to share tea with several men. Meanwhile, Zhuo Bing sat beside her mother, reaching for a piece of fruit to bite into. Today, Han Kaiying was exquisitely dressed, yet among this circle, everyone was affluent. Individuals of considerable wealth. She felt hesitant to boast. "It's nothing extraordinary. I merely liked the style and decided to buy it." "How much?" inquired Sister Li, who appeared to be in her 40s. Her curiosity piqued. She too wore a particularly stunning dress, having spent over 30,000. As they pressed for details, Han Kaiying replied, "It was quite inexpensive, just over 6,000. "That is indeed a bargain," Sister Li noted. "Mine cost more than 30,000. The bold sister chimed in, "Of course, who doesn't know you're a wealthy woman? 3 villas and family assets worth over 10 billion. Sister Li proudly stated, "It's decent, but you all are not lacking either, so spare me the embarrassment." In truth, her family's assets were probably only around 4 or 5 billion. At that moment, the birthday girl, Sister He, announced, "My husband bought me a necklace. Let me show you." "Oh, splendid." The crowd exclaimed joyfully. Sister He dashed into the bedroom, retrieving a red box. She opened it publicly, revealing an exquisite necklace within. The pendant resembled the one Zhuo Bing wore, albeit with smaller diamonds. The crowd gathered around, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful." Sister He, that necklace must have cost a pretty penny, right? Sister He adorned her neck and twirled around, asking, "What do you think? Not bad, right?" In reality, Sister He was not tall, barely above 5 feet, and somewhat plump, with a complexion that was not particularly fair. The diamond necklace appeared somewhat incongruous on her, yet everyone nodded in unison, declaring it stunning. Simply perfect. "Hey, Sister He, you haven't told us how much that necklace cost yet." Seeing their curiosity, Sister He smiled mysteriously. "Guess how much it is? I'd wager at least over 100,000. "Try again." Sister He was elated, thoroughly relishing the moment. Bold sister remarked that it should amount to over 200,000. Sister he responded with a subtle smile, her gaze drifting to Han Kaiying's neck, where a necklace worth over 100,000 adorned her. Han Kaiying felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering why she was being compared yet again. Sister Li, intrigued by the secrecy, mused whether it could possibly be worth 1,000,000. Sister he chuckled, dismissing the notion, stating it was merely 468,008. Indeed, the world of the affluent was astonishing. A single necklace could cost 40 to 50,000. The crowd gasped in astonishment, acknowledging that Sister He's family was undeniably wealthy. At that moment, Jiao exclaimed, "Oh, your necklace seems to be the same style as Bing Bing's." Her exclamation drew everyone's attention to Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing had been detached from their interaction, engrossed in the television. As everyone turned to look, they were met with sheer astonishment at the necklace adorning Zhuo Bing's neck, which was evidently of a superior caliber compared to Sister He's. The diamonds were larger, and alarmingly, it bore a striking resemblance. Chapter 56. A necklace worth millions. You say only a few hundred? How much did you purchase this necklace for? May we have a glance? Li Jie inquired, her interest piqued. However, she harbored no illusions that Zhuo Bing's necklace could rival He Jie's in value. Zhuo Bing smiled gracefully. I simply bought it casually, merely a few hundred. She nonchalantly removed the necklace and handed it over. Just a few hundred? The crowd expressed disbelief, comparing Zhuo Bing's necklace with He Jie's. This must be a replica, right? Besides, how could ordinary diamonds be this large? If it were genuine, that would be remarkable. A cacophony of chatter ensued among the women. Yet they could not deny that Zhuo Bing's necklace indeed appeared more exquisite than He Jie's. Li Jie mockingly remarked, He Jie, it seems you got a poor deal. A necklace worth hundreds of thousands pales in comparison to Bing Bing's replica. Indeed, today, as high-quality imitations are remarkably refined, they concurred, preparing to return the necklace to Zhuo Bing when the statuesque Tao Jie emerged from the restroom. Tao Jie, the youngest among the group at 28, was engaged in the jewelry and precious metals business. Hey, Xiao Tao, come over and take a look. I find myself increasingly convinced that Bing Bing's necklace is not a replica, one of them suggested. Among them, there were those with discerning eyes. Han Kaiying interjected, Don't be ridiculous, that's a toy for children. Something worth a few hundred cannot be taken seriously. Just have a look, there's no harm in it. They insisted. Tao Jie took the necklace from Zhuo Bing, and her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, what is this? The others queried, especially Li Jie and Jiao. Their curiosity piqued. Tao Jie squinted, scrutinizing the necklace closely, then examined the markings on the back. Every brand has its own insignia. Are you saying this is a few hundred-s replica? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace? A few hundred, is what Bing replied, regardless of its worth. She cherished the gift from Chen Fan. Tao Jie's gaze shifted to Zhuo Bing's wrist. What about this bracelet? Zhuo Bing shook her head. It's truly not valuable. So no need to inquire. Tao Jie asserted, Kaiying, your Bing Bing is far too understated. What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, this bracelet alone must be worth around 600,000 to 700,000. Gasp. The villa filled with astonishment. No way. To think that's Zhuo Bing, a mere girl, wears a bracelet worth 600,000 to 700,000 so casually, it's astonishing. Han Kaiying found it hard to believe. Really? Indeed, having been in this industry for so long, I can assure you of its authenticity. As for that necklace, it is a new release from the overseas H company, and the diamond on it alone is valued at no less than 6 million. Thud! Upon hearing Tao Jie's confident assertion, Li Jie collapsed onto the floor. He Jie's expression darkened considerably. Are you certain? There's no mistake. I have attended this company's product launch events. Zhuo Bing's necklace is worth at least 600,000. Zhuo Bing stood in stunned silence. Chen Fan, that fool, has he lost his mind? Wasn't it said to be just a few hundred? Did I mishear? Did I overlook a zero? How could he possibly afford to bestow upon me such an extravagant gift? Has he started dabbling in antiques again? While Zhuo Bing was lost in thought, Han Kaiying and her group of friends were already in a state of bewilderment. Han Kaiying, filled with suspicion, gazed at her daughter, her mind racing with wild scenarios. What could her daughter possibly be doing outside to afford a necklace worth several million? Sister Li, somewhat displeased, remarked, Kaiying, our family is quite low-key. Indeed, how could one claim a necklace worth millions is merely a few hundred? Are you afraid we might ask to borrow money? The group began to mock her. Han Kaiying, feeling embarrassed, interjected, "Please don't create a scene." "What do you mean by that? Am I that kind of person?" Although she spoke bravely, her heart was anything but calm. Consequently, everyone began to flatter Han Kaiying, exclaiming, "So low-key, have you struck it rich?" Upon returning home from dinner, she commenced her interrogation. "Zubing, come here. What is it, Mom? Be honest. Who gifted you that necklace?" "What? I thought something significant happened. If you like it, I can give it to you." "Be quiet. Who's joking around?" Zhua Handong approached, questioning. "What's going on? She has already grown up." "Exactly, Dad. Why don't you rein in your wife? She watches our daughter like a hawk." Han Kaining scolded. "Both of you silence." Zhua Handong, still oblivious, exclaimed, "You must be joking. Your daughter is quite impressive, flaunting a bracelet worth 6 or 700,000 and a necklace over 6 million. She was quite the sight today." "What?" Zhua Handong stared at Zhua Bing in astonishment. "A necklace worth over 6 million? Let me see. Who gave it to you?" "I bought myself." Still being stubborn, Han Kaining reiterated angrily. "Unless you clarify everything today, don't expect to escape unscathed." Zhua Bing, feeling exasperated, replied, "If you insist on this, I might as well leave home." "Seriously, am I not entitled to privacy and freedom at my age? It's just a necklace. Why the fuss?" "You." Han Kaiing was infuriated. "I'll find a way to handle you." Zhua Bing, refusing to back down, countered, "If you force me, I will resort to legal action. I believe I can support myself." "All right, so you think you've grown wings." Han Kaiing was so enraged she nearly spat blood. Witnessing the escalating tension between the two, Zhua Handong intervened. "Zhua Bing, just admit it. Your mother is only looking out for your best interests, afraid you might have done something wrong outside." "Dad, you don't believe me either? I'm almost 20. What wrong could I possibly do?" Zhua Bing argued her case. But that necklace and bracelet certainly raised questions. Zhua Handong reasoned. As her parents stubbornly pursued their line of questioning, Zhua Bing, infuriated, declared, "It was a male classmate who gifted it to me. You should be grateful. What male classmate is so generous as to bestow upon you a necklace worth millions? How have you been? Have you done anything behind my back?" Upon hearing this, Han Kaiing immediately became alert. Zhua Bing was at a loss for words. How was she to know such an item was so precious? "He told me it was merely something worth a few hundred yuan." "Fine, I shall return it to him tomorrow." "How bothersome." Han Kaiing gazed at her daughter, inquiring, "Who is he? What is the nature of your relationship with him?" "Mom, please behave like a reasonable person. Are you trying to force me to emulate Neza?" Zhua Handong quickly interjected, "Enough, enough. If he truly is a male classmate who sent this, invite him over to our home tomorrow for a chat. We ought to discuss this matter. After all, it pertains to your lifelong happiness." One would expect Han Kaiing to be pleased that her daughter has found such a boyfriend. Yet, she simply cannot comprehend that Zhua Bing had not sought her approval in selecting a partner. Such actions are unforgivable. Chapter 57, Bastard. Let go of my daughter at this moment. Chen Fan was preparing to sleep when he received a WeChat message from Zhua Bing. "You were exceptional today." "Of course," he replied with a rather lewd grin, causing Zhua Bing to nearly suffer social embarrassment. "Stop it. That's not what I meant. Let's not delve into the origins of your mysterious fortune for now. Why'd you give me this? Now my parents are aware and are insistent on discovering its provenance. What do you suggest we do?" Chen Fan was utterly unprepared for the trouble his gift had caused Zhua Bing. His intention had merely been to present her with a personal item, something that would remind her of him whenever she saw the necklace or bracelet. Little did he know her parents would be so astute. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy. Should he truly confess to Zhua Bing's parents? Was he really about to reveal his identity as a hidden wealthy individual? Thus, Chen Fan proposed to Zhua Bing, "How about we just come clean?" "Come clean about what?" "With my mother's personality, confessing would be disastrous. You have no idea how controlling she is. Then perhaps we should meet and gauge her reaction." After careful consideration, Chen Fan concluded that the trouble was of his own making, and there was no need for further concealment. However, Zhua Bing disagreed. She had no idea of her boyfriend's true capabilities. "Let's talk about it later. I'm going to sleep. This girl had a tendency to act this way." especially when her mood was not the best. As Chen Fan lay on the sofa, he pondered how to resolve this predicament. Meanwhile, in Zhuo Bing's master bedroom, Zhuo Handong was trying to persuade his wife. She is already an adult. She is not a child anymore. Do you really need to be so strict? Moreover, someone who can afford to give her a necklace of such value must be extraordinary. People say it's better to be lenient than to be strict. Why can't you loosen up a bit? Han Kaiying retorted, what do you know? She hasn't even graduated from university yet. I'm concerned she might get into trouble out there. I will not let go until this person is identified. Seeing that he could not sway her, Zhuo Handong decided to disengage. Fine. You're the only one who knows everything. He turned over and went to sleep. At times, he grew weary of his wife's temperament. To be honest, did she really need to be so domineering at home? This time, he resolved not to side with her. The following morning, when Zhuo Bing woke up, she found her mother sitting on the sofa with a stern expression. Are you up? When will you clarify your situation? Zhuo Bing looked at her mother, exasperated. Are you ever going to stop? Han Kaiying maintained her cold demeanor, and the atmosphere in the house was oppressively tense. Irritated, Zhuo Bing finally relented. Fine. Since you're so curious, I'll call him over now. She placed a call to Chen Fan. Come over for a bit. She is puzzled. Chen Fan had initially planned to change stocks that day, but upon receiving Zhuo Bing's call, he had to alter his plans. Soon, he arrived downstairs at Zhuo Bing's residence. I'm here. Which floor is your home on? Last night, Chen Fan pondered deeply. If Zhuo Bing's mother was so obstinate and adamantly opposed to her, perhaps he should simply make an appearance. Consequently, he arrived today with a sense of fortitude, devoid of any trepidation. Zhuo Bing relayed the floor and room number to him. Within minutes, the doorbell rang. Zhuo Handong, who had not ventured out that day, poured himself a cup of tea and took a seat as he watched his daughter approach the door. When it came to the matter of his daughter's romantic involvement, Zhuo Handong was far more nonchalant than Han Kaiying. Upon opening the door and seeing Chen Fan, Zhuo Bing offered a smile. Come in. We're having a meeting today. Chen Fan, not empty-handed, brought along 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, 2 boxes of Bird's Nest, and held a red booklet in his hand. As he stepped inside, he greeted, Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Zhuo Handong, surprised to see Chen Fan, nearly jumped back. What brings you here? Han Kaiying's gaze bore down on Chen Fan, as though she were interrogating a suspect. Noticing her husband's reaction, she frowned. Do you two know each other? Coughing to clear his throat, Zhuo Handong nearly choked. Young man, please have a seat. What is with all these gifts? Chen Fan replied, It's only right. Turning to the couple, he added, Uncle, Aunt, regarding my relationship with Zhuo Bing, you shouldn't blame her. If there is blame to be assigned, it should be directed toward me. Be quiet. Han Kaiying stood up, her displeasure palpable as she scrutinized Chen Fan. Her gaze shifted to Zhuo Handong and their daughter. Are you two conspiring to deceive me? Zhuo Handong was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. For heaven's sake, Han Kaiying, what do you mean by that? Han Kaiying retorted, Do you think your little scheme can fool me? You're merely trying to placate our daughter with some random fellow. Do you think I'm blind? Does he look like someone who could afford a diamond necklace worth millions? Don't think I'm unaware. He is just a worker on a construction site. Zhuo Handong was bewildered, looking at Chen Fan with confusion. Young man, when did you become a construction worker? Embarrassed, Chen Fan responded, This is my building. I'm just helping out a friend. Zhuo Handong admonished, Then why not come to my shop? Regardless of the circumstances, I wouldn't shortchange you. Han Kaiying interjected coldly. Enough with your charade. Zhuo Bing, are you truly not going to tell the truth? Zhuo Bing was at a loss for words. How can I express myself in a way that you would believe? Seeing his girlfriend in a predicament, Chen Fan stepped forward. Aunt, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Please don't make things difficult for Zhuo Bing. She is a wonderful girl. Han Kaiying shot him a glare. Do you believe you're worthy of our Bing Bing? Chen Fan realized that her disbelief stemmed from their relationship. Aunt, what do you mean? Do you think I'm poor and unable to afford gifts worth millions? I'm merely dedicating all my earnings to the woman I cherish most. Is there anything amiss with that? Zhuo Handong, how can you speak like this? Xiaoqing is merely being low-key. Several of my antiques were procured by him. Silence. Han Kaiying will not permit him to conspire with Chen Fan. Indeed, I remain unconvinced. What evidence can you present to me? Are you Zhuo Bing's boyfriend? Chen Fan turned to glance at Zwabing, who was already bewildered by her mother's fury. Auntie, I understand your disbelief, but it's all right. He stepped closer to Zwabing, taking her hand. Zwabing, at this juncture, there's nothing left to conceal. Since Annie is so curious, let us reveal the truth. With that, he embraced Zwabing. Annie, we are genuinely in love. Please do not make things difficult for us. Zhua Handong covered his face, awkwardly turning away. Han Kaiying, infuriated, exclaimed, You scoundrel, release my daughter. Chapter 58. He actually owns the title to a building. Han Kaiying, filled with rage, was about to charge forward when she was swiftly restrained by Zhua Handong. What are you doing? Can't you comprehend the situation? You insisted on having it confirmed. And now it has been confirmed, he admonished. Han Kaiying shook off his hand, retorting vehemently, I think you've lost your mind. Zwabing, come here. Chen Fan released Zwabing, who looked at him with joy, her smile radiant. It was truly a delightful experience to be with someone she cherished in front of her parents. Chen Fan grasped Zwabing's hand and said, Annie, please feel free to express your thoughts. Han Kaiying was seething with anger, wishing she could obliterate this lunatic. The fact that her daughter was dating without her consent was already unforgivable. How dare he do this before her? At that moment, Han Kaiying felt as though something she treasured most had been stolen from her. Observing her distress, Chen Fan spoke earnestly, Auntie, I am uncertain of your mindset. The concept of love as a freedom was proposed many years ago. Zwabing and I are both adults. You have no legitimate reason to impede her relationship. If you forcibly intervene, it borders on illegality. Moreover, I do not perceive gifting my girlfriend as an act of shame. If a woman encounters someone in her lifetime who she can wholly invest her love in, that is indeed a profound blessing. I refuse to believe you do not yearn for such love. Ahem, Zhua Handong coughed awkwardly. Han Kaiying found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, how could she not yearn for it? Who wouldn't desire such love? Yet, she shot a fierce glare at Zhua Handong. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan continued, Auntie, your strictness stems from your own insecurities. A woman with sufficient confidence can navigate any circumstance. She can stand out amidst the crowd, unafraid and unburdened. This confidence allows her to face all aspects of life, including love, career, and family. If you perceive my relationship with Zwabing as a mistake, I can acquiesce. However, I would consider that a sign of weakness. Children inevitably grow up. They possess their own thoughts, opinions, and worlds. The more you control them, the smaller their world becomes. Only by releasing your grip can they truly soar and explore the entirety of existence. Enough, Han Kaiying exclaimed, furious, even though deep down she recognized the truth in Chen Fan's words. Yet, she was unwilling to admit it. Was she to be lectured by a mere child? Meanwhile, Zwabing gazed at Chen Fan in astonishment, taken aback by his eloquence. How had she not noticed his articulate nature before? Surely, he had charmed many girls outside with that silver tongue. Zhua Handong was left in admiration. Indeed, a student of Jiangzhou University possesses remarkable eloquence and charm. Quite impressive. He gazed at Chen Fan with admiration. What harm could there be in having him as a son-in-law? Why must everything be a competition? Zhua Handong exuded a calm demeanor, unperturbed by worldly matters. He lived a leisurely life, finding no fault in his existence. Han Kaiying, noticing her husband's silence, shot him a fierce glare and commanded, Release Zwabing's hand and stand properly. Zwabing, witnessing her mother's treatment of her boyfriend, stepped in to defend him. Mom, what do you mean? Chen Fan has brought such an expensive gift, and you expect him to stand? Chen Fan replied with a smile, It's all right. I'll have a good talk with your mother. Zwabing stiffened, realizing that her boyfriend was quite audacious. However, it was perhaps beneficial for him to stand up to her mother. Otherwise, he would lose his standing in the family. Upon hearing that title, Han Kaiying's expression soured. This young man certainly had a thick skin, far from being naive. Meanwhile, Zhua Handong chuckled softly to himself. He held a favorable impression of Chen Fan, especially after learning that the necklace he gifted his daughter was worth over 6 million. What did this signify? It indicated that he was capable, able to earn a living. What could be wrong with a young man who possesses the ability to sustain himself? Conversely, Zhua Handong had little fondness for the idle rich who squandered their days. A person's achievements should stem from their own efforts for them to be enduring. In pursuit of maintaining her pride, Han Kaiying coldly inquired, "Where do you hail from?" Chen Fan responded, "Auntie, I'm from Tongcheng in Hunan province. My parents are farmers, and I have a younger sister." Such a remote country bumpkin? Han Kaiying felt her displeasure rising. "Tell me, what can you offer to guarantee Zhuo Bing's happiness?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan thought, is she preparing to concede? He glanced at Zhuo Bing, who wore a beaming smile. It seemed this battle against her mother was one they would eventually win, no matter how formidable her stance. It could not surpass their combined resolve. As Han Kaiying glared at him like a fierce tigress, Chen Fan remained silent, quietly presenting a red booklet. "Property certificate of Yinfan building." Zhua Handong gasped in astonishment. "Is this yours?" "What is this?" Han Kaiying took a closer look and said, "Han Dong, support me. My legs feel weak." In disbelief, she stared at Chen Fan. "Yinfan building. So, the venue my company rents is actually yours?" She scrutinized him intently. "I don't believe it. This is absurd. How could it be possible that he owns an entire building?" This was certainly a venue rented from Blueprint Investment Company. Han Kaiying's expression turned icy, but she sensed something amiss. Why would Blueprint offer her such favorable terms? She regarded Chen Fan, feeling uncertain. Could it be that this young man truly belonged to some prominent family? Even if not, his capabilities were astonishingly impressive. As for the ownership of the building, she resolved to investigate further. With this thought, she found it difficult to maintain her previous assertiveness, yet she was reluctant to relent. With a stern expression and an air of pretense, he inquired about your future plans. "Will you develop in Jiangzhou?" Chen Fan replied, "It is difficult to say. If I succeed, I will venture into larger cities, perhaps even the world." Chen Fan was certainly not exaggerating. However, Han Kaiying was not pleased, insisting that the youth should be more pragmatic. "To speak plainly, will you settle down in Jiangzhou? Jiangzhou is merely the starting point of my career, and whether I will remain here is truly uncertain." "But what does that have to do with romance?" Zhuo Bing remarked. "Are you truly pursuing a relationship with marriage in mind?" Chen Fan chuckled. "If Annie approves, we can purchase a house in Jiangzhou and settle down. It is not a challenge for me." "Such arrogance." She retorted. "Very well. I shall give you 6 months to buy a villa in Jiangzhou. If you succeed, I will not oppose your relationship." "What?" Chen Fan paused, taken aback. "What is the matter? Is it unachievable? If it is, then do not pursue my Bing Bing." "No, it's not that." Chen Fan wanted to express incredulity at such a modest expectation. "Do not mention just one villa. I already possess 2. Zhua Handong, witnessing his wife's further challenge to the young man, awkwardly interjected, "Kaiying, let us discuss acquiring a better home first." Han Kaiying shot him a glare. "No way. Is he not quite impressive? He casually gifts 6 million necklaces. What is the purchase of a villa? Merely a few tens of millions." "Ahem." Handong defended Chen Fan. "That 6 million might very well be all he has, which he has already given to your daughter." "Enough, Zhua Handong. Why do you continuously side with him? My desire for him to buy a villa is not for my sake. He is still young. If he has the ambition, he will strive for it." "Very well. Since my wife has already compromised," Zhua Handong decided to leave it be. If necessary, he would discreetly assist them in the future. "Well then, Chen Fan, since you are here, stay for lunch. Remember to treat Zhuo Bing well. Do not mistreat her. She is our only daughter." "What? Is that an agreement?" Chen Fan looked at Zhuo Bing with excitement, while Zhuo Bing felt a surge of joy. However, her mother still wore a stern expression. Zhuo Bing approached and linked her arm with her mother's, saying, "Mom, please don't be upset. Let us go eat." Chapter 59, with a net worth of billions. Han Kaiying's unease likely stemmed from her ignorance, leaving her feeling uncertain. Upon meeting Chen Fan in person, she recognized that despite his humble beginnings, he possessed remarkable abilities, and she accepted it. Ultimately, the hearts of parents invariably lean towards their children. To ease the atmosphere, Zhua Handong took it upon himself to prepare the meal, even uncorking a bottle of wine for the occasion. He clapped Chen Fan on the shoulder and remarked that he should come by the shop more often to lend a discerning eye. The meal lasted over an hour, and when Chen Fan departed, Zhuo Bing accompanied him downstairs. With a cheerful embrace, she exclaimed, "Chen Fan, I love you." Chen Fan playfully pinched her cheek, replying, "I'm heading back now. Remember to think of me." As she watched him walk away, Swoop Bing finally let out a sigh of relief. She had successfully appeased her mother. To her surprise, the outcome was quite harmonious. Filled with joy, she returned home with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Chen Fan returned to his apartment, where Su Ruzhen was preoccupied with company matters. He opened his computer to manage his investments. The total funds in his account amounted to 389 billion. Oh my goodness! It seemed the recent long-term returns were quite favorable. Chen Fan meticulously analyzed the future trajectories of several stocks. Two of them should be liquidated. He was never one to cling to his positions. Given the substantial amount of capital he had, delaying action until a risk materialized would leave him with no escape route. Consequently, many traders often sold off their holdings while simultaneously pushing prices higher. Some unscrupulous traders would eventually sell a loss, disregarding their costs. Thus, in the afternoon, his primary task was to reduce his holdings, even liquidating entirely if necessary. In fact, the quickest method of selling was at the price limit. For a trader seeking higher profits, they must seal the price limit, creating an illusion of an aggressive upward momentum to lure retail investors. While others may not comprehend the forthcoming trends, Chen Fan could. Some traders would seal the price limit to offload their stocks, resulting in repeated openings and closures of the price limit. They would inject funds into chasing the rising prices, gradually reaping rewards. Chen Fan observed that Jinhua shares, Jiangnan Machinery, and Dagua Heavy Industries had reached their peaks. Tomorrow would witness a surge followed by sell-offs, and for the ensuing trading days, this pattern would persist. Although there would be a price limit rise again in 2 days, it would merely be a final facade. After this price limit, the stock price would plunge sharply, dropping by over 50%. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Chen Fan. Upon noticing over 40,000 large orders at the price limit, he calculated an impressive sum exceeding 600 million. His investments in these stocks amounted to nearly 20 billion. He decided to take action. Timing it perfectly, Chen Fan executed a sell order for 40,000 shares. In an instant, the price limit was breached and all buy orders were consumed. The opposing trader panicked. What the hell is happening? Who dares to thwart me? They hastily tried to stabilize the situation. The trader had positioned the stock price at this level and could not afford to falter at this critical moment. Any sudden sell-off would undoubtedly alert retail investors. If retail investors were to flee, what would be left to play with? The market maker gritted his teeth and once again sealed the deal with over 20,000 shares. Chen Fan chuckled, for he anticipated this blockade. The price could not possibly fall under his watch. Thus, he cast out another 20,000 shares, directly absorbing the opposing buy orders. As a result, Chen Fan successfully liquidated over 300 million. Nevertheless, there remained an astonishing 1 billion yet to be realized within this stock. Now, he could only patiently await the market maker's next move. Having continuously reduced his holdings and realized over 900 million, the market maker must have been cursing under his breath. Ultimately, whether to block or allow the price to plummet hinged on the market maker's mindset and strategy. After all, this stock boasted a market capitalization exceeding 200 billion. Indeed, the market maker adopted a different approach. Rather than capping the price, he employed a support strategy, striving to prevent any decline. Chen Fan merely smiled and chose to ignore him, proceeding with operations on another stock, utilizing a similar strategy. Soon, he had liquidated over 4 billion from these 3 stocks. Yet, over 2 billion remained untouched in the market. Chen Fan had no intention of disposing of Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining. The forthcoming trends shattered everyone's preconceived notions. These stocks were, in fact, rare, extraordinary performers. Thus, he continued to monitor them closely. In the ensuing fortnight, these 2 stocks experienced a meteoric rise. However, a substantial volume emerged, with the transaction rate soaring above 60%. Chen Fan speculated that this might signal the second or even third wave of speculative capital taking the reins. Many extraordinary stocks are not solely the work of a single market maker. Rather, they are spectacles formed by multiple speculative funds passing the baton. After a brief halt of about half an hour, the market maker, observing Chen Fan's lack of subsequent action, began analyzing his opponent's strength. With over 900 million, he must have been drained by now. Thus, The market maker once again capped the price with an influx of over 30,000 shares. This market maker is indeed generous. Time to reap the rewards. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude and unreservedly placed a buy order for 30,000 shares. Another 400 million found its way into his hands, leaving only the initial cost behind. The market maker was furious. He continuously placed orders exceeding 1,000 shares. 4,444. 4,444. 4,444. Clearly, he was feeling quite embarrassed. Without regard for etiquette, Chen Fan cast aside all his holdings. In the end, he executed several final moves. 886. I'm done playing. I'm out. Minutes before the market closed, Chen Fan divested all his shares, successfully liquidating 2.065 billion. However, the market maker's strength was formidable. In the final moments, he managed to seal the price cap once more. This further bolstered the confidence of retail investors, who now firmly believed that the stock would continue to rise. As for the other two stocks, Chen Fan did not conduct such aggressive maneuvers. He sold a portion while retaining some. He refrained from making any drastic moves. Nevertheless, in the coming days, he resolved to divest entirely. Gazing at the substantial balance of over 4 billion in his account, along with nearly 6 billion in holdings, he realized that this 100 billion fortune was not easily amassed. It was wise to remain cautious. However, Chen Fan's principle was to ensure that no single stock exceeded 5% of his portfolio. Moreover, he avoided entering the top 10 small-cap stocks, maintaining a low profile. However, today he provoked the dealer's ire, leading to an explosive outburst in the trading room after the market closed. In just one day, over 2 billion in capital vanished, all acquired through his own genuine investments. Frustrated, he resolved to locate this adversary and ensure they faced consequences. Yet, venting his anger proved futile. He had no choice but to alter his strategy. What was initially intended as a day for unloading shares now required him to forcibly elevate prices, thereby sustaining market enthusiasm before seizing the opportune moment to sell. After completing his operations, Chen Fan stretched languidly. He wondered how Su Ruzhen was faring. Perhaps he should pay her a visit. Su Ruzhen was currently overseeing construction at the site, having specifically instructed workers to build an expansive trading room. Naturally, the laborers remained oblivious to the purpose of this space. They merely followed the blueprints. Meanwhile, Su Ruzhen envisioned hanging a colossal screen on the wall, with dozens of computers below, intending to expand this professional trading center gradually as needed. Chapter 60. A birthday gift for Su Ruzhen. Chen Fan arrived at Chen Fan building, where Chen Meng was on patrol. Hey, Chen Fan, what brings you here? Chen Meng quickly handed him a cigarette, surprisingly a pack of expensive Red Eagles. Oh, living the high life, are we? Chen Fan lit the cigarette and took a puff, amazed he was indulging in such costly smokes. Chen Meng chuckled. Thanks to you for introducing me to this job. President Su treats me well, providing a monthly salary of 10,000 in bonuses. Well then, keep up the good work, Chen Fan encouraged. Chen Meng patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I will strive diligently. Ascending to the upper floors, Chen Fan noted that several new tenants had signed leases recently. However, their rental prices were at least 1.5 times that of Han Kaiying's. This fact brought joy to Han Kaiying, as she alone had managed to secure the lowest rate, with no negotiations available for others. Furthermore, Su Ruzhen was firm in her stance, stating, "We do not welcome companies lacking in strength." She was right. If a company could haggle over rent, it indicated a lack of capability. Such firms would inevitably vacate. To avoid unnecessary hassle, Su Ruzhen had raised the entry requirements. Of course, if Han Kaiying didn't have her daughter, Zhu Bing, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to obtain such a favorable rate. The office area renovations were nearing completion. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Su Ruzhen hurried over. What brings you here? Chen Fan smiled. I came to check on your progress. Su Ruzhen beamed. So what do you think? Is it satisfactory? Quite good. Chen Fan replied candidly. He soon realized that no matter the burden he placed on Su Ruzhen, she was more than capable of bearing it. Such an employee is hard to find. The office area, reception, break room, and logistics were all managed impeccably. Chen Fan observed her with satisfaction. Tomorrow is your birthday. Take a day off. Huh? Su Ruzhen was evidently surprised. How did you know? Well, I have your ID, so how could I not? Su Ruzhen quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing as she remarked, I didn't expect you to remember that. So, do you have any plans? Chen Fan replied, whatever arrangements you desire can be made. Su Ruzhen leaned closer, whispering in his ear, kiss me. Come on, don't be so flirtatious. Chen Fan shot her an incredulous glance. Lacking ambition, aren't we? Finish early tonight. Su Ruzhen giggled in response. After spending an hour at the construction site, Chun Ming noticed the two descending together, feeling somewhat astonished. Chen Fan's impressive, maintaining such a good relationship with President Su. If only they could get together, he mused. President Su, need a ride? Chen Ming inquired as he approached. No need. I could drive myself back, she replied. Now, Chen Ming and the other security personnel no longer needed to rent outside accommodations. All were residing in the staff quarters on the basement level, given the 24-hour nature of their shifts. The two enjoyed a meal together before returning to their apartment. A night of silence ensued. Early the next morning, Chen Fan received a call from Chu Yinfei, informing him that everything was ready and inquiring when he would arrive. This was something Chen Fan had arranged beforehand, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Chu Yinfei's diligence in preparing everything just in time. Today marked Su Ruzhen's birthday, and it was a rare day off for her, allowing her to indulge in a leisurely sleep. By 9 o'clock, she still had not emerged from her slumber. Chen Fan exited the kitchen, having just donned an apron for the first time since moving into the apartment. Previously, it had always been Su Ruzhen who cooked, while he, as the boss, merely partook in the meals. Given the significance of this day, he thought it appropriate to show some care for this esteemed individual. He knocked on the door, calling out, Are you awake? A languid voice from within responded, What is it? Let me sleep a little longer. Chen Fan, disregarding her wishes, entered the room and pulled her up. Time to get up. We have things to do today. However, Su Ruzhen showed no inclination to move, and whether it was intentional or not, she resisted. With a firm tug, Chen Fan lost his balance and fell directly onto her. Su Ruzhen, in turn, instinctively embraced him. What are you doing? Please, maintain a little modesty. A few minutes later, Su Ruzhen wiped her mouth, exclaiming, Ugh, are you even a man? Enough already. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. We need to head out soon. Chen Fan urged her into the bathroom. Upon her emergence, she spotted the egg noodles on the table and asked, Did you cook this? Who else could it be? He replied, Happy birthday. As he handed her a pair of chopsticks, Su Ruzhen felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Staring at Chen Fan, she managed a bittersweet smile. Thank you for being so thoughtful. Is this really thoughtful? It's just a bowl of noodles, he replied modestly. Once they finished the meal, Chen Fan urged her to change clothes. What should I wear? Su Ruzhen pouted, seeking his opinion on such matters. Chen Fan remarked, With your figure. You look even better without anything on. Really? Su Ruzhen shot him a playful glance, teasingly pretending to undress. Chen Fan quickly turned away, thinking it was best to avoid any further provocation. Enough of that. We have to meet Chu Yinfei. Su Ruzhen then changed into a fitted dress and black stockings, looking every bit the enchantress. Can't you dress a little more innocently? You always look so alluring. It's unsafe outside, Chen Fan cautioned. Su Ruzhen raised an eyebrow. I wear what I like. All right then. Chen Fan conceded, and the two drove to the Jiangshan Daijing sales office. Chu Yinfei had been waiting for them and, upon seeing Chen Fan arrive with a beautiful woman, felt a pang of envy. That girl is truly fortunate to have found such a boyfriend, she thought. She approached them, handing over the prepared items to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, this is for you. Please, allow me to introduce this lovely lady. What are we here for? Su Ruzhen was, of course, unaware that Chen Fan had purchased a villa here. Take a look, Chen Fan remarked. This development is quite impressive. It consisted entirely of villa communities. Are you planning to live here in the future? Su Ruzhen walked alongside him as they followed Chu Yinfei to Building 16. Chu Yinfei opened the gate to the courtyard and said, Please, after you. Su Ruzhen nudged Chen Fan gently, encouraging him to enter first. Wow, it's so spacious. Upon seeing such a luxurious villa, Su Ruzhen couldn't help but exclaim. This exquisitely decorated home was ready for occupancy with just the addition of furniture. Chen Fan led her to the second floor, where the view was even more magnificent, allowing for a distant gaze towards the riverbank. What do you think? Do you like it? He casually handed Su Ruzhen the bag that Chu Yanfei had entrusted to him. This is a birthday gift for you. Take a look. Su Ruzhen opened the bag and pulled out a registration certificate. A real estate certificate? As she unfolded it, she saw the name of the homeowner, Su Ruzhen. She was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Chen Fan, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 61. The Contest with the Dealer. Chen Fan. Su Ruzhen, disregarding the presence of others, tightly embraced him. In that moment, she was genuinely touched. It was not merely the value of the villa that mattered, but the thoughtfulness Chen Fan had put into it. Overcome with emotion, Su Ruzhen wept unabashedly in his arms. Why are you doing this? Is such a trivial gift enough to move you to tears? Chen Fan felt awkward. Not because of her tears, but because her figure was undeniably alluring, causing him considerable discomfort. Beside them, Chu Yanfeng observed the scene and averted her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, she was even more astonished by Chen Fan's words. Over 30 million for a villa, and he referred to it as a mere small gift? Goodness! Had he not purchased 2 villas in one go without batting an eye, she would have been tempted to chastise this boastful fellow. To many, certain possessions may seem insurmountable. Akin to a ladder one could never ascend. Yet, to the affluent, they are trivial matters. Although Chu Yanfeng worked as a sales agent at the Jiangshan Empire Real Estate Office, she never dared to dream of residing in such opulence. For an ordinary person, acquiring a decent apartment, perhaps with a slightly larger layout, would be a noteworthy achievement. Witnessing the current scene, Chu Yanfeng could only harbor envy within her heart, wishing that this young man were her boyfriend. Chen Fan, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with Su Ruzhen's proximity, gently pushed her away. All right, let's not attract unwanted attention. Su Ruzhen wiped her tears and shot him a reproachful glance, thinking him utterly unromantic. Nevertheless, she was quite fond of the villa. Chen Fan handed her the keys and property deed. This is your home now. You may move in whenever you wish. Pouting, Su Ruzhen replied. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer. The newly renovated house needs to air out. Chen Fan nodded, conceding to her wishes. In truth, he was contemplating vacating the apartment for future rendezvous with Zwabing, but he couldn't rush Su Ruzhen's decision to move. With the property settled, Su Ruzhen was particularly elated. Let us go out for a meal today. It's my treat. Do you have any other friends in Jiangzhou? Perhaps we can invite them along. Chen Fan was inclined toward the more lively gathering, considering it was her birthday. However, Su Ruzhen shook her head and softly whispered in his ear, I don't want anyone else. I only want you. Chuckling, Chen Fan found himself bested by her charm, casting her an exasperated glance. What a temptress. You'd best not provoke me. I have quite the appetite. Su Ruzhen's figure was indeed comparable to Zwabing's. Those Zwabing's long legs were unmatched by many. At noon, Chen Fan joined her for lunch. Su Ruzhen made a small request. Will you accompany me to the movies? Chen Fan shook his head. I have 2 stocks to liquidate in the next couple of days. It's crucial I act swiftly. Su Ruzhen understood that the stock market could shift dramatically in an instant. She possesses a remarkable understanding of the situation. All right, I shall accompany you, she said. The trading account for Blueprint Company has been successfully registered, and the company operates several accounts under its umbrella. This is intended for Chen Fan as future investments. Upon returning to the apartment building, Chen Fan swiftly powered on his device and logged into the stock market account. Jiangnan Machinery and Dagua Heavy Industry were still experiencing an upward trend, albeit lacking in strength. The rise seemed to have entered a period of fatigue. It appeared the market maker was offloading shares. Yet, they were simultaneously propping up the price, attempting to prevent a significant decline in stock value. Observing this, Chen Fan opted for a strategy of fragmentation, discreetly selling off shares through numerous small transactions. The market maker, being quite astute, recognized that his support orders were being consumed, understanding that someone was taking the opportunity to sell off. With a substantial volume at play, encountering such a savvy opponent made it difficult to exit the position smoothly. Thus, trading in stocks is not as simplistic as depicted on television, where one can sell at will and effortlessly earn billions. Such scenarios are far-fetched. Recently, there were instances of individuals managing the market who ended up losing billions. Moreover, the trajectory of the stock market is not fixed. For instance, Chen Fan could anticipate the trends for the following 15 trading days. However, if one withdraws capital or suddenly makes a large purchase, it disrupts the market maker's operations, consequently altering the future trajectory. This bears a resemblance to traversing back in time and altering the course of history. Currently, with over $1 trillion in play, both the market maker and the trader need to exit. With both parties possessing substantial volumes, a peculiar phenomenon arises. There are too many deceivers and not enough fools. When both factions seek to liquidate their holdings, the retail investors available to absorb the shares are insufficient, leading to an inability to sell. This elucidates why Chen Fan refrained from reasoning with the market maker yesterday, opting instead to break through the price limit directly. In a situation like today's, it becomes a matter of whose skill and resolve are superior. When a market maker ceases to support the price, it plummets, triggering panic among retail investors. Su Ruzhen, who had never encountered such a scenario in her trading, anxiously inquired, "What should we do?" Chen Fan replied with a smile, "What's the rush? We have already liquidated 60% of our position. Even if we were to lose all that money, we would still be in profit." Unlike him, she could not afford such losses. "Just watch. I will teach you a new technique." With a smile, Chen Fan continuously placed a multitude of sell orders. However, these orders were set at relatively high prices, so much so that even the 5-tier market displays did not reveal their existence. Of course, seasoned market makers typically utilize 10-tier displays for better visibility. The moment to showcase his skills had arrived. Chen Fan unexpectedly executed several hundred large orders, placing them at the limit down price. In an instant, the stock price plummeted to the floor. Both the market maker and numerous retail investors were thrown into disarray upon witnessing this. What the hell? Someone is about to crash the market. The market maker hastily placed buy orders to stabilize the situation. This was precisely the move Chen Fan had anticipated. If the market maker failed to intervene, all his prior efforts would be in vain. Should the retail investors initiate a run, he would be unable to continue playing the game. Thus, maintaining market stability was crucial for him. If he does not stabilize the market, Chen Fan will persist in his selling until he induces a sense of panic. To maintain the confidence of investors, the market maker is compelled to intervene. Just a moment ago, Chen Fan executed merely a few hundred trades. However, this singular action will leave a prominent long lower shadow on today's candlestick chart. Undoubtedly, this move serves as an assist to the market maker. Many unsuspecting retail investors interpret this as a strong washout, as numerous advisors inform them that a longer lower shadow signifies greater buying strength, suggesting a more vigorous upward trend to follow. In an instant, alongside the market maker's intervention, many opportunistic retail investors join the fray. The sell orders Chen Fan had placed at elevated levels are swiftly consumed. Within mere minutes, he secures profits amounting to several hundred million. Su Ruzhen observes this spectacle with delight, exclaiming in admiration, "This fellow is truly a prodigy in the stock market." Su Ruzhen, filled with joy, witnesses his success in liquidating his positions. Chen Fan, exhilarated, gives her a gentle pat on the shoulder and declares, "Work is done. Let us celebrate your birthday together tonight." Chapter 62. Visitors from the Su family at 5:30 in the afternoon. Su Ruzhen had already taken her shower and donned a sleek black gown. Her lustrous hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, exuding a simple yet refined charm. "Ah, this looks much purer," Chen Fan remarked with satisfaction as he observed her spritzing on some perfume. "Let's be off to dinner." Considering the possibility of consuming alcohol that evening, Chen Fan suggested she summon Chen Meng. Presently, Chen Meng managed the security team and often doubled as Su Ruzhen's chauffeur and bodyguard. Once Chen Meng arrived in the newly acquired Maybach, the trio embarked towards the Four Seasons seafood restaurant. Excellent. Chen Meng was a steadfast guardian. Having grown up alongside Chen Fan, who understood his character well, he was acutely aware of his duties and limitations. Chen Fan had introduced him to the position, and, given his frequent companionship with Su Ruzhen, he assumed a romantic connection existed between them. After escorting them to the restaurant, Su Ruzhen suggested, "Why not find a place for yourself to dine as well? Feel free to order whatever you like. I'll reimburse you." "Of course, thank you, Ms. Su." As a part-time bodyguard, Chen Meng refrained from indulging in extravagant meals and instead waited quietly in the vehicle. Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Fan reiterated his usual sentiment. Order whatever you wish. With a flirtatious glance, Su Ruzhen replied, You never let me have what I desire. Chen Fan then summoned a waiter and ordered 6 or 7 seafood dishes, along with 2 stir-fried dishes and a plate of vegetables. That should suffice, he asserted. We want to be able to finish all this. To his surprise, Su Ruzhen was quite frugal. Dear, let us not overdo it, she cautioned. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, today is her birthday. Let us also add a seafood longevity noodle dish. Very well, and what will you two be drinking? The waiter inquired, adhering to the customary practice of upselling. Su Ruzhen turned to Chen Fan. Shall we have some red wine? Certainly. It's your birthday. You decide. I'll join you, he replied. All right, let us have a bottle of the 2,600 priced wine. Chen Fan looked at her quizzically. Why be so frugal? Just something moderate will do, she insisted. Let us keep it at that. Very well. Please hold on, the waiter said as he departed with the order. Chen Fan had also arranged for a cake, which was en route to their table. The restaurant service was commendable, as expected given the high prices. Tonight's meal for the two would likely amount to several thousand. The dishes arrived promptly, and the wine was uncorked. Chen Fan raised his glass. Here's to wishing our Ms. Su a joyous birthday. Su Ruzhen smiled and replied, and may our endeavors flourish, shining as brightly as the sun. Chen Fan nodded appreciatively. Indeed, our ventures must thrive. Furthermore, let us toast to the prospect of many beautiful wives for our Chen Fan. Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Do you genuinely wish for me to have numerous girlfriends? Having more girlfriends means I get a share too, she teased. He clinked glasses with her and downed his drink in one go. Do refrain from teasing me too much. I might just push you away one day. Su Ruzhen cast a glance. Come on. Who's afraid? All right, you have bested me. Have some noodles. These are longevity noodles. Chen Fan pushed the bowl towards her. Didn't you prepare noodles for me this morning? Eating noodles again. Nevertheless, Su Ruzhen picked up a few chopsticks full. As they dined and conversed, Chen Fan remarked, You must expedite the operation of the company. The management will be entrusted to you entirely in the future. For the Lanta Capital Company, Chen Fan granted Su Ruzhen a 10 share. After finishing a bottle of red wine, Su Ruzhen's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes glimmering with inebriation. Your tolerance for alcohol is lacking. Who says that? Dare to have another bottle? Perhaps we should refrain. We still need to cut the cake later. No sooner had Chen Fan spoken when the delivery boy arrived with the cake. It was modest in size yet filled with sincerity. It bore the inscription, Wishing President Su eternal youth at 18. Su Ruzhen beamed, saying, I like this. She made a wish and, taking advantage of Chen Fan's distraction, smeared a handful of cream on his face. You. Chen Fan retaliated, applying some cream to her face as well. Had they not been in a restaurant, a full-fledged battle would have likely ensued. Su Ruzhen, breathing heavily, exclaimed, All right, enough of the antics. Observing her surrender, Chen Fan chose not to press the advantage. I'll go wash my hands. Su Ruzhen stood, placing her bag on the seat as she headed to the restroom. Chen Fan, wiping his face with a tissue, called out, Miss, the bill please. After washing her face, Su Ruzhen was drying it with a tissue when a man emerged from the adjacent men's restroom. Su Ruzhen? So, you were hiding here. Su Ruzhen was startled, turning to face the stranger, her expression shifting dramatically. You really know how to conceal yourself. The Liu family thought you had gone abroad. Su Ruzhen immediately turned, insisting, You've mistaken me for someone else. Without further ado, she hurried back to the dining area, grabbing her bag and calling out to Chen Fan, Let us go. Unbeknownst to her, the man followed closely, witnessing Su Ruzhen with a young man, and indignantly shouted, Halt. Chen Fan sensed something amiss, inquiring, What is going on? The man glared at him with a chilling gaze. Who are you? Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The Su family's matters are beyond your purview and not to be trifled with. Su Ruzhen snapped back, Enough of this. Angered by the man's hostility towards Chen Fan, she retorted, My affairs do not require your oversight, nor anyone else's interference. With that, she firmly grasped Chen Fan's hand and marched towards the exit. Yet the man was unwilling to let them go, rushing forward to block their path. Pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Fan, yelling, Kid, do you wish to die? Looking for a fight, are you? Chen Fan rolled up his sleeves, feeling invigorated, as it had been a while since he last engaged in a scuffle. Coming from a rural background, he possessed ample strength. He was confident that he could overpower this pretty boy, despite his polished suit and refined appearance. Chen Fan believed that with just one punch, the man would be kneeling in submission. Observing the escalating tension, Su Ruzhen stepped between them, declaring, "Whatever you have, bring it on." The other party glared at Chen Fan with fury. "Very well, accompany me back, and I shall pretend that today's incident never transpired." Su Ruzhen coldly scoffed. "But what if I refuse? That's not for you to decide." He shot a glance at Chen Fan. "Kid, keep your distance from her, or you won't even know how you met your demise. What business is it of yours?" Chen Fan retorted, standing his ground. The other party, incensed, exclaimed, "I believe you're courting death." With that, he lunged at Chen Fan with a punch. Before Chen Fan could react, Chen Meng, who had been waiting outside, rushed forward. With a swift slap, he struck the assailant across the face, then seized his wrist and forced him to the ground. "Ah, it hurts," the assailant cried out in agony, baring his teeth at Chen Meng. "Do you dare strike me?" "Indeed, I do," Chen Meng replied, delivering another stinging slap. "What of it? Are you dissatisfied?" With a firm grip, he applied pressure, eliciting further cries of pain from his opponent. "Ah, it's so painful. I submit. Chen Fan sneered and turned to Su Ruzhen. "Let's take our leave." Chapter 63. Su Ruzhen confesses her background upon exiting the restaurant. Su Ruzhen felt utterly despondent. Chen Fan attempted to console her, saying, "It's all right, don't overthink it." As they returned to the apartment building, Su Ruzhen's mood remained dismal. She had initially been in high spirits, yet now she retrieved a bottle of wine and settled alone on the balcony to drink. Chen Fan observed her transformation, sensing something was amiss. "Su Ruzhen, what's wrong? Please tell me." She raised the bottle to her lips, gulping down several swigs. Chen Fan swiftly snatched it away, admonishing, "You shouldn't drink like this. It's harmful to your health." Su Ruzhen clung to his neck and burst into tears. Chen Fan had no choice but to comfort her. "Whatever it is, share it with me. We can face it together." However, Su Ruzhen remained silent, clearly having suppressed her emotions for far too long, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Fan felt it inappropriate to push her away. As she cried, she lifted her gaze to Chen Fan. Her once beautiful face was now streaked with tears, resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom, her eyes red and swollen. The sight tugged at Chen Fan as heartstrings. "What on earth happened? Can't you confide in me?" Su Ruzhen shook her head, her sobs intensifying. The events of the day had unearthed her hidden sorrows, and Chen Fan, witnessing her anguish, felt helpless, unable to do anything but offer solace. "Let me help you to bed to rest," she pleaded. "Stay and drink a little with me." With no alternative, Chen Fan fetched 2 bottles of wine and joined her on the balcony. Perhaps sometimes losing oneself in intoxication is the remedy. Thus, he refrained from probing her about the cause of her distress, and simply kept her company as they drank. In truth, Chen Fan had never experienced love or heartbreak, nor had he ever been intoxicated. His only recourse was to accompany Su Ruzhen in her revelry. As she drank and wept, the hours slipped by unnoticed, and by the time it was past 1 o'clock, she had finally succumbed to inebriation. With half a bottle of wine remaining, Chen Fan gently scooped her into his arms and carried her to the bedroom. He tucked her in with a blanket and stationed himself by her bedside. The night was profound, devoid of wind or rain. Even the air seemed to whisper a melancholic tale. The remaining half bottle of wine sat forlornly in the corner. Chen Fan was unaware of her past or her grievances, and at that moment, he felt uncertain of how to provide comfort. Eventually, she cried herself to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chen Fan awoke from his dreams to discover a garment draped over him. Su Ruzhen had already risen. Upon seeing him awake, she wore an expression of remorse. "I'm sorry for the trouble last night." Chen Fan stood and stretched, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body. Just as he was about to inquire about her troubles, a call from Wang Hao interrupted him. "Chen Fan, we're back." "Got it. I'll talk to you later. I'm busy right now." Their training session had concluded, and they wished to meet with Chen Fan to discuss the situation. "You should wash your face and brush your teeth. I prepared breakfast." As Chen Fan got up, Su Ruzhen spoke gently, having changed her clothes and started tidying up the room. Upon observing her diligent demeanor, reminiscent of a devoted wife and mother, Chen Fan felt a fleeting warmth in his heart. However, he still inquired about the events of the previous night. What had transpired? Who was that individual? That was my cousin, Su Ruzhen replied, no longer evading the question. Once she had tidied the bed, she sat at its edge. Are you curious about the reasons behind it? Speak freely. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Chen Fan sensed that there was undoubtedly a story lurking in her past. Through their interactions over the past few days, she did not seem like an ordinary person. Her capabilities were such that she could manage a company, far beyond the mere role of a temporary bank employee as previously suggested. At this juncture, Su Ruzhen had no choice but to speak candidly. I am from the Su family of Jiangnan. My parents passed away long ago. To solidify a union with the Liu family, they intended for me to marry into their household, but I refused and ran away. Chen Fan was taken aback. Are you referring to the illustrious Su family of Jiangnan? That family is quite renowned, akin to how one speaks of Chairman Wang of Xiaomubio today. He had indeed heard of them, yet he never imagined Su Ruzhen hailed from such a prominent lineage. Yes, Su Ruzhen nodded. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, so you're the young lady of the Jiangnan Su family? What on earth is going on? He looked at her in confusion, initially believing his charm was the reason for her interest. Now, he realized that Su Ruzhen was intentionally dragging him into her troubles, opposing the Su family. Yet the Liu family was also a formidable clan. This is quite the predicament, he thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. Seeing Chen Fan's expression, she furrowed her brow and playfully punched him. What do you mean? Are you having second thoughts? Chen Fan replied. Are you doing this on purpose? What purpose? I have no other options. Su Ruzhen blushed. As a girl in Jiangzhou, unfamiliar with the surroundings, what else can I do? I noticed you were a university student, seemingly earnest and naive, so I decided to rely on you. Chen Fan shook his head, conceding, all right. However, since we have ventured into this predicament, you must not waver from the decision we made. The company is just beginning. You must stand by me through thick and thin. Rest assured, Su Ruzhen finally understood the situation and pinched his cheek playfully. I'm a woman of my word. What do you have to fear? Very well. We shall face everything together from now on, she affirmed repeatedly. Yet, the Liu family was not to be trifled with. If they were to discover her association with another, it would likely not end well. For Chen Fan, both the Su and Liu families represented formidable forces in the realm of capital. Su Ruzhen had previously mentioned that her family's assets exceeded 1,000 billion, a claim she had not exaggerated. It seemed he would need to reassess his strategies to overpower these giants. With school reopening in a few days, Chen Fan urged Su Ruzhen to expedite the establishment of the company and commence operations. He inquired about the training progress of Yilang and the others. Danjing, this young lady, should indeed be retained within the company. Su Ruzhen nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I will handle it well. Very well, you may proceed with the arrangements. Chen Fan rose, preparing to leave. Is that how you're going to depart? What's the matter? Chen Fan had assumed she had something to discuss. She pointed to her own face. Aren't you going to give me a kiss? Astonishing. She's teasing herself again. After all, she's a few years older than him, and in matters of charm, Su Ruzhen is undeniably a captivating enchantress. No wonder, in ancient times, so many emperors would forsake their kingdoms merely to elicit a smile from a beauty. Encountering a temptress like Su Ruzhen, one could hardly expect an ordinary person to maintain composure. Upon exiting the apartment, Chen Fan realized his legs were trembling. Chapter 64. Collaboration with Zhao's Real Estate at noon. Chen Fan met with Wang Hao and a few others. Their training had concluded, and they were set to officially take charge of the Yunfan building's property management. In order to alleviate their burden, Chen Fan had briefed Su Ruzhen, allowing them to focus solely on the maintenance of the building's common areas and facilities. Security matters would be overseen by the Blueprint Company, as Chun Meng was in charge of security, although he also had the additional responsibility of safeguarding Su Ruzhen's safety. Consequently, managing the property became a lucrative opportunity. All enterprises that moved in were obligated to pay property fees, which were quite substantial across the entirety of Jiangzhou, particularly for a commercial edifice such as this. Thus, Yilang Gao and his team merely needed to hire a few cleaners and maintenance workers. As long as they managed this department effectively, each person could easily earn several $100,000 annually. In simpler terms, Chen Fan was essentially providing them with a financial boon while simultaneously nurturing their capabilities. During their meal together, Tang Jing spoke very little. Wang Hao inquired, "Chen Fan, how did you come to know President Su? You have quite the connections, entrusting us with such an excellent opportunity to hone our skills." Qi Nan was equally intrigued by the situation, as they had already mapped out their plans and understood the potential profits that could be garnered over the year. This was exponentially more advantageous than seeking employment in other companies, and they also had promising prospects ahead. As long as they expanded their company, they could eventually subcontract property management, making the entire Jiangzhou their domain. This, of course, was merely a fanciful vision shared among the youthful group. As they discussed their roles, everyone unanimously nominated Yi Langgao to serve as the manager, with Wang Hao as the deputy manager, while the two young women would oversee various other responsibilities. Chen Fan turned to Tang Jing and asked, "And you?" Tang Jing shook her head and replied, "I've been contemplating this for the past few days and believe I am not suited for this area. I would prefer to remain an employee." Chen Fan understood that Tang Jing wished to avoid working alongside the two couples, as they formed a cohesive unit while she found herself as the solitary individual. She feared that, over time, a rift might develop, prompting her to voice her concerns now. With the new school term approaching, they could only postpone their academic matters. Especially now that they were entering their third year, it was not unusual to start classes 10 days or even half a month late. The following day, they were to officially commence their duties, and after finishing their meal, they dispersed. Chen Fan sensed that Tang Jing was troubled and offered her some words of comfort. "Do not feel pressured. Embrace the opportunity with open arms. If you allow a mere 200,000 to restrict your potential, your vision will be limited." Tang Jing returned to school. Life continually molds and refines us, and after this experience, she was evidently transformed from her former self. When Chen Fan first met her, she exhibited a hint of arrogance and was somewhat aloof. Now, she had learned to be humble in the face of life's challenges. The next day, Su Ruzhen assigned Tang Jing to work as a staff member at the company. Due to her status as a student, she could not adhere to the typical work hours of a regular employee. Thus, Su Ruzhen could only delegate her to handle tasks of lesser significance. Alternatively, it could facilitate remote work, allowing her to carve out time at school to complete her tasks. After Yilong Gao and his associates took over the property management, their initial day was met with satisfaction, particularly for Yilong Gao. Clad in a suit with a manager's badge adorning his chest, he felt quite impressive. Chen Fan had helped them settle in, thus he did not pay much attention thereafter. Their future paths would need to be navigated independently. Around 10 o'clock, Su Ruzhen called, eager to share some delightful news. "What is it?" Chen Fan inquired. "How about we celebrate tonight?" Su Ruzhen teased. "Sure, as long as it pleases you." Hearing Su Ruzhen's gentle voice, Chen Fan was reminded of her presence in bed. "No, if this continues, I truly might be drained," he thought. A soft giggle emanated from the phone. "Indeed, it's fantastic news. Today, someone from Zhao's real estate approached me for a discussion about potential collaboration. It was a lovely lady, quite striking." The mention of Zhao's real estate immediately conjured thoughts of Zhao Linlin for Chen Fan. "Are they looking to collaborate on a hotel project?" he asked. "Very astute," Su Ruzhen praised. "Though she seems young, she possesses considerable experience in hotel management. I reviewed her analysis report, and it appears their professional team manages the hotel effectively." "Well, you can decide. This is not a monumental issue," Chen Fan replied, showing little interest in these minor matters. "For investments within a few small goals. Entrusted Su Ruzhen entirely. You place such trust in me?" Su Ruzhen playfully questioned. Chen Fan was left speechless, thinking she was seeking a reprimand. "Would I concern myself with such trivialities?" Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, noting his indiscretions. "Let me discuss serious matters. Stop dwelling on those if you believe it is feasible. Then I shall sign. All right, let us consider this our inaugural investment." Chen Fan transferred 10 billion from the stock market. This substantial amount was subsequently injected into his own company, which then funneled it into Blueprint Investment Company, ensuring that the latter was wholly controlled by his entity. Additionally, He transferred over 3 billion remaining in his account to his personal funds for everyday expenditures. Although he had withdrawn over 13 billion from the stock market, his investments in Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining had recouped him several billions. The stock market still retained over 100 billion in capital. However, he had been exceedingly busy lately, lacking the time to strategize other stock purchases. Upon seeing the funds credited, Su Ruzhen swiftly signed a cooperation agreement with Zhao Linlin the following day. Blueprint Investment would contribute 120 million, while Zhao's group would invest 150 million, collaborating to create a brand new 5-star hotel. While Su Ruzhen diligently oversaw the project, the time for Chen Fan's school term had arrived. Throughout the summer, he had resided in his apartment, and opportunities to stay in the dormitory would be rare. In truth, there was little to attend to in the days leading up to the semester, aside from welcoming the new students. During this period, Zhou Bing has been rather occupied, as she and the dance troupe commenced rehearsals a week in advance for their performance at the opening ceremony. Ilang Gao and his colleagues, occupied with their duties at the company, naturally did not come to register. Only Chen Fan ambled along, preparing to head to school. As he stepped out of the apartment, a sleek Alphard glided by, followed by several other vehicles. "Excuse me, young man, do you know of any decent apartments available for rent around here?" Chen Fan glanced at the speaker, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed quite conventionally. Inside the open door of the Alphard sat a girl of about 18 or 19. Judging by her attire and the watch on her wrist, she appeared to come from a wealthy family. "I'm not quite sure," Chen Fan replied. "Perhaps you could ask the doorman?" The man expressed his gratitude and turned to consult the girl in the car. "Miss, what do you think of this location? It's fairly close to the school. If it meets your approval, I can arrange everything right away." The girl leaned out to take a closer look, and it was then that Chen Fan realized she was exceptionally beautiful. Could she perhaps be a new student? Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, she called out to him, "Wait a moment." Chapter 65. The new freshman, do you reside in this building as well? Upon alighting from the vehicle, the other party, clad in a student outfit, possessed strikingly refined features and an admirable physique. Her beauty rivaled that of the campus goddess, Zhao Linlin. Yet in the eyes of Chen Fan, a male familiar with the pleasures of the flesh, she seemed somewhat too slender. Standing approximately 168 meters tall, she was certainly above average among her peers. Furthermore, her attire was entirely composed of high-end luxury brands. Seeing her inquire about the building's conditions, Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. "Oh, how is the environment here?" "It's quite satisfactory. At least the safest community in the vicinity." "The property management is quite adept," he replied. "Understood, thank you," she replied with a radiant smile, and Chen Fan courteously responded, "No need to mention it." With that, he turned to depart. The girl gazed up at the apartment building. Having surveyed many places, this one would suffice. "Very well, young lady." The middle-aged man from earlier promptly instructed his subordinates to secure 2 or 3 of the finest units on the best floors. "Look, she must be someone important. She has no intention of renting. She wishes to purchase outright." A man resembling a bodyguard rushed over from the vehicle, inquiring with the doorman before returning with an apology. "I'm sorry, steward. The doorman mentioned that the properties here are in high demand and are not available for purchase." The steward scoffed. "That is merely due to their inadequate offer. Let us negotiate directly with the owners." Upon arriving at school, Chen Fan was met with a throng of students animatedly discussing rumors. "Have you heard? A remarkable individual is joining the freshman class. It is said she possesses extraordinary beauty, rivaling Zhao Linlin. Indeed, I've heard she is also an academic prodigy, having participated in numerous international competitions. Moreover, her family is exceptionally wealthy, owning several publicly listed companies." Cough, cough. At that moment, Liang Dongkai arrived, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. "What good is this chatter? Do you think you can actually reach her? I saw her. She even arrived with bodyguards. For people like you, merely glancing at her would be a luxury." The group fell silent, confronted by Liang Dongkai's rebuke. Indeed, no matter how beautiful such a girl might be, she represented an insurmountable chasm for them, an existence unattainable for ordinary individuals. As for those indulging in daydreams, perhaps it was time to awaken. The class was currently organizing matters for welcoming the new students with Guo Jianliang trailing behind Liang Dongkai like a devoted lapdog. Upon exiting the classroom, Chen Fan was taken aback to find the air thick with whispers about the new freshman. Hey, have you heard? There's an extraordinarily beautiful girl among the freshmen. Her looks are heavenly, and her background is equally impressive. Yes, the forums are abuzz with tales of her. She is truly remarkable. Even before her arrival, she has become a sensation. Wow, I can't wait to meet such a freshman. I wonder if she has a boyfriend yet? Listening to the murmurs around him, Chen Fan felt a profound sense of boredom. Is she merely a girl with a touch of beauty? Is it really that significant? I find myself at a loss for words regarding this group of single individuals who have never tasted the richness of life. Perhaps they remain oblivious to the fact that a man can only claim all that he desires when he possesses strength within himself. Otherwise, he shall perpetually dwell in envy of others. This marks Chen Fan's second visit to the dance studio. Through the glass window, he catches sight of a group of stunning young women. Their physiques so remarkable they could leave one breathless. Some of these girls appear to have developed rather excessively, with certain features reminiscent of a cow's. Yet, Chen Fan is not particularly enamored with such exaggerated forms. He finds himself drawn to individuals like Zhuo Bing and Su Ruzhen instead. Zhuo Bing, as the leader of the dance troupe, stands out as the epitome of grace and beauty among them. Chen Fan continues to admire from a distance until their rehearsal concludes. What brings you here? Zhuo Bing exclaims as she dashes over to greet him. Chen Fan can't help but chuckle at her form-fitting practice attire. Zhuo Bing, catching on to his teasing, shoots him a stern look, no staring. Chen Fan replies, when you have some free time, let us go out on a date? Zhuo Bing glances at the clock. Maybe later. I have another rehearsal. I need to shower after. Chen Fan nods. No problem. I'll wait for you. Zhuo Bing smiles radiantly. However, he suddenly quips, I'm off now, dear wife. Zhuo Bing's body jolts in surprise as she turns, gritting her teeth, and gives him a sharp pinch. Don't call me that. After all, they are still students, and hearing such a title leaves her feeling flustered, sending chills down her spine. Chen Fan, wincing in pain, hastily retreats. What a rascal! Zhuo Bing stomps her foot, still feeling a bit embarrassed. With time to spare, Chen Fan wanders to the playground behind the girls' dormitory, where he spots a girl in a JK outfit live streaming. Hey there, brothers. Do you see this? This is the playground behind our school. I'm not deceiving you. I'm still a student. Thank you for the little stars you sent. Chen Fan shakes his head in disbelief. What is wrong with people today? Can't they be more industrious? Why waste time on this? They seem to think fortune will fall from the sky. If one truly has talent, voluntary donations would follow. Yet this girl, aside from her coy demeanor, lacks any real skills. And she constantly begs for votes, as if she believes her viewers are fools. Oh no, I lost again. My dear brothers, you must try harder. Chen Fan settles onto a nearby bench, waiting for Zhuo Bing to finish her practice so they can dine together. Just as he pulls out his phone, the girl live streaming suddenly turns and snaps. What are you staring at, you loser? Haven't you seen a pretty girl before? Chen Fan pays her no mind, bewildered by the unprovoked hostility. Are you talking to me? He inquires, looking up. Who else could it be? It was utterly absurd for this impoverished wretch to come over and affect my mood, only to lose in a duel. Damn! Chen Fan glared at the woman, a cold smirk escaping his lips. What is the matter? Are you planning to strike me? He retorted. I am a renowned internet celebrity with tens of thousands of followers. So what if you have tens of thousands of followers? Chen Fan mused. He genuinely admired those capable live streamers who, unlike her, never resorted to begging for gifts from their fans, but instead dedicated themselves to their craft with sincerity. Someone like her, who would likely grovel and call herself Big Brother after receiving a mere lollipop, was hardly worthy of respect. Casting a glance at her livestream account, he silently moved to a nearby spot. A little cutie, he scoffed. What a peculiar nickname. Where did those supposed tens of thousands of followers come from? In reality, she had barely over 1,000. Her livestream room was hardly bustling, with only a handful of viewers present. Chuckling to himself, Chen Fan entered her livestream and sent 2 rockets as a token of his presence. Wow, a big brother has arrived in my livestream, she exclaimed, astonished. It seemed she was encountering such an impressive figure for the first time. A little cutie was taken aback, quickly clicking on the Big Brother-S avatar in her live stream. Good heavens. Wasn't this the very same impoverished soul from earlier? Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes as she called out, "Big Brother." She dashed towards Chen Fan, who stood a short distance away. Chapter 66. The boyfriend worth millions. Hey, Big Brother, could you help me with a gift? Just send me a huazi, and I'll do whatever you say. Big Brother. Chen Fan looked at her with a puzzled expression. Are we really that familiar? A petite girl clung to his arm, nuzzling against him repeatedly. I admit I was wrong earlier. Please, just help me out. Just 2 games, that's all I ask. If you send me a huazi, I'll go home with you today. Chen Fan grimaced in disdain. He pulled out his phone and sent a few rockets her way. 1 more huazi, please. Wow. Oh my goodness. A windfall. The girl was completely taken aback in the live stream. As a small-time streamer, she had never experienced such grand gestures. Today, someone inexplicably showered her with rockets and even gifted her a huazi. Oh my gosh. The excitement was too much. She fainted on the spot. A petite girl, envious to the point of frustration, clenched her fists. I missed my chance with the Big Brother. It's all my fault for underestimating him. Who knew he was the real deal? Ignoring her, Chen Fan turned and left while she sulkily sat down on the ground. In the girls' dormitory, Zhuobing had finished her tasks and changed her clothes. Upon seeing Chen Fan waiting outside the dormitory, she exclaimed, "Wow, you're surprisingly obedient today." Chen Fan stood up, puzzled. What do you mean? Zhuobing affectionately linked her arm with his. It's the new students' orientation today. Did you not go to Charm, any of the freshmen? They can't compare to you, right? Oh, someone's sweet-talking now. Have you been up to no good? Women are said to be inherently perceptive. Chen Fan firmly replied, What are you thinking? Let us go. I'm treating you to a nice meal today. Indeed, Chen Fan had become more adept at charming girls over time. After all, growth is a part of life. As they exited the school gates, they noticed that 2 shops on the back street had been rented out to others. With the new semester starting, the owner was bustling about once again. Chen Fan didn't wish to concern himself with such trifles. He would simply collect rent moving forward. Shall we eat here? Zhuobing pointed to a bustling frog restaurant ahead, where customers were lined up. Chen Fan, disinterested in the crowd, suggested, Let us head to the city instead. Zhuobing shot him a glare. What has to rush? While I may not lack for money, I don't squander it either. Unlike some girls who are overly ambitious and vain. Wrapping his arm around her waist, Chen Fan declared, When I'm with you, we'll certainly indulge in the finest. And then you want to come back tonight, right? Zhuobing anticipated his next words. Chen Fan, speechless, playfully pinched her cheek. As long as you know. After all, he had nothing planned for the next day, and Zhuobing decided to go along with him. They hailed a taxi. Driver, take us to Yangjiang Avenue. Some say that to win a girlfriend's heart, one must take her out for seafood at least once. The taxi driver cast an envious glance at Chen Fan, thinking to himself how fortunate this guy was to have such a catch. Chen Fan brought Zhuobing to none other than Jiangzhou's most prestigious restaurant, the Royal Banquet. The consumption here is quite extravagant, with an average expenditure exceeding 1,000, without any upper limit. Zhuobing grasped his arm and exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? Why come to such a place? Chen Fan nonchalantly replied, Come on, since we are here, let's enjoy it. Do you have an abundance of money? This is rather lavish. She remarked, Hey, I think you've been a bit reckless lately, Zhuobing added. Chen Fan chuckled. It's fine. We don't come here often. How much can the 2 of us possibly eat? Zhuobing shot him a sidelong glance. Are you hiding something from me? I must remind you, Chen Fan, do not engage in any illegal activities. What law could we possibly break by simply enjoying seafood? Now let's go. Once inside the restaurant, the staff seated them at a cozy booth by the window. The ambience was refined, sophisticated, and exuded elegance. The floor gleamed as if polished to perfection. Let's order. Chen Fan urged the waiter to present the menu to Zhuobing. She glanced at the prices and exclaimed, These are exorbitant. She was reluctant to squander Chen Fan's money. Nevertheless, since they were already there, she gritted her teeth and selected a few reasonably priced seafood dishes. This will do. Let me see. Chen Fan exclaimed upon seeing her choices. This won't suffice. After all, we are billionaires. He proceeded to order several signature dishes from menu. Although the items were pricey, they were exquisitely presented and served in modest portions. Chen Fan closed the menu. Let's have a bottle of red wine as well. The waiter cheerfully responded, "Certainly. Which brand would you prefer?" Let's go with a small Lafite, Chen Fan decided. The small Lafite costs several tens of thousands, and so Bing internally thought, "Oh no, my entire allowance for the year may vanish in one evening. The dinner tonight would likely cost no less than 100,000. However, Chen Fan was elated. This was his first time bringing Zhu Bing to such an upscale venue, and as his legitimate girlfriend, he did not wish to shortchange her. Noticing Zhu Bing's skeptical gaze fixed on him, he smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Am I that handsome?" Zhu Bing retorted, "Be honest. What have you been up to? Are you dabbling in antiques again?" "No." Chen Fan chuckled, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and whispered, "I've made quite a bit from stock trading." Zhu Bing was not surprised by his mention of stock trading. Many university students engaged in it, though most ended up losing so severely that even their parents would struggle to recognize them. Tentatively, she inquired, "How much have you made?" Chen Fan casually replied, "Not much. Just a couple $100 million. Zhu Bing nearly spewed her water upon hearing this, and Chen Fan, exasperated, grabbed a napkin to wipe his face. "Why do you have so much water?" Zhu Bing shot him a scathing look. "Don't you like it?" Chen Fan did not expect her to speak so boldly, but he admitted, "Well, I actually do." Learning that he had earned such a fortune from stock trading reassured Zhu Bing. Even the $6 million necklace he had gifted her felt justified now. "The stock market is risky. Do be cautious," she advised with genuine concern. Chen Fan nodded. "Don't worry. I understand the limits." Having a boyfriend worth over $100 million does not strike Luo Bing as anything particularly extraordinary. She has become accustomed to such a lifestyle and the affluent circles that accompany it. After all, her own parents are also individuals of considerable wealth. The couple sipped red wine and indulged in seafood, creating a romantic ambience, as Chen Fan had already reserved a room in the adjacent main building. Several luxury cars arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, clearly visible through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. A middle-aged man emerged from one of the vehicles, carefully assisting an 18 or 19-year-old young woman out. Observing his respectful demeanor, Chen Fan pondered the identity of this young lady, intrigued by the grandiosity of the occasion. Subsequently, another vehicle revealed the presence of the president of Jiangzhou University, alongside several leaders from the educational administration. The president adjusted his collar and gestured to the middle-aged man, inviting him to proceed. In turn, the middle-aged man courteously allowed the young woman to advance first. Chapter 67. If my mother finds out, she will surely kill you. Chen Fan possessed an extraordinary ability to not only see through objects, but also discern intricate details from a distance of over 100 meters. Upon close observation, he noticed that the bracelet adorning the girl's wrist was an exquisite artifact from the prosperous Tang dynasty, dating back more than 13 centuries. Such a precious item was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Chen Fan had also encountered information about this young lady on an online forum. She was none other than Lu Wushuang, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family. In terms of both strength and familial background, she overshadowed the Zhao family of Jiangzhou. The Zhao family's assets amounted to a mere 200 to 300 billion, whereas the Lu family's influence was far superior, as evidenced by the lavish arrangements accompanying Lu Wushuang at school, including a butler, bodyguards, and even school officials. The presence of Lu Wushuang heightened Chen Fan's vigilance, especially considering her family's unique connection with Su Ruzhen. His objective was to develop rapidly and fundamentally overpower such families to provide Su Ruzhen with a sense of security. "What are you looking at?" Left Bing noticed Chen Fan's pensive demeanor. However, Lu Wushuang and her entourage had already entered the restaurant, leaving Left Bing unaware of the unfolding situation. "Shall we go shopping after dinner?" Chen Fan suggested, taking a sip of red wine. Left Bing appeared disinterested and declined the proposal. "Then let us return to the hotel and rest," he offered, and this time, Left Bing did not refuse. Instead, she curiously inquired, "Hey, how do you manage to earn so much money from stock trading?" Chen Fan set down his glass, gazing at her with a smile. "Why are you interested in this? Perhaps I could teach you one day." "Not a chance. Can't you just support me in the future?" Left Bing shrugged, merely posing a question. "Supporting you is a must. After all, you are my wife," Chen Fan replied. Left Bing furrowed her brow. "Could you be a bit less cheesy? Calling me wife feels a bit awkward, considering I'm still a student." After their meal, They strolled through the streets before returning to the hotel to rest. Left being nestled in his arms, teasingly remarked, "You slept with me on the very first day of school. How long do you plan to bully me?" Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her cheek. "A lifetime would be insufficient. In the next life, you must still be mine. Won't you ever get tired of me?" Left Bing, with her lively and straightforward personality, turned to face him. Chen Fan shook his head. "Why would I be tired of you? I adore you far too much." Left Bing flipped over, pinning him beneath her, playfully declaring, "If my mother finds out, she will surely kill you." The following morning, Chen Fan received a call from Su Ruzhen bright and early. After over a month of diligent effort, the blueprint for the investment company was finally complete, awaiting Chen Fan's confirmation. Noticing that Left Bing was still enjoying her slumber, he chose not to disturb her and promptly made his way to Yun Fan building. To his surprise, he encountered Han Kaiying in the elevator. "Good morning, Auntie," he greeted. Han Kaiying stared at him in astonishment. "What brings you here?" Chen Fan smiled. "I came to check on a few classmates who are interviewing here." "Oh," Han Kaiying pondered. Her curiosity piqued. Could it be that this building truly belonged to him? She thought about her rent being half of what others paid, and a pang of unease struck her heart. Chen Fan stood behind her, and the elevator was filled with a strong scent of perfume. This mother-in-law was fond of dressing up. Despite being in her 40s, she took great care in her appearance. Nevertheless, she possessed a certain grace that lent her an undeniable charm. Unbeknownst to him, Han Kaiying was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions at that moment. If Chen Fan's words were to be believed, then this fiercely ambitious woman had squandered her years. She was no better than a mere child. Alas, one must pursue education. Having accepted the relationship between Chen Fan and her daughter, she no longer felt conflicted. Their happiness was what truly mattered. Upon reaching Han Kaiying's office floor, Chen Fan politely said, "Annie, take care." Han Kaiying nodded, inviting him to visit her home sometime. "Certainly, I'll come to see you in Uncle's Wa." After she exited the elevator, Chen Fan proceeded to blueprint investment. To conceal Chen Fan's identity as the behind-the-scenes boss, Su Ruzhen granted everyone a day off, with work officially commencing the following day. The office was impeccably organized, with clearly defined areas. Following Chen Fan's directives, Su Ruzhen ensured that the company exuded youthfulness, vibrancy, and modern decor, creating an atmosphere conducive to a pleasant work environment. Su Ruzhen guided him on a brief tour, to which Chen Fan responded with satisfaction, saying, "Very impressive. Congratulations on the grand opening, General Manager Su." Su Ruzhen smiled warmly. "Aren't I just working for you?" Chen Fan reminded her, "Do not forget, you are the legal representative of the company." With a playful laugh, Su Ruzhen linked her arm with his, noting that no one was watching. They then arrived at the most crucial area, the trading room. This section was somewhat distant from the regular office areas and required access cards for entry, prohibiting unauthorized personnel. Inside the trading room, a large screen dominated the front, beneath which was a podium for the commander. A row of computers lined the space, numerous and neatly arranged. Adjacent was a temporary rest area with refreshments available. Chen Fan praised, "Your meticulousness truly inspires confidence." Finally, they reached Su Ruzhen's grand office, complete with a luxurious lounge. It featured a 2-meter-wide bed and a double bathroom, all prepared for him. "Would you like to experience it?" Su Ruzhen suggested playfully. Chen Fan felt a sudden rush of excitement and, wrapping his arm around her waist, whispered in her ear, "You are quite bold." Su Ruzhen shot him a playful glance, full of allure. However, Chen Fan remained serious and stated, "Our company should have a private elevator. Please arrange that." He preferred not to encounter others each time he visited. As the population of Yun Fan building increased, it was crucial to maintain discretion. Su Ruzhen nodded, "Understood." Currently, 7 companies had moved into the building, attracting many potential clients, though some found the costs prohibitive. Chen Fan remarked, "We only hire capable enterprises. We aim to profit from the affluent. Those who find it expensive need not apply." After their observations, the two exited the office. Su Ruzhen remarked that she had yet to find the ideal receptionist. Chen Fan held high expectations for the front desk. Firstly, the candidate must possess both beauty and elegance. After all, the receptionist embodies the company's image, and presenting a few unappealing individuals would not only discomfort clients but also leave a sour taste for oneself. Thus, appearance is of paramount importance. The second criterion is a sense of responsibility. Individuals lacking this trait, no matter how attractive, are unsuitable. While the salary may be somewhat elevated, it must align with the company's hiring standards. Speaking of receptionists, Chen Fan recalled someone, yet one individual would not suffice. At least two or more were necessary. At that moment, Zhou Bing called, and Chen Fan informed her that he was occupied outside, so he would return to the school. Zhou Bing checked out and took a taxi to the school. As soon as Chen Fan exited Yin Fan building, his phone rang again. Chapter 68. Encounter with the receptionist. Some individuals and events appear to be predestined by fate. Chu Yinfei emerged from the manager's office, feeling as though she might be driven to the brink of despair. In August, she had sold 2 villas, which should have yielded her nearly 300,000 in commissions. Yet, the company had altered the commission structure, disbursing only 50% of the earnings while deferring the remainder until year-end as a bonus. This was utterly intolerable. Many had voiced their protests, but they were ultimately a minority, belonging to a vulnerable demographic. The management's response was curt. You may choose to leave if you wish. There are countless others eager for such a lucrative position. Indeed, the remuneration for sales personnel at Jiangshan Daijing Villa District surpassed that of their competitors, and crucially, the properties sold themselves without difficulty. The company's decision was a gamble, banking on the assumption that they would not dare to rebel. Moments ago, Chu Yinfei had received a reprimand from her manager, who asserted with authority that the success of the sales was not attributable to their capabilities, but rather to the quality of the properties and the strength of the company. Do not allow a modicum of success to inflate your ego, he warned. It is the company that has elevated you, not the other way around. After the calculations were made, Chu Yinfei found herself with a mere 11,000 in commissions, and even though it was only half of what she was owed. The manager had even gone so far as to dismiss her efforts, stating, "You merely picked up dead fish. What have you truly contributed?" She was well aware of the inner workings of the real estate industry and had witnessed numerous colleagues sacrificing much to make a sale. In truth, she considered herself fortunate. Yet, the indignation was unbearable. Can I not resign? She pondered. However, before making her departure, she needed to ensure that her current responsibilities were properly handed over, and that her clients' affairs were settled. For instance, Chen Fan had purchased 2 villas. The property certificate for Su Ruzhen had already been processed, while the other unit remained unregistered in his name due to his lack of intention to claim it. Chu Yinfei decided to call Chen Fan, hoping he could come by if he had the time. If he did not, entrusting the documents to someone else would only complicate matters further. Then I shall come over, Chen Meng said. I'll give you a ride. Without hesitation, Chen Meng drove Chen Fan to the sales office of Jiangshan Daijing. Chu Yinfei had been waiting there and quickly approached as soon as she saw Chen Fan alight from the vehicle. Mr. Chen, I have prepared your documents. I also have the keys to Building 19. Should you wish to proceed, you may register for the property at your convenience. Of course, you may also choose to register it under someone else's name. Chen Fan replied that there was no urgency. The layouts of Buildings 19 and 16 were identical, and since Su Ruzhen did not plan to move in just yet, both villas remained vacant. After handing the items over to Chen Fan, Chu Yinfei made a modest request. Mr. Chen, may I accompany you in your car? Of course. Have you just finished your shift? I have resigned, which is why I specifically came to give you the keys today. Oh, I heard that Chu Yinfei resigned, Chen Fan remarked, once again appraising her. In the realm of real estate sales, individuals tend to possess commendable charisma and notable attractiveness, often rivaling that of flight attendants. Thus, Chen Fan inquired further, asking why she had resigned. Chu Yinfei expressed her frustration, revealing the reason for her departure. Chen Fan glanced back at the sales department of Jiangshan Daijing, surprised to discover that such a large enterprise could mistreat its employees. What is your educational background? He asked. A college diploma, Chu Yinfei replied, unsure of why Chen Fan was probing into her past. What are your plans moving forward? I am uncertain. Perhaps I will search for another job. If all else fails, I may consider automotive sales. Chen Fan responded, I have a potential opportunity for you to explore. If you prove competent, the remuneration should be quite satisfactory. Is that so? Which company? Chu Yinfei exclaimed, her eyes widening with interest. Chen Fan directed the driver, Chen Meng, take her to meet General Manager Su. It is a newly established company currently seeking a receptionist. Of course, if you possess the skills, Feel free to apply for other positions. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Xu Yanfei replied, elated at the prospect of swiftly securing employment. She had faith that an employer capable of affording a villa would not deceive her. Introducing her to a job would be a trivial matter for them. Chen Meng, I'm heading back to school. Please escort her to General Manager Su for the interview. Xu Yanfei speculated that this General Manager Su was likely the young woman Chen Fan had introduced previously. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Chen Fan exited the vehicle, while Chen Meng accompanied Xu Yanfei inside. A group of movers was busily transporting furniture, coincidentally to the same floor where Chen Fan resided. When he reached the entrance of his rented apartment, he noticed that the doors of 2 units across and one next door were ajar. The middle-aged man he had encountered the previous day was overseeing the moving process, instructing the workers, be careful not to bump anything. Arrange the items properly. Feel free to take your time. I will pay you double for your efforts. Thank you, boss. Several movers exclaimed joyfully, putting in extra effort. Chen Fan found it peculiar. Had no properties been sold here? They were replacing furniture in 3 units all at once. Quite impressive. Just as he was about to enter, the middle-aged man noticed him. Young man, do you live here as well? Oh, do you need assistance? No need. He waved his hand dismissively. Chen Fan chose not to engage further and retreated into his apartment. Upon opening his computer, he discovered that Shijiang Energy and bagel mining had skyrocketed in value. Since Chen Fan had invested, their prices had surged 6-fold and continued to rise dramatically. Truly a remarkable bull market. The future trajectory appeared overwhelmingly bullish, with prices consistently hitting the ceiling. The potential for further doubling of his investment was quite promising. Given the substantial volume of his holdings, should these stocks increase again, his portfolio could approach nearly 10 billion. Exiting such a significant quantity would pose great challenges, especially as the market makers would need to liquidate their positions as well. Hence, Chen Fan resolved to divest after 5 or 6 trading days and entrust a portion of the capital to Su Ruzhen's team for management, positioning himself as the silent partner. However, Chen Fan discerned an alarming issue. The market was poised for a decline. The potential drop could exceed 500 points, a troubling omen indeed. Each time the market experiences such a scenario, it adversely impacts numerous individual stocks, and the tragic phenomenon of widespread stock plummets may very well recur. Yet, there exist a rare few stocks that remain indifferent to the market's fluctuations, charting their own independent trajectories. Chen Fan took note of Zhao's real estate, which indeed suffered a staggering decline in the ensuing market movements. Jiangnan Paper and Nangwar Real Estate, alongside Shenlong Automobile, witnessed a plunge exceeding 60. Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be true? During today's market review, he unearthed these specific stocks. The sheer volume of capital involved rendered short-term maneuvers impractical. He had not anticipated such a fervent market reaction ahead. Today was the second, implying that these stocks were destined to commence their significant downturn tomorrow. Without hesitation, Chen Fan selected these stocks, noting their vigorous upward momentum, having previously soared several times in value. What was there to wait for? It was time to short these stocks with margin trading. Chapter 69. Having become quite familiar with the girls in the dance troupe, Chen Fan noted that the market capitalizations of several stocks were in the hundreds of billions. After checking their margin trading limits, he thought it prudent to invest a few $100 million. Should the market plummet the following day, he could simply relax and profit from his investments. Once he completed these tasks, the surroundings fell into a hushed calm, suggesting that the moving activities had concluded. He called Zhu Bing to inquire if she would like to join him for dinner that evening. She readily agreed, instructing him to pick her up. Exiting the building, Chen Fan observed that the cleanup was indeed finished, with at least 4 cleaning staff in each room. At that moment, 2 individuals approached the elevator, a middle-aged man accompanied by a woman in her 40s. The man instructed, from now on, you will attend to the young lady's daily needs and meals. The woman replied, rest assured, I will take good care of her. As Chen Fan stepped into the elevator, he couldn't help but shake his head in contemplation. The children of wealthy families certainly enjoyed a different lifestyle, surrounded by bodyguards and caretakers, such grandeur. Upon arriving at school, he found that Zhu Bing was still in the dance studio. Realizing that time was running short, he decided to go fetch her. To his surprise, He encountered Zhu Bing and her fellow dancers just as they finished their rehearsal, a throng of girls spilling out. Hey, Bing Bing's boyfriend is here. Don't let him escape. We must make him treat us today, they exclaimed, giggling as they surrounded Chen Fan. We want barbecue. They remained oblivious to the fact that he had already leased out the restaurant, playfully insisting that he cover the bill. I don't have any money, he protested. Then let's Zhu Bing pay. She's a wealthy heiress. One girl chimed in. At that moment, another girl shouted, No, I want seafood. Another burst into laughter, retorting, Who are you to demand seafood? That's a delicacy meant for girlfriends. Why? Another girl asked, puzzled. The pure-hearted girls just don't understand. The laughing girl rolled her eyes. How could you not know what seafood tastes like? Zhu Bing instantly grasped the situation, casting a pointed glare at Chen Fan. This was evidently his scheme to take her out for seafood, laying the groundwork for his future plans. After changing into casual attire, the group set off for barbecue. Chen Fan found himself surrounded by a dozen girls, drawing the astonished gazes of the boys at school. Who is this young master? One wondered. Yeah, which rich second generation is he? Another chimed in. With such a display, he appeared to be an unparalleled figure. It was well known that the dancers in Zhu Bing's troupe possessed stunning figures, striking features, and long legs. Any boy lucky enough to win the affections of one would consider himself exceedingly fortunate. The fact that he was accompanied by a bevy of beauties was a sight to behold. At that moment, countless envious glances pierced through the air like daggers, wishing to see Chen Fan in despair. This was especially true for the single boys in their senior year, who regretted not finding love. At that precise moment, Liang Dongkai witnessed the scene and thought to himself, Damn it, you poor fool, stop pretending. He glared at Zhu Bing, vowing, one day, I will have you in my grasp, only to discard you afterward. Chen Fan did not notice Liang Dong and was unaware of the latter's disparaging remarks about him. Accompanied by Zhu Bing and her friends, he arrived at the back street. Order whatever you like. After all, Zhu Bing is treating us today. Zhu Bing, ever courteous, replied, Yes, let us order a bit more to share with the others in the dorm. One of Zhu Bing's close friends jested, Oh, Zhu Bing, you must be rich. Can we take leftovers home after we finish? It's fine as long as you all enjoy yourselves, Zhu Bing responded. At that moment, a curious girl nearby inquired, Isn't your boyfriend treating? Why are you paying? Chen Fan nonchalantly replied, In my family, the women manage the finances. This prompted a wave of laughter from the group of girls. Zhu Bing noticed Chen Fan's gaze wandering towards the long legs of the girls and, gritting her teeth, discreetly pinched him, warning him not to entertain any thoughts about them. Chen Fan chuckled and retorted, What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Yet, he indeed considered the prospect of recruiting these girls to the company as hostesses. If they were to perform, wow, the spectacle, the grandeur, who could rival it? The girls accompanying Zhu Bing possessed delightful personalities and were quick to indulge in banter. In the past, when they were less acquainted, they had appeared quite aloof. Now, however, they interacted as if they were lifelong friends. They relished the barbecued delicacies and drank beer with abandon, displaying no sense of restraint. Chen Fan mused about forming them into a girl group, envisioning his future investment in the film industry. As they finished their barbecue, the clock approached 8:30. Chen Fan was genuinely surprised by the girls' capacity for drinking. With a group of over 10, they had consumed 4 cases of beer, averaging at least 4 bottles each. Some who were not heavy drinkers meant that a few had likely consumed 5 or 6 bottles, if not more. Watching the lively and mischievous girls wave goodbye, Chen Fan whispered to Zhu Bing, Shall we head to a hotel? Zhu Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? We just went there last night. Do we really have to go again today? Though she yearned to spend time with Chen Fan, she firmly declined the hotel suggestion. How about I rent a room? And then we could. Zhu Bing immediately cut him off. Are you trying to get us killed? Renting a place is out of the question. That would be blatant cohabitation. No such ideas. She pinched his nose playfully and added, Focus on your endeavors. We are still young. There will be plenty of time together in the future. All right then. Chen Fan relented, escorting her back to the dormitory, mindful of the caution required in matters concerning young women. Upon returning to his apartment, just as he was about to enter the elevator, he was intercepted by 2 bodyguards. What is the meaning of this? Chen Fan glared at them, irritated. One bodyguard, with a stern expression, replied, Apologies. but our young lady prefers not to share an elevator with others. Please use the adjacent one. Chen Fan, vexed, retorted, Is this elevator yours? The bodyguard furrowed his brow, preparing to issue a warning to Chen Fan, when the girl in the elevator exclaimed, Enough! Let him in, miss. The two bodyguards hesitated, wanting to protest further. The girl shot them a glance and said, Did you not hear my words? Yes. Only then did the two awkwardly step into the elevator, no longer obstructing Chen Fan. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Chen Fan glared at the bodyguards, silently contemplating whether he should recruit someone to teach them a lesson. He decided against entering the elevator and instead waited outside for Su Ruzhen. Before long, Chen Meng returned with Su Ruzhen. Chen Fan called him over and inquired, Chen Meng, just how formidable are your skills? Can you hold your own against those bodyguards? Chen Meng looked at him in confusion. What are you getting at? I want you to help me deal with a couple of individuals. Just give a shot. Chen Fan replied. Chen Meng hesitated, knowing the adversaries were of a bodyguard's caliber. He was reluctant to boast about his capabilities. However, he had a stipulation. If we win, you treat me to a drink. If we lose, you take me to the hospital. Ha ha. Chen Fan chuckled. Deal? Chapter 70. Chen Meng's strength as Chen Fan attempted to drag Chen Meng into a confrontation. Su Ruzhen urgently inquired, What is happening? Chen Fan rubbed his nose. You might want to steer clear. What has occurred? The eldest daughter of the Liu family, Liu Wushuang, has come to Jiangzhou University to study, accompanied by bodyguards, and is residing upstairs. Huh? Su Ruzhen's expression turned troubled. Then I shall not go up. You may proceed. With that, she hurriedly departed. It seemed she would have to find accommodation at a hotel for the night. Chen Fan led Chen Meng into the elevator, ascending directly to the 26th floor. Liu Wushuang had already returned to her room. The steward had purchased 3 suites here, with Liu Wushuang occupying one alone, while 2 bodyguards shared another, leaving the remaining suite for a nanny, which also served as the kitchen. As the two ascended, they encountered Liu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards stationed at the door. Is it you two? Chen Meng pointed at them as he approached. Chen Fan nodded. Without hesitation, Chen Meng strode forward. Are you two feeling quite formidable? Come over and spar with me. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, their expressions laced with disdain. They were professionals, trained and dispatched by the Liu family to safeguard Liu Wushuang, and were certainly no ordinary foes. Fight you? One of them scoffed, seemingly beneath their dignity. Yet, Chen Meng rolled up his sleeves, presenting himself like a brash rustic. He pointed an accusatory finger at one bodyguard. So you think being wealthy makes you impressive? Is this elevator your family's property? If you're so capable, why not install one yourself? The bodyguard's brow furrowed as he lunged towards Chen Meng with a grappling maneuver. With a cold smile, Chen Meng crouched slightly and thrust an elbow into the adversary's abdomen. Wait, this guy's actually skilled? Instinctively, the bodyguard bent to evade Chen Meng's strike, only for Chen Meng to follow through with a whirlwind kick. Whoosh! A powerful force surged against the wind, the long legs striking the bodyguard's waist with a resounding impact. The bodyguard was sent hurtling against the wall. Observing the fallen figure clutching his injury and curled on the ground, Chen Fan raised his thumb in approval. One hit and it's effective, not bad. Indeed, it was surprising to witness Chen Meng's formidable prowess, having incapacitated a professional bodyguard in merely 2 moves. The other bodyguard, momentarily stunned, roared in fury, disregarding his fallen comrade as he charged at Chen Meng. Unfazed, Chen Meng retaliated with an explosive flurry of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, he unleashed 18 punches, a tempest of fury. The bodyguard was driven back repeatedly, unable to mount any defense. Oi! Chen Fan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Infuriated and embarrassed, the bodyguard bellowed, executing a fierce technique aimed directly at Chen Meng's heart. Chen Meng, with deft hands, parried and swiftly spun, landing an elbow strike against the adversary's cheek. Splatter, blood sprayed from the bodyguard's mouth, accompanied by a few teeth. Staggering back from the heavy blow, he could not regain his footing, retreating several paces. Clutching his swollen cheek, his eyes blazed with rage. Come again. Chen Meng beckoned with a flick of his fingers. Furious, the bodyguard charged at him with a primal roar. Chen Meng assumed a stance, bow drawn and arrow ready. As his opponent lunged forward, he executed a swift kick. Thud! The bodyguard fell to the ground, defeated. Odie! Chen Fan exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. He approached Chun Ming, patting him on the shoulder. Impressive. Why didn't you mention your skills earlier? I shall speak to Su about doubling your salary. Thank you, Chun. Wait. It only dawned on Chun Ming after he spoke. What is your relationship with Su? Chen Fan chuckled. We are brothers under the same blanket. How unexpected. I suspected their bond was beyond ordinary. Otherwise, how could Su Ruzhen treat him so well? What are you two up to? Lu Wushuang emerged from the room, witnessing her two bodyguards, bruised and battered, struggling to stand. What happened? This was likely the most humiliating moment for them. In their line of work, they usually commanded respect. Who would dare provoke them? They struggled to rise. Heads bowed, addressing her Mississippi. One bodyguard, eager to cast blame, pointed at Chen Fan, asserting he blocked us in the elevator, and then summoned reinforcements to retaliate against us. Lu Wushuang was at a loss for words. Are you two fools? You can't even protect yourselves, yet you dare claim to safeguard me? Her expression darkened. From this moment forth, you are both dismissed. What? No, miss. Go explain yourselves to the butler. Lu Wushuang showed no mercy, tossing her words over her shoulder as she turned to enter. Utterly useless. As bodyguards, how could they have the audacity to admit defeat? Chen Fan, delighted, draped his arm around Chun Ming's shoulder. Come on, brother, let me treat you to a drink. We won't return until we are inebriated. He glanced at the pitiful sight of Lu Wushuang's bodyguards and laughed heartily. Weren't you so tough a moment ago? Who would have thought you were so inept? The nearest late-night snack stalls were at the front and back of the school. The front was filled with restaurants, while the back street was where they could truly unwind. Night snacks, accommodation, KTV, foot massages. Chen Fan led him to the back street, where Chun Ming gazed in awe at the long legs beneath short skirts. Ultimately, he sighed, I must focus on my studies. Otherwise, I won't even be able to enter these places. Chen Fan ordered a case of beer and a plethora of barbecue delights, and the two indulged in food and conversation. Chun Ming, your skills are impressive. Stick close to Su, and you won't be shortchanged. Indeed, Chun Ming nodded earnestly, devouring a skewer of barbecue in one swift motion. A call from Su Ruzhen came through. Where are you? At the barbecue stall. Would you care to join? Never mind. I'm on a diet tonight. Su Ruzhen inquired. Have you dealt with the situation? Haha. I was just about to tell you. Chun Ming is truly remarkable. He took down Lu Wushuang's two bodyguards. Raise his salary to 30,000 starting tomorrow. After your feast, come over. What for? Su Ruzhen expressed her frustration. What else can I do? You finish your meal without leaving me a bite? Subsequently, she sent a location to Chen Fan, Jiangzhou International Hotel. Upon receiving this information, Chen Fan ordered a few more skewers of lamb kidneys. As the clock approached 1, he settled the bill and, noticing Chun Ming's greasy lips from his meal, said, Let's go. The two took a taxi. One headed to the Yunfan Building's company dormitory while the other arrived at Jiangzhou International Hotel. In room 1314, Su Ruzhen, having just taken a bath, lay languidly on the bed. The doorbell chimed, ding-dong, and she hurried to answer it. Chen Fan entered with a broad grin, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the pristine figure of Su Ruzhen in her bathrobe, his expression resembling that of a lecherous rogue. Su Ruzhen shot him a disapproving glance and playfully chided, Aren't you going to take a shower? Indeed, Chen Fan responded, a strong aroma of barbecue clinging to him. As he dashed into the bathroom, in a flurry, he washed up, quickly and efficiently. Observing his eagerness, when he finally emerged, Su Ruzhen handed him a bathrobe, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased, I'm afraid I'm already full for tonight. One night. Chapter 71. A man like a god, of course. The primary focus of Chen Fan's interactions with Su Ruzhen was work-related. Matters of a more personal nature were best kept to moderation. Chen Fan was reasonable. Engaging in such activities 3 to 4 times a day sufficed. After their tasks were completed, Su Ruzhen informed him that Chu Yanfei would be joining the company the following day, accompanied by a colleague who also worked in sales. This colleague was notably attractive, fitting Chen Fan's expectations for a front desk role. Chen Fan remarked, I will not interfere in company matters. You have complete authority over them. Oh, let me share something quite significant with you. I am preparing to short sell shares in Jiangnan Paper Nangwar Real Estate, and Shenlong Automotive. What? Su Ruzhen instinctively sat up, her expression one of astonishment. What's wrong? Why didn't you react like this earlier? She shot him a disapproving glance. Do you realize that these three companies are all under the Liu family? Chen Fan paused momentarily, taken aback by the coincidence. So what? Why should I forego profit? Su Ruzhen clarified, that's not what I meant. I thought you were deliberately challenging the Liu family. Not at all. It's merely a coincidence. Chen Fan had not anticipated such serendipity, but tomorrow promised to be a pivotal moment. Since last year, the surging market was poised for a reversal. A storm was brewing. I will transfer $2 billion to the company account early tomorrow morning. You instruct everyone to finalize the arrangements before 10. Invest all available funds. I will send you the detailed plan via message. Understood. In matters of work, Su Ruzhen was resolute. Of course, she had no inkling of the events that were to unfold the following day. The next morning, Chen Fan transferred the funds to the account of Blueprint Investment Company, $2 billion. He also held substantial shares in Xizjiang Energy and Bagua Mining, awaiting clearance next week. After all, the soaring trends of these two stocks were opportunities not to be missed. Despite having been worn out by Chen Fan's earlier antics, Su Ruzhen arrived promptly at the office. At that moment, various departments had been established: human resources, finance, logistics. Yet, the most crucial team remained the trading group, consisting of 16 individuals. Each was responsible for managing at least a dozen capital accounts, and notably, all were traders, devoid of analysts. The company's account at Blueprint was typically dormant, a strategy devised by Chen Fan to avoid premature exposure to capital scrutiny. As the market opened at 9:30, the indices surged upward. At this juncture, no one could have anticipated the significant market shift that was about to occur. Su Ruzhen directed everyone to engage in short selling. The traders, feeling incredulous, questioned, Su, the market is climbing rapidly. Isn't this approach misguided? Su Ruzhen replied firmly, your duty is to follow orders. Do not question further. If we don't short sell while the market is rising, we want to be able to acquire shares when it falls. Moreover, we will only short the three stocks affiliated with the Liu family, avoiding others for now. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan, Liu Yuxuan, the ambitious scion of the Liu family, was exhilarated to witness the impressive rise of his family stocks. Persevere a little longer, and the Liu family's assets will soon double. As a distinguished representative of the younger generation of the Liu family, he currently serves as the company's president. The Su family is preparing to arrange a match between him and Su Ruzhen. However, Su Ruzhen refuses and runs away from home. The Liu family's objective is to double the market value of several of its listed companies. Just as their plan is on the verge of fruition, they remain oblivious to the impending crisis. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the market was stable. Northern capital influxes reached several billion shortly after Su Ruzhen completed her layout. Suddenly, the market shifted. The previously soaring index took a nosedive. Initially, no one took it seriously, for a market that only rises is but a myth. Even a correction seemed reasonable. However, the index quickly fell below yesterday's closing figure, plunging steeply. Alarm bells rang. The situation was dire. At that moment, it was likely that everyone shared the same thought. A few experts analyzed the indices and K-lines and concluded that as long as there was no breach, it was merely a technical adjustment given the rapid prior ascent. Yet, the market was far more complex than they had anticipated. Substantial buy orders across nearly all stocks, including many at the upper limits, were swiftly devoured by overwhelming selling pressure. Share prices plummeted from their peaks. The index soon dropped by 2 points, then momentarily stabilized. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the crowd. A significant drop often precedes a vigorous rebound, and some opportunists rushed to capitalize on the rebound. Large volumes of capital poured in. However, buying at this juncture was akin to walking into a trap. Most individuals failed to recognize the looming peril. The index only rebounded for 3 minutes, gaining less than a point before plummeting once more, this time with even greater ferocity. A storm was upon them. The index fell by 5 points. At that moment, at least half of the stocks hit their daily limits. The Liu family's 3 stocks had already declined by over 8 points. As the market turned green, so did Liu Changfeng's expression. As the third-generation leader of the Liu family, He oversees assets worth hundreds of billions. Witnessing the impending disaster, Liu Changfeng's countenance darkened ominously. Liu Yuxuan advocated for market intervention, urging all efforts to withstand the pressure, but was restrained by Liu Changfeng. After all, he was a seasoned veteran in the business world. Having weathered countless storms over decades, he sensed the impending crisis. Based on his experience, this was not the moment to stubbornly hold the line, but rather to seize the opportunity to retreat, lest they face irrevocable ruin. Indeed, within half an hour, all three of the Liu family stocks hit their daily limits. The entire market consisted of only a handful of stocks still holding firm. Notably, some quality stocks, such as Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining, remained steadfast, firmly locked at their upper limits and poised to continue rising. In the Blueprint investment trading room, chaos erupted, and astonishment filled the air. They gazed at the market in disbelief, compelled to admire President Su for her uncanny foresight. It seemed as if she wielded control over the stock market. It rose at her command and fell at her whim. Observing the admiration in their eyes, Su Ruzhin felt a twinge of embarrassment. She could only admire Chen Fan. He was nothing short of a godlike man. In the afternoon, the market continued its descent, the bears offering no respite to the bulls, ultimately closing at a staggering -7.73. Su Ruzhin called Chen Fan, announcing the market's closure and their resounding victory. "What shall we do next?" she inquired. Chen Fan replied simply, "Wait." This wave of market decline had plummeted over 500 points, with only minor rebounds in between. The three stocks under the Liu family had experienced declines exceeding 60%, allowing him to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. There was nothing more to be done. Upon receiving his directive, Su Ruzhin instructed everyone to take a break. Delicacies, coffee, and fruit platters were all prepared, inviting everyone to indulge and enjoy themselves. True financial endeavors need not be so laborious. Chen Fan spent the day observing stocks in his apartment. After shutting down his computer, he stretched leisurely. With the decline of the Liu family's three stocks, he had once again amassed several hundred million today. While others profited only from rising stocks, he thrived even amidst declines. Currently, his account boasted a staggering 10,396 billion, not including the 30-odd billion previously transferred to Blueprint Investments. He intended to swiftly liquidate Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining next week, consolidating funds for a larger venture. Just as he was preparing to step out for some relaxation, a message from Tang Jing arrived. "Chen Fan, are you free?" Chapter 72. Opening a new world for Tang Jing upon receiving this message. Chen Fan did not hesitate for even a moment. "All right, speak your mind," he replied. Noticing Chen Fan's calm demeanor, Tang Jing quickly called him. "Hello, Chen Fan. Could you step out for a moment? I need to discuss something with you." "What is it? Just tell me." She hesitated. "Could you come out first?" Feeling that this might seem inappropriate, she added, "I would like to treat you to a meal." Of course, being invited to dinner was delightful. However, Chen Fan sensed an unusual undertone in Tang Jing's voice. She was concealing something. He shook his head, thinking to himself, Tang Jing. It seems I must guide her through this. Ever since her family encountered misfortune, she has transformed into a different person. "All right, then come to the apartment complex across from the school. I will wait for you downstairs." Chen Fan waited for over 10 minutes, and only then did Tang Jing arrive. Slightly delayed. "Were you not the one inviting me to dinner? Making me wait this long lacks sincerity." Wait a moment, he thought. Today, Tang Jing seemed somewhat different. Although she wore no makeup, it was evident that she had made an effort. Her hair was neatly tied back, her features were delicately refined, and she wore jeans that accentuated her long legs. Upon seeing Chen Fan, she appeared a bit flustered. "Did I arrive late?" This question left Chen Fan momentarily speechless as he quietly observed her, noting her demure demeanor. "Not really, I've only waited a few minutes." Tang Jing cast a shy glance at him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Seeing her so cautiously anxious, Chen Fan couldn't bring himself to tease her further. "Is it too early for dinner? How about we find a CAF to sit for a while?" Tang Jing inquired, seeking his opinion. "Sure," he agreed readily. To be honest, he was not fond of Tang Jing's current disposition. Since her family's troubles, she had become exceedingly cautious and reserved in his presence. After arriving at a nearby CAF, Chen Fan ordered 2 cups of coffee and some pastries. I'll cover the bill today. Dan Jing in seat. She picked up her phone. Let me transfer you 10,000 yuan first. She initiated the transfer to Chen Fan. Why are you in such a hurry? He questioned. I haven't been pressing you. Her face flushed. Even if you haven't, I cannot go back on my word, can I? You have already helped me immensely. And I feel uneasy with this debt lingering over me. It's like carrying a heavy stone in my heart. Chen Fan was taken aback by her strong sense of integrity. Many would have taken advantage of such a situation and never returned the money. He understood the pressure Tang Jing was under and reassured her, take your time. I'm not in need of money at the moment. Tang Jing nodded, forcing a faint smile. Thank you. In her eyes sparkled a genuine sincerity, simplicity, and integrity. A sudden thought struck Chen Fan. You should not allow this trivial debt to confine your spirit. You must liberate it. This is merely a temporary predicament. If you allow such a minor debt to restrain you, it will hinder your future growth. Perhaps from this moment on, you will become exceedingly cautious, restraining yourself and thereby limiting your horizons. Upon hearing his words, Tang Jing was momentarily taken aback. Chen Fan's remarks resonated deeply within her. Indeed, she had once been the cherished little princess in her parents' eyes, an exemplary student with striking beauty, nurtured under the protective embrace of those around her throughout her life. Yet, she ultimately resided in an ordinary familial environment, and when faced with a significant calamity, such as her father's car accident, the entire household crumbled. Money, that elusive entity, remains an insurmountable chasm for many throughout their lives. The reality is stark. Although money may not solve every problem, its absence is undeniably crippling. Once, she had harbored dreams, but now her thoughts are solely consumed with the pursuit of wealth. A debt of over 200,000 is a considerable burden for an average person, potentially requiring years to repay. Thus, Tang Jing yearns to seize every opportunity to earn money and settle her debts. At times, she reflects on her encounter with Chen Fan, pondering that had it been someone else, fortune may not have smiled upon her as it has. She has analyzed Chen Fan in her mind from every angle. Many claim his family is impoverished, that he has to work diligently while studying, even receiving financial aid from the school. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would rise to prominence within a mere 2 years? He transformed from a student dependent on aid into a capable individual able to assist others. Chen Fan's journey moved Tang Jing profoundly. Had her family not encountered such turmoil, she might never have noticed this remarkable young man. In hindsight, she still believes Qin Nan has discerning taste. Chen Fan, sensing her thoughts, set down his cup and said, "Let us go. I'll take you somewhere." As he stood up, she quickly insisted, "I'll pay the bill." Chen Fan smiled, "Allow me. That is not acceptable. I said I would treat you," she protested, but he intercepted her, stating, doing so would strip a young man of his dignity. Tang Jing's cheeks flushed. She felt too embarrassed to persist. "Where are we going?" she inquired. "To a place that will open the door to another world for you." Though she recognized each word he spoke, their meaning eluded her. Tang Jing's imagination began to run wild with countless possibilities. What exactly was the purpose of this outing? After all, he was already in a relationship. Her thoughts spiraled into uncertainty. They hailed a taxi, and she instructed the driver. To the Chihuahua market. Tang Jing had no comprehension of what the Chihuahua market entailed, but upon learning it was not a hotel, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. As they sat in the taxi, her hand inadvertently brushed against Chen Fan's, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her body. Tang Jing's heart fluttered. Upon arrival, the Chihuahua market bore resemblance to Wenzhong Street. The former primarily dealt in antiques, while the latter was a burgeoning hotspot. Here, transactions of various rare stones took place, commonly known as gambling stones. A single cut could lead to wealth or ruin. Some individuals struck it rich overnight, while others faced the disintegration of their families. However, there exists a fundamental distinction between this and winning a lottery. If one were to invest money in a lottery with hopes of striking it rich, one might as well chuckle at the futility. In this realm, however, provided you possess sufficient courage and discernment, the chances of profiting are significantly heightened. After all, this is a legitimate trading market where many stones are clearly priced. Tang Jing could not comprehend why Chen Fan had brought her to this place. It was indeed a domain she had never ventured into, a world she had yet to explore. What are we doing here? Tang Jing Yin Guit? Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Chen Fan. With a smile, Chen Fan responded, "Haven't you been troubled by that debt of 200,000 for quite some time? Today, I shall help you resolve this concern. Come, let's take a look over there." They proceeded to the raw stone auction area, where stones of varying sizes were displayed, all clearly marked with prices. Once payment was made, one could proceed to the stone cutting area, where the results of their investment would be revealed in a single decisive cut. Chapter 73. The Gamble of Stones. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened slightly, and his pupils instantly transformed as his X-ray vision activated. Tang Jing, oh my goodness. I sincerely apologize. It was an inadvertent mistake. Chen Fan wore an embarrassed expression, while Tang Jing remained blissfully unaware. What's wrong? She had no inkling that her hidden charm had been fully revealed to Chen Fan. Ahem, I did not anticipate that Tang Jing would be so alluring as well. He leaned closer to her and whispered, "You should purchase that stone marked at 10,800. Me?" Tang Jing blushed, realizing she had no funds available. She had just returned the 10,000 she had painstakingly saved to Chen Fan, leaving her with only a few hundred for living expenses. Chen Fan urged, "Can you be a bit more resourceful? I will refund you the 10,000. There is no need to return it just yet. I will also provide you with an additional 800. This is not feasible." Tang Jing felt increasingly anxious. "You wanted to gamble on stones? Trust me, it will be worth it." But Tang Jing bit her lip, still filled with apprehension. "I lack experience in this area." Chen Fan smiled, urging her to give it a try. "If you win, you can pay me back. If you lose, there is nothing to repay. Besides, how will you know the outcome if you don't take a chance? I am not asking you to gamble. I merely wish to impart a lesson. Do not be burdened by the notion of debt. Money is merely a material possession. When we spend money, we gain a different kind of reward." After pondering for a moment, Tang Jing acquiesced. "All right." Following Chen Fan's guidance, she prepared to purchase the stone marked at 10,800. Nearby, a portly middle-aged man, clutching a Gucci handbag, chuckled, "Young lady, you truly have a knack. This worthless piece of rock has sat unsold for over a year. It's nothing but scrap." Tang Jing's anxiety heightened as she glanced back at Chen Fan. Chen Fan responded with a smile, "It doesn't matter. We are not relying on this for profit. Let us just have some fun with it." A slender middle-aged man scrutinized the duo. "You both seem new here. I presume you are visitors? The stone gambling trade indeed requires a discerning eye. Young man, shall I assist you in evaluating? If you decide to purchase, a 10% service fee would be appreciated. If not, I will take nothing." Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. This con artist truly had a talent for deception. Who would seize such a risk-free opportunity? It was amusing how seriously he presented himself. Yet, there were indeed some who fell for it. Tourists and novices, deceived by his words, would often express gratitude upon making a purchase. However, it was apparent to any fool that such logic was utterly nonsensical. They all claimed that this stone was worthless. "It's all right. Let us enjoy it as an experience. You must relish the joy of spending money." "Very well." Tang Jing completed the transaction, and a staff member inquired, "Would you like to have the stone analyzed?" "Of course. What would I do with it otherwise? Keep it as a mere ornament." This stone is modest in size, measuring merely 20 to 30 centimeters in an oval shape. A stone cutter readily took it away. Two individuals approached and witnessed the stone cutter securing it onto the machinery. "Do you have any requests?" Most visitors come here seeking amusement. Winning is a delightful bonus, but not essential. Clearly, they perceive the two of them as mere tourists. Tang Jing was utterly oblivious to this realm, while Chen Fan suggested, "Just take a casual swing at it." The jade within was rather inconspicuous, and Chen Fan had already discerned its qualities with clarity. The stone worker, employing the most conventional technique, made a careful incision from the side, hoping to reveal a hint of green. Yet, as he struck the surface, a surprising revelation unfolded. A multitude of onlookers beside me shook their heads in disapproval. "I told you, young man, your discernment is lacking. I offered my assistance in selecting, yet you chose to ignore it." The slender individual nearby seemed to revel in my predicament. Tang Jing grew increasingly anxious, for that was her hard-earned 10,000 yuan, accumulated through great diligence. I had witnessed nothing, and just like that, it was gone with a single stroke. Chen Fan disregarded the slender man and handed a cigarette to the stone cutter. "Master, could you please make another cut here?" He gestured on the stone. The stone cutter nodded in agreement. "All right. However, I am certain that this stone holds little promise, having worked in such an environment for many years." His slightly aged face broke into a smile. Chen Fan suggested that they should give it a try nonetheless. As the opponent swung the blade down, before the cut surface was even revealed, Tang Jing instinctively covered her eyes with both hands. Chen Fan leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "It's green." "What? It's green." Indeed, it had turned green. The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! The price has surged. It has truly turned green. Look quickly, there's indeed jade inside." "Young man, you are about to strike it rich." Chen Fan smiled faintly. "Do you really believe that a mere fist-sized piece of jade could make me wealthy?" He gently pulled away Tang Jing's hands that were shielding her eyes, and as she gazed upon the verdant mass nestled within the stone, she was instantly mesmerized. Is this truly the fabled gambling stone? Moreover, he had also won the bet. Chen Fan took another puff from his cigarette, and Master Jia, with a broad grin, exclaimed, "Congratulations, young man, you are quite fortunate. This is the first emerald I have unearthed today." Chen Fan, however, felt no particular excitement and simply remarked to Tang Jing, "You have won the gamble." "Oh." Tang Jing remained lost in thought. At that moment, a nearby jade shop owner called out, "Young man, I'll buy it for 80,000. This is the advantage of the rare goods market. The entire industry chain has individuals stationed here, ready to pounce. As soon as you cut out the jade, there will be immediate buyers. Of course, you may also choose not to sell and keep it for your own collection." Chen Fan chuckled, "I want to sell for 80,000. Another owner chimed in, "I'll offer 100,000. 100,000? Tang Jing felt a flutter of excitement. However, she chose to heed Chen Fan's words. Chen Fan, too, was resolute. Who would dare to take away 300,000? How outrageous! Young man, you are being rather ruthless. One must always leave a margin for profit. 300,000 is out of the question." Several jade shop owners shook their heads in disapproval. "I insist on 300,000. A voice emerged from the crowd, drawing the attention of those nearby. There stood a woman clad in a white shirt and wide black trousers, her striking earrings catching the eye. As a gentle breeze tousled her long hair, she appeared remarkably elegant. "Boss Liu, do you have an interest in such modest business ventures?" Several jade shop owners observed this scene with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yet, given the Liu family's formidable influence and their status as leaders in the industry, they could only harbor their discontent in silence. Chen Fan was taken aback to encounter the renowned goddess of the jade industry, Liu Ruoxian, here in Jiangzhou. True to her name, Liu Ruoxian possessed bright eyes and a radiant smile, her beauty reminiscent of an ethereal being. "Please do not bully this young person. This is clearly a piece of exquisite jade, and you are being quite unscrupulous," she remarked, directing a gentle smile towards Chen Fan and his companion. "How about I purchase it for 300,000? Chen Fan turned to Tang Jing, inquiring, "Is that acceptable?" "I'll defer to your judgment." Tang Jing, feeling a surge of anxiety, clutched his arm tightly. The exorbitant price of 300,000 left her astounded. The seller then transferred the funds and added, "Young handsome, let us connect on WeChat. Feel free to reach out if you need anything in the future." Chen Fan proceeded to add her on WeChat. Chapter 74, Military Training of the Goddess. Telescopes sold out. Liu Ruoxian is quite astute. Individuals like Chen Fan could easily become her clientele. Chen Fan, too, began to contemplate the prospects of the jade industry, recognizing it as a promising field. With his unique abilities, penetrating this realm should not pose a significant challenge. After departing from the stone market, Chen Fan noticed Tang Jing, who appeared dazed and bewildered. "What troubles you?" he inquired. Tang Jing bit her lip and gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. "You should keep this 300,000. Now you can treat me to dinner," she suggested. "But this is your earnings," he replied. "Did I not mention that this 10,000 is your capital?" Before Tang Jing could elaborate, Chen Fan asserted, "All right. Now you need not feel burdened by that 200,000. Return to being the carefree person you once were." This 200,000 belongs to both of us, and you may retain the remaining 100,000. Their destination was a Sichuan cuisine restaurant, where they ordered a few dishes and abstained from alcohol. Observing Tang Jing's continued shyness, Chen Fan expressed, "Actually, I have a thought." Tang Jing stared at him, her eyes wide with anticipation for what was to come. "Tell me, what is your aspiration after graduating from university?" he queried. After a moment of reflection, she replied, "Of course, I aspire to be a sophisticated white-collar professional, like those I see on television." "Your vision is rather narrow," Chen Fan replied earnestly. "Did today's events not inspire you in any way? If you secure a job and excel, you will still merely be an employee. There are alternative paths you could pursue." Tang Jing remained silent, uncertain of Chen Fan's true intentions. Chen Fan did not shy away from revealing his goals. "I am intrigued by today's jade market, and you could develop in that direction." "What? Did you see Lu Ruoxin earlier? She is the leader of this industry. Despite her youth, the Lu family has dominated the sector for years. We could supplant her." Tang Jing bit her lip, her heart racing. "Do not be afraid. Individuals are molded through experience. Otherwise, all my efforts today would be in vain. I trust that during your time at the Blueprint Investment Company, you have learned a great deal." Indeed, Tang Jing had been striving diligently, her character having matured significantly since her family's troubles. Su Ruzhen had also mentioned to Chen Fan that Tang Jing was earnest in her work, a promising candidate worthy of investment. This, however, was merely the first step. After their meal, Chen Fan escorted Tang Jing back to the university. At this moment, only 3 of her roommates were present in the dormitory. Qi Nan had moved out to cohabit with her boyfriend since the summer and had yet to return this semester. As Tang Jing lay on her bed, her mind replayed the events of the day, which felt almost dreamlike. Yet, she pondered simply, did Chen Fan intend for them to embark on a venture together? Reflecting on his absence from the group visit to the Blueprint Investment Company piqued her curiosity. He had been diligently working behind the scenes. Although she could not fathom the state Chen Fan currently found himself in, she felt a profound respect for him in that moment. He is a child hailing from the countryside, forever exerting more effort than others. The tenacity of such individuals is truly remarkable. Perhaps it is this very spirit that resonates with her. "I will certainly strive as well," Tang Jing vowed inwardly. Today, Chen Fan has profoundly influenced her. The endeavor to venture into the jade industry necessitates a preliminary plan. In the following days, the stock market conditions deteriorated significantly, experiencing a relentless decline. The 3 stocks under the Lu family faced daily trading halts, leaving countless retail investors, institutions, and funds ensnared. In an effort to control the market, the stakeholders directly imposed trading limits, leaving retail investors without the opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had entrusted all his stock market dealings to Su Ruzhen. By September 9th, the price surges of Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining had reached their zenith. Although minor increases were anticipated, these were merely fluctuations during the stakeholder sell-off. Chen Fan instructed Su Ruzhen to liquidate the stocks in her own manner, aiming to act before the stakeholders to divest both stocks entirely. It took Su Ruzhen 5 full trading days to completely withdraw the funds from the 2 volatile stocks. At this moment, the total funds in Chen Fan's personal account amounted to 283 billion. This sum does not include the money he transferred to the Blueprint investment account. Additionally, he had personally invested nearly 1 billion in the 3 publicly listed companies under the Lu family. Su Ruzhen had fully invested her 20 billion. Having previously profited from Zhao South real estate, it seemed the Lu family would also face significant losses this time. Based on Chen Fan's current observations of market trends, a 60 plunge in value would undoubtedly be unbearable for the Lu family. They would not remain passive, and a fierce counterattack was inevitable. However, given the present economic climate, they were reluctant to act hastily. At this moment, Zhao's real estate was also facing difficulties, as Zhao Guowei had just secured several major projects when this predicament arose, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the hotel sector overseen by Zhao Linlin had yet to be affected, and renovations were proceeding as usual. The prevailing market conditions did not dampen the student spirits, New students were undergoing military training, and Chen Fan was preparing to attend classes at the school. Upon arriving at the school gates, he was approached by a group of a dozen men and women, slyly clutching binoculars, inquiring, "Hey, young man, care for one?" Only 300. Chen Fan looked at them in bewilderment, wondering when the school gate had turned into a binocular sales venue. It appeared to be a thriving business, as evidenced by the crowd. "No," Chen Fan declined. "Just one. Many people in your school have bought them." "What nonsense! Why would I buy binoculars?" Chen Fan pushed past a woman blocking his way and strode into the school. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. On the playground, the instructor was guiding the new students, marching with formidable strides while shouting slogans. Upon entering the classroom, Chen Fan was taken aback. A large group of boys were peering through binoculars at the window. Don't push, don't push. Let me have a look. I can see it. Is that truly Lu Wushuang in person? Remarkable. Such a fair complexion. Alas, she is slightly diminutive compared to her grandmother. How disgraceful. Yilang Go, upon seeing Chen Fan's arrival, hurriedly passed him the binoculars. Come quickly. This is our newly crowned campus goddess. Chen Fan dismissively pushed him away, questioning the necessity of such a device. Besides, Lu Wushuang resides right next door. They encounter each other daily. Must you all be so fervent? I must admit, I have a greater fondness for Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing's physique is exceptionally supple, capable of executing numerous intricate maneuvers. And then there's Su Ruzhen. She embodies a joy that transcends your wildest imaginings. Chapter 75. The campaign for class officer. What is happening? Just as everyone was engrossed, Liang Dongkai made his entrance. Today, he appeared quite impressive, clad in an exquisite designer suit, complete with a tie, and his freshly styled hair added an air of confidence to his demeanor. Class is starting. Quickly return to your seats. Can you even hope to catch the attention of a goddess like Lu Wushuang with the third year upon you? If you do not strive for excellence, the instances of unemployed graduates are all too common. As everyone settled into their seats, Liang Dongkai cast a disapproving glance at Chen Fan. He had been troubled by the matter concerning Zhuo Bing, pondering for 8 nights without clarity. What was it about him that Zhuo Bing found appealing? Was he more handsome than himself? Wealthier? He then turned to Yilang Gao, saying, "I hear you've been doing quite well lately, managing to snag a position as a property company manager." Yilang Gao bristled at the insinuation, thinking, what do you mean by snag? That was earned through my own efforts. The classmates, having heard of Yilang Gao's summer job that elevated him to a managerial role, expressed their envy. "Yilang Gao, you must treat us." "Sure, I'll host a barbecue tonight. It's on me," Yilang Gao declared, waving his hand with an air of extravagance. Students, no matter how well you perform academically, you must ultimately adapt to society. Some things must be addressed early. Waiting until graduation to seek employment could lead to complications. Yet, being a manager comes with its own burdens. It can be quite exhausting. "Well, you certainly play the part well." Many female classmates gazed at him starry-eyed, exclaiming, "Wow. Yilang Gao, you look so handsome." Even some boys felt a twinge of envy, as he had already achieved the status of a property company manager before graduation. Meanwhile, Wang Hao remained silent and low-key. However, Yilang Gao did not forget about his friend, saying, "Do not underestimate our classmate Wang Hao. He is currently in the same position as I. Wang, as the assistant manager, do share some wisdom with your classmates." Wang Hao merely shrugged. "It's nothing special." Jianliang watched the two with eyes wide open, feeling the pangs of envy. With just one summer, they had distanced themselves from him. Liang Dongkai had initially intended to belittle Wang Hao, but instead, Wang Hao had seized the opportunity to flaunt his success. "I can hardly tolerate you pretentious individuals flaunting your achievements. What is there to boast about in working a job? Unlike me, who will inevitably inherit billions and avoid the job market altogether." A chorus of pretentiousness echoed around him. It was unbearable, yet there was nothing to be done but let him boast. Liang Dongkai then shifted his focus, addressing Chen Fan. "You and your friends seem to be doing quite well. I assume you're thriving as well?" Chen Fan chose to ignore him. Mistakenly thinking that Chen Fan was merely shy, Liang Dongkai chuckled. "Of course, with your background, devoid of any connections, it must be quite challenging to stand out. How about this? If you apologize to me, I'll have a word with my father and arrange for you to work as a security guard at his company. Amidst the laughter of some classmates who looked down upon Chen Fan, a peculiar sense of superiority and an acute sense of comparison seemed to permeate the air. Many, particularly those lacking a robust family background, consoled themselves with the notion that they were at least superior to Chen Fan. However, the present Chen Fan was no longer the same as before. In response to Liang Dongcai's repeated insults, Chen Fan retorted without hesitation. "Why don't you have your father come speak to me? Damn it, who do you think you are?" Liang Dongcai shouted in fury. "My father earns millions a year. He wouldn't even acknowledge someone like you, who relies on part-time jobs just to make ends meet." Chen Fan, "Don't push your luck," he continued. "Today, we are re-electing the class monitor, and once I'm elected, the first thing I will do is make your life miserable." With the previous class monitor having been recruited by a large corporation, Liang Dongcai, the vice monitor, was likely to be promoted, which filled him with pride. Becoming class monitor and perhaps even vice president of the student council would enhance his credentials significantly. "Do you really think that being class monitor gives you the power to destroy me? You treat this position like it's a government office," Chen Fan scoffed. Following Shun Mengyao's departure, the new homeroom teacher was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, desperately trying to cover his baldness with long strands of hair combed over. Liang Dongcai had already secured the homeroom teacher's favor, ensuring that the election would merely be a formality. "Cough, cough. The homeroom teacher has arrived," he announced, standing at the podium and addressing the students. "Today, we shall hold a class meeting to elect new class officers. The nominee for class monitor is Liang Dongcai, last semester's vice monitor. He has been quite diligent and cooperative with the teachers and has managed the class effectively. Now, please raise your hands to vote in support of Liang Dongcai." Just as the students were about to comply, Chen Fan stood up, drawing curious gazes from all around. What was this fellow up to? The homeroom teacher, puzzled, inquired, "Does this student have something to say?" "Mr. Xie, according to the electoral procedure, shouldn't you consult the opinions of other classmates? Perhaps there are other candidates?" The homeroom teacher paused, looking out at the students. "Are there any other nominations?" The crowd collectively shook their heads, knowing full well that they could not compete with Liang Dongcai. "See, no one wishes to nominate anyone else," the homeroom teacher remarked. "I wish to run for class monitor," Chen Fan declared, raising his hand and shouting. The room fell silent, everyone stunned by the announcement. They gazed in disbelief at the most impoverished student in the class, some wondering silently if this young man had lost his mind. Was he truly considering running for a position among the class officers? It was absurd. "Good for you. We support Chen Fan in his bid for class monitor." Ilang Gao and Wang Hao, having understood the moment, quickly rallied in support. Other classmates who had maintained a good rapport with Chen Fan also voiced their encouragement. The homeroom teacher furrowed his brow, yet he found himself at a loss for reasons to oppose. Nevertheless, he held little faith in Chen Fan. Upon assuming the role of homeroom teacher for this class, he had taken the time to familiarize himself with each student's circumstances. Chen Fan had remained an inconspicuous presence in class for 2 years, likely to the extent that many of the subject teachers could not even recall his name. To challenge Liang Dongcai for the position of class monitor would be nothing short of self-degradation, wouldn't it? Upon hearing that Chen Fan intended to run against him, Liang Dongcai wore a smirk of amusement. "Very well. If he possesses such courage, I shall welcome it with open arms. This will undoubtedly lend greater credibility to our class officer elections. Teacher Xie, allow him to participate in the competition." Liang Dongcai chuckled slyly, confident that in terms of both popularity and capability, he could effortlessly overshadow Chen Fan. "In that case, I shall take great delight in humiliating him, ensuring he understands the meaning of overestimating oneself." The homeroom teacher, seeing that Liang Dongcai also consented to Chen Fan's participation in the class officer election, felt it inappropriate to intervene. Thus, let them compete on equal footing. Chapter 76. The first display of bravado in the spirit of fair competition. It necessitates a duel between two individuals. Liang Dongcai, today adorned in particularly ostentatious attire, appears to have come well prepared. Even more strikingly, he nonchalantly places the key to his BMW upon the table. Thus begins his performance. He ascends the podium, addressing the esteemed homeroom teacher, Mr. Xie. and his dear classmates with a warm greeting. As a new semester dawns, I, as the vice class leader from the previous term, have made numerous contributions to our class. I have dedicated substantial time to assist our homeroom teacher and subject instructors in maintaining discipline and organizing class activities. I have also orchestrated the collection of class fees on multiple occasions, ensuring our events were vibrant and well-received, earning accolades from the school. Now, with the former class leader having been recruited by a large multinational corporation due to his exceptional abilities, I humbly request your votes. I possess both the capability and confidence to manage our class more effectively. Together, we shall strive to ensure our 4 years at university are not squandered. Thank you. Upon concluding his campaign speech, Liang Dongkai graciously bows to the homeroom teacher and his peers. Applause erupts as Mr. Xian nods in satisfaction, prompting the class to join in. Liang Dongkai's abilities are evidently commendable, as acknowledged by all present. Next, let us invite Chen Fan to the stage to deliver his campaign address. Cheers and applause arise from Yilang Gao and Wang Hao as they encourage Chen Fan to speak. However, the atmosphere turns awkward, as everyone stares at the two as if they were foolish. They sheepishly take their seats once more. Glancing at his phone, Chen Fan recalls sending a message to Su Rujin when the homeroom teacher announced the elections for class officials. It should be about time. He steps onto the stage, marking his inaugural moment addressing his classmates and teachers. Chen Fan's psychological fortitude is notably strong. Otherwise, few would have the audacity to engage in menial tasks, such as cleaning the cafeteria. While many would feel embarrassed or ashamed, he harbors no such sentiments. It is often said that children from impoverished backgrounds mature quickly, and he has certainly endured more than most, leading to an accelerated maturity. Standing before the class, despite his humble attire contrasting sharply with Liang Dongkai's designer suit, an air of maturity and composure emanates from Chen Fan, creating an illusion of confidence even in the eyes of the homeroom teacher. Aware of Chen Fan's reliance on the school's financial aid due to his challenging circumstances, the teacher remains skeptical of his candidacy. Gazing at the audience, he begins, "Esteemed homeroom teacher, dear classmates, today I stand before you to participate in the election for class officials, and I know this may come as a surprise to many. I wish to address only one matter. Earlier, Liang Dongkai mentioned his intention to organize numerous class activities and collect fees to ensure our events are lively. Over the past 5 months of the previous term, he conducted 6 activities, during which we contributed class fees 6 times, ranging between 200 to 300 each time. It is indeed true that he comes from a wealthy family, owing to his affluent father. However, are all of my classmates equally well off? That seems rather unlikely. The class fee, amounting to nearly 2,000 yuan, is undoubtedly a significant sum for many students. Will he cover our class expenses? The answer is a resounding no. However, if my classmates elect me as class monitor today, I assure you that we can organize as many activities as we desire without requiring you to contribute a single cent towards the class fund. I shall bear all the costs myself. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Not only the others, but even Yilang Gao and Wang Hao were momentarily unsure of their hearing. Could it be a misunderstanding? Wait a moment. Is the person standing at the podium really Chen Fan? Liang Dongkai smirked. Anyone can boast, right? Who doesn't he know that you are one of the poorer students in the class? Don't even think about covering all the class expenses. How many times did you contribute last semester? Do you have even a dime to spare? Chen Fan replied. Whether I am boasting can be proven immediately. His phone rang, and Chen Fan answered, "Yes, come in." With a series of knocks, Chen Meng appeared at the classroom door, carrying a bag. Chen Fan waved him over, and Chen Meng handed the bag to him before turning to leave. Chen Fan placed the bag on the podium and swiftly unzipped it. A fresh scent of ink wafted through the air as the bag revealed a neat stack of 200,000 yuan in cash. "This is the money I earned during the summer vacation," Chen Fan declared. "I am donating it as our class fund. Should we find ourselves short in the future, I will continue to supplement it. If my classmates support me in becoming class monitor, please cast your votes for me." Applause erupted throughout the classroom, thunderous and unending. Yilang Gao and Wang Hao widened their eyes in disbelief. What impressive feat. Chen Fan's willingness to contribute his summer earnings as class funds raises the question, who else could accomplish such a thing? With this amount, all students can indulge in delightful meals and refreshments without spending a dime. Who wouldn't feel excited about that? Who wouldn't be thrilled? Who wouldn't be happy? The boys and girls in the classroom rose to their feet, shouting in unison, Chen Fan is amazing. Chen Fan is the coolest. We support Chen Fan as class monitor. Chen Fan forever. Witnessing such enthusiasm from the students, the homeroom teacher shook his head in resignation. Even he acknowledged Chen Fan's boldness, especially considering he was a poor student willing to donate his hard-earned money from the summer. Such selflessness and generosity are unmatched. He suddenly felt that the tea and shampoo gifted by Liang Dongkai had lost their appeal. In terms of character, Liang Dongkai seemed rather small-minded. In light of this, let us proceed to the vote. The results were as follows. Chen Fan received 55 votes. Liang Dongkai garnered only 1 vote. Even Guo Jianliang discreetly switched allegiances. After all, he would no longer need to pay the class fees. Ahem. The homeroom teacher habitually adjusted his hair, brushing it back towards the center. Since everyone supported Chen Fan's election as class monitor, Liang Dongkai shall serve as the vice monitor instead. Liang Dongkai's face turned pale with disbelief. He shouted in frustration, impossible. How could he possibly earn 200,000 in just one summer? He is a fraud. Chen Fan paid him no heed, casually handing the bag over to the class treasurer, Peng Xiaoqian. Could you please deposit this money into the class account? All future expenditures will be reimbursed from here. Huh? Oh. The delicate Peng Xiaoqian stood up, slightly incredulous as she accepted the bag. Chen Fan cast a disdainful glance at Liang Dongkai, silently thinking, you reap what you sow. This is my first act of deception. Chapter 77. Would you mind another girlfriend? Indeed, the power of wealth is formidable. In the face of self-interest, Liang Dongkai's former affections are rendered utterly insignificant. Furthermore, this fellow is not known for his integrity, being arrogant and ostentatious in demeanor. More importantly, since Chen Fan assumed the role of class monitor, there is no need to contribute to the class fund anymore. 200,000 is undoubtedly a considerable sum for each student present, averaging over 3,500 per person. Liang Dongkai has never been this generous. Despite his family's wealth, he merely flaunts it occasionally. He lacks Chen Fan's genuine approach. Class monitor, class monitor, class monitor. The classroom erupted with a synchronized chorus, resounding throughout the space. Even a homeroom teacher was taken aback by such a spectacle, left profoundly astonished. Liang Dongkai's eyes burned with fury. I refuse to accept this. You're living off someone else's wealth. The money must have come from Zhuobing. With your abilities, you could never amass such fortune. Chen Fan cast him a disdainful glance. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to summon your father. Chen Fan chose not to engage further with this pretentious individual. From now on, he would be the class monitor, while Liang Dongkai served as the vice monitor, obliged to heed his commands. Noticing the enthusiasm of his classmates, Chen Fan waved his hand. This weekend, let's strive to host a social gathering with the freshmen. I will cover all expenses. What? Upon hearing this news, the classroom erupted once more. Our class monitor is magnificent. Our class monitor is generous. Our class monitor is everlasting. A throng of male and female classmates surged toward the podium, lifting Chen Fan and tossing him toward the ceiling. The classroom was filled with continuous cheers, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. Several audacious girls screamed, Chen Fan, I love you. Male classmates offered their knees unconditionally, while Liang Dongkai could only gnaw at his own frustration. This glory, which rightfully belonged to him, had been seized by this impoverished wretch. Damn it! Losing my girlfriend is one thing, but losing the title of class monitor as well is intolerable. Liang Dongkai's eyes seemed ready to bleed. He rushed outside the classroom to make a phone call. Dad, lend me 500,000. I seek revenge. Silence met his words on the other end of the line until he erupted in desperation. Dad, my position as class monitor has been taken from me. Give me 500,000. I must reclaim it. Damn it. Why should this penniless fool ride over me? After a prolonged pause, he finally heard a soft sigh. So, it's not that your father is unwilling to assist. I'm struggling to keep my own affairs in order. This stock market crash has ensnared all our funds. We've been caught in a trap. I need to go. I am currently mortgaging properties to see if I can salvage something." The line went dead, and Liang Dongkai collapsed helplessly to the ground. His father, involved in fund management, had previously provided him with substantial profits that had inflated Liang Dongkai's ego. They lived in a villa, drove luxury cars, and enjoyed a life of affluence that most could scarcely imagine. However, he had now wagered his entire worth on the stock market. Originally, it seemed that the realization of all his life goals and the doubling of his assets were within reach. But an unforeseen stock market crash left him with no opportunity to escape. Like most retail investors and institutions, he found himself buried within the chaos, directly suffocated by the circumstances. How could he possibly be in the mood to concern himself with trivial matters regarding his son? Once the selection of class representatives was settled, Yilang Gao and Wang Hao gazed at Chen Fan with envy. "Zhuo Bing truly treats you well." Chen Fan felt a wave of frustration. What did Zhuo Bing have to do with it? However, Zhuo Bing did bring him a different kind of joy in adulthood. Yilang Gao remarked to Wang Hao, "We are different. We must rely on our own efforts." Once again, Chen Fan was defeated by these two. It seemed they all believed this was due to Zhuo Bing's financial support, as if he were living off her. Wang Hao even chimed in, "Indeed, it is said that behind every successful man, there is a woman silently footing the bill for him. Of course, there may also be a group of women eagerly waiting for him to pay." During class, Chen Fan's phone vibrated incessantly. Several girls, who had never even greeted him before, sent him friend requests, along with some boys eager to join the fray. When class ended, he glanced at his phone, only to find dozens of friend requests. Now that he had been appointed class leader, he felt it inappropriate to be too selective. Thus, he accepted them all. However, he seemed to have underestimated the exuberance of these girls. Before long, messages flooded in. "Class leader, I love you." His heart raced. "Class leader, are you free tonight? I invite you to the library, the grove behind it." "Class leader, I want to wake up with you." "Class leader, would you mind having one more girlfriend?" In just 2 or 3 minutes, he received over 10 such messages. Chen Fan could only pretend he had not seen them, choosing to ignore them entirely. At noon, he arranged to have lunch with Zhuo Bing. "You become a class leader? Your news travels fast. Did you plant spies in our class?" Zhuo Bing shot him a glance. "You made such a stir that the entire school knows." "I was forced into it," Chen Fan replied, embarrassed by the swift spread of information. "But so what? There's no need to show mercy to someone like Liang Dongkai. I heard many girls in your class have confessed to you." "Not at all." "Who told you that? Let me see your phone." "What?" Seeing Zhuo Bing reaching for his phone, Chen Fan froze. He had not had time to delete many of the messages. Yet he calmly handed it over. Zhuo Bing, with a sly smile and her beautiful eyes sparkling, asked, "Are you so trusting? Aren't you afraid? I'll check your phone. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be afraid?" "All right, I believe you." Zhuo Bing returned the phone to him, then sent Chen Fan a photo of herself. "I won't check your phone. Just change your profile picture." Indeed, women are often quite cunning. Chen Fan gently cupped her face and said, "All right, I shall fulfill your request. Come with me to the hotel tonight. Get lost. Are we rolling in sheets?" Left Bing rolled her eyes, but upon noticing that Chen Fan had changed his profile picture to one of her, a satisfied smile spread across her face. "I love you, pig. Which hotel do you wish to visit?" "No rush. We could decide later tonight. Soon, I will have my own hotel, and, at that time, we shall reserve a special suite there. I can't wait any longer. Let us go." Left Bing set down her lunchbox, took Chen Fan's hand, and stood up. "What is the hurry? Why so eager?" Chen Fan suddenly realized that Left Bing had changed. She was becoming increasingly proactive. However, he thought to himself, "I like it." Chapter 78. Apologize to me face to face. The two hailed a taxi at the school gate. "Driver, to Wunzheng Street, please." "Wait, weren't we supposed to go to the hotel?" Chen Fan realized he had been deceived. "What are you thinking?" Zhuo Bing tugged at his ear. "Do you think I'm promiscuous in your eyes?" "Ouch, that hurts." Chen Fan's face contorted in pain, prompting Zhuo Bing to finally release him, casting him a fierce glare. Yet, she added a sharp remark. "Didn't you always say that the initial pain gives way to comfort later?" The taxi driver nearly crashed into a tree, turning back to glance incredulously at the bold girl. "Am I driving, or are you?" Shall I hand you the steering wheel? In the next moment, she was covering Chen Fan's ear. Does it really hurt? Let me blow on it. Chen Fan took the opportunity to rest his head against her chest. Ah, this feels much better. The poor taxi driver, having driven only a few kilometers, found himself inundated with dog food. Upon arriving at Wenjung Street, as soon as they stepped out of the car, the driver pressed the accelerator and sped away. Hey, we haven't even paid yet. How strange. Why did he leave? Zhuobing gazed at the departing taxi with a puzzled expression. Chen Fan wrapped his arm around her waist. Let's go buy some things. We can't visit your father empty-handed. Zhuobing replied, no need. You could be a bit stingy in front of my parents. If they see we're short on money, they'll offer to give us some spend. Chen Fan paused. Aren't you their daughter? If I act stingy too, I might not even be allowed in. They stopped at a tobacco and liquor store, picking up 2 bottles of mitai and 2 packs of cigarettes before heading to Zhuohandong's shop. Zhuohandong was busy, surrounded by 7 or 8 colleagues who were examining a stone closely. Upon seeing his daughter and Chen Fan approach, he greeted them. Hey, what brings you here? Zhuobing, with her long legs, greeted her father's friends. Hello, uncles. Wow, Zhuobing, you're getting more beautiful by the day. Incredible how you've transformed. Indeed, your figure is remarkable. The genes from the Zhuo family are exceptional. Old Zhuo, your family is too extravagant. Does Zhuobing need a sidekick while studying? Zhuohandong took the gifts from Chen Fan's hands and awkwardly explained, what are you looking at? How could such a handsome young man be a sidekick? This is my daughter Zhuobing's boyfriend, Chen Fan. Come, Chen Fan, let me introduce you. These are Mr. Huang, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Liu. Essentially, all were prominent figures. However, within Zhuohandong's circle, there were no poor individuals, as few could afford to dabble in antiques. Upon learning that Zhuobing had a boyfriend, the group turned to scrutinize the young man. Mr. Huang observed him for a while and remarked, now I understand why old Zhuo has become so fascinated with gambling on stones. However, finding a son-in-law is not the same as gambling on stones. You only discover what's inside once you cut it open. Is your son-in-law not capable? That can't be cut, can it? Laughter erupted among the group. Chen Fan, unperturbed, offered everyone a cigarette and casually glanced at the stone. It had a small opening revealing a 2-centimeter patch of green. With his keen eye, he could easily discern the structure within the stone. Uncle Zhuo, did you purchase this stone? It was bought by General Huang from the odd goods market this morning for over 3 million. I was contemplating whether to acquire it. Oh, Chen Fan's brow furrowed as understanding dawned on him. General Huang had procured this gambling stone with the intention of reselling it to Zhuohandong. Zhuohandong enjoyed collecting and found the stone appealing, but was indecisive. Fortunately, Chen Fan had arrived, or else his father-in-law could have faced a costly mistake. How could anyone dare to offer over 3 million for this stone? Looking at General Huang, Chen Fan remarked, General Huang, it seems your 3 million may have gone to waste. This stone is worth, at most, a few tens of thousands. What did you say? General Huang exclaimed, immediately rising in outrage. You think the treasure I bought for over 3 million is only worth a few tens of thousands? Who are you, a mere child, to speak? Seeing Huang's irate tone, Zhuohandong, mindful of appearances, interjected, oh, he is just a child and doesn't he understand? Please don't take offense. Others chimed in, indeed. That stone has already opened a window, and it can't go down in value. I estimate it must at least double in worth. Children should refrain from speaking recklessly. General Huang is sensitive about this. Stones like this, which have opened up, are not entirely raw materials, and their prices are undoubtedly higher. The last stone Chen Fan purchased with Tang Jing was uncut and raw, thus carrying greater risk, which justified its low price. However, General Huang's stone could also be misleading. Even with an open window, it might merely be a thin layer of green on the outside. After all, how could one not understand that in the world of gambling stones, one could either gain or lose everything in a single cut? Seeing their disbelief, Chen Fan suggested, if you don't believe me, just cut it open and see for yourself. His well-meaning warning was met with skepticism. General Huang, incensed by this, shot back, fine. Let us see who's right. If it goes up, what will you do? Recognizing Huang's stubbornness, and knowing he was the type to look down on others, Chen Fan stated resolutely, whatever you wish, I will accept. Coughing in frustration, General Huang was furious that a young upstart dared to challenge him. All right, let this be a witness. If it rises in value, I demand an apology from you, kneeling before me. Zhua Handong interjected, Mr. Su, let us not stoop to the level of a child. Child? He is already dating. Old Zhua, don't hold me back today. I wish to gamble with him. Chen Fan did not back down, stating, all right, if the stone indeed appreciates, I shall offer you my sincere apologies. However, what if you're the one who loses? Mr. Huang, unable to contain his indignation, retorted, if I lose, I shall kneel before you in apology, and from that day forth, you shall be my master. With such a promise exchanged, neither party could dissuade them, and the onlookers were equally eager to discover what treasures might lie within the raw stone. On Wenzheng Street, there were establishments that specialized in stone cutting, and besides antiques, some engaged in the jade trade. Mr. Huang, brimming with defiance, clutched the stone and led the group to a nearby jade shop. In the shop's courtyard, the stone could be cut, albeit for a fee. Gulme, assist me in splitting this stone open. I intend to enlighten this young man, he declared. The shopkeeper scrutinized the stone for a considerable time, uncertain of its potential. Let us proceed with the cutting. Whether it yields bounty or failure is left to fate. He signaled to the workers to secure the stone in the machine and, adhering to Mr. Huang's wishes, began to slice at the edges of the window that had been opened. In a fit of defiance, Mr. Huang declared, if this stone proves worthless today, I shall call you grandfather. After all, this was a transaction worth millions. Surely he could not be outdone by a mere child. Luo Handong cast a worried glance at Chen Fan, his heart filled with trepidation. Chapter 79. This future son-in-law is extraordinary in the realm of the gambling stone industry. Zhua Handong had yet to truly immerse himself. However, his fascination with these intriguing stones had grown recently, as the allure of this sector was undeniably potent. With the right judgment, one could witness an immediate doubling of their worth. Of course, there existed an alternative scenario. One ill-fated cut could lead to a complete financial ruin. He had personally witnessed a former associate in the industry who, after investing tens of millions in raw stones, faced disaster when a single slice brought his aspirations crashing down. Undeterred by fate, this individual borrowed additional millions to continue his pursuit, ultimately plummeting from a high-rise, concluding his life in mere seconds. Many lamented his demise, speculating that had he abstained from gambling on stones, he might have remained a multi-millionaire or billionaire. It was his own greed that led to his downfall. Zhua Handong, however, was different. He would not stake his entire fortune on such risks. He relished the thrill akin to opening a blind box, observing those around him engaging in this venture. He too felt compelled to partake. Huang, a pioneer in this circle, had even amassed wealth alongside a few others. Upon learning of Zhua Handong's interest, he brought a salvaged raw stone, offering it to him for over 3 million. Everyone insisted that this material was destined to appreciate, and it had already revealed some potential. Zhua Handong felt reassured that he would not incur significant losses. The outcome now hinged on the impending cut. The atmosphere grew tense as onlookers fixated on the stone cutter, the jarring noise reverberating painfully in their ears. Zhua Bing covered her ears and leaned against Chen Fan, who exhibited no trace of anxiety. He had already discerned the stone's contents with remarkable clarity. Now, he awaited Huang's eventual contrition. With a decisive slice, the stone's exterior was peeled away. The jade shop owner glanced at it, declaring it worthless without a second thought. Inside lay a mottled gray, devoid of any green. How could this happen? Huang was taken aback, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief as he stared at the severed raw stone. Impossible, impossible. He scrambled back to the cutting machine, clutching the discarded stone, insisting, no, I refuse to believe this. Cut it again. The jade shop owner shook his head, suggesting, if you doubt it, go ahead and make another cut. The worker adjusted the stone's orientation and proceeded to slice once more. The result was identical to before, gray streaks with not a hint of green. The stone had only a sliver of potential at its edge. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhua Handong gazed at Chen Fan in astonishment. Truly, you are my savior. Had it not been for you and Zhua Bing's presence today, I might have unwittingly spent over 3 million on this. Huang, witnessing the demise of his carefully selected raw stone, was engulfed by despair. The others, observing the scene, shook their heads in dismay. Prior to this, they had confidently asserted that the raw stone was promising and sure to appreciate. Who could have predicted it contained merely a fragment of green? Huang had initially acquired it for around 120,000, intending to sell it to Zhuohandong for 368,000, hoping to reap a 2- to 3-fold profit. Instead, he had completely miscalculated. What else do you have to say? Chen Fan gazed at the increasingly agitated Mr. Huang, who was seething with anger. If it weren't for this young man, his business deal today would have succeeded. Selling for over 3 million to Zhuohandong, whether it would rise or fall was none of his concern. Yet, such a lucrative opportunity had been utterly ruined by him. Mr. Huang could not help but exclaim in a fit of rage. "Isn't at your cursed crow's mouth that jinxed it? If it weren't for that, could this have possibly fallen through?" This remark even displeased Zhuohandong. "Mr. Huang, saying that means you are at fault. You misjudged the situation. How can you lay the blame on Chen Fan? You should apologize to him." Lu Bing, not one to be timid, had long harbored disdain for Mr. Huang and shouted at him. Mr. Huang, feeling humiliated, snorted and prepared to leave. "Stop!" Chen Fan intercepted him, recalling who had demanded his kneeling apology earlier. "You haven't forgotten our wager, have you?" Mr. Huang, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "You truly expect me to kneel and apologize?" "Of course. A wager is a wager." Chen Fan stood his ground, remembering Mr. Huang's earlier bravado. Mr. Huang turned his gaze to Zhuohandong. "Old Zhuo, want you say something?" Naturally, Zhuohandong would not side with an outsider. He coldly remarked, "A gentleman's word is his bond. I trust that a prominent businessman like Mr. Huang will not go back on his word." Others had intended to intervene, but seeing that Zhuohandong was already standing up for his future son-in-law, they refrained from speaking. They all understood that if it weren't for Chen Fan recognizing that the raw stone would fail, Zhuohandong would have been deceived. As for whether Mr. Huang had any intention of deceiving Zhuohandong, that was something he knew in his heart. "Are you all not going to speak on my behalf?" Mr. Huang turned back to the crowd, but everyone remained silent. At that moment, Mr. Zhang spoke up. "I also believe that the young man has a point. A wager is a wager. If he were to lose, you would not simply let it go, would you?" "Indeed, indeed." Others chimed in, encouraged by Mr. Zhang's intervention. "You're ruthless." Mr. Huang reluctantly knelt down with a thud. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." He admitted his fault to Chen Fan. Chen Fan scoffed. "A person like you who betrays friends has no face to remain here. Leave." Mr. Huang angrily retorted, "I did not." Still denying it? "The listed price for this stone in the rare goods market is 1,238 million. You dare to sell it for over 3 million and claim you are not deceiving your friends?" Zhuohandong gasped in shock. However, he was even more astonished at how Chen Fan knew the inside story. He, of course, was unaware that Chen Fan had visited the rare goods market and seen the stone. It was likely that experts had identified it as nothing more than a facade, capable only of deceiving outsiders, which was why it had remained unsold. Mr. Huang, in his arrogance, had foolishly purchased it. If the raw stone were truly that valuable, it would not have escaped the discerning eyes of Lu Ruoxian and others. After Chen Fan revealed the truth, Mr. Huang left in disgrace. The others silently shook their heads, recognizing that Mr. Huang's character was lacking. Following such an unpleasant incident, the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhuohandong called Chen Fan and his companion back to his establishment, clasping Chen Fan's hand as he expressed, "Chen Fan, had it not been for your intervention today, I would have surely fallen victim to deceit." Although 3 million yuan was not an insignificant sum for him, it was not an inconsequential amount either. Chen Fan replied, "The gambling stone industry is fraught with treachery. If one lacks sufficient knowledge, it is advisable to tread carefully. From my experience, this particular raw stone appears to be a deliberate trap set by a skilled individual." "Really? Such a thing exists?" Zhuohandong exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Fan nodded, having discerned the faint hint of green within the stone, indicating the formidable prowess of its origin, a feat unattainable by the average person. Therefore, it's best for you to steer clear in the future. Indeed, rest assured, I shall not engage in such matters again. Having witnessed the events unfold, Zhou Handong was now thoroughly convinced of Chen Fan's expertise.